In the year 2139, on the Blue Planet, 40 years prior, this world endured several apocalyptic calamities. Drought, floods, and cataclysmic earthquakes ensued, followed by a nuclear war ignited over the fierce competition for resources and territory. Nations crumbled, religions shattered, and humanity teetered on the brink of extinction. 3 decades later, the remnants of humanity, through relentless efforts, managed to establish a united government on a relatively intact continent. Yet, this new alliance brought not only superficial unity, but also fueled the insatiable struggle for power and wealth lurking beneath the surface. Hanja perched upon a shipping container, one leg drawn up as he adjusted his coat, the bloodstains long unwashed having transformed into a peculiar shade of black. The sound of tires grinding against the ground resonated, prompting him to tilt his head and observe 4 blond men leaping from a heavy truck. In accordance with their agreement, the quartet retrieved a massive metal box from the rear of the vehicle. The last to disembark, a burly figure with a beard, slammed the metal box onto the ground, reverberating through the dilapidated container yard with the long-forgotten clang of metal. "The goods you requested have arrived. The rest is up to you," the bearded man called out in a gruff tone, clearly reluctant to engage with the madman. "Hanja?" The 3 men behind him instinctively reached for their waists, evidently wary of the shipping hub enclosed by barbed wire. Hanja whistled, vaulting off the 3-meter-high container, his leather boots crunching shards of glass upon landing. This motion prompted the 4 men to draw their weapons in unison, only to relax slightly upon realizing his hands were empty. "Oh, not be anxious, my dear friends," he grinned, revealing slightly pointed tiger-like teeth. "I have traversed 8,000 kilometers from Aurora to the city of Yuanqi. Shall we not share a cup of tea before you depart?" The bearded man retreated a step, his expression stern. "The handover is complete in accordance with the Urban Transportation Planning Management Agreement. All the agreements within the city state that the people of the wasteland are forbidden entry." Hanja suddenly stepped forward, snapping his fingers just as the opponent raised his firearm. "Yet those behind you have expended great resources to usher me into this city." He pointed his boot at the cracked concrete beneath them. "As it stands, we find ourselves in the abandoned freight transit zone of Yuanqi New City, a legally designated no-man's land." From the shadows of the containers, several dark figures sprang forth. The first to emerge, a gaunt individual, hurled a steel cable that ensnared the ankles of the 2 individuals at the forefront. A woman clad in a red jacket leapt onto the roof of a truck, scarcely steadying herself before her submachine gun erupted in a hail of gunfire. Before the cacophony of bullets erupted, Hanja had already darted behind a rusted gantry crane, listening to the metallic clatter of bullets striking the steel framework, his fingers tapping a rhythmic beat. Once the cries of anguish subsided, he leisurely emerged from his cover. 4 city dwellers lay sprawled on the ground, their gray uniforms saturated with blood. The woman in the red jacket was searching the bearded man's pockets, and upon hearing footsteps, she looked up and tossed a set of car keys. "Boss, this fool still has a love letter in his pocket." She waved a blood-stained pink envelope. Hanja crouched down, the hem of his leather jacket brushing against the bearded man's bloodied face. The individual emitted a rasping sound from his throat, his right leg twisted unnaturally, yet his left hand remained tightly gripping the firearm. "Pleasant collaboration," he stated, lifting the chin of the man with the bushy beard with the barrel of his gun, "but I have recently implemented a few new rules." With a smile, Hanja pulled the trigger, shattering the man's skull. "A deposit of half, and the remainder shall be paid with your life." Another man, still clinging to life, writhed on the ground. The blond youth gazed at Hanja's approach and suddenly cried out, "We were just following orders. You lunatics!" "Ah!" His anguished scream was silenced as Hanja crushed it back into his throat with his boot. Once the 4 bodies lay lifeless, Hanja turned towards the metallic box, while the woman in the red jacket blew away the smoke from her gun and folded a love letter into a paper airplane, tossing it into the pool of blood. "Damn it, it's a combination lock," a companion exclaimed, squatting in front of the box, scratching his head in frustration. Hanja fired directly at the lock, then reached out to lift the lid. Pulse assault rifles, fragmentation grenades, rocket launchers, good heavens, and so much ammunition. The city folk are different. They managed to acquire such fine goods. A dozen wastelanders encircled the box, the sound of their salivating palpable. These weapons could be exchanged for 7 or 8 armored vehicles in the irradiated ruins or sustain hundreds for half a year on rations. Don't rush, we still have a job to finish, Hanja said, tossing 2 guns to his companions. Tonight at the convention center, let's not forget, the woman in the red jacket suddenly burst into laughter. Boss Han, even in this situation, you're still thinking about robbing? Hanja was stuffing grenades into his satchel when he paused at the mention of a certain incident. I heard that 3 months ago, an official from this city sought out your former leader for a task. His back remained turned, his voice blending with the metallic clatter of firearms. The old man accepted the job, supposedly to ensure the safe passage of the individual involved, only to be riddled with bullets by the official's own bodyguards in the end. A gust of wind, tinged with the scent of rust, swept through the container yard. Some began to mutter curses, while others spat bloodied saliva onto the ground. Thus, Hanja abruptly pivoted, his gun sweeping casually over the crowd, rather than waiting for others to flip the table. A grin revealed his canines. We might as well seize everything they hold dear first. As Hanja kicked the lid of a crate, memories flashed before him, images of the informant during their conversation, where he had nodded with a smile while his right hand sketched graffiti beneath the table with a dagger. Boss Han? A woman prodded him in the back with the barrel of her gun. You're not thinking of repenting now, are you? Snapping back to reality, Hanja noticed all eyes were on him. He licked his sharp canine teeth and suddenly raised his gun, shattering an abandoned surveillance camera 50 meters away. Ha, the time for repentance is over. He reloaded, the metallic shells clattering into the pool of blood at his feet. Let us put on a grand fireworks display for this magnificent city. 7 days prior, within the irradiated wasteland, amidst the ruins, a new bounty was distributed to the mercenaries still operating in the vicinity. Attack the convention center? Are you mad? Which mercenary would dare undertake such a task? This is tantamount to declaring war on the federal government. No one can take that on. No mercenaries were willing to undertake such a task. If resources were to appear in the wasteland, they might consider seizing them. However, breaching into the New Dawn City would mean positioning themselves directly against the federal government, a venture far too perilous to justify. The red-haired man politely retracted the bounty notices and addressed a mercenary who appeared somewhat amenable. I have heard that a certain mercenary who dares to oppose the federal government is expected to arrive here soon. I seek to establish contact with him regarding this bounty. Might you know how I could reach him? Although his tone was exceedingly courteous, by the time he completed his inquiry, everyone around him had already fled. Very well, it seems I must personally pay a visit to this Mr. Han. Chapter 2. Assault and Elimination. Is it sufficient merely to retrieve the items? At that moment, Hanja rhythmically tapped the table with the butt of his gun, casting a sidelong glance at the red-haired man seated across from him. Is there nothing else to be done? Dear Mr. Hanja, trust me. All you need to do is bring the items back, replied the red-haired man, who introduced himself as Andrew, an Irishman. Yet, what remains of Ireland now? Aside from a few major cities cordoned off by the federal government, the world is reduced to the desolate radiation wastelands surrounding these urban centers. Very well, then I must first devise a way to penetrate the city. Do you possess any means to facilitate this? We cannot charge forward brandishing heavy weaponry, can we? Due to widespread panic surrounding disasters and radiation, the federal government has expressly prohibited those who have been exposed to radiation from re-entering the cities. Irrespective of whether radiation is truly contagious, it is a blunt and indiscriminate policy. Moreover, towering walls have long been erected around the cities to combat natural calamities. Fortified with an array of machine guns, explosive devices, grenade launchers, and even surface-to-air missiles, alongside small bombers. A forceful incursion into any city would result in immediate annihilation by the barrage of firepower. Rest assured, we will provide you with the necessary documentation and procedures to enter the city, however, prior to the robbery and promotional gala. I hope everyone can remain quietly within the city. Andrew produced a stack of documents from his breast pocket, placing them on the table and pushing them toward Hanja. I believe you are all respectable individuals, and such matters will not interfere with the endeavor we are about to undertake. A snicker escaped from the crowd, promptly silenced by Hanja's fierce glare. Indeed, we are all dignified individuals. When we speak of seizing the evening gala, we shall do precisely that, without engaging in any other affairs. On the day of the promotional gala, precisely at 7 o'clock in the evening, An elderly man stood solemnly atop the highest building of the original Qixing city, gazing intently at the myriad of towering structures beneath him. Is the plan arranged properly? Fear not, for all eyes have been captivated by the allure of new energy promotions. No one shall uncover our true intentions. A young and beautiful secretary stood respectfully by the elder's side, presenting several documents with deference. Mr. Zhou, these are the latest materials from the Ptolemy Research Institute. Please take a look. No need to review. Simply inform me of how many have succeeded. As of now, there are still only 8. The elder remained silent, gradually squinting his eyes as his gaze drifted towards the boundless cosmos above. Mr. Zhou, it is nothing. I can afford to wait. Inside the exhibition center, Hanja was lifting a colossal box, following the instructions of a petite girl, placing it on a nearby cabinet. You truly are remarkable. This box is typically moved by 3 or 4 people working together. The girl chirped as she marked an item off her list. Although you are new, you work with such efficiency. Once the gala concludes, I shall commend you to the supervisor. All right, I thank you in advance. Hanja smirked, glancing at the wall clock. The minute hand nearing 7:10. I'm off to the restroom. You carry on with your tasks. With a cheerful wave, the petite girl bounded towards the door. As the final tick of the second hand completed its circuit, the minute hand also took its last step. In a resounding boom, on May 26, 2139, the New Qi City Exhibition Center fell victim to an armed terrorist attack, initiated by a shell from a howitzer. Rushing through the long corridor, Hanja meticulously visualized the layout of the exhibition center in his mind. The individuals who had contracted them indicated that on that day, all attention would be focused on the new energy promotional gala. However, what Hanja and his companions were to retrieve was entirely unrelated to the event, a small, high-tech safe. The employer did not disclose the contents of the safe. He only required Hanja to deliver it, deeming the task complete upon its handover. Arriving at the door of the room housing the safe with utmost urgency, Hanja's keen eyes spotted 2 burly men in black suits standing guard. He anxiously shouted to them, "Trouble! There are assailants attacking the exhibition center. Is everything inside secure?" Outside, the sounds of gunfire and the screams of the crowd echoed, causing the 2 men in black to display signs of unease. "It's fine. No one has entered. And we will do our utmost to ensure the safety of the items." "Is that so? That's wonderful. Who is your partner?" Hanja withdrew his hand from behind his back, raising his pistol and aiming it at one of them, a radiant smile gracing his face. "Greetings. I am the assailant here to seize the goods." Bang! The gun discharged, blood and brain matter splattering in all directions. Another figure clad in black experienced a swift change in demeanor as he strode purposefully towards Hanja, skillfully maneuvering the gun's muzzle aside, and raised his hand to strike. Hanja instinctively raised his arm to block, but the assailant swiftly altered his approach, feigning a jab while gripping the gun barrel, attempting to wrest the pistol away. Yet, Hanja's smile remained unfaltering. As the adversary's other hand lunged towards his throat, he abruptly raised his knee, colliding it with the assailant's lower body. The sound of impact resonated. The black-clad man winced, momentarily halted in his assault, though his grip on the gun barrel remained unyielding. "Brother, let me impart a lesson." Hanja suddenly relinquished his hold on the handgun. The assailant's eyes sparkled with anticipation, but the very next moment, a sharp dagger plunged effortlessly into his neck from the left side. In combat, one must contemplate the swiftest means to eliminate the opponent. Withdraw the blade. Pierce flesh anew. Withdraw the blade. Strike again. Your thoughts seemed to linger a tad too long. The figure before him fell, eyes wide in shock, while Hanja feigned nonchalance, patting down his blood-soaked work attire. "Fortunately, it's not my own clothing." Utilizing the card provided by Andrew, Hanja unlocked the door to the room, and his gaze immediately fell upon a diminutive safe situated centrally on a pedestal. The safe, measuring merely a few centimeters in length and width, gleamed in pristine white, utterly immaculate. Without further ado, Hanja seized the safe and dashed towards the exit. Outside the exhibition center, others were engaged in a fierce skirmish with the arriving security personnel. Is Brother Han still not out? If this drags on, the military will intervene. And then how shall we contend? With 3 minutes remaining until the stipulated time, the eldest man kicked the younger one, crouching to evade bullets whizzing past. "What are you panicking for? Fire off a few rounds of grenade artillery over there, and hasten your pace. News has arrived from Hanlauda. The items are secured. Brothers, let's celebrate." Upon hearing the loud shout of the woman in red, A wave of joy washed over everyone. They ceased their assault on the exhibition center, swiftly gathering their equipment and retreating without delay. The young man responsible for communication continued his dialogue with Hanja. Brother Han, it's all settled here. We must hurry back to the wasteland. The intercity train is still operational, and there is no martial law in place. We have time to utilize the train for our return. Understood. We are departing immediately. Hanja had already changed out of his blood-stained work attire into his leather jacket. From the outset, he recognized that the value of this item far exceeded the meager rewards offered by the adversary, facilitating the entry of a dozen radiation-affected wastelanders, one of whom was notoriously insane, indicated that those behind this endeavor held significant power. As a mercenary of the wasteland, a reckless inhabitant of the radiation zone, if someone was willing to pay a hefty sum for his participation, he would undoubtedly elevate this revelry to its zenith. Chapter 3. The ninth executor Han Zhe placed the safe into the pre-prepared satchel, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he approached the train station. According to Andrew's plan, he was to first deliver the safe to the designated contact at an office building before fleeing the city via the train station. However, Han Zhe found such tasks dreadfully mundane. Yet, upon taking a detour to arrive at the train station, he encountered an unexpected figure. "Are you Han Zhe?" A tall man clad in combat gear stood at the side entrance of the train station, flanked by the group of wastelanders who had participated in the assault and robbery alongside him. They were all bound, surrounded by men in black, their guns raised, seemingly ready to take their lives at a moment's notice upon the command of their leader. Observing this scene, Han Zhe immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and smiled at the man who had spoken to him. "It's me. Are you offering me a drink? You have not surrendered the items." The man did not respond to this inquiry, but instead scrutinized Han Zhe for a moment. "You are even more deranged than I had heard. Thank you for the compliment. Do say more, I relish it." The man ignored Han Zhe's nonsensical chatter and extended his hand. "Give me the items, and I will leave you unscathed." This remark elicited an even broader smile from Han Zhe, who shouted to his comrades behind him, "Let us wait until we're down there to commit the terror attack together." He then reached into the safe within his satchel, retrieving a lethal fragmentation grenade that he had prepared in advance. "You must be a high-ranking official from some organization or the federal government, am I right?" He continued to smile, observing the man whose eyes widened in panic as he attempted to distance himself. "I thought I would only be dealing with a few minor players. What splendid luck." With a swift motion, Han Zhe pulled the pin and laughed maniacally. Boom. On May 26, 2139, the second terrorist attack occurred at the Yuanqi New City train station. Simultaneously, at the Ptolemy Institute Quantum Leap Research Center, alarms blared urgently throughout the hall as researchers in lab coats frantically scurried about. "The ninth seed has been awakened." What? Hadn't a suitable subject yet been found? I remain uncertain. However, just moments ago, the Fauci diagram was illuminated. A frigid, mechanical female voice interrupted the conversations of all present. Data recording complete. Quantum Leap is about to commence. Entering countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Everyone stood frozen in place, devoid of stabilizing frameworks, without auxiliary machines to maintain the currents of thought. In a location hundreds of miles away, had someone truly executed a quantum leap out of thin air? 3, 2, 1, 0. The quantum leap now begins. The mechanical voice fulfilled its purpose and subsequently fell silent. The hall descended into an eerie stillness. After a considerable pause, a bald elder arose. Where did the leap occur? A researcher seated before a computer screen tremulously raised a hand. The location is. It appears to be near the city train station of Yuanqi New City. Yuanqi New City train station, the epicenter of the explosion. Captain. A group rushed from behind, encircling the mangled body of a male victim. Damn it, where's the assailant? It seemed he had vanished into thin air. Han Zhe never anticipated that he would open his eyes once more. A lethal grenade had detonated at close range, and even the steel surrounding him would have shattered into numerous fragments. Yet, he found himself awake in a quaint yet unfamiliar room. Before he could fully grasp the situation, a cold, emotionless female voice resonated in his ear. "Esteemed executor, you have successfully arrived at the designated location for transference, and your identity configuration has been completed. Please exert every effort to fulfill your mission." Accompanying the feminine voice were a series of floating white characters before his eyes. Time, March 1626. Location, the former Asian continent. Beijing. Identity, Han Zhe, a native of Puzhou, Shaanxi, born in the 28th year of the Wanli reign, appointed as the right minister of the Honglu Temple in the early years of the Tianqi reign. Primary mission requirements: investigate the truth behind the red pill case and eliminate any remnants left in this place. Other possible tasks: 1. Escape unscathed from the onslaught against the Donglin party. 2. Expose and thwart the schemes of Wei Zhongxian. 3. Acquire a seal of your own. As Hanja read the characters before him, the feminine voice resonated once more. Esteemed executor, the allotted time for this mission is 120 days. Please complete your tasks within the designated period. Wait? What mission? Am I not dead? Where am I? No one answered his queries. Hanja rose from the wooden bed and surveyed the peculiar, modest room around him. The year 1626, Beijing, right minister of the Honglu Temple, the red pill case. Donglin party, Wei Zhongxian. All of this was utterly foreign to Hanja. You have a new communication invitation. Would you like to connect now? As Hanja pondered, another voice abruptly interrupted his swirling thoughts. Connect. Contrary to his expectations, the so-called communication was not merely an auditory link. Before Hanja appeared an endless stream of black data, and in mere seconds, he found himself seated at a modern circular conference table. The round table is adorned with 13 chairs, yet aside from Hanja, only 2 individuals occupy the remaining seats. One of them, situated 2 chairs away from Hanja, is a tall man with golden hair, clad in a windbreaker, his features obscured by a veil of data, rendering him indistinct. The other, seated to Hanja's left, is considerably smaller in stature, with chestnut, slightly curly long hair, dressed in a professional suit, exuding the aura of a career woman, though her visage remains equally unclear. The golden-haired man speaks first. Have they finally found a new adapter? Are you number 9? Before Hanja could fully grasp the situation, he resolved to maintain a facade of composure. Yes, what is it? Allow me to offer some friendly guidance to the newcomer. The golden-haired man leaned casually against the round table, his gaze fixed on Hanja. Is this your first quantum leap? While I'm uncertain who provided your initial instruction, trust me, those who have never genuinely experienced a leap or completed a task cannot truly assist you. Hanja remained silent, adopting a posture that invited further discourse. You should already be aware that you can consult the Faoki map to assess your status, including your engravings and various abilities. Any acquired items will be stored in your storage space for convenient access. Inwardly, Hanja reflected, in truth, I know nothing about this. Yet outwardly, he maintained an unflappable demeanor. I understand. Is that all you wish to convey? Certainly not. I merely worry that newcomers, in their initial leap, become too flustered and forget the foundational knowledge. The golden-haired man stroked his chin, seemingly unfazed by Hanja's skepticism. Falkari possesses historical records that have been preserved in advance. After all, the relocation sites are far removed from our current era, and the sheer volume of information to remember could prove cumbersome. For any unclear events, one may take their time to review them during the task. Historical records? Since the cataclysmic disasters of 40 years ago, most of the documentation of human history has been obliterated. The federal government expended tremendous effort to re-establish the archives of human civilization in the aftermath. Previously, Hanja had little interest in such matters, yet it now appears that he must urgently acquire relevant knowledge. You summoned me here. I trust it is not merely for rudimentary instruction? Hanja leaned his body against the round table, yet his gaze did not meet that of the blond man, instead drifting over the several vacant chairs. Ha ha ha, an old habit, do not mind it. The blond man finally straightened his posture, his gaze shifting to the empty seats. I nearly forgot to introduce myself. I am number 4, and the individual beside you is number 8. Since we are both executors, it is only natural for us to assist one another in our quest to save the world. A flicker of surprise crossed Hanja's eyes, yet his body remained still. Indeed, you speak truth. Allow me to present you with something that I hope will aid you in this endeavor. Upon concluding his words, a white, luminous polymer material materialized before Hanja. Chapter 4, The East Forest Incident. You have acquired a new skill, malicious perception. This skill can be utilized across any realm. With its potency linked to the degree of imprint completion, please obtain the imprint at your earliest convenience. In the fleeting moment when the radiance enveloped his body, Hanja's mind was flooded with pertinent thoughts. Malicious perception, a skill applicable to sentient beings, capable of discerning the degree of threat posed by others. Without hesitation, Hanja resolved to act. With a mere flicker of intention, he directed the skill towards number 4 and number 8. However, This realm did not belong to any conceivable world, resulting in a failure of skill activation. A voice echoed in his ears, plunging Han Zhou into silence. Had he acquired the skill? Then let us not squander your time. May you succeed in your mission. Observing Hanja's silence, Number 4 proactively severed the communication link. While Hanja's figure transformed into a stream of black data, vanishing from the expansive conference room. It was only after Hanja's departure that the previously silent woman finally spoke. You must be well aware that this individual is not an official executor. She summoned a vibrant glow at her side, which materialized into a blue information screen. A new message had just arrived. The Ptolemy Research Institute had detected a new quantum leap event, occurring hundreds of miles away in the city of Yuanqi. I am aware. And I also know that an hour ago, an armed terrorist attack transpired there. For reasons unknown, the military seemed unable to respond in time. Number 8 halted his scrolling of the screen and turned to Number 4. Then why do you continue to offer assistance to that individual? He could have his executor status revoked at any moment. How many years have you been an executor? For years? 5. 6 years. I have been an executor for nearly 2 decades. Over these 20 years, countless individuals have undergone adaptability tests, yet fewer than 40 have qualified. Among these few, only 8 have successfully undergone the leap. 2 were tragically torn to shreds upon initiation, and another 2 met a grim fate at their destination. Number 4 mysteriously produced a cigar, igniting it with a flicker of flame from his fingertips before placing it between his lips. Can you perform a quantum leap without the aid of a framework? 8 remained speechless, viewing such an act as tantamount to suicide. 1 is unaccounted for, while 2 and 3 have perished, as have 6 and 7. The only ones capable of undertaking the leap now are myself, you, Number 5, and this newcomer. Regardless of his identity or past deeds, there will undoubtedly be someone to protect him. As the cigar dwindled, Number 4 forcefully discarded the stub to the ground, watching it disintegrate into a stream of data. Yet I must first ascertain whether he can survive amidst the bizarre tapestry of history. Hanja's vision once again conjured images of wooden structures. He realized he had returned to the year 1626. From the recent dialogue, Hanja had gleaned crucial information and the skills bestowed by Number 4. An executor, saving the world? He sat at the edge of the bed, beginning to piece together the events that had transpired around him. In other words, my suicide not only failed to claim my life, but instead transported me to the city of Beijing in 1626. As for the reason behind the traversal, as well as the executor and the task, they should all be connected to that safe. Hanja had long understood that the safe he took contained something truly remarkable, yet he never anticipated it would transform him into a traveler. What would happen if he failed to complete the task? Would he be returned unceremoniously to his original state? Or would there be repercussions? Such matters cannot be resolved through mere contemplation. Following the guidance of Number 4, Hanjo attempted to awaken the Fauci map within his mind. Ding! What began as a simple attempt unexpectedly manifested a data panel before him. Name: Hanjo. Age: 25. Physical condition: severe radiation contamination, less than 10 years of remaining life. Physical exhaustion enhancement level 45. Combat power: martial arts level 6. Firearms proficiency level 7. Imprint: none. Skills: malicious perception. His gaze lingered on the third data point for several seconds, as some vague memories began to flood into his mind. These are memories from this identity's past? Regrettably, most of them remain quite indistinct. After noting some significant recollections, Hanja opted to access the database to study historical documents from the year 1626. An hour later, pale light filtered through the wooden window, prompting Hanja to close the data panel before him. This identity is rather intriguing, as a fellow townsman sharing the same surname as that esteemed prime minister. How is it that I am not recorded in the Tianjinlu? Is it because I am a traveler, or? A knock interrupted his musings, and a short man stood outside the door, hands at his sides. Han Shicheng, Lord Wei has summoned you to the Songwan Temple for a discussion. Lord Wei? Wei Zhongxian? Am I truly to meet him? The man outside trembled with fear and exclaimed, Sir, be cautious. The message you received is from Duke Suning, Lord Wei Liangqing. Hanja recalled the information he had just reviewed and could not fathom why the chief of the Jinui would seek a private audience with him. At this juncture, Wei Zhongxian was at the height of his power, with the eunuchs wielding authority unabashedly. Given his current position as a fellow townsman of the former prime minister and his role as the vice minister of the Ministry of Rights, he was more likely to be a target of persecution. Very well, I shall proceed at once. The messenger hurriedly departed. Hanja surveyed the room, but found no suitable weapon. He considered taking a porcelain vase, but realized it was unwieldy. Thus he sighed and exited the chamber. Outside, the orderly ancient architecture stood, with people bustling in and out of the buildings across the way. Han Vice Minister, are you also heading to Yunju Temple today? A middle-aged man approached him with a greeting. Hanja's mind instantly recognized the individual. Zhao Ziming, a 6th-grade official in the Ministry of Works and a friend in this capacity. Mr. Zhao, could you direct me to the Sanguan Temple? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziming smiled. Simply exit through Zhengyang Gate and head east. How could you forget such a route? My memory has been rather poor of late. I have an appointment at the Sanguan Temple today, so I cannot linger for conversation. Hanja politely took his leave, eager to first meet with that minor leader of the eunuchs. After all, one of his tasks was to thwart Wei Zhongxian's schemes. Vice Minister Han. As Hanja walked away, Zhao Ziming suddenly raised his voice, calling out to him. Mr. Zhao, is there something else you require? The ghostly figure stood aloof, with the red blossoms of the eggplant scattered across the ground. Han Shicheng, exercise caution, Zhao Ziming remarked before hastily entering the Ministry of Works building without a backward glance. After lingering at the spot for several minutes, Hanja continued his journey to the Sanguan Temple, where he arrived to find someone already waiting. Such prestige you possess, Han Shicheng. Even I must wait for your arrival. The individual was none other than Su Ningho, also known as Wei Liangqing, the nephew of the formidable eunuch Wei Zhongxian. What business compels you to meet me in person? Wei Liangqing furrowed his brow. The tall and slender youth before him, once timid and indecisive, had transformed remarkably. Although he had been fortunate enough to be recommended as a Shicheng, he had swiftly betrayed the Donglin faction under mere intimidation, revealing the whereabouts of numerous individuals. However, today, the youth exuded an aura of ferocity and madness that was previously absent. I have yet to formally thank you for assisting us in exposing Chancellor Han. Although Han San was loath to frame his master, I trust he can no longer extricate himself from this predicament. Hanja remained silent, realizing that his lack of accountability stemmed from his prior compliance with the eunuch faction. Is that all? Nothing else? Today, I wish to convey to you some monumental news. Observing the beaming face of Wei Liangqing, Hanja's inner alarm bells rang. He instinctively activated his malicious perception, witnessing a series of numbers materialize before the other. 87. The revered 9,000 years is exceedingly pleased with your assistance and has decided to bestow upon you the coveted divine revelation you have long desired. As Wei Liangqing's words faded, the ground before the Sanguan Temple suddenly swelled with mounds of varying sizes. These mounds quivered momentarily, and numerous sharp spikes protruded from within. What on earth is this? Hanja swiftly maneuvered to evade the encroaching mounds and their menacing spikes. Meanwhile, Wei Liangqing remained rooted in place, his expression grotesque, his complexion unnaturally pale and rigid, resembling anything but a living being. Han Shicheng, do not resist. This is a gift from the great God of revelation. Embrace it and become one of us. I beg your pardon. I typically do not join unfamiliar organizations on a whim. As the mounds multiplied, a viscous green liquid began to seep from the ground. Most would have been terrified, rendered helpless, and fleeing in all directions. Yet Hanja instead laughed in fury and charged directly at Wei Liangqing. If this is such a divine treasure, how could I keep it for myself? It is far better to deliver it to you. Chapter 5. The red pill case. Never had Hanju anticipated the audacity to counterattack, and Wei Liangqing was momentarily taken aback, unable to react in time. In one swift motion, Hanja lunged forward, his arm coiling around Wei Liangqing's neck like a constrictor. Exerting force to twist, the latter's body instantly lost its balance. Though he had subdued his adversary, Hanja showed no signs of relenting. He tightened his grip on Wei Liangqing's neck, hoisting his head high before bringing it down forcefully against the ground. With a loud thud, Wei Liangqing's head struck the mound, his face lacerated by the sharp spikes, blood streaming profusely. Hanja relentlessly slammed Wei Liangqing's head against the ground a dozen times, and at last, the mounds and spikes ceased to emerge. As Hanja released his grip, Wei Liangqing's head was left a mangled mass, devoid of any recognizable form. Abandoning the lifeless body of his foe, Hanja resolutely began to excavate the earth. He sought to uncover what lay hidden beneath, rendering the land so peculiar. Yet, after digging several dozen centimeters deep, he found nothing. The eerie spikes that had previously emerged left no trace behind. Wiping his hands clean on Wei Liangqing's clothing, Hanja seated himself upon the corpse to reflect. The primary task entrusted to him was to obliterate the remnants of the case and to unearth the truth behind the Red Pill incident. The so-called Red Pill incident refers to a mysterious case from the first year of the Taichung reign. In 1620, merely 10 days after Zhu Chongluo ascended the throne, he succumbed to illness due to excessive indulgence. He summoned the imperial physicians for treatment. After administering a laxative, the condition worsened, and Li Kaizhua, the vice minister of the Honglu Temple, presented a red pill. Initially, it provided some relief, yet in the afternoon, another pill was administered, leading to his demise the following dawn. The pills consumed were termed red pills, and thus the incident has been referred to as the Red Pill incident in later accounts. If one were to merely peruse the records, Hanja might conclude that this was merely a case of the emperor's death resulting from a medication error. However, having inexplicably traversed to the year 1626 and being tasked with uncovering the truth behind the Red Pill incident, coupled with the peculiarities he had just encountered, suggested that the matter was far more intricate than a simple pharmaceutical mishap. The significance of the primary task indicated that these two elements were either of equal importance or possessed some form of connection. Had not the individual just mentioned that the spikes were a blessing from a divine being? The records housed within the Fauci Atlas made no mention of any deities or demons manifesting in Beijing in 1626. After much contemplation and finding no answers, Hanja redirected his gaze to the case of the red pills. The individual who had provided the red pills back then was the vice minister of the Honglu Temple. And now I find myself in the same position. This cannot be mere coincidence. After several rounds of reflection, Hanja resolved to return to the Honglu Temple for further investigation. Swiftly lifting the corpse, he disposed of it behind the temple's concealed rear wall and retraced his steps. Upon re-entering the Honglu Temple, Hanja began to scrutinize the arrangement of the room meticulously. Logically, as a sixth-rank envoy, he should possess a residence within Beijing. However, upon his arrival, he found himself sleeping within the confines of the Honglu Temple. The reasons for a sixth-rank official's absence from home could either be that he was no longer welcome there, or that he had something of significant importance to safeguard. Recalling the words of Wei Liangqing and those peculiar sharp spikes, Hanja surmised that both reasons were likely applicable. After a thorough search, he indeed discovered a hidden compartment beneath the bed, which contained several sheets of paper. Hanja picked up one of them and began to read its contents with great care. To my esteemed younger brother, a few days ago, I was fortunate to receive an inquiry from Minister Han, seeking information regarding the Lotus Bodhisattva, the Great Blood Kulpa, and the Golden Book of Symbols. Though I have dabbled slightly in the doctrines of Buddhism and Taoism, I have never encountered these peculiar terms. It seems Minister Han's inquiries are closely linked to the case of the red pills. Concerning the mysterious case that transpired in the 9th month of the first year of Taichung, it remains unresolved to this day. I have learned that you have been recommended by Minister Han and will soon be traveling to the capital to serve as vice minister of the Honglu Temple. While I harbor some concerns, I also believe that Puzhou is not a place for grand aspirations. Should future clues regarding the red pill case arise, my foolish brother shall once again engage in discourse with my esteemed younger sibling. With this, I conclude my words, wishing you success in all your endeavors. Should there be any further matters, do feel free to correspond once more. Sun Xinxing. Upon finishing the first page of the letter, Hanja proceeded to the second page, which bore a handwriting distinct from the solemn and dignified script of the initial letter. The characters appeared somewhat chaotic. Dear esteemed younger brother Hanja, since I ingested the red pill and have been diligently reciting the scriptures from the Golden Book daily, I have, for the past fortnight, dreamt of the Bodhisattva seated upon a lotus pedestal. Although Yang Lian and others assert that this is a divine gift from the heavenly enlightenment deity, reserved for those favored by Emperor Shenzong, I remain unconvinced. Not to mention, Emperor Shenzong has long since passed. Yet the Bodhisattva I witnessed in my dreams was astonishingly manifesting atop a vast green lake, where faces surged from the water, truly bizarre. These peculiar details are profoundly intriguing, and I fear they may serve as evidence of the Fengzhi faction's collusion with Consort Zheng to harm the late emperor. I have resolved to cease taking the red pill and will bring this matter regarding the red pill case to the attention of His Majesty. As I pen this, the finer details are too numerous to elucidate. Sun Xinxing. Upon reading this, Hanja began to comprehend the actions of the individual named Sun Xinxing. The latter had, prompted by inquiries from others regarding the red pill case, voluntarily engaged in the investigation of this enigmatic issue. Throughout the investigation, he successfully made contact with certain individuals privy to the truth and ingested the red pill. However, due to the bizarre dreams and the death of the late emperor, Sun Xinxing came to perceive the red pill as the culprit responsible for the demise of the emperor, intending to report this matter to the current emperor. Having organized the clues, Hanja picked up the final letter, the handwriting of which had become entirely disordered, and he spent considerable time deciphering its contents. Han Zhixin's brother, it is all wrong. Everything is amiss. It is neither Feng Zhongjia nor Li Kaizhua. It is all the will of Emperor Shenzong. Yet, the emperor has not shown himself again, and the end of days is upon us. I must leave, I must escape. Flee, flee, flee. The remaining pages are densely filled with the words hurry and escape. The contents of this letter left Han just somewhat astonished. While the intentions of the previous two letters were somewhat discernible, the third letter could only be described as the ramblings of a man completely unhinged. What could have transpired? Why is the content of the third letter so bizarre? Han just sat at the edge of the bed, attempting to weave together all the existing clues. He keenly perceived one point. The letter mentioned a person named Yang Lian, who referred to the red pill as a gift from the god of revelation. Thus, could the red pill and the spike be considered equivalent to some extent? Amidst the fog, it seemed as if some entity was linking these grotesque events together. There were still some clues missing, but unfortunately, there were no other records here. The room in the Honglu temple had been thoroughly searched by Hanja, and aside from a hidden compartment beneath the bed, he found nothing else concealed. Now, let me see what force compels me to remain away from home. As dusk approached, Hanja tucked the 3 sheets of letter into his storage space, resolved to venture to his original residence to uncover the truth. Guided by vague memories of his former self, Hanja arrived at a small alley beneath the Forbidden City. At the corner stood a modest courtyard constructed of earth bricks, the very place where Hanja had taken refuge in Beijing while serving as the minister of the Honglu Temple. As a 6th-rank minister, Hanja's household was surprisingly modest, with only 2 elderly servants eagerly welcoming him upon his return. There were no attendants, maidservants, or guards to be found. Was I truly leading such a solitary existence in the year 1626? After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Hanja instructed the 2 old servants not to disturb him and entered his study, closing the door behind him with a soft click. Drawing upon his hazy recollections, Hanja turned a porcelain ornament on the bookshelf, causing a concealed door to slowly creak open before him. Let me see what treasures lie within. As he had anticipated, the small secret chamber was filled to the brim with silver. Executor, you have successfully acquired 30,000 taels of silver from the late Ming dynasty, which can be exchanged for equivalent wealth in any world. How much would it convert to in federal currency? The response was swift. The equivalent value amounts to 360,000 federal coins. Without hesitation, Hanja collected all the silver, his fingers gliding over the barren walls of the chamber. It seemed that in this era, great opportunities awaited me. Chapter 6. In Splendid Attire by Night, Part 1. As a mercenary of the wasteland, Hanja was far from a naive soul. Even when entangled in the conflicts of the federal government, he would strive to maximize his own benefits. Given the substantial wealth he had amassed, it would be illogical for him not to accept it. However, Hanja harbored some questions. From a 6th-rank official position, how could he possess such an abundance of silver? Although he was unfamiliar with the wage system of this era, he understood that such a vast fortune could not be easily acquired. Upon further inspection, aside from the silver that filled the secret chamber, Hanja discovered several sheets of blue paper within the confines of the room. What lies above is not a correspondence, but rather a series of peculiar and ambiguous scriptures. The heart, vast and boundless like the void, is inherently tainted, devoid of purity. Hanja pinched the bridge of his nose, utterly perplexed by the meaning of these texts, feeling dizzy from prolonged scrutiny. Could this be the scripture referred to in the letter, the Kalachakra? If so, it might indeed bear significant relevance to his primary mission. In pursuit of further clues, Hanja compelled himself to continue perusing the script on the paper. After 5 minutes, he clenched the sheet tightly in his hand, striving to maintain a semblance of a smile before taking a deep breath. It was entirely incomprehensible. Perhaps it was time to seek alternative methods for clues. The scriptures were insurmountable, yet there must be other avenues to explore. Just as he contemplated searching other parts of the estate for hints, he noticed something peculiar about the creased areas of the paper. Gently, Hanja tore the sheet, only to discover another page concealed beneath the scripture. On this page, an array of strange financial records was meticulously inscribed. July 5th, purchased Tian Kue water for Chien of Zahesh. July 8th, acquired Zahesh, cinnabar, and 6 Chien of true lead. July 12th, purchased 2 Chien of aconite. Hanja swiftly reviewed the accounting records. The procurement entries spanned a full 2 months, featuring a vast array of peculiar substances. Following suit, he picked up several other sheets, and indeed, each bore hidden financial records beneath the scriptures. Altogether, these records accumulated to a full year. Are these my accounts? Why have I purchased such an abundance of medicinal herbs? And where are they now? Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated Hanja's mind. Could it be that these herbs were intended for the concoction of the red pills? The last individual to present the red pills was the vice minister of the Honglu Temple, and now, he occupies the same position. This is intriguing. In the secret chamber, devoid of any other objects, Hanja meticulously organized the accounts before returning to his study. He surveyed the somewhat cramped arrangement of the room, reflecting momentarily before he kicked over the desk before him. In his original memories, it seemed there was a combination lock or something similar. Having failed to recall the password, Hanja had no intention of wasting time deciphering it. Instead, he seized the bronze incense burner that had fallen beside him and forcefully struck it against the concealed compartment in the floor. Bang, crack! The wooden planks, coated in clay, shattered in response, revealing a hidden piece of silk within. Upon the silk was depicted an image of a Buddhist bodhisattva, seemingly sculpted from mutton-fat jade. With the upper body unclothed, the bodhisattva sat gracefully upon a lotus throne of alternating crimson and black, one jade foot gently touching the boundless green waters below. The countenance of the bodhisattva radiated compassion and tranquility, with eyes slightly lowered, as if gazing down upon all living beings. At the bottom of the silk, someone had inscribed in small characters, "Brother Zhao, you are indeed correct. We can no longer assist them in acquiring medicinal herbs. Otherwise, none shall escape. Once I have secretly hidden away the remaining silver, I shall depart from Beijing by mid-March. If you come across this painting, you may use the porcelain vase you gifted me to unlock the secret chamber in my old residence. I have documented last year's acquisition records on paper, covered with scriptures. Hope to assist you in overthrowing the eunuchs." After reading the comments, Hanja was convinced that his previous conjectures were entirely correct. The so-called vice minister of the Honglu Temple was indeed responsible for secretly acquiring medicinal materials and concocting the infamous red pills. The former minister was the chief architect behind the red pill scandal. The last emperor who consumed the red pills met with an untimely demise, and the previous vice minister was punished. So, who is currently seeking individuals to concoct the red pills? Considering his mission and a series of events he encountered, Hanja had arrived at an answer. The powerful eunuch who was manipulating the court, Wei Zhongxian. What precisely are the red pills? Why did Wei Zhongxian begin to seek out individuals to concoct the red pills after Zhu Chonghua's death? Hanja casually pulled a wooden chair towards him, disregarding the disarray of the study, and began to ponder. What was the true nature of the Tianqi deity? And why was the Emperor Shenzong involved? In just one day, Hanja had gathered numerous clues, yet the truth behind the red pill scandal remained elusive. Why hadn't my own equipment been transported alongside me during the time travel? It would be reasonable to bring along a grenade. Unable to find an answer, Hanja, in a fit of boredom, kicked the fallen vase on the ground. Watching it roll about, suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, halting at the door. "Sir, a guest has arrived." "Who is it?" "The guest is waiting in the front hall. This old servant dares not speak further." Hanja crushed the porcelain vase underfoot, discreetly collecting the sharp fragments into his storage space. "Very well, I shall come at once." Descending the stairs to the foyer, I found a pale-faced man clad in a crimson robe adorned with patterns resembling clouds and geese, sipping tea while awaiting my arrival. Han Shurching seemed caught in the relentless ebb and flow of obligations, scarcely finding a moment to attend to his guests. The man spoke in a voice that was soft and ambiguous, neither distinctly masculine nor feminine. "Ah, yet another eunuch." Han just silently scoffed, approaching the stranger with measured steps. "What brings you to my residence at such a late hour?" The man looked up in surprise, casting a glance at Hanja. He chuckled softly. "The esteemed ninth prince has requested that Han Shurching enter the palace to appreciate the scenery. He has been waiting for several days without seeing your return." "Oh, I've been rather busy lately, and have had no time," Hanja replied. Upon hearing this, the pale-faced man forcefully set his teacup down on the table, causing tea to splash everywhere. Their eyes met, and in that fleeting moment, it was as if sparks had ignited. Does Han Shurching intend to defy the decree? Hanja smiled, albeit insincerely. Since when did Wei Zhongxian's command become a royal edict? The eunuch let out a chilling laugh, clapping his hands together. For men in blue robes, wielding long blades, entered in a disciplined formation. Imperial guards, heed my command. Seize the traitor Hanja and escort him back to the palace for Lord Wei's judgment. At this, Hanja finally revealed a genuine smile. So, the charade is over? Perfect, for I have no desire to exchange further pleasantries with you. As the Imperial guards advanced toward Hanja, he too surged forward, but his aim was singular. In the blink of an eye, he retrieved a shard of porcelain and clenched it tightly in his hand, and before the seated individual could react, he had already grasped the man's shoulder. The sharp shard pressed against the neck of the pale-faced eunuch glimmered with a chilling light. The captive eunuch stiffened. His face instantly drained of color. Behind him, Hanja stood firm, slightly leaning forward as he whispered menacingly, "Do not move. Make them step back, or I shall carve off your skin." Chapter 7. The Knight in Brocade, Part 2. The shard's tip had already pierced the eunuch's skin, drawing forth crimson droplets of blood. "Stop. Everyone, retreat. Step back." The pale-faced eunuch, seemingly taken aback by Hanja's audacity, was now visibly shaken. "Han Shurching, we can discuss this calmly. Do not resort to violence. Not a problem. How about we converse about our next destination? Where are we going?" Hanja moved the porcelain shard closer to the eunuch's carotid artery, his tone light and casual. "Now, tell me, are there any rebel forces in Beijing?" 2/4 of an hour later, Hanja held the pale-faced eunuch captive as they rode in the latter's carriage towards the Fire God Temple. "Are you certain there are rebels at the Fire God Temple?" "Indeed. We have received information that officials are harboring traitors there, and higher-ups are dispatching people to conduct a crackdown in the coming days." "Oh, is that so formidable?" Hanja jested lightly, yet his gaze remained fierce. "Han Shurching, we have heeded your instructions and are en route to the Fire God Temple. Perhaps you could first remove that blade." The pale-faced eunuch desperately shrank his body, attempting to distance himself from the sharp shard in Hanja's grasp. Yet as he shrank back, Hanja extended his hand forward, pressing the shard against his throat as the former cowered in the corner of the carriage. "Do not be afraid. I am no demon. Look, I even seek out the rebels. Is this not for the sake of peace in the realm? Why do you speak such words, Han Shurching?" He chuckled. Hanja offered no response, merely tightening his grip on the porcelain fragment. With the carriage forging ahead with great vigor, the group soon arrived at the outer precincts of the Fire God Temple. By early February, the temple had closed its doors, claiming it was for repairs, yet in truth, a dozen men were gathered inside. "Zhao Heir, your efforts to gather intelligence are commendable. Alas, we can only operate under the cloak of night. When shall we unite our brethren to confront the eunuchs?" "Do not speak so. It is a tremendous fortune that we have the protection of Lord Zhao, allowing us to remain at the Fire God Temple to further our cause." The men, their skin weathered and bronzed by the elements, bore the marks of toil, with their leader possessing high cheekbones and sunken cheeks, a visage of a seasoned peasant. Before he could further rally his comrades, a diminutive figure stumbled into the temple. "Chinda, a carriage has halted at the entrance of the Fire God Temple. There are 4 mounted guards in fine attire following behind." At this, all within the temple rose to their feet. The mention of the guards was akin to invoking a calamity. "What brings them with such urgency to the Fire God Temple at this hour? Have we been discovered? Those accursed eunuchs. I shall confront them." Amidst the chaos, the leader known as Chunda rose to his feet, stamping his foot with great force, and bellowed, "Enough!" Instantly, the surrounding crowd fell silent, their gazes fixed upon Chunda, who occupied the principal position. "Xiao He, you shall masquerade as the gatekeeper and inquire about the intentions of the visitors. The rest of you, arm yourselves. Zhao Heir, take a few men upstairs to ready your bows, while the remainder shall accompany me to lie in ambush at the rear courtyard." With the command issued, confusion dissipated, and the others swiftly organized themselves according to Chunda's directives, arming themselves and preparing for concealment. Before the Fire God Temple, Hanja gazed at the tightly shut door, using a shard of porcelain to threaten the pale-faced eunuch, signaling him to proceed with knocking. "Is anyone there? Allow me to enter and pay my respects to the true Lord of Fire." With a creak, the door was opened just a crack. A short, frail man peered out, startled by the sight of Hanja and the eunuch. "What brings you two to the Fire God Temple at such a late hour?" Initially suspecting that officials had sent men to surround them, he soon realized that only 4 Imperial guards were present, and their numbers seemed insufficient. Moreover, the sight of the man before him brazenly taking the eunuch hostage to knock on the door was quite unexpected. Didn't we say we are here to pay homage to the true Lord of Fire? Hanja maintained a jovial demeanor, even as he firmly restrained the eunuch in front of him, his other hand wielding the sharp porcelain shard pointed at the man's throat. The Fire God Temple is still undergoing renovations. It would be best if you two returned. Oh, come on, let us in for a stroll. Even if it's not finished, we'd still like to take a look. After a moment of silence, the short man pushed the door open wider, saying, "Since you are so insistent on entering, please, do come in." As he pushed the door ajar, he discreetly gestured behind him, signaling the hidden brethren that the situation was amiss and to remain vigilant. Hanja maintained his smile, and as the door swung open, he promptly unleashed his skill. Numbers materialized. However, unlike Wei Lianqing, the figure displayed on the opponent was 16. 16, indicating a lack of malevolence. A fleeting thought crossed Hanja's mind as he tightened his grip on the pale-faced eunuch and followed the slender man into the temple of the fire god. Upon entering the courtyard, Hanja halted, casually inquiring, "Wasn't it said that the temple of the fire god was under renovation? It appears there are no signs of work being done." It was late at night, and everyone had presumably retired for rest. Indeed, a reasonable person would not be awake at such an hour. Both parties harbored their own thoughts, refraining from exposing one another's intentions. Shortly thereafter, Hanja stopped again, now positioned at the very center of the courtyard. "I say, you are the rebels, are you not?" The slender man ahead quivered at the words, tightening his grip on the lantern he carried. "I do not comprehend what you are saying." Hanja pressed a shard of porcelain against the eunuch's face, issuing a command, "Relay to them what you disclosed to me in the carriage, and do so loudly." The eunuch's complexion turned a shade akin to that of a liver, his body tensing as he attempted to evade the sharp edge. "Han Shirching, do not be so hasty." "Ah!" The sharp point of the porcelain shard pierced his skin, eliciting a cry of agony. "Do not make me repeat myself. Speak. Speak. I shall speak at once." The esteemed 9,000 years has received word that officials are harboring traitors within the temple of the fire god. The Imperial Guard is about to be dispatched to besiege the fire god temple. Upon hearing this news, those lurking in the shadows all turned pale. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Chunda instructed the others to remain still and stepped forward to confront Hanja. "May I inquire who you are?" "I am someone who has taken a keen interest in you," Hanja replied. The dim light of a lantern illuminated the small clearing, revealing Hanja standing before the leader of the rebel forces, flanked by 4 members of the Imperial Guard with their hands resting on their sword hilts. Chunda discreetly observed the man before him, tall and slender, clad in the attire of a civil official, yet audacious enough to wield a shard of porcelain against his own colleague. When he met Hanja's gaze, he was taken aback by the ferocity hidden behind a seemingly cheerful expression. Although Hanja wore a smile, his eyes seemed to harbor a malevolent spirit, as if ready to break free from restraint and shred everyone present to pieces. "What draws your interest in us?" Chunda pressed on, unable to discern the other's intentions. "Because I wish for peace across the land," Hanja declared with an air of conviction, sending an inexplicable chill through the hearts of those present. "And how do you intend to achieve this peace?" "By storming the palace and exterminating the demons." "Can this truly bring peace to the world?" Chunda's expression hardened at these words, his gaze locking on Hanja as he concealed his hands behind his back, poised to signal his companions to act at any moment. "How can you prove that you genuinely intend to accomplish this, rather than merely spouting empty rhetoric?" "Oh, that is quite simple." Hanja's smile grew ever brighter as he forcefully plunged the porcelain shard into the throat of the pale eunuch, viciously tearing it from side to side. Flesh split apart, blood splattered. The anguished screams of a dying man reverberated above the temple of the fire god. "Is this evidence sufficient?" Blood erupted, splattering over Hanja as he stood at the center of the crimson pool. Raising the severed head of the eunuch and gesturing towards Chunda, "Consider this a token of our meeting." The look on the faces of the Imperial Guards behind him darkened instantaneously, drawing their blades and charging towards Hanja and Chunda brothers. "Engage. Do not allow the Imperial Guards to return alive." With Chunda's command, arrows rained down from the rooftops towards the guards, while others concealed in the shadows surged forth, brandishing their blades. Hanja, clutching the eunuch's severed head, used the lifeless body as a shield against the guard strikes. "Do we have any weapons? Bring me one." As he witnessed others embroiled in combat with the guards and feeling defenseless, Hanja turned to Chunda and shouted. A short dagger flew towards him. "Chunda, Engaged in a fierce struggle with one of the guards, was the one who tossed the weapon, a lean man. Use this first. Without hesitation, Hanja accepted the dagger, pivoting to strike at one of the guards who was momentarily distracted by two of his comrades. Excellent. Let us eliminate them first. Chapter 8. The Night of the Imperial Guards, Part 3. Hanja joined the fray, swiftly dispatching the first guard, while the remaining three succumbed to the overwhelming numbers of the insurrectionists. Within the Temple of the Fire God, 5 bodies lay neatly arranged. Chinda, how can we possibly remain here in the Temple of the Fire God? Remain? Have you not heard what the dead man said? Wei Zhongxian already knows we are here and will soon send men to besiege the temple. Chun, filled with ire, tugged at his clothes and directed his gaze towards Hanja. What is your purpose here? I wish to leverage the power of the rebel army to breach the Forbidden City in search of someone. Who? Wei Zhongxian. Everyone here desires his death. How fortunate, then, that we share a common goal. The onlookers remained silent, encircling the two adversaries in the courtyard, vigilant of Han Zhe's every move. Why do you seek him? Are you affiliated with the Donglan party? No, I am not aligned with any faction. Han Zhe, bloodied yet remarkably composed, regarded Chun with indifference. You are part of the rebel army. What compels you to revolt? This inquiry seemed to strike a nerve with Chun, whose face contorted in anguish as he forcefully kicked the corpse of the white-faced eunuch. Because the rest of my family has perished from starvation. We possess no land. We cannot acquire silver. To remain passive is to court death. These words elicited expressions of sorrow from those surrounding them, if not for the dire straits they faced, who would willingly risk their heads in defiance of the court. Yet now, even officials within the court were willing to extend their support, illuminating the harsh realities of their plight. Do you truly believe that by slaying Wei Zhongxian, you can alter the current circumstances? Yes. The gentleman who supports us has proclaimed that Wei Zhongxian's tyranny has brought disaster upon the realm. If we eliminate him, the virtuous ministers can restore the court and save the nation. Hanja curled his lip in a sardonic smile. Is this your consensus? What else can we think? Is it not true that eunuchs currently dominate the palace and control the state affairs? Indeed, that is correct. As long as he perishes, the virtuous ministers shall ascend to power, and we may enjoy a prosperous life. What could possibly be amiss? Having acquired ample information, Hanja, a man from the year 2139, possesses a foresight surpassing that of all present. He stepped forward, only to halt upon witnessing Chunde assume a defensive stance. On what grounds do you believe that the demise of Wei Zhongxian will lead to a better life for the common people? Merely based on the promise of another court official? Why do you entrust your fate to the whims of such a despotic and absurd authority as the imperial power? Wei Zhongxian is no virtuous figure, and neither is the Donglan party. To strike down one eunuch and elevate a few scholars merely transitions the populace from one hell to another. In the darkness of the night, only the cold wind spiraled through the courtyard. Even the temple dedicated to the god of fire could not dispel the boundless darkness enveloping the world. The surrounding individuals were left in shock by Hanja's audacious words, unable to regain their composure for an extended period. At last, Chinda relaxed his stance and quietly inquired of Hanja, "Then what solution do you propose? Aside from seeking a righteous emperor and virtuous ministers, we have no other options." Yet, Hanja merely shrugged, a smile gracing his lips. "Well, I am not a historian, nor do I possess any viable solutions. But do not be hasty. I do have an idea." The eyes of the crowd turned towards Hanja, eager to hear what notion this peculiar man might offer. As he noticed the gaze of everyone upon him, Hanja took a deep breath and proposed, "How about we instigate a grand war?" The surrounding crowd appeared bewildered, failing to comprehend the essence of Hanja's statement. "Ha ha ha, considering the multitude of issues you currently face, eunuchs in power, scarce resources, foreign invasions, and autocratic rule, rather than exhausting yourselves in attempts to salvage this situation, why not contemplate how to drag everyone down into mutual destruction? Once this wave of individuals has perished, perhaps peace could finally reign." Silence enveloped the fire god temple, with no one responding to Hanja's words. Have you ever heard the adage, "Fairness is that everyone dies, and the greatest fairness is that all perish together"? A few on his left opened their mouths, yet no words emerged. Chunda stood frozen, utterly at a loss for how to reply to Hanja. Even if you were to eliminate Wei Zhongxian and support a virtuous emperor and worthy ministers, the issues of land, food, centralized power, and foreign threats would not be easily resolved. So, would you consider my proposal? To incite a sufficiently large war that entangles all those who dwell in their lofty positions, seeking to preserve their own interests? In an age of imperial rule, the common people are always relegated to the lowest strata. Given this reality, why not engage in an unending conflict? Once the population has diminished significantly, tranquility would undoubtedly follow. Hanja sincerely offered this suggestion, believing wholeheartedly that there was nothing amiss with his words. As the crowd fell into a profound silence, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in Hanja's ear. Executor, you have successfully attracted the gaze of war. Related tasks are now refreshed. In front of Hanja's eyes appeared an inconspicuous text that others could not see. The red horse approaches, granting you a crown. The earth shall know no peace. You have successfully acquired the war imprint. The skills obtained are the Hand of War and Legion Amplification. Hand of War. You possess the ability to transform any object you touch into a weapon. Note, the imprint's integrity is low, restricting transformations to weapons you have personally wielded and can comprehend their forms. Furthermore, the transformed object must consist of weapon-related materials. For instance, flesh cannot be transformed into steel knives, nor can wood be transformed into alloy firearms. Legion Amplification. Your organized team gains a 20 increase in strength, speed, and endurance during combat. Note, the effects and types of amplification will enhance as the integrity of the imprint increases. Your other tasks have been refreshed. 1. Within the allotted time, organize a team of over 100 individuals to combat another team exceeding 200 members, and ensure the elimination of at least half of the opposing force. 2. Expose and thwart Wei Zhongxian's schemes, successfully assassinating him. 3. Ignite the flames of war in 1626, resulting in no fewer than 10,000 deaths, solidifying the war imprint. Upon reading the tasks, Hanja suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, truly, when one wishes to kill, assistants arrives with a knife. Chunda, initially ensnared in a dilemma due to Hanja's insane proposal, was startled by the laughter. What is happening? No worries. No worries. How are your thoughts coming along? If inspiration truly eludes us, perhaps we should first contemplate what our next course of action should be. At this moment, a few individuals have begun to align themselves with Hanja, as they are, after all, common folk who, absent a stroke of fortune, will perpetually endure a life of hardship. Nevertheless, his proposal is exceedingly audacious, rendering it difficult for anyone to acquiesce. Chun sighed deeply, glancing around at his comrades, and consented to discuss the arrangements for the upcoming days. After all, igniting a war necessitates a multitude of resources, and surviving the immediate days ahead is indeed a pressing concern. Chapter 9, Night in Brocade, Part 4. Chunda, where do we go from here? We cannot linger at the Fire God Temple. We must leave the city for the time being. This group is acutely aware that this locale is ill-suited for an extended stay. Setting aside the siege mentioned by that pale-faced eunuch, having slain 4 members of the Genie Wei and a third-rank official this very night, they have no choice but to vacate the city. Leave the city? Why depart so early? Hanja obstructed the departing rebels, gesturing toward the Genie Wei corpse discarded amidst the weeds in the backyard. Given such favorable circumstances, would it not be remiss to not procure some silver for our endeavors? Chinda furrowed his brow. What more do you wish to achieve? Hey, shall we embark on a night in Brocade? The others present exchanged glances, while Hanja's smile became increasingly pronounced. In the dead of night, outside Wei Liangqing's residence. Is this what you call a night in Brocade? Dressed in blue attire with a crossover collar, Chunda and the other two regarded the opulent mansion before them with a sense of uncertainty. Hanja tugged at his clothes. Being tall, even the largest robe felt somewhat snug on him. Indeed, donning funeral attire on a late evening surely did not imply that you were summoned to admire flowers, did it? Do you comprehend where this place is? I am aware. This is the locale where we shall amass considerable wealth. Without waiting for others to voice their thoughts, Hanja strode confidently toward the back door. A few sword-bearing guards stationed at the entrance swiftly moved to obstruct his passage. Impudent. This is the residence of the Duke of Suning. No idle folk are permitted to approach. Hanja's expression shifted as he adopted a tone of authority, questioning the guards. Do you not recognize who I am? His demeanor successfully instilled doubt in the guards. Clad in the attire of the Imperial Guards, he appeared far from an aimless wanderer. This, I am not aware. We are the inner troops under the command of the esteemed 9,000 years, tasked with delivering the sacred object to the Duke of Suning's residence. How dare you impede my progress? This declaration startled the guards. Although they had been instructed not to allow anyone into the estate without due cause, The man's words pertained to matters their master had long overseen. However, Lord Wei had yet to return home today. Would it not be prudent to return on another day? Preposterous. If the items are not delivered tonight, how will you bear the wrath of the 9,000 years? Having spoken, Hanja turned to the guards, revealing the package held by the other 3 men. A potent scent of blood emanated from the parcel, adding a chilling air to the wintry night. Yes, yes. I have overstepped. Please, esteemed sirs. Hanja raised his head, disregarding the few guards, and strode directly into the courtyard. Chunda and the others tightened their expressions, lifting the package containing the severed head of the eunuch, and followed Hanja into Wei Liangqing's official residence. The courtyard was expansive, yet at this late hour, few servants roamed about. The 4 individuals disguised as Jinyui swiftly advanced to the depths of the courtyard. What shall we do now? Should we search for the eunuch's hidden treasures? One of the insurgents accompanying Hanja cracked his knuckles, emboldened by his aspirations. Otherwise, he would not have involved himself in this matter. Search? There are only 4 of us. In such a vast residence, how long might it take to find anything? Moreover, the inhabitants here will not simply watch us wander aimlessly. Yet you brought us here under the pretense of earning silver? Surely you jest? As the other 3 began to grow anxious, Hanja remained increasingly composed. He waved a finger before him and turned to Chunda, inquiring, "What of the fire sticks we retrieved from the Jinyui? It is their turn to shine. What do you intend to do?" Chunda, seemingly grasping the impending events, handed one of the fire sticks to Hanja, feeling a surge of excitement, unable to suppress the thought that this madman before him was indeed a harbinger of chaos. Come, let us reduce this grand abode to ashes. A quarter of an hour later, flames began to flicker in the rear courtyard. Hanja directed the others to discreetly ignite fires in various locations, concealing himself in the shadows, shouting, "Water! Help!" His voice abruptly roused the majority of the slumbering occupants within the residence, causing dozens of servants to hurriedly rush out of their chambers, grasping basins and bowls to extinguish the flames in the courtyard. However, the fire spread rapidly, and soon the servants found themselves overwhelmed, helplessly watching as the inferno grew fiercer. Quickly, fetch the fire extinguishers. There's no time. First, remove the valuables from the storeroom. 2 individuals resembling overseers dashed past Hanja, their panic rendering them oblivious to the stranger lurking in the shadows. As they hurriedly reached the storeroom and unlocked the door with a key, a dark figure lunged from behind, swiftly severing the head of one overseer with a blade. "Ah, be quiet. I am not a villain. Reveal to me where the valuables are kept." Witnessing the gruesome fate of his colleague, the remaining overseer nearly fainted. Yet, Hanja afforded him no time to react. Pressing the blade against his throat, "I am pressed for time. Convey the information clearly within 3 sentences, or I shall sever your head. The storeroom contains gold, silver, and jewels. There are also antiques and paintings. Most of the valuable items are stored inside. Please spare me." As the overseer felt the cold metal pressed against his neck, fear compelled him to divulge all he knew. Very well. Upon hearing Hanja's response, the overseer exhaled in relief, only to have the blade swiftly slice through his throat, blood splattering across the intricately carved pearwood door, staining it red. "But why did you utter 4 sentences? Until the steward clutched his neck and collapsed to the ground, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Hanja maintained a serene smile. After a few minutes, confirming that there were no ambushes within the room, Hanja kicked aside the 2 corpses at his feet and boldly advanced into the storeroom. On the left side of the storeroom, gold and silver treasures were piled high. The gold ingots were meticulously arranged, shimmering with a cold luster in the dim light. Strings of pearls lay beside them, while a myriad of gemstones such as emeralds, agates, and rubies were scattered about, dazzling Hanja's senses. On the right side of the storeroom, ancient artifacts and paintings adorned the walls. Many scrolls, aged and slightly yellowed, exuded an air of antiquity. Although Hanja could not decipher the calligraphy or the art, he understood that these were undoubtedly masterpieces of renowned artists. The presence of such priceless artworks alongside the gold and silver treasures silently testified to Wei Liangqing's wealth and power. However, behind this opulence lay the accumulated blood and tears of countless individuals. Goodness, I thought I had been greedy enough, yet this fellow has been even more avaricious. Hanja thought to himself, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he gathered the jewels from the storeroom, swiftly storing them in his own space. A mechanical voice echoed in his ears, incessantly calculating the wealth these resources could yield in the future world. He intended to set aside a portion for the rebels and allocate another segment for the formation of an army. After collecting all the valuable items, Hanja leisurely leaned against the empty wooden cabinet, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at the raging flames outside. 1626. Truly a remarkable year. Chapter 10. The wraith of fire raged throughout the night, only beginning to extinguish as dawn broke. The once grand estate now lies in ruins, its air thick with the acrid scent of charred remnants. Upon reuniting with Chunda and the others, Hanja produced several hundred taels of silver, bestowing them into their hands. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos, I managed to locate the storeroom and retrieve some silver for you to utilize. The trio's eyes gleamed with excitement as they eagerly stepped forward to accept the bounty, though their faces were smeared with soot and ash. The realization that Hanja could indeed provide them with wealth filled them with exhilaration. Master Han, your noble spirit is commendable. With this money, our brothers outside the city can breathe a little easier. Do you still have men outside the city? Hanja felt a surge of joy within. He had a crucial mission to assemble forces for battle. Yes, approximately 200 brothers are stationed in various villages just 2 li outside Beijing. Our perilous foray into the city was also in pursuit of resources and wealth. The responses from the 3 men lifted Hanja's spirits, and he squinted with satisfaction at Chunda. Excellent. I sense great potential in all of you. Master Han, it is now the hour of the hare. I surmise the officials will soon arrive. Should we not withdraw from this place? Since receiving the silver, Chunda's respect for Hanja had notably increased. Despite the man's seemingly reckless words and actions, the benefits he provided were undeniable. Very well, let us depart. Chunda took the lead as they navigated through Guangning Gate towards several villages located to the west of Beijing. However, one man hesitated, remaining rooted in place. Zhao Er, what are you doing? If you do not leave now, do you intend to wait for the officials to arrive? How could that be? It was merely a peculiar incident I encountered in this courtyard that left me somewhat apprehensive. This statement successfully halted Hanja in his tracks. With a keen interest, he turned back to discover the speaker, a man with an unsettling expression. Peculiar incident? Pray tell, what strange occurrence have you encountered? The man known as Zhao Er had initially been reluctant to elaborate, yet recalling his bizarre experience in the side courtyard, he mustered the courage to speak. There is undoubtedly something beneath this courtyard. Upon hearing this, the other 2 men erupted into laughter, excluding Hanja. Zhao Er, surely you must be mistaken in the dim light of night. Is there something buried underground? Perhaps a trove of gold and jewels? As his companions mocked him, Zhao Er's face flushed, and his voice grew increasingly urgent. No, there truly is something amiss. I saw a face floating in the pool of the side courtyard. However, his explanation only fueled their laughter further. Meanwhile, Hanja recalled the initial letters he had seen, which explicitly stated that after consuming the red pill, one could behold faces surging within a green lake in their dreams. Perhaps it was merely a trick of the night. It would be wise to disregard this matter and depart. Yet, despite his outward dismissal, Hanja understood that having first encountered Wei Liangqing, where he narrowly escaped the peril of underground spikes, and now having ventured into the enemy's abode, it would be unreasonable not to encounter some form of strangeness. As they prepared to leave Wei Liangqing's residence and head towards Guangning Gate, the ground beneath their feet suddenly trembled. Hanja raised an eyebrow. What is happening? An earthquake? Before the 4 could steady themselves amidst the tremors, dozens of pale, human hands emerged from the earth beneath them. What manner of monster is this? What situation is unfolding? The hands seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, swiftly converging towards the feet of the 4. A few of these ghastly appendages had already seized Hanja's ankles, attempting to drag him into the soil. Indeed, this place harbored such horrors. As the first hand gripped his instep, Hanja's keen eyes discerned other peculiarities beneath the surface, an array of bizarre, jagged spikes. He must not be ensnared by the earth. He must break free from these grasping hands. Flee westward, towards the city. With a resounding shout, Hanja drew his blade and struck at the encroaching hands. Unlike the flesh and blood of a human, these pallid limbs were dry and unyielding. Even as Hanja's blade struck true, no blood flowed. Instead, they shattered like a mud wall, crumbling into fragments upon the ground. The other 3, witnessing this, also began to fight back against the hands and rushed towards the western part of the city. The hands did not overly entangle the remaining 3. They seemed to have a particular affinity for Hanja. Go on ahead. We shall regroup at Guangning Gate. Realizing that he was the primary target of their malevolence, Hanja decisively instructed the other 3 rebels to flee first. Lord Han, what about you? No time for chatter. Move. Chinda, understanding the urgency of their plight, hastily urged his two companions to leave the spot. It was only after their figures vanished into the distance that Hanja, maintaining his composure, severed yet another pale arm that had ventured too close, his gaze shifting to the desolate and crumbling estate. I say, if you wish to kill me, well, do so openly. What purpose do these petty tricks serve? As dawn approaches, the majority of the populace ventures forth to commence their labors. However, the residence of the Duke of Suning stands isolated, having recently suffered a devastating fire, leaving the area eerily desolate. A well-maintained hand extends from the crumbling wall, accompanied by a hoarse male voice. Hee, Han Shicheng, we meet again. The creature that materializes before him is grotesque, despite possessing a human form. It is crowned with a shattered, swollen head. Who are you? Ah, Han Shicheng has quite the memory. We only encountered each other yesterday, yet you've already forgotten? Hanja tilts his head slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he locks eyes with the adversary lurking by the wall. I recall now. You are of the Wei clan, aren't you? Remarkably, you are still alive. As he speaks, he activates his skill, revealing the malicious intent of his foe. 99. Oblivious to the impending danger, Wei Lianqing emits a strange sound from his throat, his hands flailing before him. This is the divine blessing of the god of revelation. I am immortal. You should not forsake this honor. It is not too late to join us. That sounds rather appealing, but I must decline. Regrettably, the now monstrous Wei Lianqing pays no heed to Hanja's refusal. He begins to tear at the skin of his own face, stripping it away in strips and consuming it. Han Shicheng, do not reject us. Join us. Join. As Wei Lianqing continues to rip at his own flesh, his already horrific visage becomes increasingly grotesque. Strangely, however, no blood flows from his wounds. Instead, a viscous green liquid oozes forth. Join us. The man has gone mad. Unable to continue the conversation, Hanja gripped the hilt of his blade, watching as an increasing number of hands emerged from the ground, his gaze growing ever colder. In the next moment, pale arms surged forth like a tide, and Hanja nimbly weaved between them, his figure as swift as lightning. With each movement, a flash of the blade accompanied him, severing any arm that dared to approach. After cleaving through 7 or 8 arms in quick succession, the long knife in Hanja's hand finally bore the strain, revealing the first chip. Damn it, this blade is too flimsy. Han Shicheng, you have no chance left. Join us. Seeing Hanja cast aside his long knife, Wei Lianqing was engulfed in ecstasy, his shattered eyes fixated on Hanja, growing increasingly frantic as he tore at his own flesh. Chance? Do not presume that only you possess divine gifts, O God of revelation. I have my own. Drawing forth a pile of silver ingots from his storage space, Hanja cast a mischievous glance at Wei Lianqing. Guess where this fine treasure comes from? With a flick of his wrist, the hand of war activated, instantly reshaping the silver into a long mace. Observing Wei Lianqing frozen in place, Hanja could not suppress his laughter. Come, feel the pain of being struck by your own wealth. Chapter 11. To end killing with killing. The hardness of silver pales in comparison to that of copper or iron, if fashioned into a blade. It would likely sustain damage after cleaving through more than 3 hands. Thus, Hanja unhesitatingly opted for a weapon more suited to the current situation. The mace, once wielded by great generals amidst thousands, effortlessly claimed the heads of foes as if plucking fruit from a tree. Unlike the lightness of swords and knives, even a mace forged from silver could inflict significant harm. How about giving this a try? With a firm grip on the long mace, Hanja struck fiercely at an approaching arm, the two colliding, resulting in one side shattering into several pale fragments. Why do you possess another divine revelation? Why? What's so peculiar about it? Perhaps it is because I am the legendary savior. Hanja laughed heartily while wielding the mace, reducing the pale arm that dared to approach him into mere remnants. The usage of the mace is akin to that of a sword, favoring whips while still adhering to fundamental techniques of slashing, striking, and thrusting. However, as a heavy weapon, the mace inflicts greater damage upon these bizarre arms than swords or blades could. Perhaps realizing the difficulty in shaking off its wielder, Wei Lianqing emitted a piercing scream, prompting all remaining monstrous hands to alter their assault. When Hanja swung the mace once more, one of the arms audaciously grasped the weapon's shaft. The weapon was restrained, leading to a stalemate between Hanja and the monstrous hand. Han Shicheng, you have lost. Lost my foot. Who told you I wield but a single weapon? A mace ought to be used in pairs. Without hesitation, Hanja retrieved a substantial amount of silver from his storage space, manifesting another long mace in his other hand. Gripping the second silver mace tightly, he cast a mocking glance at Wei Liaqing. I was worried that the monstrous hand was not under your control. Now, that concern has dissipated. What? It's clear you've never truly engaged in combat. Allow me to teach you what a trump card really is. Before Hanja's words could fully escape his lips, he relinquished the weapon constrained by the monstrous hand, steadied his stance, and hurled the newly conjured long mace at Wei Liaqing with all his might. Undying? I shall see just how much you can endure. The silver spear, propelled by an unstoppable force, hurtled towards the enemy. Wei Liaqing instinctively sought to react, yet he could not match the blinding speed of the approaching weapon. He could only watch in helpless horror as the long spear drew closer, ultimately piercing through his chest. The spear's momentum remained unyielding, propelling Wei Liaqing backward until he was forcefully pinned against the remnants of a crumbling wall. With his defeat, his grotesque form shattered into fragments scattered upon the ground. Hanjo approached with a smile, his gaze fixed upon Wei Liaqing, devoid of any trace of compassion. Come now, let us converse about the so-called divine being you speak of. At that moment, Wei Liaqing's body hung feebly against the wall, his limbs dangling like an insect affixed to a display board. The divine being is indeed divine. Our Savior, the Eternal. He shall grant us all that we desire, provided the Master's plan succeeds. No one shall stand against us in this world. All is a blessing from the divine being. Hanja, standing 3 paces from Wei Liaqing, furrowed his brow. What scheme does Wei Zhongxian possess? He. The Master's plan is. The adversary, nearly devoid of human form, suddenly erupted into a bizarre laughter. Before he could finish his sentence, his body detonated with a thunderous blast, scattering flesh and green liquid in all directions. How repulsive! The sudden occurrence left Hanja startled. Had he been closer to Wei Liaqing, he would have surely been drenched. Moreover, the individual had failed to complete his statement. Hanja let out a faint sigh. Indeed, possessing numerous skills is never a burden, and the more tasks one has, the less burdensome they become. As long as he could penetrate the Forbidden City and locate Wei Zhongxian, everything would ultimately fall into place. As daylight broke and the distant sounds of voices began to emerge, Hanja decided to take his leave and stepped back 2 paces. However, something on the ground amidst the explosion side of Wei Liaqing captured his attention. Tearing a piece of fabric from his clothing, Hanja wrapped the peculiar object, coated in a green liquid, within it. It was an oddly designed black key, its handle resembling twisted vines, adorned with numerous sharp thorns. Each thorn was exceedingly pointed, capable of piercing skin with the slightest touch. Such an artifact should not exist in the Beijing of 1626. What a peculiar key. Never mind. I shall take it for now. After wiping away the green slime, Hanja stored the key and his twin weapons in his storage space and swiftly departed from this place of turmoil before others arrived at the residence. In silence, he hastily traversed the streets and finally reached the front of Guangming Gate. Master Han, it is a relief to see you safe. Aside from Chunda, there were about 10 others scattered outside the gate, who rose to their feet and saluted him upon his arrival. These are the brothers who came to assist us. I have mentioned you to them, Chunda briefly introduced, and Hanja took note of the individuals before inquiring, are the others still in the village? Yes. With too many people gathered, it is easy to attract attention and draw the genuine. Good. Do you know where to find copper, iron, and lead mines, as well as gunpowder? Chunda fell into a momentary contemplation before gesturing towards the inner city of Beijing. I am aware of the locations of the gunpowder factory and the ironworks within the city. What are your intentions, my lord? Is it possible to acquire gunpowder and minerals? If the quantity of gunpowder is not substantial, it should pose no issue. Copper, iron, and lead are not particularly rare either. Very well. Let us procure as much as we can. Zhao Er, who had accompanied Hanja for a night raid on the Marquis residence, stepped forward cautiously and inquired, does Lord Han intend to forge weapons himself? Without the proper equipment, it may be challenging to achieve success in casting. Everyone nodded in agreement. High-quality weaponry is of paramount importance to the uprising, but equally difficult to obtain. Without the necessary equipment and manpower, transforming minerals into armaments is indeed a formidable task. This is not a problem, Hanja retorted, dismissing the skepticism of the others. To one bearing the mark of war, as long as the raw materials are sufficient, he could ceaselessly produce weapons. Moreover, I wish to reorganize the rebel forces into a formal army. How many of you would be willing to join? Does Lord Han still wish to engage in battle? Fear not. I merely desire peace throughout the land, regardless of the circumstances. We must storm the Forbidden City and eliminate Wei Zhongxian, must we not? Observing the hesitation among the others, Hanja coaxed them gently. To avoid conflict while remaining outside is merely a path to death. If we succeed in penetrating the palace, we could usher in a change of dynasty, offering new life not just for ourselves, but for the common people as well. Are you truly unwilling to give it a try? Even if we do not rise in revolt, do you think others will spare us and allow us to live in peace? Wei Zhongxian is incapable, and the foreign enemies are even less so. We must put an end to killing with killing and cease conflict with conflict. The surrounding individuals gradually began to feel moved, with Zhao Er being the first to raise his hand. I want to fight. 5 of my family members have starved to death. Why should those nobles and royals continue to live high above us, enjoying their lives? Even if I must die, I shall drag them down with me. This declaration pierced through the psychological defenses of the majority present. These common folk had perished in suffering, while the royal family and the wealthy indulged in their lavish feasts. Only by allowing the flames of war to engulf the entire imperial city could the differing social classes be drawn to a unified starting line. Chapter 12. The Ancient Tree. 3 days later, in a village located to the west of Beijing, the rebel army had secretly established a camp here to train, and in accordance with Hanja's request, had procured a small quantity of gunpowder along with a considerable amount of copper, iron, and lead ore. Master Han, everything has been piled up on the back mountain. Do you wish to take a look now? Of course, gather everyone to come along. In recent days, Hanja had demonstrated his ability to transform weapons using only his bare hands to Chinda, who was utterly impressed and advocated for him to become the leader of the rebel army. Soon, around 100 individuals had gathered at the back mountain, eagerly observing the minerals and gunpowder secretly transported from the city. What do you think Master Han wants with these items? Fool, what can iron and gunpowder be used for? It must be for weaponry. Gunpowder. Could it be that Master Han intends to make matchlocks? The onlookers among the rebel army could not help but engage in discussion, pondering how Hanja would forge weapons without the means for large-scale metal casting. Under the watchful gaze of the insurgents, Hanja swiftly approached the pile of ore, seizing a piece of iron ore with ease, summoning the hand of war. In the blink of an eye, a sharp blade materialized in his grasp. Behold, what a divine technique! What sorcery is this? The emergence of the weapon sent a ripple of astonishment throughout the crowd. Even Chunda, who had previously witnessed this skill, found himself in awe beside Hanja. Lord Han is destined to lead us to victory. Lord Han possesses noble virtue. As Chunda was the first to kneel before Hanja, all the surrounding insurgents followed suit, kneeling one after another. Enough, rise. I still require your assistance in locating certain items. Whatever Lord Han requires. We shall brave fire and water to procure it. With a swift motion, he severed a nearby branch, confirming the blade's sharpness before handing the weapon to the nearest insurgent. Only when the individual accepted it with trepidation did he smile and survey the crowd. Fear not, it is not a precious item. I simply wish for you to help me find a rubber tree. Although the insurgents were unaware of Hanja's reasoning for seeking the rubber tree, they were thoroughly captivated by the skill he had demonstrated. They readily acquiesced to his request, after transforming the majority of the ore into swords, spears, and other weapons, which he distributed among the insurgents. Hanja finally meandered to the remaining small quantities of metal and gunpowder. Alas, the conditions are not ideal. We shall have to make do. With that, he retrieved a pre-prepared oil-soaked cloth from his storage space, placing the gunpowder, ore, and cloth together, before covering his hand over them. Let us make an attempt. As the hand of war was invoked, Hanja conjured the intricate design of a firearm within his mind, and a rudimentary pistol materialized in his grasp. Firmly clutching the weapon, he felt a long-forgotten sense of ease, then raised his arm and aimed at a nearby tree trunk before pulling the trigger. Bang! A bullet shot forth, leaving an immediate mark upon the bark. After this preliminary test, Hanja strode confidently towards the tree to assess the damage inflicted by the pistol. As expected, its power was significantly diminished, yet it remained sufficiently effective. Once the majority of the weapons had undergone transformation, Hanja turned with a smile, observing the excitement of his companions, who for the first time wielded such exquisite arms and eagerly began to practice their swordplay. Zhao Er, having acquired a fine longsword, gazed at Hanja with unrestrained avarice. Lord Han, since you possess such celestial abilities, why remain subjugated? Why not charge directly into the heart of Beijing? No, the moment is not yet ripe. What of the court officials who previously aided you? Inform him of our capability to alter weapons and suggest he come to converse with me. Hanja maintained his composure, calmly issuing the command amidst the puzzled expressions of those around him. 3 days later, Hanja had successfully assembled a legion of 100 men and endeavored to employ his second skill, legion amplification. Indeed, after spending time in the company of his troops, his own abilities were notably enhanced, a development that brought him great satisfaction. Furthermore, his army, the insurgents, experienced the same augmentation. Within mere days of witnessing Hanja's diverse displays of celestial arts, they had come to regard him as a deity. On the fourth night, the scout dispatched to Beijing to gather intelligence returned to the village, reporting to Hanja the news of the past few days. There had been no word of Wei Liangqing's demise from the capital, merely that the residence of Duke Suning had suffered a great fire, and that Wei Liangqing had gone to the palace to recuperate. Hanja toyed with the peculiar key in his hand, remaining silent, while the scout continued his report. Wei Zhongxian had not left the Forbidden City in recent days. Rumors suggested he had been lingering in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the purpose of which remained a mystery. As for your news, sir, there has not been a whisper within the city. At this juncture, the scout lowered his head slightly, stating, Lord Han, the official sent to assist us wishes to meet with you. Finally, the time has come. When and where shall we meet? The other party proposed 2 days hence at noon, at Changchun Temple, east of the Jingwangan Gate. Upon hearing this, Hanja nodded, gesturing for the scout to depart and continue gathering information, yet his gaze remained fixated on the peculiar key in his hand. At the end of March 1626, Hanja declined the suggestion of having Chun to send someone to accompany him, opting instead to venture alone to Changchun Temple. He arrived early and stood silently beneath a tree outside the scripture pavilion. A figure approached him slowly, halting 4 paces away, and spoke gently, Han Temple Minister, why not take a look at the image of the 9 Lotus Bodhisattva? The tone was calm, akin to conversing with an old friend. I have little interest in the Bodhisattva. I find this tree far more intriguing. Perhaps in 500 years, someone may still behold it here. Hanja placed his hand upon the tree trunk, a smile gracing his lips as he turned slightly. Does Director Zhao have an affinity for trees? Zhao Ziming took a few more steps forward, arriving beside Hanja, and placed his hand upon the sturdy trunk. Trees in this world are quite similar. What prompts you to say such things, Han Shurqing? A tree, if it aspires to grow, requires many years, along with soil, water, nutrients, and sunlight. Indeed, all living things flourish under these conditions. Yet observe the vines upon this tree. They merely need to parasitize the trunk, drawing sustenance from the leaves, allowing them to cling to the great tree, ascending to heights. These vines will proliferate until the tree can no longer bear the weight of its numerous parasites, at which point they will perish together. Hanja spoke in a gentle tone, a smile gracing his lips, yet Zhao Ziming found himself unable to meet his gaze directly. I had thought you wished to discuss the uprising, yet you seem quite knowledgeable about trees as well. Ha ha, indeed. I rather hope this tree can survive for 500 years. Hanja laughed heartily, reaching out to tear the vines from the tree, shredding them into several pieces. Ignoring the silent Zhao Ziming, he produced a small piece of iron ore, transforming it into a dagger and presenting it before the man. Zhao, do you consider yourself a tree, the soil, or a vine? Despite having heard news from the rebel forces, witnessing Hanja's abilities left Zhao Ziming in awe. Han Shurqing, you truly should. Hanja placed a finger against his lips, silencing Zhao Ziming's unfinished words. This is of little significance. Zhao Zhushi should comprehend that relying solely on the current insurgents to confront the court is unlikely to yield success. Indeed, I trust that your willingness to extend support is not merely to allow them a fleeting moment before Wei Zhongxian. Observing that the other party refrained from drawing a dagger, Hanja remained unperturbed, retracting his weapon and smiling as he gazed at Zhao Ziming. Furthermore, owing to Wei Zhongxian's proposal for the grand construction of the 3 halls, the court has already fallen behind in disbursing wages amounting to hundreds of thousands of taels, leaving the soldiers at the borders without pay and prompting some to secretly prepare for a rebellion upon returning to the capital. Hence, you aspire to unify the farmers and soldiers to forge the most formidable insurgent force? Yes. Only in this manner can we directly challenge the eunuchs and capture the emperor's attention. Hanja maintained his smile. Excellent, yet I have a stipulation. I wish to assume the position of the nominal leader of the insurgents. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziming exhaled in relief. He had no desire to overtly support the insurgents. Since Hanja was willing to take the lead, he naturally acquiesced. Of course, it is only fitting for Han Xiqing to assume the role of commander. You have also seen the resources I can provide. I believe you can procure the various resources needed as well. Rest assured, Han Sicheng. I have conferred with my colleagues, and we are prepared to extend our full support to the insurgents. Chapter 13. The art of war is deceitful. With his objectives met, Hanja chose not to linger further, intending to return to the village to continue training. However, upon reaching the temple gate, he recalled the matter and turned back to Zhao Ziming. Have you heard of the Hongwan case? Zhao Yiming was taken aback, and after a moment of contemplation, he responded, Are you referring to that major case from the first year of Taichung? It has been suppressed for quite some time. Why is Han Sicheng bringing it up now? It's nothing. Since the agreement has been reached, I shall take my leave. Leaving Zhao Ziming in a daze, Hanja turned without a backward glance and made his way home. It appeared that only a few were privy to the truth behind the Hongwan case. Perhaps I should pursue the lead of Sun Xinxing? As he passed through Guangning Gate, Hanja sat upon his steed, deep in thought, reflecting on the letter penned by Sun Xinxing, believing the individual could serve as a pivotal point. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. A direct incursion into the Forbidden City would resolve everything. Matters regarding Sun Xinxing could be entrusted to scouts to gather intelligence. Any information would be of little consequence. Upon reaching the village, numerous rebels awaited his arrival. Chenda was the first to approach Hanja, inquiring with concern, Master Han, was your journey successful? Indeed, it went very smoothly. Soon, we shall unite with the officials and rise in revolt together. This news illuminated the faces of most present, for it was indeed challenging to alter the tide with merely a few hundred peasant insurgents. Excellent. With this, our entry into the Forbidden City is just around the corner. Truly, Master Han, our celestial leader. Yet, a minority expressed confusion and dissent regarding this matter. A stout man stepped forward, raising his voice. Why must we unite with the officials? Should we not enter the city on our own? With the army passing through, what spoils will be left for us? Indeed, the bandits pass as swiftly as a comb glides through hair, and they will certainly leave us with nothing. The previously cheerful atmosphere dimmed slightly, yet Hanja merely smiled, urging everyone to refrain from premature discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, I am acutely aware of your concerns. However, there are numerous soldiers stationed in the capital, and without additional military forces, it would be exceedingly challenging for us to confront the court directly. Moreover, once united, cannot we deploy them to the front lines for battle? When they charge forward, shall we not seize the opportunity to benefit from the spoils within the city? Hanja understood well that Zhao Ziming wished to resist the eunuchs, eliminate Wei Zhongxian, and preserve the scholar official class, yet he was reluctant to become the target of public ire. Thus, he intended to maintain strict control over the command in the later stages, enabling him to secure the greatest advantage while fulfilling the task of igniting the flames of war. Warfare, as it is known, is a realm of cunning. An uprising necessitates not only considerable military might, but also a modicum of intellect. As his words concluded, the crowd exhibited expressions of dawning realization, their respect for Commander Han deepening. Pitting soldiers against soldiers would indeed allow them to reap the rewards from behind. What a brilliant strategy! Time swiftly passed, and after half a month, Hanja had thoroughly trained his own 100-man army, with superior weaponry and enhanced skills. Their combat efficacy was sufficient to contend with forces of 200 to 300. Additionally, with the discovery of rubber trees and the mineral resources provided by Zhao Ziming, Hanja had successfully manufactured a substantial quantity of cold weapons, alongside a new submachine gun and hundreds of rounds of ammunition. Though their lethality could not rival the technology of 2139, at present, no one could withstand their onslaught. Secure the firearms and ammunition, Hanja felt a profound satisfaction, knowing that his mission would soon reach its conclusion. However, a sense of puzzlement lingered in his mind. What precisely was the so-called apocalypse deity? And why were those spikes and red pills referred to as divine revelations? Most importantly, what did the coded message on his mission panel, remnants, truly signify? As Hanja pondered these questions within the confines of his chamber, a sudden knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Outside stood a spy dispatched to Beijing, who, upon seeing Hanja, promptly bowed in respect. Master Han, recent rumors have emerged from Beijing. The estate of the late Suning Marquis, which was consumed by flames, is said to be haunted come nightfall. What precisely do you mean? It is said that two petty thieves intended to scavenge for any remaining valuables at the estate. They arrived in the dead of night, only to hear strange sounds emanating from below, as if someone were knocking at the door from underneath. The mention of knocking caused Hanja to narrow his eyes slightly, yet he refrained from interrupting the spy's account. One of the thieves, filled with trepidation, fled in fear of vengeful spirits, while the other, unwilling to depart, lingered amidst the ruins and was driven mad by the following day. Mad? Yes. The thief who remained at the estate returned home in a daze the next day, his mind lost to incoherence, muttering incomprehensible phrases. At this revelation, Hanja donned a bemused smile, reclining in his chair as he posed a query to the spy. What did he babble about? According to the neighbor, it appeared he uttered words such as Bodhisattva, Green Lake, and heaven and earth, while most of his utterances were mere nonsensical ramblings. Many assert that his malevolent intentions have led to his entanglement with vengeful spirits. I understand now. You may descend and continue to gather intelligence, reporting back immediately should there be any developments. Understood. The scout withdrew, and Hanja grasped the enigmatic key from his storage space. Convinced that the thief had not truly encountered a ghost, he resolved to investigate the matter personally. As night fell, Hanja led Chinda and 3 others back into the city of Beijing. Although he initially intended to venture alone, the rebel forces, fearing for Hanja's safety amidst potential threats, selected 3 capable individuals to accompany him to the residence of the Duke of Suning once more. Lord Han, Chinda inquired, you mentioned we left behind something of great significance during our last visit to the Duke's estate? What item could be so crucial that it necessitates our return? It is difficult to specify, yet the circumstances are exceptional. Your sole responsibility will be to guard the vicinity of the manor, Hanja replied, recalling the deranged little thief. He was determined to keep Chunda and the others away from that area. But you alone, Chinda protested. I can manage perfectly well on my own. Recognizing Hanja's resolute determination, Chinda understood further persuasion was futile and could only reiterate his caution. Soon, the quartet arrived at the charred remains of the previous fire. The night's desolation enveloping the ruins in an eerie chill. Heeding Hanja's orders, the 3 comrades began to conceal themselves in the surroundings, vigilant against any unwelcome intruders. Meanwhile, Hanja approached the heart of the wreckage, holding his breath and attuning his senses for the sound of a knock. As time slipped away, and Hanja's limbs grew cold with impatience, a peculiar noise finally resonated from beneath the rubble. Thud, thud, thud. A resounding thud echoed through the air. Reminiscent of something heavy striking the door haphazardly, the sound lacking any discernible rhythm and resonating with a dull intensity. Indeed, there was something. Hanja's eyes brightened as he intently followed the sound, making his way to the edge of a nearly desiccated pond. After listening closely for a while, he discerned that the peculiar knocking emanated from beneath the pond. Chapter 14. The Lotus Bodhisattva. Upon meticulous examination, Hanja discovered a strange trapdoor concealed beneath the rock formation at the bottom of the pond. Could this door possibly be the entrance to a cellar? Yet, why would it be constructed in the center of the pond, a location that seems impractical for descent? As the pond had dried up, the door's latch, previously submerged, was now fully exposed. Without the need for a key, Hanja pulled the door open with his bare hands, and the muffled knocking transformed into a much clearer sound. It appeared that there was a path below, and the knocking was resonating from the other end of it. With his objective now defined, Hanja, after ensuring the air was breathable, leapt into the opening without hesitation, landing on a damp pathway underground. He ignited a torch, illuminating the surrounding rocky walls, where resilient, unknown vegetation thrived above. Their leaves exhibited a deep and eerie shade of bluish-green, adorned with clusters of sharp thorns. The overall form was distorted and bizarre, with vines intertwined like countless interlaced arms, poised to writhe at any moment in the silence. The appearance of these plants was strikingly similar to that of the key's handle. As Hanja recognized the resemblance, he swiftly retrieved the key from his storage space to compare the two. Indeed, the peculiar shape of that strange key was entirely inspired by these plants. Before he could ponder the connection between the two, the flickering flames illuminated the rock wall, revealing bizarre patterns etched upon it. These designs were uniquely shaped, bearing no resemblance to any known script or conventional motifs. Upon closer inspection, the patterns resembled distorted human faces, their intricate lines suggesting the presence of an ancient and mysterious power. Staring at these forms for too long induced an unsettling sensation. What lay at the end of this path? The heavy thudding echoed continuously, emanating from the distant, impenetrable shadows. Hanja chuckled softly, sensing that he was confronting the gaping maw of a colossal beast, the rhythmic sounds merely bait for its predation. Yet, what of it? To venture into the belly of the beast and rend it apart was the very essence of his life's delight. Holding the flickering flame aloft, Hanja ambled leisurely toward the other side, ever prepared to draw his weapon. The further he advanced, the more intricate the patterns on the rock wall became. In the span of mere 10 paces, those contorted designs had enveloped the entire surface. Finding the patterns disorienting, he resolutely closed his eyes and pressed forward, the thudding growing increasingly nearer, until it was but a couple of steps away. Halting in his tracks, Hanja opened his eyes to behold a massive metal door before him. The door was entirely obsidian, forged from an unknown metal, its surface cold and unyielding, firmly embedded within the rock on either side. Most intriguing of all, the door was densely adorned with ancient scriptures and talismans. The pages of these charms were yellowed with age, their edges curled and frayed, trembling gently under the faint glow of the flame. At the center, a silk painting was encircled by talismans. Hanja had seen this artwork before. It was the image of the lotus bodhisattva left behind by the original owner in a hidden compartment. However, the painting in the underground cavern was far more sinister than the one in his home, though it still depicted a bodhisattva seated upon a lotus pedestal. Her lower half resembled a green slug, its surface coated in a viscous slime that shimmered with a nauseating sheen. The grotesque form coiled and writhed, making contact with the lotus pedestal, which appeared to be slowly dampened by the creature's presence. Was this truly the authentic manifestation of the lotus bodhisattva? The eerie depiction caused Hanja to furrow his brow. Was this the divine gift that had persisted through the age of revelation? It was utterly revolting. Better to set it ablaze. Without hesitation, Hanja retrieved the remaining oil-soaked cloth from his storage space, pressed it against the door, and ignited it with a match, watching as flames consumed the metallic barrier. In no time, the strange talismans in the bodhisattva painting were reduced to ashes. Indeed, the scene appeared considerably more normal now. As the flames extinguished, the lock hole at the center became visible with the disappearance of the talismans and silk painting. Matching the key Hanja held in his hand, he inserted the key and turned it, causing the door to swing open. In that instant, Hanja erupted into laughter, raising his pistol to fire 4 or 5 shots at the entity on the other side of the door. "Hello. A pleasure to meet you. This is my gift of introduction." The bullet struck a pale figure, knocking it to the ground. It was a corpse, or rather, a living corpse, whose incessant knocking had been the source of the rapping on the metallic door. Having endured 4 or 5 gunshots, this wretched creature had lost the strength to rise, now convulsing helplessly on the ground. Hanja stepped forward, casting a regretful glance at it. After reloading his pistol, he aimed the muzzle at the creature's head. "It seems you are not particularly fond of this gift, however. It is likely that you have yet to appreciate the exquisite nature of a bullet. Allow me to present you with another." Bang! Bang! The sound of 2 shots shattered the stillness, obliterating the creature's head, sending green fluid and white brain matter splattering in all directions. The creature ceased its movements. "Farewell, my friend. At least you are the first monster to be slain by a modern pistol in the year 1626, and you should feel honored," Hanja remarked, kicking the corpse aside as he raised a match to illuminate the scene beyond the metallic door. In stark contrast to the narrow path before the door, what lay behind it was a spacious underground cavern. The damp, decaying air permeated the space, mingling with the pungent scent of earth and blood. Stalactites hung ominously from above, glimmering with a cold light in the faint glow of the flame. At the heart of the cavern stood a serene statue of a bodhisattva upon a lotus pedestal, the petals layered intricately, each edge exhibiting a bizarre, twisted form. Surrounding the statue was a desiccated pool of dark brown blood, emitting an utterly nauseating stench. Hanja's gaze shifted towards the bodhisattva, only to discover that the statue was devoid of a head, its neck severed in a rough and jarring manner, evoking a sense of horror. The statue's body was ensnared by creeping vines, their black-red hues marred by countless tiny, sharp thorns. As he raised the torch to scrutinize closely, he discovered that the vines had intricately fused with the statue of the bodhisattva, with some tendrils deeply embedded within the stone body. It was as if they were siphoning something from the statue, or perhaps transferring something from within it to another realm. Upon further examination, Hanja concluded that these dark red vines were indeed of the same species as the external white-green vegetation. However, their coloration had diverged drastically due to their sanguineous consumption. His gaze followed the vines, and he noticed that some of their ends were positioned precisely at the edge of a blood pool, reinforcing his conviction that his hypothesis was entirely accurate. Indeed, they were absorbing the blood from the pool. What lay within the statue? For what purpose was so much blood being consumed? Another segment of the vines meandered toward the farthest end of the cave. Hanja circled around the statue and discovered that the terminus of the vines led to a massive stone seat. The vines closest to the stone chair had reverted to their white-green hue, indicating that the blood did not need to pass through this area. These revelations instantly reminded Hanja of Wei Liaqing's bizarre appearance and the enigmatic words he had spoken about divine revelations. Could this lotus pedestal bodhisattva be a being capable of transforming blood into a green liquid, infusing it into the human body to grant immortality? Muttering to himself, Hanja turned his attention back to the statue, resolved to shatter it and unveil the secrets hidden within. Chapter 15. The unspeakable entity. Retrieving a few metallic ores from his storage space, Hanja conjured a pickaxe in his hand and, without hesitation, aimed it at the headless Bodhisattva statue, preparing to strike. As he struck the statue, it shattered, stone fragments cascading to the ground. Finally, once the surface of the statue had completely broken apart, Hanja discerned what lay within. It was an oval-shaped object, enveloped in a material resembling human skin, measuring about a foot in length. Strangely, even encased in stone, the skin retained a vibrant vitality, possessing an astonishing elasticity that allowed it to quickly return to its original form after being gently pressed with the pickaxe. Hanja's gaze deepened as he decisively sliced through the human skin with the pickaxe. As blood flowed forth, a flash of green materialized before his eyes. In that fleeting moment, the instant his gaze met the verdant hue, it felt as though every emotion within him was utterly devoured by it. He sensed himself immersed in an endless, dark universe, devoid of light, sound, or any perceivable entities. All one's fervent feelings, be it love, hatred, joy, or sorrow, were consumed and obliterated by that green hue, vanishing without a trace. Hanja felt as if he were plummeting endlessly through the void, yet soon after, an eerie teal began to spread from the bottom, enveloping the entire emptiness. This verdant hue, brimming with the essence of spring, swiftly supplanted the boundless void, accompanied by a bizarre amalgamation of flowing water and piercing wails. The sound lingered in Hanja's ears, reminiscent of a drowning soul cursing the ocean with their dying breath, or a siren, impaled by a trident upon the cliffs, as the waves washed over her lifeless form, drowning her lamentations. Hanja's spirit teetered on the brink of disintegration, his body rendered immobile by an unyielding stiffness. He endeavored to open his mouth and emit a resounding cry, yet only a hoarse whisper escaped his throat, fading into silence the moment it departed his lips. At that juncture, another sound reached his ears, a distant footfall advancing toward him. With great effort, Hanja twisted his head and body, casting a glance over his shoulder toward the entrance. But the feeble flicker of light in the darkness revealed only a handful of nearby objects. Initially believing that the three individuals who had trailed him had descended into the cavern, he soon realized his error, for the footfalls multiplied, growing increasingly chaotic, coalescing into a frenzied symphony. As the steps drew nearer, the verdant hues that once filled Hanja's mind began to wane, supplanted by a far more vivid and harrowing color, a red, a hue that reached an extreme of intensity. Crimson tendrils began to seep across the green canvas of his thoughts, reminiscent of blood flowing along a blade after being plunged into flesh and drawn forth. This color induced a vivid illusion, as though his mind were suffused with the metallic scent of blood. The gaps in the green were rent wider as more scarlet spread, akin to a bloodstain cascading across a scroll painted with verdant mountains. The cacophony of disarray intensified, evolving into the clangor of battle, the vibrant red completely eclipsing the green. And Hanja's mind became an undulating sea of crimson. The emotions that had previously dissipated, joy, sorrow, and anger, returned to him, rekindling a strength that enabled his rigid body to gradually relax. After a prolonged period, Hanja finally regained his composure. Leaning against the stone wall, he gasped for breath and erupted into uncontrollable laughter. What an exhilarating experience! Shaking his head, Hanja redirected his gaze toward the shattered statue of the Bodhisattva. At that moment, the human skin within had been completely torn apart, revealing a green substance before his eyes. It resembled an organic tissue of some sort, soft, slightly transparent, akin to what modern society might refer to as slime. Within it were numerous tiny spikes, strikingly similar to the protrusions Hanja had encountered earlier, which extended from the underground. What on earth is this material? As soon as he posed this question, a long-awaited mechanical voice echoed in response, "Executor, you have successfully discovered a fragment of the relic. Please proceed with its destruction promptly." What? Could you please clarify what this is? Unfortunately, after the notification, Hanja received no further answers. How cryptic. You tell me to destroy this thing without explaining what it actually is. Although he had shed the previous bizarre state, long gazing at the green substance left Hanja feeling somewhat disoriented. He decided to turn his head away and ponder how to eradicate this material. It certainly had an intriguing origin, but alas, it was too unpredictable otherwise. He might find a way to preserve it for his own use. Bringing the pickaxe close to the green substance, he observed that it remained unresponsive. Hanja then attempted to reach out to it with his hand. To his astonishment, as soon as his fingers approached, the mass of tissue erupted with a flurry of sharp spines. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, his fingers would have undoubtedly been pierced. How rude. Very well. Then, await your demise. Perceiving the malice from the entity before him, Hanja raised his pickaxe and brought it down heavily upon the enigmatic green mass. However, To his dismay, as the metallic pick sank into the substance, it was corroded by more than half. When he lifted it again, only 2/3 of the pick remained. With a dark scowl, Hanja discarded the pickaxe and attempted to shatter the foe with a stone, yet the moment the rock made contact with the green tissue, it too was eroded significantly. Was this the reason for its human skin encasement? Yet, I cannot engage it directly. After a period of deep contemplation, Hanja's gaze fell upon the torch he had propped aside, a smile creeping across his face. Can it corrode metal and stone? Watch as I unleash something grand. A few minutes later, he had surrounded the statue with the wood and some gunpowder he had collected within his storage space, dousing it all in oil. Once this was accomplished, he held the torch aloft and stepped outside the metallic door. Ensuring his position was sufficiently safe, he tossed the torch into the cavern. In no time, flames began to roar within the cave, heating the surrounding air and creating rippling distortions. The fire licked at its surroundings, crackling with the sound of high-temperature bursts, accompanied by the explosive sounds of gunpowder, adding an intriguing layer to this infernal spectacle. Hanja had retreated to a position directly beneath the pond's entrance, prepared for a swift exit at any moment. At last, the cold, mechanical voice resounded once more. Executor, you have successfully destroyed the remnants. The destruction progress stands at 1. Please continue to eliminate the remaining targets. Only 1%? How many of these are there? No answer was forthcoming. Hanja, with a bitter smile, crawled out of the underground cavern, only to find that daylight had already broken. The other 3 members of the rebellion who had accompanied him to this place had been searching for him among the ruins for quite some time, and upon seeing him emerge, rushed over eagerly. Lord Han, you have finally appeared. What has transpired? Are you unharmed? I am fine. There was an altar hidden underground by Wei Liaqing, and to prevent it from causing further harm, I have set it ablaze. No wonder you disappeared for so long. It has been a full 5 hours. Has it really been that long? I felt as though I had been down there for less than an hour. Chinda, relieved to ascertain that Hanja was safe, paid little heed to his words and hastily urged everyone to return to the village. Hanja had no objections. He had come to understand what Wei Liaqing meant by the divine revelation, although there remained many other questions. He believed that meeting Wei Zhongxian would surely provide him with the answers he sought. He retrieved 100 taels of silver from his storage space, offering it to Chanda as remnants found underground. The 4 of them then wasted no time and hastened back to the village on the west side of Beijing. Chapter 16. The calm before the storm. Another 10 days passed, and Zhao Ziming sent word that he had informed the frontier of Hanja's aspirations to become the leader of the rebellion. The frontier has also sent back a response, with 2 generals expressing some dissent. They believe that Hanja is merely a civil official, utterly incapable of leading troops into battle, and they wish to convene a discussion to appoint a new commander. This news was met with vehement resistance by the group of peasant rebels gathered around Hanja, who felt it was an attempt by the officials to suppress them. Bah! We will not heed the orders of those officials. Who knows how they will treat us? I refuse to let them take charge. Upon Hanja's arrival at the back mountain, over 50 farmers had already assembled, armed and brimming with righteous indignation. As soon as they saw Hanja, they rushed forward in sorrow and fury, declaring their staunch refusal to comply with the edicts of the imperial troops. Climbing atop a large stone, Hanja gestured for the crowd to calm down. Do not worry, I will never allow others to dictate our actions. After assuring the majority and promising to manage the situation, he selected a few familiar subordinates to accompany him to negotiate with the imperial forces on the other side of Beijing. Let me be clear. We are not here to stir up trouble. We can communicate amicably without resorting to violence. Mounted on his horse, Hanja kindly advised the 7 or 8 companions trailing behind him, creating an impression that he was merely going for a pleasant conversation. However, Zhao Er, who insisted on accompanying him, lamented from the rear, Lord Han, you are unaware that these officials are all prideful and will never regard us peasants with any respect. This sentiment was echoed by several others. Indeed, if we were to heed their arrangements, would we not be at their mercy? Hanja did not slow down. He remained steadily mounted, his shadow swaying with the rhythm of the horse's gait, resembling ink spilled upon a gravel path. If they disregard us, then we too have no obligation to regard them. No matter how lofty the rank or title, a shattered skull yields the same fate. The others failed to grasp the essence of his words. Could mere farmers truly disregard the officials and soldiers? Yet, as the journey continued, Hanja refrained from revisiting the topic, instead discussing strategies for uprising and troop deployment with them. Before long, they arrived at the Lefton Gate, the predetermined venue for their negotiations. Perhaps they had arrived too early, for aside from a few townsfolk coming and going, no other figures were visible. Zhao Er spat forcefully onto the ground, frustration evident as he pulled the reins. halting the horse's advance. Humph. This ragtag group clearly does not take us seriously. We agreed to meet at the hour of the rat, yet here we find no sign of them, apart from their own 9. The open space before the city showed no signs of anyone else. Hanja surveyed the surroundings carefully, noticing no hidden figures. Something felt amiss. While he was unfamiliar with the officials and soldiers, Zhao Ziming was certainly not one to be tardy. Perhaps they had encountered some unforeseen circumstance. After a moment's contemplation, Hanja instructed 2 of his companions to scout for news towards the southeast of the capital and sent Zhao Er into the city to contact their scouts. He himself, accompanied by the remaining members, patiently awaited by the city wall. After approximately 40 minutes, Zhao Er returned to the outer Zhuan gate, panting as he reported to Hanja. Master Han, I have just inquired with the scouts and learned that Master Zhao left the city yesterday afternoon and has yet to return. Do you know what business he is attending to? Master Zhao claims he has gone outside the city to welcome a distant relative. Yet he did not specify who that relative is. Hanja gazed towards the south, noting that the 2 individuals he had dispatched had not yet returned. It was still before the hour of Wei, perhaps waiting a little longer would see the arrival of others. Nevertheless, a subtle unease lingered in Hanja's heart, prompting him to resolve to head south to gather more information. Contemplating this, he turned to another farmer who had accompanied him, instructing, the situation has changed. You must return and inform Master Chen of today's developments. If we have not returned within 3 days, advise him to consider delaying the uprising. Understood. I shall return at once to notify the others. Master Han, please exercise caution. The man obeyed without hesitation, spurring his horse westward, leaving the remaining few to grip their reins tightly, fully prepared to depart. As the figure of the departing man faded into the distance, becoming a mere dark spot, Hanja grasped his own reins once more, giving a firm tug as he led the remaining 5 onward toward the south. They had not traveled far when Zhao Er glanced at the sky, muttering, "The weather is rather peculiar today. It was quite pleasant just a moment ago, but it now seems a storm is brewing." Hanja also looked up at the heavens. When they had arrived at Zhuan Gate, the sky had been a clear and vibrant blue, with only a few white clouds leisurely drifting by. Yet now, the horizon has inexplicably taken on a grayish hue, which, as they advance, spreads rapidly like a tide, swiftly engulfing vast expanses of the blue sky. Dense dark clouds surge from all directions toward the sky above them, descending ever lower and thickening, as if intent on crushing the riders to the ground. It seems unwilling for us to proceed, a thought inexplicably flickered through Hanja's mind. He was acutely aware that both the sky and the clouds were inanimate, rendering such notions utterly absurd, yet he could not dispel the idea. Nevertheless, he had no intention of halting. Instead, he urged his steed to greater speed. Prepare your weapons, everyone. Whatever we encounter, remain composed. Any entity that dares to harm us shall be met with ruthless force. As they galloped forward, Hanja did not neglect to remind his companions of crucial precautions. Amidst the dangers ahead, the greatest folly would be the panic of a comrade. At times, the anxiety of a teammate could pose a threat as significant as that of the adversary. Fortunately, those accompanying him were seasoned warriors, their expressions taut as iron. Yet their eyes betrayed little fear. One shouted from behind, "Rest assured, Lord Han, we fear not death. Whatever seeks to thwart our uprising, we shall charge forth together." This declaration brought Hanja considerable reassurance. Allies capable of synchronizing efforts were invaluable, regardless of time or place. Well said. Forward we charge. A group of individuals raced fervently towards the south, as the sky grew increasingly dim, transforming from a pallid gray to a deep azure black, as if an immense obsidian curtain had been cast down, enveloping the world in a shroud of gloom. The howling wind swept through, causing the branches to emit terrified cries. Hanja deftly dodged a withered branch that the wind had hurled past his face, his mind preoccupied with the thought, "Come forth, whatever it may be. Allow me to behold it." Chapter 17. The fog sets and they pressed on southward for nearly an hour, arriving at an expanse of continuous mountain ravines. Hanja was the first to discern the marks upon the ground ahead, a chaotic array of footprints and hoofprints, indicating that a party had indeed encountered misfortune here. Pausing briefly at the entrance of the gorge, the group meticulously examined the footprints at the threshold. Due to the effects of radiation, Hanja's vision was significantly sharper than that of ordinary individuals, enabling him to swiftly identify the disordered trails left behind. From the footprints, it appeared that a contingent of approximately 20 individuals had approached from the south, while another group of about 10 had descended from the direction of Beijing. Additionally, there were 2 rows of fresh hoofprints, seemingly belonging to those I had previously dispatched to gather information. They too must have ventured into the gorge, yet for reasons unknown, none had emerged. After Hanja's thorough analysis, the men trailing behind him exchanged puzzled glances, unable to fathom what calamity could have befallen those who entered the gorge, causing them to remain missing for such an extended period. Zhao Er was the first to speak, stating, with the impending storm, "We must hasten inside to locate the missing individuals. There is no shelter nearby, and I certainly do not wish to be drenched to the bone." Consistent with his words, the sky had transformed into a dense, impenetrable shade of dark blue-black, with clouds swirling like sinister ink patterns, straining to mimic the tendrils of malevolence twisting through the air. His grandfather had remarked that in all these years, he had never witnessed such a sky. Indeed, Beijing had taken on an eerie quality. "Have you not seen what we have? In such a brief span, the weather has shifted so dramatically, it seems we are on the brink of a torrential downpour." The followers behind him engaged in idle chatter, yet the oppressive sky remained devoid of thunder and lightning, merely looming in silence as if intent on pressing down towards the earth. Enough of idle banter, let us proceed and retrieve the person. Upon uttering this, Hanja spurred his horse into the gorge, where the path ahead was fraught with treacherous rocks of various shapes and sizes. He had to navigate carefully to avoid the larger boulders. What transpired thereafter was most peculiar. Zhao Er would forever remember the events that unfolded from the moment they entered the gorge. They had galloped into the ravine at first, but soon the group ceased their swift pace, opting instead for a slow and deliberate advance. The silence was profound, each step echoing with the sound of stones cascading from the cliffs on either side. Before long, those around Zhao Er began to breathe more softly, for the stillness in the gorge rendered even deep inhalations a faux pas. As they ventured deeper, a mysterious fog began to rise within the valley. The scenery morphed into a hazy blur, visibility dwindling to mere feet. Each step felt like a tentative exploration into the unknown. "Lord Han, shall we continue onward? The fog is so dense that we can hardly discern the path ahead. There is but one road here." "You are right. It's merely thick fog. Certainly preferable to being drenched in rain." Zhao Er offered a sheepish smile as the group huddled closer to Hanja. Everyone felt the peculiar nature of the mist. Yet out of pride, none dared to voice their trepidation. After traversing a short distance, a man trailing behind suddenly called out, "Old Yang. Where are you, Old Yang?" The piercing shout halted the others in their tracks, all turning to gaze at the lean man who had raised his voice. Zhao Er furrowed his brow first, slightly displeased with his companion's outburst. "Dedong, what are you shouting about? What Old Yang?" The man named Dedong grew frantic, scanning the surroundings from atop his horse, his eyes widening with fear. "The Old Yang who came with us. He was just behind me. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished." "Have you lost your senses?" "Old Yang did not accompany us." At that moment, Lord Han selected 7 individuals. 2 went ahead to seek help. 1 returned to deliver news, leaving just the 4 of us. Everyone stared at Dedong, perplexed as to why this ordinarily quiet and honest man had suddenly conjured such delusions. "What did you say?" No. Old Yang was right behind me just moments ago." Zhao Er, ready to deliver a punch to Dedong, found his path blocked by a hand. He turned to see Hanja's features somewhat obscured by the swirling mist. "Let us press onward." "Indeed, Dedong. Did you hear that? Lord Han has declared that we must press onward. Do not linger here in a state of confusion." Dedong appeared to be ensnared in bewilderment. For Old Yang had not accompanied them, yet he could not shake the memory of the latter's presence behind him. However, witnessing the others moving forward once more, he dared not remain stationary and hastened to follow in their footsteps. As they traversed further, Zhao Er discerned that the mist within the canyon seemed to thicken, rendering the figures beside him increasingly indistinct. "Lord Han, Old Su, Shaosong, are you still with us?" "I am here," came a reply. "Zhao Er, good. I am also present." The voices of the 2 companions reached him from behind. Yet, for reasons unknown, Hanja remained silent. Nevertheless, Zhao Er could still make out the silhouette of the horseman ahead, alleviating his concerns somewhat. "As long as we stay together, we shall keep close to Lord Han." "Wait a moment, Zhao Er Ge. Dedong is missing." For reasons unclear, Zhao Er refrained from calling for Dedong. But Shaosong quickly noticed that the companion who should have been by his side had vanished. He promptly suggested, "Perhaps he has fallen behind. Should we not wait for him?" Yet unexpectedly, 2 perplexed voices emerged from the front. "Did Dedong come with us? Wasn't he absent?" The speakers were Zhao Er and Old Su, both puzzled as to why Dedong was suddenly mentioned when he had clearly not joined them. Shaosong, feeling utterly confounded, could not help but shout, "What?" However, just moments ago, Dedong he mentioned. Lao Su, slightly ahead, turned around and asked, "What did he say?" It was strange. It seemed that Dedong truly had not arrived. I couldn't recall if he had been beside me just moments ago. Upon hearing this, Lao Su turned back and earnestly comforted the somewhat younger man. Xiao Song, I believe you are simply too tense. Don't overthink it. It's merely a fog. And it will dissipate once we pass through the canyon. You are right. Perhaps I am indeed too anxious, the young man murmured, once again quickening his pace to match the footsteps of the three ahead. It was difficult to ascertain how far they had traveled. Zhao Er felt as if time had either stretched into centuries or that he had only just stepped into the canyon. In any case, he began to lose track of how much time had truly elapsed. Surrounding him were only the mist and the faintly discernible cliffs, along with the individual steadily advancing in front. Han Darren, are we nearing the exit of the canyon? Keep walking. All right, we must certainly continue onward, after all. We are responsible for guiding the others back. Han Darren, please do not mind my chatter. I am merely seeking to bolster my courage, though I am not easily frightened. This fog does possess an unsettling quality. The figure ahead remained silent, and Zhao Er continued to speak to himself. I am truly not timid, otherwise. Why would I be the only one to engage in negotiations with you, while the others? Zhao Er halted. As a series of images suddenly emerged in his mind, those moments when Hanja selected numerous individuals to embark together. He realized that he should not be alone in the ranks. Yet, not a single companion was by his side. Only the leader ahead continued to advance steadily. Zhao Er sensed that he had undoubtedly encountered a significant dilemma. Something must have gone awry, but he remained at a loss as to how to proceed. Trembling, he hastened to the back of the individual in front and reached out to tap them. Lord Han. The figure at the forefront finally turned around, revealing to Zhao Er a featureless, greenish-blue, flat visage. Chapter 18. The Believer. Years later, each time Zhao Er reminisced about this incident, a chill would seize his heart. Even in the dead of night, he would kneel in reverence at the shrine, wishing he could excavate and discard every memory of that entity haunting his mind. Upon witnessing that greenish hue, Zhao Er felt as though he had transcended the bounds of life, becoming but a speck of dust in the universe. Emptiness enveloped him. Only the green void remained, reminiscent of the first tender sprout of spring, exuding an unparalleled vitality. Zhao Er believed he had perished, or perhaps he had never truly lived. From that moment onward, his existence was defined solely by that shade of green. It was not until a tremendous explosion shattered the silence that he broke free from the verdant emptiness, discovering his companions surrounding him. Though they were not steadily advancing upon horseback, they knelt before an eccentric stone sculpture, depicting a headless bodhisattva, although its lower half was not of stone, but rather a large, green, enigmatic object enveloped in an unknown leather. It resembled a colossal piece of melting jade. At that moment, Zhao Er's mind was in disarray, as countless memories and sensations collided chaotically within him, rendering him unable to comprehend the unfolding events. However, he soon heard a voice behind him, tinged with mockery. It was unmistakably Hanja. Still hiding? I wonder where you think you can conceal yourselves now. The scene rewinds to the instant Hanja led his men into the canyon. The excessive debris strewn across the ground, coupled with the encroaching mist, compelled him to slow his horse, lest he be unseated. After proceeding for about 10 minutes, he encountered a narrow path that required a turn. Eager to catch up with the front line, he acted without hesitation, guiding his steed into the constricted passageway. It was in that fleeting moment that the unexpected occurred. As Hanja turned into the path, he briefly tilted his head to the side, blinking. When the blink passed, the companions who had been trailing him vanished into the mist in an instant. Zhao Er? Hanja decisively halted, refusing to advance further. Yet the 5 men who had been following him were nowhere to be seen. All that surrounded him was a small path shrouded in white fog, flanked by cliffs that appeared overwhelmingly oppressive in the dim light. What could possibly cause 5 individuals to vanish from sight in the blink of an eye? And without leaving a trace, it was as if he had truly come alone. Something felt amiss. They should not have vanished in an instant, but rather faded away gradually. Though I sensed nothing amiss, there was something here altering my perception. A familiar sensation enveloped Hanja, reminiscent of his previous venture into the underground cave of the estate's pond. Recalling that eerie green object and the feelings it evoked, Hanja cheerfully drew a firearm from his storage space. Ah, if it truly is that kind of entity, then there will be fun to be had. No longer hesitating, Hanja chose to proceed, eager to discover what lay ahead. Yet, all that awaited him was an endless path. No other passages appeared. Only a straight, narrow way extending infinitely before him. Hanja attempted to turn back, only to soon realize that the front and back had transformed into the same state. No, the changes here are not aimed at me. They seek to isolate me from others. Upon uncovering the true intent, Hanja swiftly altered his strategy, opting neither to advance nor retreat. Given this, The path before me is undoubtedly not a genuine road. No matter which side I traverse, I cannot reach my desired destination. As he spoke, Hanjo attempted to fire his handgun at the walls on either side. However, the results were disappointingly meager, producing only a hole and a crack of modest size. Should I resort to explosives? Uncertain whether the gunpowder he carried would suffice, Hanjo made a tentative estimation of the quantity stored and assessed the hardness and thickness of the rocky walls on either side. He ultimately abandoned the notion. Gunpowder is a consumable resource, and misplacing its usage would result in a tangible waste. However, he did not allow disappointment to take hold. Instead, he calmly secured his pistol and placed his hand upon the left stone wall. With a resounding crash, the hand of war was unleashed, transforming large boulders into a colossal stone hammer. A void appeared beside Hanjo, and with a few more instances, he could forge a new path. Observing the efficacy of his skill, Hanjo felt a sense of satisfaction and continued to approach the space he had carved out, repeatedly converting rock into weaponry. Regrettably, he could not create a massive weapon in one fell swoop. Perhaps his imprint was still incomplete? While pondering this, he remained diligent in clearing his path. And soon a tunnel was hewn through the mountainside. Upon entering the tunnel, Hanjo sensed a sudden clarity in his surroundings. As he slowed his pace, he instinctively turned back. This time, he realized there was no fog outside the tunnel. Rather, the cliffs on either side were adorned with intricate and peculiar patterns. The designs beneath the pond, indeed, something was amiss. With clarity in his gaze, he discerned that the path behind him was no longer a straight corridor, but instead presented several intersecting routes. The chaotic footprints on the ground affirmed his suspicions. His companions had undoubtedly been led deeper into the valley. Hanjo let out a cold laugh, gripping his firearm once more. This is precisely why I despise traversing paths predetermined by others. Time shifted back to the present as Hanjo followed his footsteps to the heart of the valley, where he finally discerned the nature of what lay before him. The scene was indistinguishable from an underground altar. In the center of the expansive area stood a colossal, headless statue of a bodhisattva. A circle of individuals encircled the statue, bowing and kneeling in silence, their demeanor reminiscent of the rare puppet shows of 2139, as if they were puppets themselves, drawn into the fabric of a ritual. Hanjo recognized several of his companions among that group, and he spotted Zhao Ziming along with two other figures resembling generals, gasping for breath beneath a nearby rock face. Before the statue, a figure stood wielding a long sword, disemboweling a soldier. Crimson blood gushed forth, evoking images of a fruit bursting with juice. The assailant, expressionless, slowly poured the flowing blood at the feet of the bodhisattva statue. Before he could seize another victim for slaughter, an orb-like unidentified object struck the assailant's back. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated through the valley, dismembering the individual with the explosive device. Still hiding, are you? Let us see how long you can remain concealed. After hurling the bomb, Hanjo did not relent. He continued to raise his weapon, shooting one by one the individuals still standing, exploding their heads. Do not be so stingy. What merit is there in sacrificing the blood of others? True believers ought to offer themselves. Chapter 19. The Ritual Unexpectedly. A figure emerged from the rear, armed with a terrifying weapon never before witnessed. They fell as swiftly as wheat before a scythe during the autumn harvest, the faithful collapsing in droves. The assailant before the statue had been obliterated by explosives, reduced to mere fragments, yet astonishingly, he still clung to life. Even with his head barely attached to a mangled torso and one arm blown away, he possessed the strength to inch forward. Another mutated monstrosity. Hanjo had already dispatched the majority of adversaries in front of him. Upon witnessing the grotesquely disfigured assailant still breathing, he unsheathed his longsword without hesitation, striding towards the wretch and impaling him upon the statue's pedestal. Isn't it splendid that you're so hard to kill? I still have much to accomplish. In a matter of moments, those gathered in the valley were completely subdued by Hanjo. Apart from the mutated leader, nearly all of the remaining 10 enemies were annihilated, leaving only 2 minions, whom Hanjo deliberately spared, paralyzed with fear upon the ground. Aiming his pistol at the 2 surviving faithful, Hanjo offered them a gentle smile. What were your intentions in coming here? Before him, one individual's eyes widened in terror, pupils constricted from sheer fright. The other clenched his jaw tightly, body trembling uncontrollably, hands pressed firmly against his head in a futile attempt to shield himself from the impending calamity. Am I truly that terrifying? Speak quickly. I must remind you, my patience is limited. Hanjo maintained his smile, albeit with a swift motion. He raised his firearm and pressed it against the head of one of the individuals, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. The last companion met a tragic end due to this peculiar weapon, and the surviving individual, nearly on the brink of collapse, was driven by his instinct for survival. Crawling on his knees towards Hanja. Please spare me. I will tell you everything. I merely came to assist Lord Sijung in completing the ritual. I have done nothing wrong. He was kicked aside by Hanja as he attempted to cling to his leg. Hanja raised his voice. What ritual? Speak clearly. It is the ritual to summon the god of revelation. Lord Sijung said that with sufficient sincerity and adequate offerings, we could bring the god of revelation back. The man continued, since the 9,000 years has not appeared for several days, and we have not received new divine enlightenment. Lord Sijung intends to conduct the summoning ritual using part of the goddess remains. Hanja's slender fingers gently caressed the handle of the gun, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. The surrounding individuals dared not utter a word in such a tense atmosphere, silently awaiting his contemplation. Minutes passed, and Hanja gradually straightened his posture, resting his chin on one hand, his index finger rhythmically tapping against his cheek. Intriguing. How is this ritual to be completed? At that moment, time seemed to stand still, with only the clouds in the dusky sky continuing to churn. My lord, what did you say? Do not be anxious. I simply wish to understand how to complete such an interesting ritual. Do you not wish to meet the god of revelation? The fortunate survivors among the captives have begun to experience a disconnection in their minds. This individual, who had just ruthlessly slaughtered all the ritualists, now wishes to assist them in completing the ceremony? Observing the last follower rendered speechless, Hanja leisurely shifted his pistol, aiming at the enemy's head. You remain unaware? Then you are of no use. Do not kill me. I know. Blood. We must offer a great deal of blood from many people to the divine figure on the statue. Then recite the incantation before it. Satisfied. Hanja holstered his pistol and patted the follower's head. Excellent. There are numerous corpses on the ground, while they are still fresh. Let us extract their blood to anoint the sculpture. The follower, eyes glazed, dazedly followed Hanja's instructions to transport and dissect the bodies, as if the recent massacre had never occurred, continuing the ritual as previously planned. One would have thought that Zhuqiang and Sijing were sufficiently deranged. Yet there are even more insane individuals to encounter. Meanwhile, Hanja gathered all the living rebels beneath the stone wall, confirming they bore no external injuries. Merely a state of confusion, before he withdrew to stand before the Bodhisattva statue. At this moment, with the efforts of the last follower, the area surrounding the statue had transformed into a vivid crimson. At the base of the stone sculpture, mutilated human forms were impaled, evoking a certain hellish beauty. So, is the blood prepared? What is the incantation? Only the prominent figures in the upper echelons possess that knowledge. We merely overheard snippets during the previous rituals. I see, how unfortunate. The believer wished to cry out for mercy, but as he attempted to rise, Hanja's finger had already pulled the trigger. Bang! The final gunshot reverberated throughout the valley, and the believer's body froze in place before collapsing forward like a marionette with severed strings. His blood pooled at the feet of the Bodhisattva statue as Hanja approached the mutated leader, now pinned to the pedestal. What a pleasure to meet you, Sijung. Would you be so kind as to recite your little incantation and summon the god of apocalypse? The undead monster leader, gifted with immortality by divine grace, regarded Hanja with his one remaining functional eye. He grinned, his lips torn and ragged from the explosive shockwave, now resting upon his mangled gums, trembling slightly with each labored breath. You wish to see the god of apocalypse. Sijing's voice had become hoarse and indistinct, nearly torn asunder by the explosion, with each utterance letting in frigid air. Throughout life, one ought to witness a variety of landscapes. I have never encountered a deity before, so it would be quite splendid to broaden my horizons now. You will die, all of you. In response to Sijing's threats, Hanja merely chuckled nonchalantly, withdrawing the long sword embedded in the wretched figure, lifting him to gaze upon the intertwining hues of the Bodhisattva statue. If fate permits, perhaps we may meet again in hell. As Hanja's voice faded, a brilliant white light instantaneously illuminated the entire valley, only to vanish without a trace in the blink of an eye. Boom! With the ghastly radiance piercing the heavens, the heavy clouds finally unleashed their first roar of fury. The raindrops had yet to descend, and the sky continued to coldly regard the absurdity of the beings and objects within the valley, indifferent as it had been for countless millennia. Sijung displayed a grotesque grin, straining to open his mouth, releasing an unimaginable cacophony of sounds. Ha-oh, his lips moved rapidly, uttering a series of bizarre and sinister incantations. Each syllable was nearly unrepeatable, and the grotesque utterances reverberated through the valley. The surrounding air seemed to thicken and suffocate, as ordinary onlookers instinctively prostrated themselves upon the ground. Subsequently, Hanja beheld a multicolored light piercing through the ominous clouds. Any bird caught in that radiant beam collided frantically with the rocks, while an enigmatic entity lurked behind the brilliance and the darkness. He could not articulate what that entity was, yet in that fleeting moment, he felt the weight of eons of desolation. He perceived stars drifting before his eyes, witnessing countless versions of himself standing still. However, the light abruptly faded, and that entity vanished once more. Those sensations lingered in Hanja's mind for but an instant, only to dissipate like snow melting into the sea. Before he could utter a word, the figure he held in his grasp, Si Zheng, let out a wail. No, it is not. It is not the god of revelation. No, no, no. Chapter 20. The sight before us, Si Zheng began to tremble violently, his struggles so intense that it seemed implausible for a being comprised solely of a chest cavity and a skull to muster such strength. From the moment the radiant five-colored light first manifested, he had ceased his incantations and had now succumbed entirely to madness. Is it not your divine harbinger? Then what is it? Hanja furrowed his brow, exerting all his might to grasp the fragmented creature, desperately seeking a moment of stillness to elicit a response to his inquiries. Before long, Si Zheng ceased his thrashing, remaining motionless in Hanja's grip. Upon lifting him, Hanja realized that the once exploded, dismembered form before him now lacked any semblance of life. The blessing of immortality had waned. He was dead. Casting aside the broken remnants of the human form, Hanja noted that the verdant, enigmatic object beneath the stone sculpture had vanished completely, along with the chaotic and malevolent structures and sensations that had accompanied it. Executor, you have successfully eradicated the residual remnants. Destruction progress stands at 6. Please continue to eliminate the remaining targets. A woman's voice abruptly interrupted the silence, prompting Hanja to remain still until a droplet of water fell upon him, soaking his blood-stained robe. At last, the heavens parted, and the long-accumulated downpour cascaded forth. Amidst the sound of the rain, the individual beneath the stone wall finally awakened from his deep slumber. Zhao struggled to rise, his gaze falling upon the scattered corpses strewn across the ground, and upon Hanja, who stood amidst the desolate expanse. He hesitated, uncertain whether to call out to Hanja, yet the latter had already approached their group. Are you all unharmed? We are fine. Lord Han, is it truly you? Are you well? Hanja retrieved medicinal supplies from his storage space, and, with a leisurely demeanor, reassured the others. Do not fret. I have vanquished the foes, and there is no further danger. By the way, did any of you catch sight of that light in the sky? The captives exchanged glances, and Zhao cautiously replied, We only heard a peculiar sound. And then we saw you standing still. But in the sky, there was nothing but dark clouds. I see. It must have been a misperception on my part. No matter, you may rest for now. At this moment, Zhao Ziming and several other soldiers, who were also in disguise, made an effort to rise. 2 of them bowed respectfully to Hanja, their tones humble. We had thought Lord Han was merely a civilian official. It seems our understanding was limited. Upon hearing this, Hanja realized that these 2 were likely the military leaders with whom he was to negotiate. No matter, such matters are inherently peculiar, and it is only natural that you would find them challenging to handle. Ahem, it is said that Lord Han possesses divine powers. You must not fear these entities. Hanja comprehended their implication and smiled gently, stepping forward to pat one of the soldiers on the shoulder. Rest assured, should I assume the mantle of the rebel leader, I will ensure you do not face these monsters. Your only concern will be engaging in battle with the city guards. With this assurance, the soldiers exhaled in relief, their faces brightening as they began to extol Hanja's wisdom and might. Thus, this peculiar negotiation, even before its commencement, drew to an unexpected close. As night fell, Hanja led the remaining members back to the village. He instructed them not to disturb him and to remain inside the house alone. Closing his eyes, he once again summoned the Faoki map, and the data panel unfolded before him. Name, Hanja. Age, 25. Physical condition, severe radiation contamination, remaining lifespan under 10 years. Physical exhaustion enhancement level 45, combat power, Martial Arts Level 6 Firearm Specialization Level 7 Imprint. War. Completion Level 3. Skills. Malicious Perception. Hand of War. Legion Amplification this time. He gazed intently at the panel and posed his first question. How can I contact other executors? The mechanical female voice promptly provided an answer. You may choose to send a private message to other executors or initiate a group communication invitation. Please send a message to number 4. Received. Please input your message. Hanja stared at the pop-up chat box, extending his hands to slowly type out his second question of the day. Number 4 did not respond immediately, and 10 minutes later, Hanja received another conference communication invitation. A stream of red data spread before him, revealing the familiar conference room. The blond man still occupied his previous seat, yet this time, Hanja found himself alone. It seems you have encountered something. Number 4 spoke first, a chat display screen floating before him. It displayed the chat window between him and Hanja, which contained only Hanja's question. What is the truth behind saving the world? Indeed, some peculiar and indescribable matters. Do you wish to know what they are? I yearn to comprehend the entirety of this phenomenon, the traversal, the annals of history, and those elements that ought not to exist in this era. Hanja no longer conceals his almost complete lack of knowledge. He believes that the other party should have discerned the pertinent information, rendering further concealment futile. Thus, he boldly casts forth all his inquiries, eager to ascertain the responses that number 4 might provide. Contrary to his expectations, number 4 does not immediately offer an answer, nor does he divert the conversation or attempt to mislead him. The blond man merely rises and snaps his fingers. In an instant, the scene transforms from a conference room to the rooftop of a towering urban edifice. Observing the starry sky above, it is evident that the new setting is also enshrouded in night. A cigar is extended to Hanja from a short distance. As he reaches out to accept it, a small flame flickers to life at the tip of the other man's finger. Quite impressive. You utilize such power to ignite a cigar. At least I need not carry a lighter or matches in my pocket. The two men stand in silence atop the building, leisurely savoring their cigars. Upon finishing the last puff, number 4 discards the stub at his feet, extinguishing the embers with a decisive stomp. After this, he gestures forward, posing an enigmatic question to Hanja. What can your eyes perceive as we stand here? Surrounding them is the urban landscape of the year 2139, aglow with neon lights. Electronic billboards that morph every few seconds, high-tech vehicles whizzing past, and white-collar workers bustling through the skyscrapers, while the thoroughfares are alive with the ebb and flow of traffic. The crowd, the urban architecture, the distant wilderness, and the myriad lights that eternally illuminate both day and night. The individuals beside me fell into a momentary silence, reaching into their pockets to retrieve a pack of cigarettes. However, after glancing at it a few times, they returned the pack to its place. Number 4 exhaled a deep breath, gazing up at the starry sky. I perceive a frenzied pulsation, witness bizarre and distorted transformations, as well as the ancient, unchanging stillness that looms above us. He sighed, turning to regard Hanja, who still held a cigar. You appear quite youthful. Surely you have not endured the cataclysmic end of days from 40 years ago. No, I was born in 2114, not long after the onset of nuclear warfare. Ha. Then your life has hardly been better. Hanja casually discarded the still smoldering cigar from the high-rise, watching the glowing ember grow distant, responding with a broad smile. After the apocalypse, whose life can truly be deemed beautiful? Indeed, you are right. No one can claim to possess a beautiful life anymore. This topic left both men in silence for a considerable time, until Hanja posed another question. You have yet to answer my query. What connection exists between what we see and the experiences we endure? Chapter 21. The Fauci diagram. The correlation is significant, immensely so. It can be asserted that the apocalyptic crises this world faces are intrinsically linked to those very entities you have encountered. Number 4 ceased to withhold information and directly articulated the answer to Hanja's inquiry. They are the architects of our destruction, as well as the inevitable challenges we must confront on the journey to save the world. What are these entities? Is it truly a deity? To assert such a notion is not entirely erroneous. You may be unaware, but a legend once existed upon this planet. As the virtual scene transitions into the depths of night, the flow of vehicles on the road and the laborers within the skyscrapers gradually diminish. Hanja stands beside No. 4, unable to discern the expression upon the man's face. A legend? Indeed, the legend speaks of a day when the stars shall realign to their rightful positions, and those who have slumbered or been isolated will emerge into the world, heralding the end of humanity. Hanja gazes upwards into the celestial expanse, uncertain of the temporal origins of this scene, or whether the trajectory of the stars here corresponds with the true constellations. Yet he can still perceive those luminous points gently twinkling. After a prolonged silence, Hanja curls his lips into a smile. So, you wish to convey that a cadre of peculiar deities precipitated a catastrophic calamity upon the blue planet, nearly leading to the extinction of humankind? Indeed, such is the truth. Moreover, you have encountered one of their remnants. I trust you possess your own discernment. Hanja comprehends what number 4 is alluding to, those bizarre, green, unidentified substances that not only exert a psychological influence on individuals, but also, through the siphoning of human blood, generate a green liquid that transforms its recipients into immortal monstrosities. It must be said, prior to number 4's revelation, Hanja had already entertained numerous conjectures. Yet, he did not anticipate that the divine entities spoken of in 1626 were, in the truest sense, actual gods. Very well, I accept that these entities are deities, but what of our transdimensional travel? How does the salvation of the world intertwine with these gods? Having grown up amidst the perils of the radiation zone, Hanja possesses an extraordinary capacity for acceptance. Even upon learning that those enigmatic entities are, in fact, deities, he remains unfazed. After all, as number 4 had just mentioned, he encountered the remnants of one such being. Since it is merely a remnant, it implies that these gods, too, can meet their demise. That which can be vanquished is not worthy of fear. The matter is quite straightforward. In our world, there exists a cadre of heroes dedicated to the salvation of humanity, who have undertaken numerous endeavors and explored various methods. Ultimately, a scientist uncovered the unsettling truth. The catastrophe that transpired 40 years ago was not the end. It can be asserted that those calamitous events that nearly led to humanity's extinction were merely a prologue, heralding the impending arrival of ultimate terror. As night deepens, the city still witnesses a trickle of traffic, with many white-collar workers toiling late into the night. The neon lights and electronic advertisements continue their ceaseless vigil, illuminating the surroundings with a dazzling array of colors, reminiscent of the fleeting glimmer of a dying soul. Yet, the ambient noise gradually subsides. The once bustling sounds become faint as the starry sky becomes clearer, and the city begins to drift into a somnolent state. Hanja silently absorbs number 4's explanations, maintaining a serene smile upon his countenance. Consequently, that scientist rallied all remaining colleagues capable of computation, dedicating a decade to create a special chart that could record primal energy and hypermedia. Alongside number 4's words, an information panel materialized before him. This chart, named after the scientist, is known as the Fauci chart, which documents our myriad data. After the development of the Fauci diagram, the scientific team endeavored to utilize it alongside quantum computers to verify the potential trajectories of the future world. Yet, regardless of the calculations, it appeared that the only path for the blue planet was one of annihilation. In a moment of collective despair, the Ptolemy Institute proposed a novel perspective. Since predicting the future proved futile, why not leverage the Fauci diagram to observe the trends of history? In hopes of uncovering any anomalous factors that might explain the impending doom, Hanja suddenly chuckled, prompting the 4th member to pause the commentary and glance at the jovial youth. Is there something amusing? He inquired. No, I simply find it quite entertaining that someone could conceive of the idea of historical deduction. It is evident they have identified the crux of the issue. Please continue. After scanning Hanja with a scrutinizing gaze and clearing his throat twice, the 4th member straightened his posture, donning a serious expression before resuming. Indeed, the scientific team, through historical observation, discovered certain entities that should not exist, clinging to various temporal nodes of the past. Consequently, they developed quantum leaps, seeking individuals capable of adapting to these transitions, dispatching them to different points in time to eradicate those attachments. Seemingly overwhelmed by the depth of his exposition, the 4th member could no longer restrain himself and retrieved a cigar box, lighting one and placing it between his lips. Thank you, but I shall decline. Hanja politely refused the cigar offered once more, redirecting his gaze to the city lights. You have quite the penchant for smoking. It is a vice that is hard to relinquish. I find discomfort in not having something in my mouth. Only after the 4th member finished his cigar did Hanja pose his next inquiry. What then? Is the matter of the imprint? A thought-provoking inquiry indeed. After all, You are not one who has undergone the transition through official channels, and it is likely that you have not received any pedagogical guidance. So, is it true that your imprint is something a teacher imparts directly? Oh, that is not the case. However, the methods of acquiring imprints are as varied as they are peculiar. It is conceivable that someone might indeed obtain an imprint through such means. As the cigar dwindled, Number 4 imitated Hanja, forcefully casting the end of the cigar from the high building, then clapped his hands together. The so-called imprint is a wondrous ability that emerges when the Fauci diagram intertwines with quantum transference. As we traverse through time, the myths and legends that flow through the river of time, the primordial behemoths, the epic heroes, and even certain concepts have the potential to bestow their powers upon us. An imprint signifies the acceptance of those entities, granting us the unique ability to inherit their strengths. As he spoke, Number 4 extended his hand towards Hanja. With a gentle exhalation, a massive blaze ignited in his palm. For instance, the power I possess also stems from the legacy of the imprint. Hanja had already witnessed Number 4's remarkable skill of igniting a cigarette with a mere finger, so he was not overly surprised at this display. He simply remained curious about the extent to which the flames could be controlled, allowing a subtle smile to grace his lips. Indeed, you have successfully circumvented the issue of forgetting your lighter, he remarked. Haha. After all, abilities that can be applied in daily life are truly valuable. Hanja and Number 4 could hardly be considered acquaintances. He could not discern the features of the other's face and was uncertain whether the other could perceive his visage. At this moment, they resembled two longtime friends, engaging in light-hearted banter atop the skyscraper in a virtual city. Chapter 22. The Flames of War. So, have you successfully acquired your mark? What kind of power does it bestow? As their conversation progressed, the fourth individual casually expressed his curiosity. Extending a gesture of goodwill, I can reveal the nature of my mark. Oh, what is your ability? Hanja was equally intrigued by the powers of other transmigrators. Believing that understanding one's adversaries was essential for triumph in battle, the fourth individual let out a brief chuckle. Raising his hands before his eyes, I have gazed into the eyes of ancient giants, swearing an oath of victory to obtain their might, which I call Surtur. Although they were in a virtual setting, Hanja felt an intense heat emanating from the fourth individual's palms, which quickly transformed into a roaring blaze. The flames, a vibrant orange-red, were no longer restrained. They erupted forth like a ferocious beast that had been imprisoned for too long. The brilliant fire illuminated the surrounding darkness, and Hanja could distinctly sense the destructive power and madness within that inferno. Yet, he felt no fear. Instead, he experienced a sense of longing and greed for the flames. Maintaining a smile on the surface, Hanja pondered, strange, why do I yearn to consume those flames? No, it is not my desire. It is my mark. Noticing Hanja's lack of reaction, the fourth individual remained unhurried and continued to leisurely inquire. So, what do you think of these flames? Now, can you divulge the nature of your mark? Take note of the 4 characters, su, air te air. Hanja nodded at Number 4, saying, certainly, but I do not yet fully command the power of engraving. You may find it disappointing. Ha ha ha, that is of no consequence. Currently, apart from the unknown Number 1, no one has mastered the complete engraving. I see. With a lowered gaze, Hanja retrieved iron ore from his storage space and invoked the hand of war before Number 4, transforming the ore instantaneously into a longsword. The engraving I obtained is derived from warfare. The sword's tip pierced the rooftop of a tall building. Hanja lifted his gaze to meet Number 4's, presenting a smile devoid of excessive emotion. I can transform any material I grasp into a weapon. Number 4's form momentarily stiffened. Although the other parties skillfully concealed their reaction, this moment did not elude Hanja's keen observation. However, Hanja chose not to expose it, maintaining a smile as he continued to lock eyes with Number 4. Remarkable. That ability appears quite impressive. Yet for those who possess engravings, the most crucial aspect remains the mastery and utilization of such power. Everything else is trivial. Number 4's tone was lighthearted as they swiftly retracted the flames from their hands, praising Hanja's abilities before casually adding, I believe you must have your own matters to attend to. If there are no further issues, you may proceed with your tasks. Very well. We shall reconnect when the opportunity arises. Hanja was not eager for further discourse with Number 4 and, after exchanging polite farewells, exited the communication link first. After he exited the towering edifices of the virtual city, Number 4 did not hastily depart. Instead, He retrieved his cigar box for the third time and lit another smoke. Behind him, a gentle male voice remarked, 3 cigars in one night. If you are discontent with your pursuits, you might as well consider a different method of self-destruction. Without turning around, number 4 replied, of course, you must understand that pulmonary ailments can no longer claim my life. If I were to choose to end it, I would certainly opt for a more flamboyant approach. The newcomer approached the blond man and paused at the spot where Hanja had previously stood, continuing to admire the nightscape alongside him. This was a young man, with dark hair and eyes akin to Hanja's, his features unobscured by data streams. He declined the cigar box offered by number 4, his gaze tranquil. The war you have been preoccupied with has been seized by him. Do you have anything to say now? The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse will select the most fitting successors for themselves. It can only be said that I have not been favored by war, which is not of great concern. Slowly putting away the cigar box, number 4 grimaced. Rather than fretting over that, I would prefer to ponder when you might join me for a smoke. I do not smoke. You might be waiting indefinitely. What a lack of consideration, number 5. In pursuit of his mission, Hanja immersed himself in the training of the insurgents for combat. As Zhao Ziming relayed various resources and information, the rebels hidden in the village began to grasp that the onset of war was imminent. At the end of April 1626, Zhao Ziming finally conveyed the news that a clandestine assembly of several thousand official troops had taken place just outside the city of Beijing. Thanks to Hanja's skills, they bore no weapons and departed separately, ultimately converging outside the city without attracting attention, thus providing a perfect cover for the impending uprising. One day, news spread through the city indicating that the surrounding rebel forces had completed their preparations and extended an invitation for Hanja to enter the city, to select an opportune moment to lead a full-scale assault. At the back of the village, around 100 individuals encircled a stone platform, their gazes fixed upon Hanja as he delivered a rousing speech. Fellow suffering compatriots, open your eyes and behold this world. Can we still survive in it? The officials above feast upon the grain nurtured by our sweat, residing in splendid halls while we toil before dawn, laboring to the point of exhaustion. After paying our taxes, how much food is left for our families? In times of disaster, it is not merely a matter of filling our bellies. We have nearly consumed the very bark of trees. This impassioned oration cast a grave expression upon many of the peasant rebels, for a significant number had already lost most of their family members to famine. Some found themselves as the last breath of life remaining in their households. On the platform, Hanja perceived that he had successfully ignited the fighting spirit within the crowd, filling him with satisfaction. Yet, he did not cease his speech. Instead, he gazed even more earnestly at the rebels below. Therefore, we must resist and reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. This is the realm of the common people, the land of the commoners. As long as we can grasp our weapons, nothing can stand in our way. Today, for ourselves, for our families, and to no longer endure this interminable suffering, join me in seeking justice against this merciless world. Hanja raised his weapon, extending his hand towards the heavens, and over 100 peasant rebels mirrored his action. Meanwhile, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears, esteemed executor. You have successfully assembled a legion of over 100 individuals who pledge their allegiance to you. The mission completion rate stands at 50. Please continue to advance the task. Ignite the flames of war, and obtain the complete seal. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but Hanja sensed a hint of fervor in the voice this time. Surveying the eager rebels below, Hanja hesitated no longer and decisively waved his hand. Onward. We shall enter the city. It is time to march. Chapter 23. Assault on the high walls. In early May of 1626, Hanja led his troops into the heart of Beijing. At this moment, alongside the soldiers who had hurried from the borders, there were a total of 7,000 warriors ready to heed his command. With meticulous plans laid out both overtly and covertly, various mineral resources had been entrusted to Hanja, the majority of which were transformed into different weapons for the rebel soldiers. With the timing ripe, Hanja unhesitatingly initiated a full-scale uprising, gathering all warriors under his banner as the leader of the rebellion. He activated the second skill granted by the war seal, Legion Amplification. All the rebels who had come from the borders felt their vigor surge, and their reverence for Hanja deepened. Outside the Forbidden City, in a narrow alley, Hanja and several other rebel leaders were engaged in strategizing the siege. Today, as we prepare for the siege, it seems arduous to advance through a frontal assault. He turned to those beside him and spoke. Although the forces within the city are weary, their numbers remain substantial, and with the palace's towering walls and numerous artillery, a direct attack would only result in needless casualties. We must employ strategy to disrupt their morale. Your insight is commendable. I too believe that a frontal assault is ill-advised. We may require a contingent for a surprise attack. One general expressed strong agreement with Hanja's assertion, proposing the formation of an elite vanguard. This was precisely what Hanja sought, for he needed to assemble a 100-strong unit to eliminate foes twice their number. Indeed, as the leader of the uprising, I shall lead by example. I will command the strike team to confront the enemy, while the rear operations shall be entrusted to you. Lord Han, the adversaries this team will face are formidable. Perhaps it would be wiser to dispatch others. Before the speaker could finish, Hanja interrupted with a wave. Since you all refer to me as your leader, how could I remain sheltered in the rear? Moreover, if we encounter those inhuman foes, should I not take action? Otherwise, would my soldiers not be sacrificing themselves in vain? His words resonated with wisdom. How noble of Lord Han! Upon hearing Hanja's selfless determination, all the generals bowed in admiration. Hanja smiled and returned their gestures, silently calculating how much time his mission might require. The discussion concluded, and the troops assembled outside the Forbidden City. Hanja issued commands for a contingent of rebels to feign a vigorous assault, instructing them to push siege engines and carry scaling ladders while shouting and charging towards the city walls. Meanwhile, several other squads positioned themselves in the rear, raining arrows and gunfire upon the fortifications to suppress the defenders' firepower. Not long after the uprising commenced, the area beneath the Forbidden City echoed with the sounds of battle, enveloped in a haze of gunpowder smoke. As the Ming defenders fought valiantly in resistance, Hanja led an elite squad to stealthily maneuver to the opposite side of the walls, a location identified by scouts as having a weak defense. Upon glancing upward, he noted the sparse number of Ming soldiers atop the walls, most of whom appeared flustered. A subtle smile graced his lips, barely perceptible. Onward, Hanja commanded in a low voice, swiftly positioning a scaling ladder and ascending it with remarkable agility. With deft movements, he wielded his longsword, fending off any defenders who attempted to impede his ascent. Under his leadership, the rebels quickly reached the battlements, where they encountered the defending forces in a chaotic melee. Hanja's strikes were executed with unparalleled ferocity, each swing of his sword resulting in a splatter of blood. The defenders, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, fell to the ground, crying out in agony. In a short span, the leader of the Ming defenders recognized Hanja as the ringleader of the surprise attack. Kill him. With fury boiling over, he raised his sword and pointed it at Hanja, his voice echoing off the high walls. Many soldiers, responding to his command, immediately armed themselves and began to encircle Hanja. Undeterred, he charged towards several of the defenders. With a series of muffled thuds, 3 soldiers fell, pierced through the chest by his longsword. Before him, the enemy gradually collapsed to the ground, and Hanja displayed an expression of boredom. I had presumed the city guards would be well equipped. It seems the court truly lacks funds, he mused. Perhaps they can dismantle a few buildings to make ends meet. In the next moment, the commanding officer of the city guards, having dispatched his trembling foe, surged forward with his elite troops directly towards Hanja. Hanja engaged in fierce combat with this contingent, yet the sheer number of adversaries, each seasoned by multiple battles, proved overwhelming. In the heat of the fray, most of Hanja's attention was fixated on the commanding officer, leaving him oblivious to an enemy stealthily approaching from the flank. Unable to evade in time, he was struck on the wrist, causing his long sword to clatter to the ground. Observing this, the city commander erupted into triumphant laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, boy! What will you wield against us now?" However, Hanja did not exhibit any signs of panic. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips, hinting at a mysterious confidence. In the next instant, he swiftly reached into his bosom and produced an unusually designed, jet-black weapon. The sight of this armament left the enemy soldiers momentarily paralyzed. Although firearms had begun to gain traction during the late Ming period, cold weapons remained the standard, and the submachine gun Hanja brandished was entirely unfamiliar to them. The peculiar nature of this weapon invoked an inexplicable dread among the city guards. What is that?" One soldier stammered, his voice trembling. Hanja did not respond. He merely smiled as he raised the submachine gun and gently squeezed the trigger. A series of thunderous blasts erupted, illuminating the air with bursts of flame. In the future, Hanja adheres to a saying: "Beyond 7 paces, the gun is swift. Within 7 paces, the gun is both swift and precise." Each time he raises his weapon to unleash a barrage upon his foes, he feels as though he has joined a desolate revelry. Believing that once all others lie prostrate, he shall ascend as the sovereign of this chaotic festivity. The soldiers are caught off guard, rendered helpless, akin to cheap puppets in the hands of a child, easily torn asunder and collapsing limply to the ground. Witnessing this, the remaining defenders of the city turn pale with terror, attempting to flee. Alas, Hanja is not one to grant them mercy. He firmly steadies his submachine gun, its muzzle continuously belching forth flames. With the grace of a dancer, Hanja steps elegantly forward, spent shells swirling around him in a jubilant symphony. Moments later, the area is left desolate, with only Hanja's figure remaining. He stands, bowing to an audience that does not exist, the barrel of his weapon still emitting wisps of smoke. The rebel forces that follow him are struck with fear from this frenzied slaughter, hesitant to advance. Save for a scout approaching cautiously from another direction. Report. The front lines are mired in stalemate. Shall we order a united assault on the city? Have you spotted Wei Zhongxian? Not at all. It is said that the eunuch leader remains secluded within the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Then there is no rush. The conquest of the Forbidden City cannot be hurried. Hanja, with a broad smile, pats the scout on the shoulder, instructing him to relay his orders for the rebels to guard the gates of the Forbidden City and to refrain from entering recklessly. Though the rationale behind Hanja's command eluded understanding, he was already a leader whom all respected and followed. His terrifying demeanor when taking lives rendered the scouts mute. They dared not question or oppose him, and without hesitation, they embarked towards the front lines bearing Hanja's orders. Chapter 24. Plunder. Once the orders were issued, Hanja personally advanced towards the Chengtian Gate. Armed with a submachine gun, he effortlessly transformed into a harbinger of death, as enemies fell in droves wherever he approached. Within 2 hours after the fall of Chengtian Gate, the towering walls of the Forbidden City were brimming with insurgents. At the conclusion of the initial assault, Hanja was gratified to hear the familiar mechanical voice. Executor, you have successfully completed your first additional task, and the imprint integrity has increased by 1. Please continue to enhance the imprint integrity to unlock further powers of war. Due to Hanja's prior orders, the insurgents did not hastily storm the Forbidden City. Instead, after successfully seizing the walls, they merely surrounded the noble elite within. Zhao Ziming hurriedly arrived at the walls of Chengtian Gate, only to find Hanja leisurely conversing with several beautiful maidens plundered from within the city. Han Shirqing, what time is it? Why have we not yet breached the 3 great halls? With the coveted palace in sight, Zhao Ziming had anticipated the imminent success of his grand ambitions. Little did he know that Hanja had commanded a halt to the advance, instructing the insurgents to encircle the Forbidden City. In his urgency, he neglected to compose himself. Rushing to Hanja's side with sleeves pulled taut, Zhao Daren's words are misguided. Are we not rising in rebellion for the sake of peace in the realm? Such haste to storm in and slay him offers little aid to our noble cause of salvation. What folly is this? Wei Zhongxian has thrown the court into disarray. If we eliminate him, we shall restore order and pave the way for tranquility. Hanja remained silent, merely smiling as he gently adorned the hair of the beauty leaning against him with a red flower whose origin was unknown. Han Shirqing, we cannot afford to delay any longer. We must enter and strike down Wei Zhongxian now, or the world shall be lost. Zhao Ziming was on the verge of losing his composure. Had it not been for the uprising soldiers recognizing Hanja as their leader, he would have seized command to issue the attack order himself. After a considerable pause, Hanja, with a cheerful demeanor, dismissed the maid by his side and finally turned to Zhao Ziming, his eyes wide open. Yet, why do I feel that merely killing Wei Zhongxian cannot truly save this era? What do you mean, Han Shirqing? Zhao Daren inquired. Do you truly believe that the downfall of the Ming dynasty and the suffering of the common people can be attributed solely to Wei Zhongxian? Yet he has monopolized power with certainty. Previously, at Changchun Temple, I posed a question to Zhao Xiong. I wonder if you still recall it? The matter of that ancient tree? Indeed, it is unfortunate that you did not provide me with an answer at that time. The two stood atop the high walls of Chengtian Gate, surrounded by the tense expressions of the rebel soldiers. Behind them, in the city, both commoners and nobles had tightly shut their doors, unwilling to meddle in the conflict. Hanja remained composed, holding no weapon, only loosely grasping a few red flowers. The question holds no significance. Addressing the pressing matters at hand is paramount. No, Lord Zhao. I maintain that this issue is indeed profoundly meaningful. A few crimson petals were cast at Zhao Zimying's feet, and he suddenly found himself struggling to comprehend the man before him. Initially, he regarded Han Zhe as a coward seeking refuge among the eunuchs, feigning camaraderie to gather useful intelligence while disseminating falsehoods to the enemy. However, it soon became apparent that the latter harbored intentions to escape from the eunuch faction, revealing peculiar sacrificial rites and clandestine trade activities involving the adversary. Consequently, he refrained from discarding Han Zhe immediately, instead allowing him to continue serving the eunuchs as a double agent. Yet now, standing before him, Han Zhe had induced a cold sweat to bead upon his brow. The figure before him seemed less a human and more an extreme concept compelling submission. Han Zhe gazed at the crimson petals strewn upon the ground, a smile lingering at the corners of his lips. The growth of a tree necessitates abundant resources. Any deficiency hinders its flourishing. Lord Zhao would concur with this assertion, would he not? The official across from him remained silent, his head bowed. The initial display of agitation long vanished. Unperturbed by the other's silence, Han Zhe continued his monologue. But what if there is no suitable soil, no water source, no sunlight? Only various parasitic vines tightly entwined around the tree? What then? Raising his hand to halt Zhao Zimying, who was about to speak, Han Zhe's smile gradually broadened. My dear Zhao, the assault on the Forbidden City cannot be rushed. After all, we have ample time ahead of us. In the distance, the sounds of soldiers hastening towards them echoed, and as they approached the base of the city wall, the newcomers reined in their horses and bowed to Han Zhe. Minister Han, in accordance with your orders, we have commenced the search of the residences of the nobility in Beijing. The soldier's voice resonated against the walls surrounding the Chang'an Gate, leaving Zhao Zimying in a state of bewilderment as he incredulously gazed at Han Zhe. What? Whose homes are we searching? Of course, we are searching the homes of all the wealthy nobles in the city. Who can say whether they are harboring the eunuchs or other illicit items? Stepping forward, Han Zhe placed a reassuring hand on Zhao Zimying's shoulder, concern etched on his face. Why does your complexion appear so pallid, my friend? Could it be that the rigors of battle have drained your vitality? Perhaps you should take a moment to rest. At that moment, Zhao Zimying felt dizzy, as though he might retch. He had laboriously cultivated connections with numerous high-ranking officials and engaged in transactions with them, fully aware that the homes of the wealthy were likely to conceal contraband. According to his original plan, the rebel forces were to storm the Forbidden City and eliminate Wei Zhongxian. This would have allowed him and the other scholars to seize control of the state affairs. And at that juncture, no one would have cared about the profits they garnered from this conflict. However, to his astonishment, Han Zhe not only halted the siege, but also permitted the insurgents to plunder within the city. Minister Han, this cannot be allowed. The literati are patriots. To treat them in such a manner is a gross violation of ethics. Rest assured, I am not a malevolent individual. We are all striving to ensure the smooth progression of the uprising, are we not? There is an ancient saying that goes, it is better to wrongfully execute 1,000 than to let one escape. You. Witnessing Zhao Zimying's face turn a deep shade of purple with rage, Han Zhe maintained his smile. I firmly believe that those refined scholars would harbor no peculiar items within their homes, nor any treasures that ought not to exist, would they? At last, Zhao Zimying fainted on the spot, prompting Han Zhe to summon several soldiers, instructing them to carry Zhao Zimying away. Master Zhao has been overworked. Please escort him to rest. As he watched the soldiers bear Zhao Zimying away, Han Zhe waved in the direction of their disappearance, his face adorned with feigned sorrow. Yet his eyes sparkled with mirth. It was not until their figures vanished around the corner of the city wall that he turned his gaze towards the various grand households beyond the Forbidden City, ablaze. What a splendid sight! Alas, it remains too feeble. Such flames cannot create ripples in this era. Before he could finish his musings, another soldier galloped in from afar. The messenger knelt beneath the Chengtian gate, reporting, "There is someone who wishes to seek an audience with you, my lord." "Oh, who is it?" In response, the messenger declared, "The individual claims to be Prince Xin, stating he wishes to discuss national affairs with you." "How intriguing. I shall attend to this immediately." Han Zhe recalled the Ming dynasty's annals he had hastily perused. If history remains unaltered, then this Prince Xin is none other than the last emperor of the Ming dynasty, the doomed ruler, Emperor Chongzhen. Chapter 25. Prince of Faith. Han Zhe, in truth, possessed little understanding of the historical intricacies of the late Ming dynasty. After all, He was merely a mercenary cast into the desolate wasteland of 1626 during a moment of self-detonation, shrouded in uncertainty. His grasp of this era and the individuals who, after their struggles, were inscribed into the annals of history was limited to fleeting glimpses from a handful of documents. Nevertheless, Hanja had always been remarkably astute, and even from a mere cursory glance, he had committed to memory the names and titles of several emperors. The Prince of Faith, named Zhu Yujian, was recorded as the last emperor of the Ming dynasty, the Chongzhen emperor, who lamented himself as the sovereign of a nation that ought not to have perished. Contemplating these titles, Hanja revealed a smile imbued with profound significance. The rendezvous was set within the confines of the Prince of Faith's residence in Beijing. Upon his arrival, he discovered that the estate was far more modest than he had anticipated. At the entrance, a youth clad in ornate attire awaited, accompanied by attendants. A multitude of insurgents encircled the estate, seemingly apprehensive, refraining from storming the place as they would in the homes of other nobility. The twilight of the capital was tainted by the haze of battle, casting a dim yellowish glow as tendrils of smoke wove through the alleyways, and the acrid scent of charred remnants permeated every corner of the hutongs. Hanja maneuvered past the insurgents to gaze toward the entrance, where the youthful prince, despite displaying a hint of disarray, maintained an air of authority. He overheard Zhu Yujian addressing the insurgents with poignant inquiries. "Gentlemen, what sin have the common folk of this city committed? Your incursion has wrought devastation upon the innocent. How can one bear such a burden on their conscience?" Had these words been uttered to soldiers sworn to protect their homeland, they might have felt a twinge of shame begin to stir within them. Those responsible for searching the mansions of the powerful in Beijing are none other than the peasant rebels under Hanja's command, who are unyielding to Zhu Yujian's rhetoric. Bah! What do you know? The people of Beijing live in comfort, unaffected by the cold or heat, enjoying a year free from illness or calamity. Meanwhile, our families are on the brink of extinction. Indeed, do not impede me. I care not for his title. The leader has stated that these noble houses may harbor eunuchs or other nefarious elements, and I must enter to conduct a thorough inspection. As the rebels began to stir restlessly, the guards surrounding Zhu Yujian grew anxious, drawing their weapons to encircle their master and cautiously defend against any rebel daring enough to approach. Hanju observed the young Prince of Faith becoming increasingly flustered, yet, as a royal, he endeavored to maintain his composure. "You dare? I demand to see your leader. I have important matters to discuss with him." Just as the rebels were about to breach the gates of the Prince of Faith's residence, Hanja leisurely rode forward, addressing the crowd. "Apologies. I seem to have lost my way. Have I missed any remarkable performances?" Upon seeing Hanja's personal arrival, the rebels halted their forceful attempt to enter. Greeting him with respect, "Lord Han, you truly have come. I heard someone wished to meet me personally, and I was intrigued, so I made my way here," Hanja remarked, dismounting effortlessly, never casting a glance at those within the prince's residence. "Very well, I shall handle matters here. You all go and search other residences. There are several grand mansions of eunuchs in Beijing, and I expect none to escape your scrutiny." Upon receiving the command, Zhu Yujian stood upright with the assistance of his guards, adjusting his attire to greet Hanja. "I presume you are the esteemed leader of the rebel forces." "Lord Hanja?" he inquired. Hanja, finally directing his gaze towards Zhu Yujian, remarked while patting the broken doorframe, "Indeed, it is I. Your residence is rather modest, even less grand than the Su Ning Marquis estate that I previously set ablaze." Zhu Yujian was taken aback by the unexpected remark, momentarily at a loss for words, but soon regained his composure. "Though my abode may be humble, it is a place where the morning light reflects off my books and the evening lamp accompanies my studies. For me, having a sanctuary to pursue my learning is all that truly matters. Yet, are you not a prince? How is it that your dwelling is inferior to the external estate of the Su Ning Marquis?" Before Zhu Yujian could respond, one of his close attendants interjected, unable to suppress his disdain. "It is all due to Wei Zhongxian. Originally, the edict from His Majesty mandated the renovation of the Prince of Exine's residence, which was quite adequate, but after passing through those hands, we ended up with this dilapidated courtyard." Only after the attendant finished did Zhu Yujian display an expression of resignation, subtly signaling for him to refrain from further comments. Hanju observed the interaction between the Prince of Xin and his attendant, finding it quite amusing. "No matter," he replied. "I had been residing in Suqin Palace. Relocating outside the palace offers much greater convenience. As for the simplicity of my dwelling, That is of little consequence. Zhu Yujian maintained a solemn demeanor, responding with deliberate care, while discreetly assessing Han Zhe's expression from the corner of his eye. A fondness for reading is indeed commendable. I too enjoy literature, though I must admit that there are few intriguing texts available to me. Han Zhe smiled faintly, intertwining his hands before him as he inquired, "What prompts the Prince of Xian to seek a conversation with me?" Transitioning to the heart of the matter, Zhu Yujian endeavored to maintain his composure, forcing himself to meet Han Zhe's gaze as he spoke. "I implore the rebel forces to withdraw, to cease inflicting harm upon the innocent within Beijing." Upon articulating this initial statement, the subsequent words flowed more freely. Today, the flames of war rage, and the city echoes with sorrow. Everywhere, families are torn apart by pain. Though our dynasty possesses its shortcomings, its foundation remains intact. Should turmoil ensue, the lives of the common folk may be irreversibly ensnared in calamity. If you all withdraw your troops and cease hostilities, I vow upon my life to collaborate with the court in crafting prudent strategies to restore peace and security to the realm. Once he had completed his prepared discourse, Zhu Yujian inhaled deeply, his palms slick with cold sweat. After all, he had recently heard of this rebel leader's ruthless massacre at the Qingtian Gate, where hundreds of defending soldiers had perished in less than half an hour. He trembled at the thought of uttering a misstep, uncertain if he could survive the encounter. Amidst the anxious gazes of those present, Han Zhe remained motionless, scrutinizing Zhu Yujian for an extended moment before finally revealing an enigmatic smile. "May I pose a question? Do you believe that there exist truly innocent souls within this city?" This query momentarily startled Zhu Yujian, prompting a brief reflection before he hesitantly replied, "There are indeed some common folk. No, that cannot be right. In this city, in this era, not a single individual can be deemed innocent." "What do you mean by that?" Instead of responding, Han Zhe redirected the inquiry. "You assert that you will confer with the court to bring peace to the world. What is the weight of your words? How many officials are willing to stand by your side? Is your promise truly worthy of the sacrifices made by the army?" Such inquiries left Zhu Yujian utterly speechless. Although he held the title of the Prince of Xian, the governance of the court was predominantly in the hands of Wei Zhongxian. Should discussions arise, he would indeed struggle to command the overarching situation. Just as everyone anticipated that Han Zhe would rebuff Zhu Yujian and forcefully compel the army to search the prince's residence, the young man took an action that defied all expectations. Han Zhe boldly stepped towards Zhu Yujian, directly confronting the blades of the guards, a brilliant smile illuminating his face. "How about this? Why not become the emperor? No one listens to the Prince of Xian, but everyone must heed the emperor's words. What the prince cannot achieve, the emperor surely can." Casting an unrefined piece of jade at Zhu Yujian's feet, Han Zhe unhesitatingly turned back to mount his horse. "Come find me at the Qingtian Gate once you've made your decision. I am eager to witness how events will unfold." Chapter 26. The Principle of Fairness. Upon returning to the Qingtian Gate, the army had already captured numerous hostages, compelling them to kneel beneath the city wall, awaiting Han Zhe's return for further action. It seems quite a few have been apprehended. Han Zhe cheerfully circled around the 30 or so hostages. Among them, he recognized several ministers from his hazy memories. As he approached certain individuals, one hostage suddenly exclaimed, "It's you. Aren't you from the Honglu Temple? How could you be mingling with the insurgents? Do you not realize this is an act of treason?" Bang! Until the smoke from the gun dissipated, Han Zhe sorrowfully wiped the barrel, murmuring, "I apologize. My intention was merely to shatter your eardrums." Alas, this firearm proved to be rather ineffective, resulting in your head being pulverized instead. Such a pity. The hostage, now reduced to half a head, collapsed onto the ground, brain matter and blood splattering onto those nearby. Yet, they could only muster a brief gasp of shock, quickly silenced by the fear instilled by Han Zhe's piercing gaze. Stepping through the blood pooling on the floor, Han Zhe grasped the submachine gun in his hands. "Very well," he announced, "I possess another firearm. Regrettably, this one does not seem particularly accurate either." He cast a slight smile at the remaining throng of individuals, brandishing both weapons. "I am a firm believer in the principles of fairness and justice. Hence, for those desiring to be shot by either gun, I shall conduct a lottery to determine your fate. Of course, the lottery will ultimately reveal my own preference." The hostages, kneeling and devoid of hope, were gripped by despair. An elderly man among them began to cough and raised his head in lament, exclaiming, "Alas! Is it our fate to perish here today?" Beside him, the other captives wept, bound tightly by the insurgents, forced to kneel in despondency. Not far off, numerous insurgents were observing this grim interrogation. Zhao Er, bearing half a bag of silver ingots, strode past them with an air of arrogance. A familiar insurgent caught his attention, urging Zhao Er to witness the unfolding spectacle. "Old Zhao, do you not think that Lord Han is being a tad too cruel? Have you lost your wits?" Zhao Er retorted, "Cruel? When my family was on the brink of starvation, I found myself beseeching at the door of the official for provisions. And what do you think happened?" The soldier who had detained Zhao Er tentatively inquired, "Did you manage to procure any food?" But Zhao Er's response was a swift kick. "What a joke. I was beaten to a pulp by those ruffians and cast out, only to return to find 3 of my family members perished. Look at those kneeling figures, clad in rags. Even if we sold every person from our village, we could not afford a single garment. Their survival is a cruel mockery of our suffering." Observing the soldier clutching his stomach as he stood up, Zhao Er dumped the silver ingots he carried onto the ground. "Now, our lives are all equally worthless. What's wrong with that? Just tell me if you desire this glistening silver." Initially displeased by the kick, the man's countenance transformed into one of avarice upon seeing the scattered silver. "Yes, I certainly want it. Old Zhao, you speak the truth. They cannot live." Meanwhile, the insurgents began to apportion the confiscated treasures in the rear, and Han Zhou was equally industrious. He divided the hostages into 2 factions, one comprising the eunuchs loyal to Wei Zhongxian, the other consisting primarily of cultured literati. The 2 groups knelt face to face, separated by a distance of approximately 2 to 3 meters. After all, they were all men of stature. It seemed the women had likely been taken by others, so I would refrain from mingling in that chaos. After surveying the scene, Hanzhou adjusted the numbers of both groups to ensure they were roughly equal, with about 15 individuals on each side, before finally standing contentedly amidst them. The hostages, filled with both fear and curiosity, furtively cast glances at the man standing in the center, utterly bewildered by his intentions. It was not until Hanzhou spoke that the atmosphere shifted. "I have numerous questions to pose to you, so let us engage in a game. As I mentioned earlier, I pride myself on being fair. Thus, if any one of you provides me with an answer to a question, I shall execute one hostage from the opposing side. This game will continue until one side is completely obliterated. What do you think?" This macabre proposition extinguished the flicker of hope that remained within the hostages, leaving most with vacant gazes, as if they had already witnessed their own grim demise. A younger hostage, gritting his teeth, exclaimed, "I refuse to partake in such a game." Upon hearing the outburst, Hanzhou approached the young man with a smile, unexpectedly beginning to applaud him. "Excellent. Such spirited defiance. One must have the courage to resist." The young man stood frozen, bewildered, expecting the madman to retaliate violently. Yet this lunatic was praising him instead. "What is your name? I have high hopes for you and intend to reward you." I am the younger brother of Li Siyu from the Guozijian." Upon sensing a glimmer of hope for survival, the young man's expression brightened, eager to divulge his identity to Hanzhou. "Splendid, splendid. Someone, go fetch Li Siyu and the rest of his family. Eliminate them all and bring me their heads." The insurgents immediately dispersed to follow Hanzhou's orders, leaving only a handful still spectating the unfolding chaos. The young man was filled with anguish, twisting his body in a fit of rage, attempting to charge at Hanzhou. Bang! Hanzhou smiled as he fired, deliberately aiming only for the young man's shoulder. It was only when the young man collapsed in agony, wailing in pain, that Hanzhou leisurely raised his gun, gesturing to the other hostages. "Fear not, I am a man of my word. Until this child receives his reward, I shall refrain from killing him." All present bowed their heads in desperation, not daring to breathe. Hanzhou continued to muse aloud. "Once his family arrives, I shall reunite him with them. After all, I am not a villain. I would never disrupt a family's reunion." No one dared to utter a word, and as the young man succumbed to his pain and fainted, the atmosphere fell into complete silence. Satisfied, Hanzhou walked to the end of the 2 rows of people. "Now, let us commence the game," he declared, as the last rays of the setting sun faded. He posed his first question to the hostages. "Who among you knows what the red pill in the red pill case truly is?" Most of the hostages displayed expressions of confusion. Although they had heard whispers of this peculiar case, the file had been tightly sealed by higher authorities, rendering it nearly inaccessible. After posing his question, Hanzhou swiftly scanned the faces of the dozens of hostages. As he had anticipated, the majority appeared bewildered, save for the elderly man who had initially cried out. his face now ashen. Thus, he leisurely strolled over to the old man, extending a friendly hand. "Good sir, are you all right? You seem rather unwell. Is there something you wish to say? Please, do not hesitate to speak." The elderly man initially believed that Hanja had seized them merely to extract more wealth or information regarding other accomplices. He had braced himself to remain silent. But to his astonishment, the first question posed by the other party referenced a bizarre and perplexing case from years past. This was an experience that the old man could never forget. Being reminded of it so suddenly overwhelmed him with an uncontrollable sense of terror and sorrow, causing his complexion to fluctuate between pallor and ashen hues, raising concerns that he might faint at any moment and never awaken again. Chapter 27. Mingxinzong. Hanja directly grasped the old man's collar, pulling him closer. "Old sir, if you feel unwell, do not hesitate to speak up. Given your advanced age, what if you were to collapse right here?" Seemingly indifferent to the fact that he was treating the man as an object, Hanja compassionately extended his other hand, gently squeezing the old man's shoulder. You seem somewhat familiar, old sir. Were you not affiliated with the 6 ministries? Perhaps a minister or a deputy minister? I recall that you have 2 sons who are married. Am I correct? How is the health of your family?" Hanja vowed that his concern was genuinely for the old man's well-being and familial circumstances. He could not fathom why the elderly gentleman, who had previously kept his lips sealed, suddenly began to weep and wail, proclaiming that he would divulge whatever Hanja wished to know. However, since the man was willing to speak, Hanja certainly would not impede such a fortuitous development. He instructed the rebels behind him to bring forth 2 chairs, then casually seated himself, resting his legs upon the other chair, and addressed the still kneeling figure. "Now, please, share your thoughts. I am all ears." As the elderly man recounted the tale, he appeared utterly withered, resembling an ancient tree swathed in tattered rags. Hanja experienced an odd sensation. He felt that if he were to poke the man's skin with his finger, he might shatter like the bark of a dead tree. The stories themselves seemed to bear the weight of this desolation, emerging in a fragmented and disordered manner. Had it not been for Hanja's remarkable memory, he might not have been able to piece together these ramblings into a coherent narrative. The central theme of the old man's discourse revolved around Emperor Shenzong. The Ming dynasty's Emperor Zhu Yijuan, known as Shenzong, would be recognized by anyone familiar with history as a notable figure. After all, both the era of Wanli and the revitalization it heralded were among the few bright spots of the late Ming period. Regrettably, Hanja had not delved deeply into historical studies and held little interest in past events. He could only recall the foundational information provided by Fa Oki. For instance, he remembered that Zhu Yijuan and Zhang Jujing collaborated politically to implement the examination system and meticulously surveyed the nation's farmlands in the economic sphere, promoting the single whip law. Thus, during the first decade of Zhu Yijuan's reign, the Wanli reforms were executed with remarkable boldness and effectiveness. Furthermore, this emperor presided over the illustrious 3 great campaigns of Wanli, which included the pacification of the Mongol rebellion in Ningxia, the defense against Toyotomi Hideyoshi's invasion of Korea, and the suppression of the insurrection led by Yang Inglong in the Miao territories. Although some have argued that these campaigns drained the national treasury, other records indicate that, by the conclusion of the 3 great campaigns, both the internal treasury and the grand warehouse still contained ample silver. However, these historical accounts were absent from the tales recounted by the elderly man. Instead, another figure, repeatedly mentioned, emerged, a woman, the beloved consort of Emperor Shenzong of the Ming dynasty, the esteemed concubine Zheng. The elder, known as Chun Yan, was born in the 43rd year of the Jiajing era. On the 7th day of the 8th month in the 12th year of the Wanli era, Emperor Shenzong conferred upon concubine Zheng the title of Guifei, a mark of great favor. At that time, Chen Yan had just been promoted to the esteemed position of Grand Secretary of the Eastern Pavilion. Since Zheng's entrance into the palace, the emperor showered her with unparalleled affection, which never waned. She not only became the first among the 9 consorts to be elevated to the rank of Guifei, but also, upon giving birth to a princess, elicited immense joy from the emperor, who generously disbursed 150,000 taels of silver from the imperial treasury to celebrate. The book Wanli Yihua Bian notes, the Wan family was elevated to Guifei in the 2nd year of Chenghua, but their firstborn son passed away shortly before reaching his 100th day, leaving him unnamed. The passing of the consort occurred in the 23rd year of Ding Wei, suggesting her years were not few, yet her favor remained undiminished. This mirrors the current emperor's devoted affection for concubine Zheng. which has persisted for 30 years. These records vividly illustrate the fervent and grand adoration Emperor Shenzong held for concubine Zheng. However, such matters did not concern Qin Yan, after all. Tales of imperial favor and affection abound throughout history. Their sole duty was to diligently assist the emperor in governing the affairs of state. As long as it did not jeopardize the nation's foundation, the emperor's preference for numerous women was of little consequence. It was not until the 29th day of the 12th month that, following the birth and subsequent demise of the emperor's second son, Zhu Changshu, a secret edict was delivered to Chun Yan's cabinet in light of the young prince's passing. The bearer of this edict was none other than the Grand Secretary Qin Shixing, who had participated in the ceremonies for concubine Zhang's elevation on 2 occasions. The content inscribed in the secret edict instructed Qin Shixing to enlist a few trustworthy individuals to procure the materials necessary for concocting the tranquilizing elixir, as well as to compose the sacred texts welcoming the descent of the lotus platform Bodhisattva. The edict emphasized the utmost importance of discretion, mandating that not a whisper of this mission be disclosed. Although Chun Yan lacked medical expertise, his keen eyes discerned that the medicinal ingredients listed in the imperial decree appeared markedly different from the typical tranquilizers in use. In addition to the commonly utilized herbs such as Buddha's hand and jade bamboo, there were also highly toxic substances like toad venom and aconite. Furthermore, peculiar materials such as purple river car, heavenly water, mica, and cinnabar were meticulously catalogued, all of which were to be procured in their entirety. Having recently ascended to the position of Grand Secretary of the Eastern Pavilion, Chun Yan was relegated to the task of sourcing medicinal materials, while the more prestigious assignment of composing scriptures for the emperor naturally eluded him. However, he found himself perplexed as to why Zhu Yijuan, already the sovereign, felt the need to clandestinely issue an edict, covertly soliciting the gathering of materials and the writing of scriptures. Common medicinal herbs were not particularly scarce. Whether by appropriating from the Imperial Medical Bureau's reserves or dispatching personnel to acquire them externally, such endeavors posed no significant challenge. Chun Yan merely had to employ certain tactics to erase and amend the records pertaining to the procurement of these materials, ensuring the movement of personnel and financial transactions remained inconspicuous. The more toxic herbs did not demand much effort from Chun Yan either. With a few additional connections, he successfully secured a sufficient quantity for the emperor. After all, these could still be categorized as traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, and upon reflection, none were exceedingly rare. What truly troubled Qin Yan were the materials such as heavenly water specified in the edict. The task required a substantial quantity of raw materials, all of which had to be acquired discreetly, a stipulation that left Qin Yan, despite his esteemed position as Grand Secretary, feeling rather constrained. On the 9th day of the 1st month in the 13th year of the Wanli era, Qin Yan, who had been anxiously struggling to gather a few remaining materials, unexpectedly received an invitation from Qin Shixing. At that time, Qin was already the Prime Minister of the cabinet and had been promoted to the positions of Grand Tutor and Tutor to the Crown Prince the previous year. Qin Yan, merely a scholar of the Eastern Pavilion, was perplexed as to why this esteemed elder would invite him to his residence. However, due to Qin's persistent and warm invitations, coupled with Qin's pressing need for assistance, he ventured into Qin Shixing's abode amidst the heavy snowfall of deep winter. The residents had prepared a lavish banquet, and Qin dared not offend Qin. Thus he found himself compelled to indulge in several cups of exquisite wine under Qin's repeated toasts. As both men began to feel the effects of intoxication, Qin mustered the courage to raise his glass and stand, offering a toast to Qin Shixing. After carefully choosing his words, he confided the obstacles he faced in his endeavors. That day, Qin did not harbor the expectation of receiving help, for despite both being scholars, their statuses were worlds apart. Yet, Qin merely listened with a smile, nodding in agreement with Qin's observations. Indeed, it was true that the circulation of these materials in the capital would be difficult to conceal from prying eyes. Qin's disappointment was evident, but Qin did not cease there. Instead, he instructed his attendants to prepare a carriage, inviting Qin to accompany him from his residence to another location where they would meet someone. Chapter 28. The deputy of the Honglu Temple Qin Shixing led Qin Yan as they departed Beijing in a carriage on that wintry night, heading towards a dilapidated temple situated 4 miles outside the city. In that moment, Qin Yan encountered a young man clad in the attire of a Taoist priest. Although there are several Taoist temples within the city of Beijing, it is uncommon to encounter such priests beyond its borders. Most of them are wanderers, akin to itinerant monks, due to household registration issues. However, if one seeks to discreetly acquire substantial quantities of alchemical materials such as cinnabar and purple river vehicle, it would be imprudent to rely solely on the bustling yet loose-lipped Taoist establishments in the capital. When the three convened within the temple, Shen Shixing proceeded to introduce the young man to Chen Yin. According to the accounts of the other two, this young Taoist was known as Li Kejua, with the honorific title of Xian Suzhen Run, belonging to the Jindan sect that emerged during a previous dynasty. However, according to Li Kejua, the Jindan sect was originally referred to as Jindan Dao, with the designation of sects gradually coming into use only during the early Ming dynasty. Li Kejua proclaimed himself a disciple of the inner alchemy branch of Jindan Dao, claiming expertise in the art of pill crafting and knowing precisely where to procure the necessary materials in ample quantities without leaving a trace. Furthermore, this esteemed practitioner expressed his willingness to assist Chen Yin with his endeavors, while also hoping that Chen Yin might offer him some guidance in his pursuit of a position within the court. Chen Yin felt a twinge of surprise. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Li Kejua was already acquainted with Shen Shixing, the head of the cabinet. Why then would he require Chen Yin's assistance? Not to mention that Chen Yin had only recently become a grand secretary of the Eastern Pavilion, lacking any significant connections within the court, making him an unlikely figure to rely on. This query was soon addressed by Shen Shixing himself, who lamented that he had received numerous hints, both overt and covert, regarding considerable opposition to his position. Should a Taoist be casually recommended at this juncture, it is likely that the impeachment petitions against him would accumulate upon the emperor's desk. However, Chen Yin, having been personally promoted to the cabinet by the emperor, is an individual of unimpeachable integrity, devoid of factional affiliations or any noteworthy past indiscretions. Thus, his involvement in this matter is indeed the most prudent choice. In such circumstances, Chen Yin readily acquiesced to Li Kejua's request. Armed with a slip of paper inscribed with names and positions, he accompanied Shen Shixing back to the capital, Beijing, with newfound support. Chen Yin successfully gathered all the requisite materials by the 12th day of the first month. Ultimately, he observed several colleagues submit their meticulously prepared scriptures, along with a substantial collection of medicinal herbs he had sourced, all of which were delivered to a certain discreet chamber within the Forbidden City. This arduous task was finally concluded. On the 19th day of the first month, the emperor's second son, Zhu Changxiu, was laid to rest in a ceremony at Jingshan, with the emperor conferring the title of Prince of Bin Ai, an honor bestowed by Shen Shixing, who presented the ceremonial edict. 2 months later, due to his successful endeavors in procuring medicinal remedies, Chen Yin was once again elevated by Emperor Shenzong, being appointed as a 4th-rank counselor in the Board of Civil Affairs on the 3rd day of the following month. This promotion naturally positioned him to recommend Li Kejua for the post of registrar at the Honglu Temple. Originally, this matter seemed destined to conclude here, with only private exchanges of gratitude among a few individuals remaining, alongside their shared responsibilities in court discussions. Yet, unexpectedly, in the 25th year of the Wanli era, Chen Yin learned of Li Kejua's elevation to the position of vice minister of the Honglu Temple. In the preceding years, Shen Shixing had already become embroiled in the disputes surrounding the National Foundation, caught in the crossfire between Emperor Shenzong and various ministers, resulting in discontent among the officials due to his indecisiveness. In the month of August during the 19th year of the Wanli reign, Shen Shixing resigned from his official post and returned to his hometown of Changzhou, no longer concerning himself with matters of state. Surprisingly, without the support of his most formidable patron, Li Kejua, he managed to ascend the ranks as a Taoist priest. This astonished Chen Yin greatly. Even more unexpected was the visit from the former vice minister of the Honglu Temple, who, after a fortnight of silence, personally came to pay his respects. It was a sweltering summer day when this new vice minister arrived, bearing exquisite wine gifted from the palace, along with a treasure chest filled with gold, silver, and jewels, expressing a desire to engage in conversation with Chen Yin. However, Li Kejua brought more than just fine wine and lavish gifts. After several rounds of toasting, he revealed that he required Chen Yin's assistance once again. During their conversation, which marked the first in many years, Chen Yin gleaned numerous insights into clandestine discussions within the palace that were typically inaccessible. The reason behind Li Kejua's elevation to vice minister of the Honglu Temple and his extensive knowledge of court affairs stemmed from the favor he received from a significant figure in the imperial harem. This prominent individual was none other than the emperor's beloved, The woman who had perpetuated the power struggle within the nation for many years, now the Empress Dowager, Zheng. At the banquet within the residence, Li Kajua first raised his cup in gratitude, stating, "Esteemed Minister Chun, I wish to express my thanks for your prior recommendation. In my previous lowly position, my voice was of little weight, and I failed to adequately convey my appreciation for your kindness." To which Xin Yin replied, "Dear brother, such words are unwarranted. I merely performed a trivial act. Your assent is solely attributable to your own prudence and diligence, unable to discern the true intentions of the other." Chen Yin could only continue to engage in polite discourse. When Li Kajua finally emptied the wine jar, he revealed to Qin Yin that he had taken on the clandestine responsibility of concocting the tranquilizing elixir for the emperor. This elixir he had renamed the Scarlet Pill of Immortality. Qin Yin was perplexed by the distinction between the so-called elixir and the immortal pill. Yet he found himself astonished by Li Kujua's words. It was indeed remarkable that this Taoist had infiltrated the palace to assist the emperor in his alchemical endeavors. Li Kujua proceeded to explain that, originally, in the 15th year of the Wanli era, Emperor Shenzong had already attempted the creation of the Scarlet Pill for the second time and had combined it with other formulations. However, that had transpired a decade ago, and now the emperor required a new Scarlet Pill, yet lacked the crucial ingredients. When Qin Yin inquired about the essential materials needed and whether he should procure them once more, Li Kujua merely smiled and refrained from answering the first question. Instead, he produced a piece of silk from his bosom and personally handed it to Chen Yin. The silk appeared to be a handkerchief belonging to a certain lady. Soft and pure white, embroidered with delicate azure threads. Upon its unveiling, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, and in that hazy moment, Chen Yin felt as though a gentle spring breeze caressed his face. As he drunkenly gazed at the silk, his foggy mind, clouded by the wine, suddenly cleared. The fabric bore a letter penned by the esteemed consort Zhang, lauding Qin Yin for his past efficiency and loyalty, portraying him as a faithful minister and general. Moreover, she subtly hinted that the accusations against the emperor regarding his neglect of state affairs were due to the rivalry between her third son and the crown prince, which had adversely affected the nation's foundation. Now, both Emperor Shenzong and she had lost faith in the majority of court ministers and required someone to oversee the preparation of the Scarlet Pill of Immortality. She pondered for a long time and finally recalled that it was indeed with Qin Yan's assistance that she managed to gather those materials back in the day. Thus, she composed this letter on silk, entrusting Li Kajua to deliver it to Qin Yan, hoping he would once again serve the emperor and seek out the materials needed for the alchemical process. What compelled Qin Yan to reluctantly agree was the seal imprinted in the corner of the silk, one he had seen countless times on imperial edicts in previous years. To Qin Yan's astonishment, after he nodded in agreement, Li Kajua informed him that the most crucial alchemical ingredient he needed to procure was an alarming quantity of deceased infants who had not yet reached their first birthday. At this revelation, Hanja raised an eyebrow. He had long contemplated what materials might be used in the creation of the red elixir, and had speculated the inclusion of human blood, among other things. However, he had not anticipated such a grotesque requirement, necessitating so many dead children. Hanja tilted his head, scrutinizing the elderly man before him. "Did you really gather so many dead infants? Have you ever consumed the red elixir that was refined from them?" Regrettably, the aged Chun Yin had succumbed to a state akin to hysteria. He did not respond to Hanja's inquiries, but instead continued to narrate the chaotic tale in a disjointed manner, his voice fluctuating. The contents of that silk letter compelled Qin Yin to grit his teeth and accept this arduous task. Li Kujua further asserted that should this endeavor succeed, the empress would bestow significant rewards. The old man recounted how he came to find those infants who had perished before their first year, only to suddenly scream in terror, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly bowing his head in a blurry plea for forgiveness from the heavens and deities. Hanja obstructed the advancing rebels behind him, disregarding the hostages who knelt in fear, and smiled as he awaited the elderly man's continuation of the tale. Years ago, Qin Yin had expended tremendous effort, ultimately securing the requisite medicinal herbs after 3 months of relentless pursuit. While the ministers were preoccupied with disputes concerning the nation's foundation, he, accompanied by 2 trusted subordinates, delivered the herbs to the side hall mentioned by Li Kajua on a rainy night. Following this event, Qin Yin feigned illness and withdrew from court for over 10 days, dedicating himself to tranquil recuperation at home. On the 3rd day of the following month, upon his return to court, he was greeted by the cheerful approach of Li Kajua. "Lord Shun, regarding the matter we discussed earlier, Empress Zheng wishes to personally express her gratitude. I hope you might visit the imperial garden after court. This, however, it is rather irregular for a consort to summon a court minister without cause. Chun Yin hesitated, apprehensive of being accused of an illicit meeting with the consort. Yet, Li Kaizhua remained unfazed. It matters not. His Majesty shall be present, treating it as an audience with the emperor himself. Perhaps due to the earlier extraordinary actions he had taken, Qin Yin momentarily failed to perceive the peculiarity in Li Kaizhua's words. Logically, it should be the emperor expressing gratitude towards his subjects, thus receiving them, with the consort in attendance. Why, then, had Li Kaizhua's words inverted this sequence, suggesting that Empress Zheng sought to thank him while Emperor Shenzong accompanied her? At that moment, Qin Yin merely navigated the morning court with trepidation, as the emperor had not personally attended court for over a month. Despite the minister's criticisms regarding the decline of governance since the sovereign took control, the majority felt a sense of helplessness regarding the matter. It was only after the court had adjourned that Qin Yin followed Li Kaizhua and the leading eunuch, navigating through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at the imperial garden. At that moment, Beijing was in the depths of autumn. The political atmosphere remained uncertain, casting a veil of gloom over the landscape. The trees outside had lost their former vibrancy, their leaves hanging weakly from the branches. Fallen leaves lay scattered and unattended, trampled underfoot, occasionally emitting a muffled lament. Even in Chun Yan's own courtyard, the climbing vine had lost its luster, transforming into a patchy, faded crimson. Yet within the imperial garden, a riot of blossoms flourished. Even from a distance, one could sense the vitality of spring, completely devoid of the desolation typical of late autumn. Witnessing this, Qin Yin couldn't help but marvel inwardly. To maintain the garden in such splendid condition during this season surely required an immense investment of manpower and resources. However, it was not merely the exquisite scenery that lingered in his memory, but rather the enchanting young woman he encountered within the garden. Upon entering, he heard the eunuch call out loudly, "Qin Yin, Counselor of the Board of Revenue, and Li Kaizhua, Right Minister of the Court of Imperial Sacrifices, request an audience." Only when the sovereign summoned them for an audience did Chun Yin dare to raise his gaze, directing his attention toward the two figures standing at the center of the garden. One was, of course, Emperor Shenzong, Juijuan, and beside him stood a remarkably charming and beautiful young lady. According to Chun Yin, the imperial garden was a vibrant tapestry of spring, surrounded by a dozen or so lovely maidens in attendance. Yet, he was about to meet the emperor, and beyond the nervousness that gripped him, there lingered a flicker of anticipation for the rewards that might accompany the successful completion of his mission. However, as he lifted his gaze to behold the visage of the lady beside his majesty, all the splendid scenery around him, along with his inner tension and expectations, paled into insignificance. The vibrant spring in the imperial garden seemed to be overshadowed by this young maiden, whose presence rendered the myriad of tender buds and blossoms less radiant than the verdant glow that enveloped her. The girl fluttered her eyelashes and smiled, offering a nod in acknowledgement to Qin Yin, causing his heart to race in sync with her downward glance. Her smile transported him back to his youth, when he had drifted through a peach blossom grove on a small boat, the gentle breeze caressing him as the branches swayed, and the delicate pink and white petals cascaded down, dancing into the stream. Without the need for introductions, Qin Yin instinctively recognized her as the beloved concubine Zheng, who had captured the emperor's heart. At this revelation, Hanja's laughter grew more exuberant. Anyone could discern that Chun Yin had likely fallen head over heels for the enchanting concubine Zheng at first sight. Alas, she was a royal consort, leaving this loyal subject to silently endure his unrequited longing. Brother, who would have thought that beneath those bushy eyebrows and bright eyes, you would be so besotted by beauty? Should I storm the forbidden city and bring that precious concubine to you? Hanja mused, reflecting on the years that had passed. Perhaps the concubine had already aged considerably. He wondered whether Chun Yin, having once seen her in her prime, could accept the inevitable fading of beauty and the passage of time. The old man on the ground paid no heed to Hanja's jest, as he was now scarcely distinguishable from a half-mad figure. During that meeting, Emperor Shenzong highly praised Qin Yin for his reliability and dedication. Subsequently, he promoted him to the position of Left Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, concurrently appointing him as an initial honorary official. Chun Yin knelt and bowed in gratitude, yet his mind was consumed by the image of concubine Zheng's enchanting glance. It was not until he drowsily followed Li Kaizhua out of the imperial garden and reached the outer gate of Qingtian that he managed to regain some clarity. Although concubine Zheng stirred his heart, she was the emperor's consort, and even if given 10 times the courage, he would not dare to covet her. Thus, he suppressed his inner turmoil inside as he returned to his residence. To his astonishment, that very night, he began to experience nightmares. He dreamt of standing in a verdant lake, where the water barely reached his ankles. Yet, within the dream, he felt an unsettling certainty that the lake was profoundly deep, obscured from sight. As he bent down to touch the water's surface, countless faces suddenly surged forth from beneath the depths, oscillating between cries and laughter, their myriad expressions tumultuous beneath the seemingly placid surface. An unprecedented wave of terror gripped Chen Yin. He opened his mouth in horror, yearning to scream. Yet he found himself utterly voiceless within the dream. Only after exerting every ounce of strength did he manage to break free from that nightmare. For 3 consecutive days, he found himself trapped in the same dream, with the faces beneath the water multiplying and the disturbances growing increasingly violent. Ultimately, Chen Yin resorted to feigning illness, retreating home to seek solace through prayer and self-cultivation. Those who sought to visit or express concern for him were systematically turned away by his family. His wife, worried for his health, summoned numerous physicians, even seeking the expertise of renowned doctors from the Imperial Medical Bureau, fearing that Chen Yin was afflicted by a lingering ailment. Chen Yin, a figure shrouded in mystery, remained unseen by all, devotedly kneeling within the ancestral hall, day and night, reciting scriptures and bowing in reverence. Chapter 30. The conclusion of the tale. When Chen Yin uttered the term Green Lake, Hanja slightly straightened his posture. Those entangled with the red pill case had all, to varying degrees, mentioned this enigmatic body of water. Since number 4 had informed Hanja of the nature of the challenge he was to confront, he surmised that the so-called Green Lake might well be the hiding place of that deity. Of course, it could also signify other meanings, but without further clues, Hanja refrained from speculation. In the 26th year of the Wanli era, Chen Yin was nearly driven mad by that horrific nightmare. After all, even in that era, stillborn infants were not easily found, let alone in the quantity he required. At that time, Chen Yin committed acts that defied moral principles to secure the requisite number of stillborn infants for the Emperor Shinzong. Consequently, he came to believe that his nightmares were merely the repercussions of his transgressions. Thus, he sought not to remedy his afflictions but instead spent his days and nights kneeling before the Buddha statue, seeking forgiveness through prayer. Ultimately, his family could no longer endure this situation and, after much effort, summoned a revered monk from afar, offering a substantial sum to resolve Chen Yin's turmoil. The monk engaged in deep conversation with Chen Yin before the Buddha statue for an entire day and night. The following morning, he went to pay his respects to Li Kuzhua, after which he was never seen again. It was not until 7 days later that a young acolyte arrived at Chen Yin's residence, carrying a gray-brown wooden box, declaring himself a disciple of the esteemed monk. The master instructed him to deliver this object and to inform Chen Yin's family to take a portion of the contents from the box for Chen Yin to consume, while the remainder should be buried deep beneath the residence to alleviate Chen Yin's inner demons. When the family, overflowing with gratitude, accepted the wooden box and prepared to offer a substantial reward to the young monk for the high monk, they were met with a refusal. The round-headed little monk spoke with a weighty tone, stating that his master no longer had use for such material possessions. But he implored Chen Yin to remember one crucial piece of advice. Do not acknowledge that you have arrived here. Do not look directly. Do not recall. After leaving behind this perplexing message, the young monk vanished outside the city of Beijing. The box contained a grayish-white powder and some peculiar crystals. However, due to Chen Yin's alarming condition, the family was too concerned to examine the contents closely. They obediently followed the high monk's instructions, administering some of the powder to Chen Yin and sealing the remainder in the box, which was then wrapped in silk cloth and talisman paper before being buried deep underground. That very night, Chen Yin experienced an unusual deep slumber, free from midnight awakenings and screams. Upon waking the next day, he could scarcely remember what had transpired, and his family, hesitant to bring up the past, reassured him that it was merely the stress of work. It was not until July of the 48th year of Wanli, following the death of Emperor Shinzong, that Chen Yin, by then promoted to Minister of Revenue, donned mourning attire alongside the other officials. It was during this time that he encountered the esteemed consort Zheng once more. Having undergone a transformation of consciousness and with the high monk's intervention, he had long forgotten the features of the consort he had previously seen. The only memory that lingered in his mind was the vibrant spring atmosphere of the imperial garden that day, along with those radiant eyes. Thus, when Chen Yin encountered the esteemed consort Zheng for a second time, he was taken aback. The woman who had wept before the spirit tablet seemed merely an ordinary lady, possessing only a modest beauty. How could she have remained etched in his memory for so long? Chun Yin could only lament the fate of a once beautiful woman. For no one can withstand the ravages of time. It was not until a month later that another significant event transpired, the infamous Hongwan case, one of Hanja's primary objectives. In a mere half-day, the sequence of events unfolded, from Li Kajua presenting the red pill to Emperor Guangzong, to the emperor's untimely demise. The court was thrown into chaos following the emperor's death. Some accused Li Kajua of being the assassin sent by consort Zheng to murder the emperor, while others insisted that the medication was innocuous and that the second pill had been taken at the emperor's own request, dismissing the notion of premeditated malice. Amidst this turmoil, Li Kajua paid a solitary visit to Chun Yin. The vice minister of the court of imperial sacrifices refrained from mentioning the events of years past or the encounter with the eminent monk. Instead, with a peculiar expression, he confided in Chun Yin that the death of Xu Chaoluo had been orchestrated long ago, which was why Emperor Shenzong had previously adamantly refused to designate him as the crown prince. Such treasonous revelations sent a shiver down Chun Yin's spine. He could only command that Li Kujua be expelled from his residence and declare that he would never meet this man again. However, before his departure, Li Kujua left a red pill in Chun Yin's study, asserting that should Chun Yin seek the truth and desire to attain all he had ever yearned for, he must consume this red pill. After much struggle, Chun Yin ultimately refrained from swallowing the crimson pill, opting instead to secure it deep within the confines of his home storeroom, decreeing that no one else should ever dare to unlock that cabinet. The treasures pillaged by the rebel army were largely amassed beside the walls of the Chengtian Gate, while some silver coins were divided among the troops. The majority of the items remained untouched until Hanja had scrutinized them, for only then would others dare to claim them as their own. Upon hearing the elder's words, Hanja cast a glance at the assorted objects, but did not hasten to procure the crimson pill. I understand now. You and I are cut from the same cloth, mere scum. Yet, my friend, your mental state appears rather fragile, unable to withstand the strain. Hanja politely applauded the elder, revealing a look of regret. Is there anything else you wish to convey to me? Did not the monk urge you to forget such trivial matters? Why have they resurfaced in your mind? However, the elder merely knelt upon the ground, murmuring incoherent repetitions of his prior statements. Hanja chuckled softly, raising his pistol with the intention of granting the elder a swift release. He believed that allowing the elder to suffer in a state of delirium amidst the chaos of the world was far less merciful than offering him a quick end. After all, he considered himself a good person, unable to bear witness to another's suffering. As the dark muzzle of the gun was aimed at the elder's forehead, the latter suddenly lifted his head, fixing an intense gaze upon the rebel leader who sought to extinguish his life. I saw her, but I saw her once more later. All those years, she has remained unchanged, still as youthful and beautiful as ever. Ha 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 ha. The elder's maniacal laughter sliced through the walls like a rusted blade. Staggering, he lunged towards the muzzle of the gun, pressing his forehead against the dark metallic barrel. Hanja could smell the foul stench of decay mingled with the metallic tang of blood emanating from him. She was the imperial concubine. Indeed, she was the imperial concubine. No, she was a lady indeed. The aged Chun Yin revealed an expression of rapture, as if entranced. The wisdom and composure that once characterized this venerable statesman had vanished without a trace. Perhaps it was at the moment Hanja mentioned the red pill case that he was driven to madness by the memories of his past deeds and the horrors he had witnessed thereafter. In the heartbeat before the gunfire erupted, Hanja beheld the elder's final visage, a grotesque disjunction between his mouth, stretched to the very edges of his ears, and his wide, bulging eyes. Brain matter splattered in a murky arc beneath the blazing sun. The kneeling crowd emitted a chorus of retching sounds, while Hanja merely lowered her firearm. A smile gracing her lips as she approached another hostage, that elderly gentleman provided me with an answer to a question, and has, in advance, descended into the abyss. To maintain fairness, I intend to bid farewell to two of you among the lot. Chapter 31. The Ministry of Personnel with Chun Yin's demise. Hanja unhesitatingly adhered to the rules, sending two other eunuchs to accompany him on his journey. After all, she had stated from the outset that she was always equitable in such matters. Half an hour later, having received no further answers, Hanja regretfully stowed her weapon, casting a mournful gaze over the rows of lifeless bodies sprawled across the ground. Very well then, you may come and dispose of the refuse here. Only then did the insurgents dare to approach Hanja, remaining silent as they dragged away the corpses. The soles of his shoes made a disconcerting squelching sound as they met and separated from the sticky blood-soaked ground. Hanja ambled over to the heap of confiscated valuables. Those seemingly precious jewels and antiques lay haphazardly against the wall beneath the Chengtian gate. Once, they had been cherished and carefully preserved, nestled within brocade boxes and silken folds, drawing admiration and envy from all. Yet, as the powerful were dragged from their homes alongside these treasures, only the wretched cries of humanity pierced the air. Are there any items belonging to Minister Chen among these? Hanja casually picked up a string of lustrous, pristine pearls, appearing to admire their beauty. However, his interest waned swiftly, and with indifference, he released his grip. The pearls plummeted with a soft thud into the blood, quickly vanishing from sight, never to be found again. Reporting, my lord, all the antiques and treasures from Minister Chen's residence are here, contained within those large wooden cabinets. A soldier tasked with guarding the confiscated goods eagerly nodded and bowed to Hanja. He hoped that this leader of the uprising would soon take most of the valuables, allowing the remaining scraps to be brazenly pocketed by them. Thus, as Hanja sifted through the treasures, the surrounding rebels felt a surge of glee. However, it was not long before their leader raised his head from the pile of blood-stained gold and jewels. Where is Minister Chen's residence? In the stone alley to the south of the city, my lord. Shall you pay another visit? There is nothing here that I seek. It must have been hidden away. After taking the bulk of the treasures, Hanja left behind even more than the others had anticipated, allowing the rebels to distribute the spoils freely. He remained indifferent to whether his actions would incite discord within the ranks, for the data panel in his mind clearly displayed the progress of his primary mission. Casualties of war. 4638 10,000. A battle of insignificant scale had already propelled Hanja's task completion to nearly 50%, thus he felt no urgency. Should the insurgents descend into strife and casualties later on, it would only expedite the fulfillment of his objectives. As for the insurgents' chances of success, Hanja harbored little concern. In his perspective, the lofty ideal of universal harmony had yet to manifest by the year 2139. To expect its realization by 1626 was nothing short of a fantasy, achievable only through extraordinary means, beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Moreover, how was the potential for unity at the twilight of the Ming dynasty of any consequence to him? Perhaps it would be better for all to perish sooner, allowing them to continue their delightfully brutal conflicts in the depths of hell. Alas, one could only wonder if the demons in hell would persist in their mutual destruction. The nearby soldiers, unable to decipher the words of their somewhat deranged leader, timidly approached to inquire, deeply anxious about missing his commands. Yet, Hanja merely sat atop his steed, swaying gently in rhythm with the horse's stride, smiling reassuringly at the insurgents beside him, assuring them there was no cause for concern. Before long, a rather imposing mansion came into his view. Regrettably, the vermilion gate stood ajar, as if violently kicked open and now incapable of closing, the door knocker swaying askew in the breeze, emitting a faint and desolate sound. Once the soldiers beside him pushed the door wide, he swiftly entered the courtyard, only to find a scene of utter devastation. The once exquisite pavilions and towers lay in ruins. The intricately carved wooden windows lay shattered, while precious flowers and plants were trampled into the mud, their remnants mingling with dust. Valuable possessions had long been scavenged by the rebels, leaving behind only discarded, dilapidated furniture, akin to a fallen aristocrat unable to shed their pride, still donning an old long robe in a futile attempt to uphold the family's honor. Most of the rebels were aware that this residence had been thoroughly ransacked and had little desire to venture inside again. Hanja did not press them. Instead, he arranged for his men to wait outside while he personally entered the now desolate minister's residence. The front hall, the rear courtyard, and several side rooms had already been stripped bare by earlier rebels, with only the larger, immovable items remaining, rendering the premises nearly devoid of anything intact. Hanja remained unhurried, meandering leisurely through the courtyard. As he approached the western side room, he suddenly heard a rustling sound emanating from behind a screen. Intrigued, he stealthily moved closer, and upon reaching the bedside, he forcefully kicked aside the wooden plank beneath the bed. A startled gasp escaped. A fragile woman clad in plain garments curled up beneath the bed, trembling and tear-streaked, her eyes filled with despair upon being discovered. "Who are you? Why are you hiding here?" Hanja endeavored to wear a gentle smile, though he already understood that the only person who could be hiding here was none other than a member of the Chen family. The woman bit her lower lip, hesitating for a moment before timidly responding, I am Chen Yan's granddaughter, Chen Ruoli. Please, kind sir, help me. I do not wish to be captured by the rebels." "I see. So do you know if there are any concealed storerooms in your home?" Your grandfather informed me that he placed something inside, and I need to retrieve it. I am aware that he enjoys storing his belongings in the attic to the west, where there exists a small door, perpetually hidden from view. Hanja beamed with joy, for the clue would save him considerable time. As a person of gratitude, he extended his hand to the young girl, expressing his sincere appreciation for the information. Thank you for your revelation. However, the area outside is teeming with insurgents, rendering it unsafe for you. I know where your grandfather is. You may choose to remain hidden here, and I shall pretend I have seen nothing. Or you may opt for me to escort you to him. The girl, who had been curled up beneath the bed for half a day, appeared as though she had spotted a beacon of hope. Gratefully, she grasped Hanja's hand, indicating her desire to meet her grandfather. Outside, the insurgents on guard heard the sudden crack of gunfire erupting from the courtyard. When they hurriedly rushed to the west wing, they found a lifeless female body at Hanja's feet. Their leader, nonchalantly stowing away his weapon, casually commanded the arriving insurgents, "Take her and bury her with the other bodies at the minister's residence." The two soldiers silently lamented their leader's indifference. Such a young woman had been executed without hesitation, and they regretted not having entered first to scout the situation for their leader. This incident occupied none of Hanja's thoughts. He proceeded at a measured pace towards the attic to the west, following the directions given by Chun Ruoli. Soon enough, he discovered a small door at the back of the building's first floor, indeed obscured by empty wooden crates. Chapter 32. The elixir. Perhaps due to the long absence of footsteps, the old wooden ladder emitted a dying groan beneath Hanja's feet. He maneuvered against the weathered brick wall, his fingers brushing against the damp and dilapidated surface of the earthen bricks. At the corner of the second floor of the attic hung a tung oil lamp, its wick flickering in the windowless corridor, casting an eerie glow upon the secluded wooden stairs. In the dimness, Hanja groped his way forward, eventually discovering a hidden storeroom at the end of the staircase. The door to the storeroom was tightly shut, secured by a somewhat worn and sturdy iron lock. He raised his hand to gently push against it, the creaking hinges echoing like the lament of an old woman. Locked, was it? I should have thought to inquire about the whereabouts of the key from that girl. However, this might work to my advantage, saving me the effort of searching for it. Placing his palm over the iron lock, Hanja smiled with a gentleness reminiscent of his attempts to soothe Chun Ruoli. The hand of war was once more unleashed. The iron lock transformed into a short dagger that clattered to the ground, only to be kicked down the stairs by Hanja, producing a muffled thud. Contrary to Hanja's expectations, Chen Yin had not stored any rare treasures within the storeroom. The floor and shelves were cluttered with sheets of correspondence, piled high like a sea of paper. He casually picked up a few pages, their ink somewhat faded yet still revealing traces of communication. The musty scent mingled with the aroma of aged ink wafted through the air. Unfortunately, sunlight could not pierce through the tightly sealed windows, leaving the floating dust to drift in the feeble light. Hanja lifted the most recent stack of papers, and the yellowed letters cascaded down like an avalanche. Squatting down, he traced his fingertip over the personal seal of the Deputy Minister of Works at the signature, suddenly bursting into laughter. The edges of the paper had yellowed and grown brittle, as if countless days and nights had been tenderly caressed by unseen hands, while the ink had faded significantly. The fertile fields of Bazho spanned 3,000 acres. The breach of the Yellow River was indeed a divine gift. The esteemed minister, I beseech you. The rebel populace stirs unrest. We must eradicate them. As Hanja perused the documents, each bearing the official seal, the malevolent ink twisted and screamed in a sinister dance. Under the dim light, he seemed to perceive the blood that had slipped through his fingers coalescing into a serpentine river. In the 15th year of the Wanli era, the cultivated fields were recorded, and in the 2nd year of the Tianqi era, the spoils were divided. Hanja pinched a land deed marked with a bloody fingerprint. The ink-stained areas still bore traces of tears. Was this the official whom the peasant rebels believed would usher in peace for the realm? He had never harbored hope for this era, or indeed for any era. Humanity merely languished from one apocalyptic existence to another. Perhaps a fortunate few could survive within seemingly harmonious and splendid times. Yet for those who genuinely lived under the shadow of doom, tales of a golden age felt infinitely more elusive than the fleeting illusions of dreams. Hanja gathered a selection of letterhead adorned with seals and signatures, then, treading upon the remnants of paper, commenced his search within the confines of the cramped attic. To facilitate his rummaging, he forcefully smashed open the sealed window, allowing sunlight to flood into this long-darkened chamber. The shadow of Hanja was cast upon the wall by the excessively radiant sunlight, drawing his attention to a corner of the storeroom where a purple sandalwood box lay. The The surface of the box was adorned with gold lacquer, intricately depicting twisted vines, through the interstices of which dark red luminescence seeped. A finely crafted keyhole graced the box, yet Hanja felt no inclination to search for a key. Instead, he took out his firearm and fired several shots into the lock. The bronze latch sprang open with a crisp sound. The crimson pill, burdened with countless destinies, lay quietly on the velvet lining, resembling a droplet of congealed blood. Hanja recalled that the records mentioned how the common folk in the late Ming era lamented the bitter cold of winter nights in the capital. Yet now, as the rebel forces ignited fires all around, those who complained of the cold were stained with scalding blood. This blood had flowed since the Wanli period, traversing the sleeves of Shun Shihang, entering the alchemical furnace of Li Kaizhua, gliding past the nails of Wei Zhongxian, ultimately converging into this resplendent scarlet elixir. At last, he had found it. Was this the famed red pill? A divine gift, perhaps? He merely opened the box and glanced at the pill, only to realize that this dim storeroom had been imbued with a hint of gentle spring warmth. Hiss, akin to that green slime. Had they concocted this from dead infants? Surely they must have added something else, for how could it be so uncanny? What, then, should he do now? Was he truly meant to consume this thing? Casually, he picked up a nearby sheet of paper, rolled it into a small bundle, and gently touched the blood-red pill. However, nothing transpired. The pill, aside from evoking a dreamlike sensation reminiscent of early spring, exhibited no other peculiarities. He directly took action, pinching the modestly sized red pill between his two fingers, bringing it closer to his eyes for a meticulous examination. Still nothing particularly remarkable. Should I perhaps take a taste? Just as the pill was about to reach his lips, Hanja suddenly sensed something fleeting behind him. In the instant the spider silk brushed against his neck, Hanja spun around abruptly. The blade of his sword cleaved through the object, severing a segment of a centipede that fell to the ground, writhing upon the azure bricks. TSK, could it be that the esteemed minister harbors a peculiar penchant for cultivating poison in his attic? Or perhaps there exists something intent on dissuading me from consuming this pill. To be candid, Hanja considered himself a reckless individual who seldom heeded the commands of others. However, the events of 1626 were undeniably bizarre, and he had no intention of withdrawing in regret before uncovering the truth or reaching a euphoric climax. How intriguing. I shall store it away for now. As long as it remains with me, I can partake of this elixir at any moment. Placing the red pill back onto the velvet, he carefully closed the wooden box. After scrutinizing it from various angles for an extended period, he ultimately found no further peculiarities and proceeded to tuck it away in his storage space. There should be nothing else of concern. Let us depart from this place. Outside, the rebel army had been waiting for quite some time. As Hanjo emerged from the minister's residence, numerous curious onlookers approached, eager to uncover what astonishing discoveries their uniquely minded, eccentric leader, who dabbled in sorcery, had unearthed. Arrange for each of these letters to be copied at least 300 times. Hanja tossed the letter to the rebels waiting outside, the bracer striking the door's knocker with a muffled thud. He then slipped it through the cracks of each door, affixed it to the bulletin board at Kaishiku, and delivered 10 taels of silver to the storyteller at the tea house, before the sun rises the day after tomorrow. Even the turtles in the moat should be able to recount the sordid details of these court officials who prey upon the weak and engage in corruption. The tattered remnants of a flag fluttered noisily at the end of the long street. As Hanja grasped the reins, he noticed 2 rebels stealthily mixing several letters bearing the secret seal of the Grand Secretary into the pile of incriminating evidence. The horse snorted, exhaling white vapor as it stamped its hooves in place. Hanja chuckled softly, stroking the swirling mane on the horse's neck. Ah, fine steed, tell me. When Wei Zhongxian discovers that he has usurped the throne, will he first execute the Minister of Revenue, or will he eliminate the scribe who penned the summons for silver that is spread throughout the marketplace? Chapter 33. Further deliberation. It had been nearly a day since Hanja had besieged the Forbidden City, and scouts reported that Governor Gao Di of Jilin and Liaoning had led tens of thousands of troops swiftly towards Beijing. Master Han, if we do not breach the palace soon, we may very well be captured by those eunuch's lackeys, implored a frontier general. No one could ascertain the intentions of this leader, but they were unwilling to engage in a deadly confrontation with other forces. In the eyes of many rebels, Hanja's immediate course of action should be to storm the Forbidden City, eliminate Wei Zhongxian, and then compel the emperor to condemn Wei Zhongxian and his faction. In the present day, A significant portion of the wealth belonging to the aristocracy of the capital has been plundered by them, and those treacherous ministers who deserved execution have all been eradicated. Yet, why has the leader not yet breached the gates of the Forbidden City? With his ability to conjure weapons, even after committing such heinous acts, it is likely that no one would dare to condemn him. Perhaps he would even be integrated into the Divine Machine Camp and bestowed a title such as General. Hanja is acutely aware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of those around him, the urgency of the soldiers clearly etched upon their faces. However, as a traveler from another time, an executor sent to accomplish a mission in the year 1626, he is entirely indifferent to whether the rebel forces achieve their objectives. The uprising requires his prowess to infiltrate the imperial palace, and he, in turn, is leveraging the rebellion to fulfill his own goals. Moreover, a peaceful world? How dreadfully mundane. Hanja could extol this ideal 1,000 times, yet he himself would never progress towards such an aim. There is no need for concern, for when the sun sets today, it shall be the opportune moment for us to storm the Forbidden City and eliminate Wei Zhongxian. Master Han, your noble intentions are commendable. Excellent, excellent. I humbly bow to you. Upon receiving his unequivocal response, the rebels sighed in relief, many kneeling in homage to Hanja, while others hastened to relay this fortuitous news to their comrades. The speed at which this news spread aligned with Hanja's expectations, and soon a scout arrived, reporting that Prince Xin wished to meet with him once again. Very well, let him come to the entrance of the Chengtian Hall. We shall converse in earnest. With a smile, he instructed the scout to convey the message, then turned his gaze towards the lanterns swaying in the wind before the Chengtian gate. Perhaps it was the ferocity of the wind from that angle that caused the lantern to sway violently, regrettably tethered beneath the eaves, forever unable to escape the howling of the wind. Soon, he observed several figures approaching him alongside the rebels, with the young man in the center being none other than the Prince of Faith he had encountered the previous day. The cobblestone path was stained with blood, and dozens of corpses of the Imperial Guards lay piled like a low hill along the street. Zhu Yujian clenched the hem of his robe, personally offering Hanja a jade cup filled with fine wine. It was only after the white jade cup had circled thrice in his palm that Zhu Yujian spoke, praising, Master Han, your prowess is commendable. The 100 cavalrymen nurtured by Wei Zhongxian could not hinder you alone. Hanja accepted the cup with a smile, not in haste to drink, instead mimicking Zhu Yujian by toying with it in hand. Not far from them, a few rebels spoke openly, pointing at Zhu Yujian. Look, that young prince has come again. Surely he wishes to play the role of a mediator to persuade us to stand down. Is he the one Master Han visited last time? I surmise he seeks to alter the heavens and support a new puppet emperor while wielding power from the shadows. Silence. Such matters are not to be discussed. Hanja was uncertain whether the young prince before him had heard the discussions, yet he comprehended them clearly. Thus, when Zhu Yujian, suppressing his tremors, raised his cup to him, Hanja candidly inquired, Have you made up your mind? Do you aspire to ascend the throne as emperor? Zhu Yujian's expression faltered momentarily, and he swiftly shifted the conversation. I noticed the numerous secret letters scattered throughout the capital. I never anticipated that the Minister of Revenue would engage in corruption and seize lands. And how many are involved? It is quite natural to say that he is a second-rank imperial envoy. Minister Han's actions truly serve to uphold the integrity of his elder brother and to cleanse the affairs of the state. Laughter emanated from the leader of the rebel forces beside the youth, as Hanja turned his jade cup upside down, allowing the fine wine to drip from his fingers. And what of you? If you held the imperial seal, what would you do? He did not glance at Zhu Yujian, instead fixating on the wine that continued to fall without blinking. I would never place my trust in power-hungry ministers, whether eunuchs or others. None can be trusted. As an emperor, one must personally select talents and establish a governance system that ensures the people live in peace and prosperity. Zhu Yujian spoke these words with utmost seriousness and gravity. He could not fathom why Hanja suddenly erupted into laughter. Could it be a mockery of his seemingly simplistic thoughts? When he attempted to earnestly explain his ideals and political aspirations to Hanja, the young man waved his hand to halt him. Excellent, excellent indeed. You shall undoubtedly be a fine emperor. No one could comprehend what Hanja was contemplating. Zhu Yujian believed he intended to support him in ascending to the throne, secretly commanding the entire court. Though the sensation of being manipulated was far from pleasant, the young prince had little choice. He moderated his tone, informing Hanja that should he ascend the throne, he could directly appoint him as the Minister of Rights and bestow upon him the title of General of Xianwei. Once the state affairs stabilized, he would further elevate Han Zhi to the position of deputy commander and initially confer upon him the title of General Xiaoyong. As the Prince of Xian, Zhu Yujian was acutely aware that negotiating favorable terms with Han Zhi now would facilitate his successful ascension, placing the other firmly in a position of power. After a decade or more, once one has acquired true power and command, it would be entirely feasible to deal with this individual. If Han Zhi were still the minister of rites of the Honglu Temple, untainted by the madness of the one who traversed time, he might have already knelt in gratitude. The edge of a blade struck Zhu Yujian's cheek, rendering him tremulous with cold. Han Zhi leaned in to scrutinize his visage. Do you truly wish to be emperor? Then, unexpectedly, he burst into laughter. I, for one, am quite eager to enhance my dragon-slaying achievements. Brothers, do you believe a debauched and tyrannical emperor deserves to perish? Indeed, he must die. The eunuchs and their scholarly cohorts should perish. Yes, that dog of an emperor, indifferent to his people, deserves death even more. Amidst the fervent shouts and raucous laughter of the rebel army, Zhu Yujian staggered backward, inadvertently toppling a lit candle lantern to the ground. The oil splattered upon the pile of corpses, swiftly igniting a conflagration before the gate of Chitian, transforming it into a mountain of death and a sea of blood. Zhu Yujian clutched the jade wine cup tightly in his hand, yet he had completely lost the semblance of composure he had earlier feigned. The man before him was undoubtedly a madman, and not merely an ordinary one. Did he truly wish to slay the emperor? Did he not fear the eternal infamy that would ensue? Yet, within Han Zhi's eyes, Zhu Yujian discerned a madness even more flamboyant than the flames surrounding them. He genuinely desired to annihilate everyone. Zhu Yujian found himself paralyzed with fear as the guards who had accompanied him were intercepted by the rebel forces. Han Zhi made no move against Zhu Yujian. Instead, he smiled as he lifted the young emperor from the ground and cast him toward the anxious guards. Little prince, little emperor, I shall not allow you to perish here. It would be far too mundane to eliminate you now. Your fate will be far more tragic than this. Survive, for I shall eagerly await the arrival of that day. Chapter 34, The Forbidden City. Perhaps due to the ravages of war, the setting sun has bathed the glazed roofs of the Forbidden City in a sanguine hue. Han Zhi rides his steed through the Chengtian Gate, the hooves thundering against the white jade steps. Upon his command, the rebel forces swiftly dispersed to the various palaces, dragging forth the hidden dignitaries. A few still cling to bravado, shouting accusations of treason and moral depravity. Yet, upon witnessing Han Zhi's cheerful execution of several of his colleagues, the majority choose to fall silent. Master Han, all are gathered here, Zhao Er declares, hoisting an elderly man clad in a scarlet robe as though he were a mere chick. The man's official hat has long been lost, and his grizzled braid hangs in disarray. Han Zhi crouches down, noticing that the colorful threads embroidered into the old man's attire form a splendid depiction of a golden pheasant. He recalls a previous encounter during a raid on a transport train in the wasteland, where several similar antiquities lay preserved in a climate-controlled vault. Ming Dynasty nobility adorned themselves with various animal patterns to signify their status. Even in 2139, the affluent continued to unearth such garments from the ruins, collecting them in their private museums under the guise of historical homage. Once, the new city of Yuanxi hosted an exhibition on ancient history, generously opened to the public by a super-rich benefactor for a few days. As a denizen of the wasteland, Han Zhi could not possibly gain entry. Yet the promotional virtual screens for that exhibition had shone brightly for several days and nights around the city. At that moment, he was engaged in a fierce struggle over the precious resource of clean water with a friend who had once carried him back from the brink of death. This friend, driven by desperation, had plunged a knife into Han Zhi's back, wishing for his demise. After all, in the wasteland, uncontaminated water was an exceedingly rare treasure, and with each additional person, one's own share dwindled. Ultimately, Han Zhi, enduring the searing pain from the blade, thrust his dagger into the heart of his assailant, the spurt of blood rendering the pristine water tainted. He rose amidst the flickering neon lights at the edge of the city, gritting his teeth against the agony as he made his way back to the radiation zone of the wasteland. Meanwhile, the ancient robes lay displayed on exhibition stands, admired by waves of guests peering through glass, as people tirelessly perpetuated this centuries-old vanity. "Good evening, sir," he said with a smile, lifting the old man's chin with his long sword. "May I inquire where Wei Zhongxian is at present?" "Rebel, traitor," the old man trembled, attempting to spit at him, only to be met with a swift kick from Zhao Er to his lower back. Hanja chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, then turned to the quaking eunuch beside him. The young eunuch, tears and snot streaking his face, prostrated himself on the ground, repeatedly bowing. "Your Majesty was last seen in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Yesterday, I heard that the righteous army passed through the heavenly gate and headed towards the Yinghua Hall." Hanja rose to his feet, the setting sun casting a long shadow behind him that enveloped the row of kneeling dignitaries. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter, startling several crows perched at the eaves of the palace. "Lord Han, shall we make our way to the Yinghua Hall at once and behead that scourge?" Zhao Er, tell me, what distinguishes these people on the ground from those outside the walls of Beijing? The man who was called upon did not fully comprehend Hanja's intentions. Nevertheless, he responded earnestly, "They dress better than us, they eat better than us, and they are free from the constant fear of dying from hunger or illness. And what of the present? No? Currently, they are but fish and meat upon the chopping block. Those indifferent to the lives of the common people deserve to be slain." The nobles kneeling on the ground, upon hearing these words, instinctively lowered their bodies. Gao Di had yet to arrive with his troops, and no one wished to provoke the rebellious forces at this moment. "Let us proceed to raid the storerooms, seize the inner palace, and do whatever we desire." Hanja smiled and patted Zhao Er on the shoulder, signaling him to look deeper into the palace. "Do remember not to cause too much chaos, nor eliminate all who witness your actions. After all, we are rebels, not mere bandits. Will Lord Han accompany us? What shall we do with these people? No, I must meet another individual. As for these fellows, you may deal with them as you see fit." With that, Hanja mounted his horse and rode swiftly towards the Yanshin Hall. He had already heard that the emperor had sought refuge there, and he was eager to discover what manner of ruler this indifferent monarch truly was. As for the noblemen and powerful officials he had disregarded, some had been directly slain by the rebels, while others, fortunate enough to survive, were now desperately seeking mercy, a stark contrast to their usual arrogance. As he passed through the Qianqing Palace, Hanja produced a pistol from his storage space. This contraption was remarkably out of place in 1626, yet he relished the exhilarating madness it brought. The intricately carved door of the Yanshin Hall stood ajar, and a soldier accompanying Hanja raised his foot to kick it open, only to be halted by Hanja's hand. He then pushed the door open himself. The wooden door creaked as it swung, releasing a fragrant aroma of shavings into the air. Emperor Zhu Youjiao had his back to the entrance, engrossed in the act of planing wood. Sawdust accumulated around his ankles, and the emperor was clad in a light blue garment, with perspiration staining his back. "Your Majesty seems to be in high spirits," Hanja remarked, leaning against the doorframe while observing the yellow rosewood being transformed into thin shavings beneath the plane. He pondered whether the tool in Zhu Youjiao's hands might one day find its place in a display case in the year 2139, marked with a plaque inscribed in gold on a crimson background, denoting it as the emperor's exclusive instrument. Zhu Youjiu continued his work, the rhythmic sound of the plane gliding over the wood reverberating through the hall. "This tenon is incorrect," Hanja noted, kicking aside a block of wood. "The bracket lacked sufficient support. If the eaves rose 3 inches, they would surely collapse." His scant knowledge of architecture stemmed from a time spent in the wilderness, when he and a few companions contemplated building a shelter, surrounded only by decayed timber and pilfered architectural tomes. Finally, the emperor's hands paused, and as Hanja moved to the front, he beheld the round face that was indistinguishable from the descriptions in historical texts. Zhu Youjiao looked up at him, his eyes as clear as those of a child just awakening from slumber. "Can you craft a wooden kite?" he inquired. Suddenly, a woman's shrill scream pierced the air from outside the Yanshin Hall, followed by the sound of shattering porcelain. Hanja drew his pistol and placed it on the workbench. "Your Majesty, pretending to be mad for so many years must be exhausting, no?" The plane clattered to the ground as Zhu Youjiao wiped the sawdust from his face, breaking into laughter. "It is far easier than being an emperor." He reached out to touch the pistol, but Hanja pressed the sheath of his sword against his hand. "Will you not intervene in the chaos wrought by the eunuchs? The conflict in Liaodong, are you not inquiring about it? Instead, you seem to indulge in this triviality." Hanja kicked away a half-finished wooden horse, as if playing house. "Surely, Wei Zhongxin would take charge." Zhu Youjiao gradually approached, extending his hand to retrieve the wooden horse, his fingers gliding over the carved mane. "Behold this forbidden city. The decorative beasts on the eaves have doubled since the Hongwu era. The wooden structure is bearing its weight to the utmost limit. Inevitably, someone must serve as a wedge to secure the fissures." Suddenly, the clamor from outside grew nearer. Hanja heard laughter mingled with the sound of mournful wails. The setting sun streamed through the window frames, casting a golden hue upon the room filled with wood shavings. He paid no heed to the chaotic scene beyond the door. Much like the emperor beside him remained indifferent. Hanja reached out, picking up a relatively intact piece of wood, activating his skill to transform it into a wooden kite. Presenting the crafted artifact to Zhu Youjiao, Hanja observed the smile that illuminated the other's face. I have some delightful news for you. In 18 years, this wooden kite shall shatter into fragments. I am aware. She has already informed me. She knows everything. Zhu Youjiao lifted the kite, rotating it against the setting sun, showing no signs of astonishment. Chapter 35. The envoy. How intriguing. Who relayed this information to you? Hanja's gaze swept across the mountain of lumber and wooden components within the Yangxin Hall. Was it Wei Zhongxian or some Taoist monk? Zhu Youjiao set the kite beside him, bending down to pick up a plane, his head lowered as he carved intricate patterns into the rosewood. Neither. It was my mother who told me. Your mother? Empress Xia? Hanja did not believe that a woman from the depths of the palace could accurately predict the fall of the Ming dynasty. If she could, he would indeed be quite interested in engaging her in conversation. Wang Shi is my biological mother, yet she is not my true mother. Zhu Youjiao genuinely enjoyed woodworking. And as he responded to Hanja's inquiries, he continued his tasks without pause. It suddenly occurred to me that you were referring to your wet nurse, Lady Fengsheng of the Ku family. She foretold that the Ming dynasty would perish in 18 years. Indeed, she is the messenger of the great Tianqi, possessing knowledge of all things. Zhu Youjiao's direct revelation of such significant news momentarily left Hanja in a state of astonishment. However, having survived for many years in the desolate wasteland, he swiftly recalled an essential question. What does she look like? Very beautiful, eternally youthful. Being in her presence feels akin to the arrival of spring, a sensation of comfort. In an instant, Hanja's gaze became fixed, as if struck by something profound. Memories of Qin Yan's last words flashed through his mind. He had mentioned Consort Zheng and the lady, along with those peculiar hints of spring. The statue beneath the residence of the Duke of Suning, alongside the remnants of divinity, the visage of a charming and ageless female envoy. These seemingly unrelated fragments began to coalesce in his mind like pieces of a puzzle. During the reign of Emperor Mingshenzong, the process of concocting the red pill was known to Consort Zheng. Xun Yin remarked that upon first meeting her, she resembled the delicate blossoms of spring. However, upon the emperor's passing, she had transformed into an ordinary woman. Lady Ku, merely the adoptive mother of Emperor Tianqi, possessed an uncanny ability to predict the downfall of the Ming dynasty, rendering her presence as comforting as the season of spring. Historical records indicate that Lady Ku conspired with Wei Zhongxian, causing considerable harm to many. Now, Wei Zhongxian too was engaged in the creation of the red pill. Within the Yangxin Hall, the only sound was the rustling of wood. Hanja stood beside Zhu Youjiao, his mind already contemplating the intricacies of the red pill case. The deity that had descended here could possess women, transforming them into emissaries to entice the powerful into crafting the red pill. Yet, Hanja was perplexed as to why such a malevolent deity did not seize direct control of the emperor. If it had the power to manipulate minds, it would surely not resort to the frivolous tactics of seduction. However, he surmised that he would have to await his encounter with Wei Zhongxian to uncover the truth. Tell me, have you ever consumed the red pill? Zhu Youjian, having set aside several pieces of finely carved wood, answered earnestly, no. My mother says it is not yet my time to partake. At this juncture, Hanja had pieced together much of the puzzle. He deliberately raised his voice. Very well. Would you like to know why I wish to see you? Before he could finish, the clang of armor echoed from outside the hall, and numerous palace lanterns pierced through the darkness. As Prince Xian entered with his sword drawn, Hanja was engrossed in the wooden components recently carved by the emperor. The gaze of the young prince oscillated between his elder brother and Hanja, ultimately resting upon Zhu Youjiao seated behind the dragon table. I apologize for my tardiness in protecting his majesty. Is the elder brother well? Perhaps his royal highness should inquire about the whereabouts of General Gao, Hanja interjected, astutely noticing the sudden tension in Zhu Youjian's jaw. This future Emperor Chongzhen was evidently already aware of the returning cavalry from Guaning. Zhu Youjiao finally set down his tools. Caressing the irises of the mortise and tenon, his cuff's golden thread snagged by a splinter. Yujian, how far do you think this wooden kite can fly? The prince's Adam's apple bobbed. Elder brother you. How delightful. Truly delightful. I revel in this performance. Hanja exclaimed with hearty laughter, interrupting the discourse between two generations of Ming emperors. For him, such a spectacle was genuinely worthy of mirth. He personally seized the brush and inscribed commands upon a blank edict, instructing General Gao to withdraw his troops. Then, grasping the jade seal from the table, he pressed it firmly upon the decree. Hanja tossed the edict to the trembling court eunuch outside the door. Then, leaning close to Zhu Yojian's ear, he whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Hasten to ascend the dragon throne. Your tale is only just beginning." Zhu Yojian's fingers trembled, nearly losing grip on the sword cradled in his arms. Hanja erupted into boisterous laughter, seizing the wooden kite from the dragon table and hurling it toward the corner of Yangxin Hall. The kite's mechanical wings unfurled in response, gliding Tinzhong amidst the astonished gasps of the onlookers before ultimately shattering against a pillar. "The insurgent forces shall be entrusted to His Royal Highness. I have faith that you will undoubtedly orchestrate another splendid performance." The tiger talisman used to initiate the uprising was tossed high into the air by Hanja's raised hand. Zhu Yujian hurriedly rushed towards its falling trajectory, only to stumble upon wood shavings and fall to the ground, ultimately catching the crudely crafted insignia. Hanja stepped outside and, facing the insurgents who stood in opposition to the Prince of Xian, announced loudly that the rebels would henceforth pledge allegiance to the prince. Both factions, bewildered, sheathed their weapons, unable to comprehend the motives of this leader who had ignited the flames of rebellion within the city of Beijing. Zhao Er was the first to step forward, fervently waving his arms and declaring his absolute refusal to submit to the prince, even if he could bestow upon him an official title and ensure a life free from want. The grievances of the uprising would be overlooked, and there would be no further fears of starvation or illness. This, well, I shall consider it. Hanja remained unhurried, leisurely strolling among the insurgents as he loaded bullets into his pistol. The Guaning Iron Cavalry was nearing Beijing. Those who did not wish to perish should obediently follow the prince. Some soldiers, still defiant, shouted for Hanja to provide an explanation. However, upon witnessing Hanja's unwavering resolve as he shot down several of the most vociferous soldiers, the majority of the rebels fell into a stunned silence. Who else dared to oppose? "Speak, and I shall listen." Hanja's expression was earnest, yet the insurgents refrained from voicing any further discontent. "Very well. I know what troubles you. Do not worry, I shall personally escort Wei Zhongxian to his demise." With a smile, Hanja mounted a warhorse before the crowd and galloped directly towards Yinghua Palace. Behind him, Prince Xian had already supported Emperor Tianxi out of the Yangxin Palace and began to raise the imperial edict to declare its contents. Hanja heard him proclaim the emperor's benevolence and the intention to assemble a righteous army into the divine mechanism camp. However, he had ceased to concern himself with such matters, for he had just reviewed the progress of his tasks in his mind. War casualties, 5,127 10,000. Truth revelation of the Hongwan case, 33. Progress of relics destruction, 6. The lives of everyone here held no significance for him. He was solely focused on completing these tasks and perfecting the imprint of war. The power to transform any substance into a weapon would undoubtedly entice any mercenary from the wasteland. Chapter 36. The underground hollow. Hanja's fingers gently tapped on the lotus-patterned tiles of the Yinghua Hall, the elongated joints producing a crisp resonance as they struck against the azure bricks. The distant cries of the night watchman echoed from outside the forbidden city. It was now the third watch of the night. As he had just entered the Yinghua Hall, the sky had only begun to drizzle. Now, gazing at the distorted vermilion palace walls, washed by the torrential rain, he abruptly likened Wei Zhongxian to a cunning rat adept at burrowing. When the sound of the tiles beneath him differed from those in other areas, Hanja leisurely took out an iron sword he had previously used, activating a skill to transform it into a pickaxe. This skill was remarkably useful. He pondered what it would become once the imprint was complete. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, and with a subtle flick of his wrist, the pickaxe precisely inserted into the crevice of the tiles. The moment the tiles were displaced, a pungent stench assaulted his senses. Hanja thrust the torch into the cavern's mouth, the flickering flames illuminating the stone steps, where a dried, serpentine green slime lay glistening with an unsettling sheen in the damp air. After traversing approximately 30 descending steps, familiar and bizarre patterns began to emerge upon the walls. Perhaps it was the proximity to the lair of the final boss that made the twisted designs send a shiver down Hanja's spine. With but a fleeting glance, the contorted, vine-like motifs appeared to come alive, slithering like serpents in the torchlight. Hanja bit his tongue, the taste of blood swiftly dispelling his dizziness. This marked his third encounter with such hallucinatory patterns, a memory vividly etched from the ritual in the canyon outside Beijing. Was Wei Zhongxian conducting some sacrificial ceremony here? No. The official had mentioned he led people outside the city for the ritual due to his inability to meet Wei Zhongxian. Hadn't he? This underground passage was far more bizarre than the place beneath the pond of Duke Suning. Hanja was resolute in not proceeding with his eyes closed. Let me ponder. Rocks rich in silica can produce optical distortions under specific humidity, thus what I perceive as peculiarities may merely be illusions. He murmured the chemical knowledge he had acquired in 2130, steadfastly advancing forward. As Hanja inadvertently brushed his fingers against the stone wall, he suddenly recoiled. The seemingly carved patterns exuded a chilling, viscous secretion, and the green substance lingering on his fingertips evoked a curious sense of spring under the flickering light. Those uncanny sensations intertwined with the wall's enchanting designs, and in a moment of dazed reverie, Hanja seemed to glimpse a colossal, green slug-like creature slithering through the secret passage. The creature slithered forward along the corridor, each contortion and undulation causing its folds to stack and stretch. Resembling soft clay being mercilessly kneaded by an invisible hand, layers upon layers in chaotic disarray. Countless minute depressions, akin to pockmarked corroded surfaces, were densely scattered across its exterior, while sharp spines protruded from these openings with its movements, only to retract back within during subsequent writhing. It possessed no distinct head. Both ends were merely indistinct masses of greenish flesh. At the forefront of its body, a colossal maw opened and closed, lined with teeth as sharp as needles. Had Hanja perused sufficient materials, he might have discerned the striking resemblance to a creature known as the lamprey. Regrettably, he had never encountered a lamprey nor delved deeply into the study of biology. The grotesque visage of the immense monster evoked memories of broken showerheads stacked within the desolate ruins of the wasteland, instilling a chilling illusion that inserting a finger would result in it being severed by that wretched thing. He cautiously followed the monstrous entity, inching forward until the torchlight illuminated a vast expanse of pallor on the ground, prompting an involuntary laugh from Hanja. There lay a mountain of corpses, each marked by the piercing wounds of sharp objects. It appeared that, aside from common folk, many nobles had also met their demise. Was this the handiwork of the Eastern Depot's henchmen? Did Wei Zhongxian even slay his own subordinates? Hanja crouched down, bringing the torch closer to one corpse's countenance. Suddenly, the grayish face opened its murky eyes, and the decayed throat emitted a ghastly croaking sound. Reflexively, Hanja leaped back, his sword unsheathed at his waist, a glint of cold light flashing as he severed the approaching undead in half. More corpses rose in the darkness, their joints cracking like brittle wood. Hanja deftly inserted the torch into a crevice in the stone, sheathed his longsword, and retrieved a submachine gun from his storage space. As the weapon nestled against his shoulder, several hunched shadows lunged forth from behind the stalactites. The bullets within the magazine selected their targets in a mere 0.9 seconds, and the decaying kneecap of the furthest corpse erupted first. Green ichor splattered against the rock wall as Hanja rolled sideways, evading two grotesque bodies with gaping maws. The spent magazine clattered to the ground, its light sound drowned in the restless murmurs of the pale corpses. A fresh magazine slid effortlessly into place, and Hanja propelled himself off a jutting rock, executing a backward somersault. 5 rounds were fired in rapid succession, the bullets piercing the eyes of 3 corpses, sending 2 of them crashing to the ground once more. Suspended in midair, Hanja squeezed the trigger, the flames tearing through the lower jaws of the 3 corpses. Fragments of skull mingling with the remnants of their brains, exploding into a vile mush alongside the green ichor. As his feet touched the ground, Hanja twisted sharply, sweeping the submachine gun in an arc. 2 heads burst apart 3 meters away, their putrid flesh falling to the ground amidst the acrid smoke. Hanja slid along the rocky wall, attuned to the sounds of the approaching monstrosities closing in from all directions. A delighted smile graced his face as he crouched and used the wall for leverage, his body shooting through the gaps in the horde like an arrow released from its bow. 17. With a mental tally, Hanja spun and fired, the bullets severing the cervical ligaments of a leaping assailant, the headless body continuing its momentum, propelled into the throng. The submachine gun maintained a steady line of death, aligned with his line of sight. The last corpse plummeted from the cave's apex, and Hanja leaned back, pressing the muzzle against the pale visage. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Farewell. Amidst the sound of skull fragments embedding themselves into the rock crevices, he flicked away the flesh clinging to the barrel. Utilizing a firearm proved to be far more efficient. though it could not rival the might of the advanced weaponry from my era. It sufficed for wreaking havoc in this age. With a smile, he stowed the submachine gun and extinguished the torch, continuing his advance. The image of that green slug had vanished without a trace. Fortunately, this path was devoid of forks, presenting itself as a seemingly one-way route. As he rounded the final bend, a glimmer of light emerged before him. Taking a few more steps, the cold wind from the subterranean void rushed towards him. Carrying the stench of decay, Hanja doused the torch, and as his pupils adjusted to the light, the scene before him elicited a slight raise of his brow. A natural cavern with a diameter of 100 feet, adorned with grayish-white stalactites suspended from the ceiling. Below lay several hundred neatly arranged torch stands, all ablaze, casting an eerie brightness throughout the hollow. Directly ahead stood an artificially hewn platform, upon which 9 headless statues of bodhisattvas stood silently, indistinguishable from those he had previously encountered. The ground here was laden with moisture, and with each step, Hanja felt as though he were tearing through the stomach wall of some swamp creature. Suddenly, the underground lake came into view, and he could assure himself that he had not noticed the lake, which nearly filled half the cavern, until he took those few steps forward. The surface resembled a colossal mirror, tinged with green, and contrary to what Hanja had heard, there were no faces swirling within it. The entire expanse of the lake lay in tranquil silence, so serene that it bore no trace of ripples. Chapter 37, 9,000 Years. Hanja found himself intrigued by the sudden appearance of this verdant lake, for the deity he sought might very well be lurking within its depths. He attempted to unleash a barrage from his submachine gun upon the surface, yet aside from stirring countless ripples, the lake revealed no signs of life. No signs? Could it be devoid of any presence? Is there no deity to engage in idle chatter? Hanja strolled leisurely towards the lake's edge, only to be suddenly captivated by the statues on the platform. 9 headless stone bodhisattva statues stood in a fan-like arrangement, their necks fractured and entwined with dark red and greenish vines that coalesced into structures resembling octopus tentacles. As his gaze traversed these vines, Hanja soon beheld a monstrous figure by the stone wall. The target of his current mission, the powerful eunuch Wei Zhongxian, sat immobile in a colossal chair fashioned from bones and vines, his eyes closed, clad in a dragon robe. He evidently no longer found satisfaction in the title of 9,000 years. As Hanja approached the chair, Wei Zhongxian finally opened his eyes, and several tentacles, each adorned with human-like teeth, emerged from his eye sockets. Are you a lackey of the Donglan party? Or perhaps a pawn of Zhu Yijuan? Even Hanja could discern the fury in the voice of this enigmatic figure. Through careful observation, he quickly realized that the powerful eunuch was firmly anchored to the chair, the vines extending from the statues having burrowed beneath Wei Zhongxian's skin. Do not concern yourself. I am merely a temporary worker. You mere mortals. Hanja suddenly rolled to the side, narrowly evading the crimson vines that erupted from the ground, shattering the earth where he had just stood. The moment he laid eyes on Wei Zhongxian, he activated his malevolent perception skill, registering an ominous value of 99 emanating from his adversary. Having encountered such hostility before, Hanja remained unperturbed. In the year 2139, while he personally disrupted a peace speech orchestrated by the federal government, the frantic official standing behind the podium likely harbored similar intentions of eliminating him. He let out a hearty laugh, kneeling on one knee to fire. 3 bullets piercing Wei Zhongxian's chest, creating a smoldering cavity, while the flesh around the wound convulsed violently. Wei Zhongxian halted his assault. Having never seen the weapon in Hanja's grasp, the unknown instilled a flicker of hesitation within him. Who are you? He inquired. I already told you. Just a temporary worker. Who sent you? No one. I came here on my own accord. Does that please you? As a clandestine power broker who had commanded the court for several years, Wei Zhongxian quickly recognized Hanja's visage. It's you. How could you have come here? You're merely a... Bang. A bullet cleanly severed his skull, silencing the words that would have fallen amidst the splattered bone and blood. Apologies. That shot was quite precise. What were you about to say? Hanja treaded upon the pool of blood and scattered bones as he ascended the high platform, drawing his sword with his right hand to sever the vines entwining his ankles. The sensation evoked a vivid illusion of him slicing open someone's throat. The severed ends of the vines used a viscous green liquid mingled with blood, reminiscent of the substance he had observed beneath the residence of the Duke of Suning, transforming the underground of the Forbidden City into an altar. He sidestepped the lash of the blood-red vines, smiling as if in greeting, and pressed the muzzle of his submachine gun against Wei Zhongxian's chest. The unleashed firepower shattered the monstrous figure before him into fragments, however. The dismembered body on the chair frantically reassembled, the speed at which flesh reformed surpassing all known biological entities to Hanja. Hiss, even shattered, you remain unscathed. Truly suited to be a target for gunfire. Hey, I am already a favored one of the god of revelation. You cannot kill me. I am immortal. The monster. Composed of mangled flesh, astonishingly emitted sound, akin to the grinding of rusty gears long overdue for lubrication, persistently engaging in their ceaseless gnashing. Impressive, truly impressive. Hanji yearned to applaud. Yet, with one hand gripping the submachine gun aimed at Wei Zhongxian's head and the other tightly clutching his throat, he found no moment to offer commendation. Did I ever mention that I have always desired an indestructible punching bag? What do you? Boom. The right hook, powered by the pivot of his hips, unleashed tremendous force into the assemblage of Wei Zhongxian's flesh, causing the surface to cave inwards like a bowl. The anguished cries of the compressed muscle were abruptly silenced by an uppercut, propelling Wei Zhongxian upwards. Each collision of bones and flesh erupted in a shower of minute muscle fragments. Hanja laughed heartily as he unleashed a left straight punch, the sound of his scapula popping resonating as the humanoid figure before him was sent sideways. The recoil from his retreat caused a jolt of pain in his ankle. Yet the form for his next punch was already taking shape. With a right hook followed by a left uppercut, he pursued Wei Zhongxian's trajectory with a diagonal strike, his rear fist penetrating the very core of his opponent's being. 10 minutes later, Hanja triumphantly discarded a mass of mangled flesh between the statue of the Bodhisattva. Ever since he had traversed to the year 1626, he had never experienced such exhilarating boxing practice. Thank you. It is quite invigorating. The previous punching bags were always prone to damage. If only I could take you back with me. Yet, that heap of flesh offered no reply, even as it rapidly reformed into a new humanoid shape. Hanja chuckled softly and inquired within his mind, could I take Wei Zhongxian back as a punching bag? He would be quite useful. If he remains in 1626, it would be akin to his demise, wouldn't it? Dear Executor, your request cannot be fulfilled. The directive has been automatically rescinded. The system's cold voice was as unyielding as ever. Hanja could only walk sorrowfully to Wei Zhongxian's side. I apologize, punching bag. I cannot take you back, and I must dispose of you here. As a favored one of the divine, you should surely withstand the searing flames of 1,000 degrees Celsius, correct? Before Hanja could finish his statement, a whole barrel of kerosene had already been doused over Wei Zhongxian, coating the entire platform in a glossy sheen. Excuse me, may I borrow a light? The fire starter, procured from the Jinyui, slipped from his waist into his palm, his thumb prying open the sealed wax layer. With a few flicks against the wind, an orange-red flame began to flicker to life. The flame traced a luminous parabola through the air, landing within the folds of the kerosene-soaked flesh. Instantly, the bright yellow flames erupted across the ground, spreading like a spider's web, enveloping the platform in an inferno. Hanja stood before the roaring flames, the fire dispersing the dampness within the underground cavern. The headless Buddha statues appeared to dance within the distorted air. The wails of Wei Zhongxian could not overshadow the crackling of the fire, and Hanja savored the eerie warmth for a while. As the flames diminished, the once grayish-white statues turned pitch black, and the putrid remains of Wei Zhongxian still flickered with tiny flames. Finally, Hanja stretched languidly and inquired towards the center of the green lake. I had thought you would prevent me from tormenting this creature. Do the ancient gods also relish such performances? Chapter 38. The green lake. Hanja's fingers dripped with blood, and the charred mass of putrid flesh continued to writhe. With what barely resembled a head drooping to the ground like a melted candle, he stood atop a large stone by the green lake, the soles of his boots crushing a few bullet casings. Suddenly, the cavern illuminated, not because the torches had changed, but the entire expanse of the lake transformed into a burning emerald, countless green lights surging from the depths of the water. Hanja squinted, observing those lights coalescing at the center of the lake's surface, as if something were rising from the abyss. The radiance finally illuminated a vast array of stalactites suspended above the lake's surface. No, Hanja discerned those were not stalactites. They were pale bodies hanging from the cavern ceiling, the remnants of humanity stripped of flesh and blood. Their spines were deeply embedded in the rock, as though the entire cavern were a living entity feeding off these corpses. He whistled, attempting to shoot down a few bodies to inspect them. In the fleeting moment following the raising of the gun, the surface of the lake stirred for the first time, not due to external forces, but from its own essence. The water was parted, and the first to break the surface were the fingertips stained with crimson, followed by the elegantly simple emerald sleeves. The woman slowly tilted her face upwards, and Hanja distinctly heard his own astonished intake of breath. Her visage was exceptionally pure, as if crushed green buds and peach blossoms were artfully blended into her features, infusing the entire cavern with a verdant springtime essence. Spring. Hanja had never experienced the season in the desolate expanse. The overwhelming devastation wrought by calamities had rendered the blue planet of 2139 devoid of distinct seasons. The wasteland only knew the cycles of winter and summer, alternating in their presence. If one were to speak of spring, it would be the fleeting days each year when one need not fear heatstroke or frostbite, perhaps a mere 4 or 5 days. The thought that he genuinely sensed the legendary spring in the presence of an ancient malevolent deity brought a smile to Hanja's lips. Greetings. O Lady of the Dark God, I wonder if my address is fitting. You are the architect of all this chaos, are you not? The delicate maiden offered no words, merely presenting a smile to Hanja. Are you unable to speak? Can you write? Or perhaps draw? Just as Hanja inquired politely. The maiden stepped gracefully across the water towards him. In the next moment, a bullet pierced through the maiden's skull, and Hanja held his gun steady, a gentle smile still gracing his features. Answer my question, or you may choose to become a mere puddle of flesh. The girl tilted her head, the tinkling of her hairpins echoing softly. You already know everything. Why not embrace the power of my master? Do you imply that one must rely on the allure of beauty to persuade others to assist in their endeavors? Who do you believe I could possibly entice? I am merely the herald of my lord's arrival. He can bestow upon you all that you have ever desired. Hanja did not lower his firearm, but adopted a posture of rapt attention. You see, the maiden continues to smile, yet her grin stretches unnaturally to her ears, revealing faintly visible greenish tendrils beneath her pale, delicate skin. The radiation has ravaged your body, and your demise is imminent. This statement holds truth. Even the Faoki panel indicates that Hanja has less than a decade of life remaining. Nevertheless, he continues to smile, as if the girl has shared with him an exceedingly amusing jest. So, you believe I should accept the power of your master, filling my body with green liquid, transforming into a creature neither alive nor dead. This is a gift. This is divine revelation. You may rely on his strength to live forever. The girl raised her hand, as if to caress the prominent veins on Hanja's hand from afar. Immortality awaits you, regardless of the rise and fall of dynasties or the transformation of the world. You may persist through time. Suddenly, Hanja retracted his submachine gun and stepped back, retrieving a flask from his storage space and taking a deep swig. The fiery burn of the liquor seared his throat, bringing him some clarity. Is this how you spoke to Zhu Yijuan? Did you inform him that a mere red pill could grant him everlasting life? Rulers of this world all seek immortality. In truth, they require no elixir. Only the offering of blood and ritual to receive grace from our Lord. Intriguing. But why does Zhu Yijuan go to such lengths to secretly seek individuals to concoct the elixir of immortality? Moreover, Wei Zhengxian is also engaged in this endeavor. Are they merely indulging in amusement? This time, the young lady remained silent, refraining from any further actions, her expression dark as she fixed her gaze intently upon Hanja. I am not so naive. Your elaborate schemes to entice those in power into crafting the crimson pills undoubtedly indicate a profound necessity behind this matter. Extracting the blood-red pill from his storage space, Hanja cast it to the ground, crushing it underfoot with great force. Only when the sensation of the hard object beneath his foot faded did he lift his head once more. Smiling at the young lady, I have heard that your master is reduced to mere remnants. You lure these individuals into alchemy for the purpose of resurrection? As the gunfire echoed throughout the cavern, the beautiful young lady had already closed the distance to Hanja. The bullet pierced through her afterimage, while 3 dark green tendrils approached, intent on ensnaring his gun-wielding wrist. It is all due to you blasphemers. A viscous, pitch-like liquid seeped from the young lady's lips, splattering in all directions with her shriek, offering thrice the sacrifice of rationality to the mirror's reflection. Anyone who touches the verdant bronze shall become a tendril extending from the corrupt lake. Blocky. Hanja cleaved through the encroaching tendrils with his longsword, the green slime splattering onto the rocky floor, eroding it. He stumbled back a few paces, discharging the last 7 or 8 rounds from his submachine gun. The young lady arched backward, her waist bending as though devoid of bones, as bullet holes erupted in the stone wall behind her, creating a web-like pattern. Quite the adept maneuver. So, your master has truly been eliminated? How utterly disappointing. The frenzy of the dark deity's emissary confirmed Hanja's suspicions. A certain malevolent god descended during the late Ming dynasty. It was vanquished by an individual, leaving only its remains. Consequently, its emissary lost the majority of its power, resorting to possessing the bodies of prominent figures of the opposite gender to entice them into performing rituals aimed at resurrecting the dark god. The concoction of the red pills was indeed a ritual for the resurrection of this malevolent entity. However, a single ceremony was wholly inadequate for revival, which compelled the emissary to possess various women across different eras, seducing diverse individuals into repeating the same actions. As for the elixirs produced, they were merely ordinary pills imbued with the dark god's essence, crafted from exceedingly sinister materials that perfectly aligned with the malevolent deity's proclivities. Allow me to venture a guess. When you were engaged with Consort Zheng, you utilized the lifeless infants for alchemical purposes, did you not? Thus, it necessitated the subsequent search for numerous deceased infants. Hanja paced frantically along the lakeshore, deftly evading the maiden's assaults while continuing to mock her. Indeed, quite eco-friendly. You give birth to consume. I hereby designate you as the champions of waste recycling and environmental conservation. The green lake began to churn violently as Hanja retreated to the mouth of a cavern. I presume you have informed Zhu Yijuan that his son Shuchak Luo is the final ingredient for the red pill? That would explain his prolonged existence and the reason he could not be named heir to the throne. Chapter 39. The Lord of the Lake. The entire truth behind the red pill case has been meticulously pieced together from countless clues and everything observed within the cavern. Emperor Shinzong, Zhu Yijuan, fell under the sinister influence of a malevolent deity, seeking immortality. He began to worship this dark entity, bestowing upon it the name Lotus Platform Bodhisattva. He conducted rituals to concoct the red elixir and, under the guidance of the malevolent deity's emissary disguised as the favored concubine, discovered a vast subterranean lake within a cavern beneath the city of Beijing. The malevolent deity had a penchant for the waters of this lake, where remains were also entombed. Consequently, Zhu Yijuan commanded craftsmen to construct a secret passage in the side hall of the Forbidden City, facilitating his and the emissary's ingress and egress to the cavern. The emperor meticulously orchestrated every detail, including the demise of his own son. Alas, despite his extensive scheming, he failed to anticipate that the true power lay not with the Tianqi emperor, but rather in the hands of the eunuch Wei Zhongxian, who had seized control of the court. Upon ascending to power, Wei Zhongxian learned of the underground secret from the workers who had built the passage. He ventured into the cavern, where he encountered Zhu Yijuan and witnessed the deity's miraculous transformations, turning the living into immortal monstrosities and corpses into pale zombies. Thus, the Grand Eunuch unhesitatingly disposed of Emperor Shinzong and dismantled years of his elaborate plans, usurping control from the shadows. Consequently, the emissary, known as Ku, should have brainwashed Zhu Youjiao to conclude the dark endeavor. However, upon witnessing the eunuch's ascendancy, it pivoted to manipulate Wei Zhongxian instead. Ultimately, as the emissary, its sole desire was to resurrect the malevolent deity, indifferent to who would see this through. Shuchak Luo was initially the primary ingredient for the final red elixir, which is why Zhu Yijuan was reluctant to designate him as the crown prince. Nevertheless, the emperor could not withstand decades of counsel from his ministers and reluctantly acquiesced to the elevation of this crucial ingredient to the throne. Amidst the intricate web of causality, the shocking red pill incident of the first year of the Taichang era unfolded, reverberating throughout the nation. Regardless of Zhu Changluo's whereabouts, he would be compelled by these conspiracies to consume the elixir, ultimately becoming the very raw material for the concoction intended by his biological father. However, due to his status as emperor, he was ensnared in a life of debauchery, his vitality severely diminished before being presented with the fatal red pill by Li Kejua, leading to his untimely demise within the Forbidden City. Regrettably, fate often surpasses human scheming. Zhu Yijuan likely never anticipated that upon the ascension of his other son, the realm would not be governed as he had envisioned, thwarting his grand design. Miss Messenger of the Dark Deity, I am curious about the expression on Emperor Shinzong's face when he saw Wei Zhongxian descend into this cavern. In response to Hanja, a multitude of vines surged forward, compelling him to retreat while his left hand steadfastly aimed a submachine gun ahead, and his right hand rested upon the hilt of his sword. At the moment the deduction was complete, a chilling feminine voice reverberated through the cave. Executor, you have successfully unveiled the truth behind the red pill incident, enhancing the integrity of the imprint by one. Hanja remained perplexed by the source of this voice, as it seemed only he could perceive it. Yet the system thoughtfully adapted its auditory effects to the surrounding environment. It can only be said that high technology is indeed remarkable, allowing for the experience of 3D surround sound even in such dire circumstances. Although it may not be entirely gentlemanly to say so. Hanja tilted his head to evade the splintering stalactites, yet he held no principle against the slaughter of women and children. He squeezed the trigger, and shell casings fell to the ground in rapid succession. 3 tendrils, oozing with a verdant liquid, brushed against Hanja's right shoulder. He retreated a few steps into the secret passage, single-handedly reloading his submachine gun, only to find his calf ensnared by a vine emerging from the crevice in the wall. 2 seconds later, a blade severed the vine, allowing Hanju to roll deeper into the passage. The tendril obliterated the rock where he had just stood, splattering green liquid that etched grooves into the ground. The young girl had already approached the lake's edge, extending her alabaster finger toward him. As a multitude of vines surged forth, Hanju hurled a Molotov cocktail, which he had prepared in advance, from his storage space. The incendiary orange flames severed the vine's advance, and Hanju pushed off the wall, retreating a few steps. His gaze remained fixed on the girl in the azure gauze dress. With each step she took, the torches along the cave walls extinguished. Behind the maiden, the entire subterranean lake suddenly began to boil. The phosphorescent green liquid congealed into a gelatinous mass, and hundreds of half-melted skeletons surfaced from the viscous substance, fleshy tendrils emerging from their eye sockets. Hanju abruptly realized that this was not mere lake water. The entire underground lake was, in fact, the remnants of a fallen dark deity. Grass. He finally cursed aloud, turning to flee in the direction he had entered. Behind him, he heard the sound of fabric tearing. Glancing back, he caught sight of tentacles extending from beneath the girl's flowing dress, leaving trails of green liquid across the rocky floor. The skeletal remains too turned their gaze toward Hanju as the lake's water continued to boil. After running a considerable distance in the darkness, Hanju felt his soul slipping. He suspected the increasing humidity within the passage was to blame. Shell casings from his submachine gun clattered into the cracks at his feet, and he swiftly fired a volley of bullets, the stench of decaying bones splattering against the waterlogged stone walls. If I were to receive such a task under normal circumstances, I would undoubtedly demand triple the fee while simultaneously severing the employer's head to use as a ball. Hanju turned his back to the surging green tide, extending his hand without reservation to raise his middle finger. Skeletons were crawling out from the green liquid, with blackish-green vines entwined in their vertebrae, resembling a grotesque marionette manipulated by unseen strings. Hanju's temples throbbed violently as the passageway grew increasingly damp. Images that should not exist began to materialize on his retina, reliefs of compound eyes, and proliferating blood vessels creeping along the walls. He truly could not fathom how, despite being reduced to mere remnants, the influence of this malevolent deity remained so terrifying. This time, he did not even glance at the verdant horrors, sprinting forward in a frenzy. Yet, merely lingering within the vicinity of its existence, his sanity began to wane. Who on earth was so absurd as to obliterate such a thing down to its remnants, and to leave the debris uncleaned, allowing it a chance to rise from the ashes? Before he could finish his lamentations, Hanju felt the passageway convulsing violently, nearly biting his tongue in the process. The patterns on the walls swirled gently, coalescing before him into a colossal pupil. He fired several shots at the eye, and although it was merely an illusion, Hanju could distinctly sense the blood flowing from the shattering spots. Suddenly, the sword in his arms became scalding hot. He glanced down at the hilt, which had transformed from steel into writhing, fleshy tendrils. How extraordinary! Was this some sort of malevolent deity's family pack? Yet, swimming was strictly prohibited on this 1A street. Extracting gunpowder from his storage space, he deftly condensed it into a bomb with the hand of war. Hanju hurled a bomb at the pursuing corpse, the explosion's shockwave appending the green liquid and bones within a 3-meter radius. Amidst the intense ringing in his ears, Hanju ascended the final few dozen steps, only to find the ground suddenly oozing black grease. He withdrew his dagger, embedding it into the crevice of the stone to secure his stance. It's all an illusion. Come forth, evil deity. Once I emerge, you shall witness the true meaning of a collective assault. Chapter 40, Pursuit of Chaos Outside the Yinghua Hall. The sky had begun to lighten. Prince Zhu Yujian of the Xin Wang stood nervously at the rear of the crowd, anxiously clutching the jade ring on his finger. Do you think Hanju will accept the court's overture? It's hard to say. However, given the high office bestowed upon him, if it were me, I would certainly refrain from engaging in battle. The soldiers' conversations continued unabated, all reaching his ears, yet these did little to provide solace to the young prince. Should he prove uncontrollable, a madman skilled in sorcery would spell disaster for the Ming dynasty. Hanju burst forth from the Yinghua Hall, the morning dew on the bluestone slabs outside still lingering. The eunuch, who had been waiting half the night with the imperial edict, finally saw him emerge and hurriedly approached to read aloud. You are hereby appointed as the 4th-rank minister of the Honglu Temple, to assume your duties immediately. Thus decreed. Hanju paid no heed to the contents of the decree, as though he were utterly indifferent to whether he received honor or a death sentence. To him, these two outcomes held little distinction. The only concern occupying his mind was that the evil deity relentlessly pursuing him had inexplicably failed to keep pace What could this mean? Is the evil deity socially anxious, shying away in the presence of a crowd? As questions flickered through his mind, a terrifying tremor erupted from below the ground. The eunuch holding the imperial edict and the surrounding rebels exchanged bewildered glances, oblivious to the sudden smile of delight that blossomed on Hanja's face. Could it be beneath us? Do they intend to drag me down? He chuckled softly into the void, his long fingers tightening around the submachine gun. Lifting it to his chest. My apologies, but I must borrow your lies for a moment. Just 3 paces away, the guards, having just grasped their weapons, were met with Hanja's countenance, radiant with a spring-like cheer, even as his gun was pressed against the eunuch's throat. The acrid smoke mingled with the scent of blood, exploding beneath the gilded plaque, as bullets pierced through flesh, sending droplets of crimson splattering against the 4 characters of the imperial edict, bestowed by heaven. Screams swiftly shattered the morning tranquility of the forbidden city as Hanja, wielding his sword with one hand, swiftly dispatched the guards attempting to impede his progress. Amidst the swirling blue smoke, he leapt onto the roof of the palace, agilely bounding to the distant city wall. The Prince of Xian, shielded by a throng, fled in the opposite direction of Hanja, hearing shouts calling for someone to stop the madman, while the ominous sounds of the weapon in Hanja's possession echoed from afar. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a sense of relief. Hanja's defiance in killing was tantamount to openly courting death. Zhu Yujian deemed this scenario most favorable, as he could dispatch men to eliminate Hanja without concern for the presence of an individual capable of threatening him at any moment. Convey my orders. Immediately dispatch troops to apprehend the traitor Hanja. Should there be any resistance, execute on the spot. It was only after the others had retreated in compliance that Zhu Yujian relaxed, seeking solace in a secluded chamber. A figure clad in black stealthily approached him from outside the door, presenting a prescription into his hand. In the morning light, Zhu Yujian unfolded the paper, where 5 prominent characters were inscribed above: immortal elixir drink. The tremors from below were ever present, yet what brought Hanja the most joy was the throng of soldiers, numbering in the hundreds and thousands, that were gradually organizing behind him to pursue. How delightful! Such a multitude has come to capture me. I am grateful for Zhu Yujian's generous gift. May he find joy in his impending demise. After all, Hanja's remaining tasks were but 2: to obliterate the remains of the malevolent deity and to ignite a conflagration that would claim the lives of tens of thousands. As for Wei Zhongxian, that wretched mass had already been ensnared within the corpse of the dark god. Once Hanja dismantled the deity, Wei Zhongxian would naturally perish alongside it. He had long contemplated his ultimate maneuver, though he had not intended to employ it so swiftly. Yet, who could resist the allure of this escalating revelry? Thus, as the orchestrator of this performance, the master of the celebration, he would undoubtedly elevate the spectacle to its zenith. Ah, there are still vendors selling breakfast here. What is this? Tofu soup? Hanja had already entered the city of Beijing, hanging upside down from the eaves, waving at the startled common folk below. The Jinhui and the station guards clustered together, rushing out of the Donghua gate, only to find Hanja squatting atop a breakfast stall, munching on a large pancake. As the pursuers surged forth, he swung his sword and overturned the boiling pot of bean soup. Make way, make way. Laughter erupted from Hanja as he dashed through the alleyways, inadvertently colliding with an inconspicuous fortune-telling stall. The old Taoist, fixated on the cracks of his tortoiseshell, suddenly shrieked, "Heavenly visitors! Mars guards the heart." Hanja retracted his steps, producing a silver ingot and tossing it before the Taoist priest. How intriguing! Could you enlighten me on where the Calamity Star ought to flee? The poor old Taoist had yet to extend his hand to retrieve the coin when he witnessed the man before him hastily departing the street. Moments later, he comprehended the reason for the man's flight, as a substantial contingent of soldiers, mingled with the imperial guards, surged forth, pursuing the very path the man had traversed. Destiny is immutable, the stars shift easily, and human effort cannot reverse their course. Observing the bustling crowd, the old Taoist composed himself, though that individual was indeed fascinating. A horse-drawn carriage passed by, obscuring the chaotic fortune-telling booth and the old Taoist from sight, while the surrounding populace continued their labors, as though no one had ever lingered in that spot. After wandering through Beijing for nearly half an hour, the leading soldier could no longer restrain himself and queried one of the rebel army members, "Is your leader of unsound mind? How can he indulge in snacks while being pursued by soldiers?" Indeed, Hanja had guided his group from the outskirts of the Forbidden City to the marketplace. Was he intending to dash straight into the Dali Temple, thereby sparing us the trouble of apprehending him? Many were becoming increasingly exasperated, yet they dared not voice their discontent, for none would approach Hanja, given the terrifying lethality of the mysterious weapon he wielded. The majority of those pursuing Hanja were soldiers stationed in the capital, alongside a faction of the Imperial Guards. Only a few within the rebel army were willing to stand against Hanja. And the soldier who had inquired was the sole peasant rebel to join the hunt. Initially, he, like others, was reluctant to openly confront their former leader. However, upon hearing the orders, proclaiming that capturing or killing Hanja would lead to promotions and other benefits for those involved in the pursuit, he unhesitatingly joined the chasing party. Zhao Er, in despair, exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? You have witnessed Lord Han in battle. How can you be so foolish as to oppose such a ruthless warrior?" Sighing, he confessed, "Brother Zhao, I must admit, I have a brother who committed a crime before I came to the capital. I heard that if we can capture him, all of our families would be pardoned." Thus, when the military commander posed his question, this individual approached with a smile, "Commander, perhaps the rebel is cornered and has no choice but to flee within the capital. We should surround him and capture him at once." Chapter 41. Wang Gaochang. The soldiers in the Jinui surrounded the building in layers. After the blockade of over 1,000 soldiers, they finally cornered Hanja within the confines of Wang Gaochang. The courtyard was filled with people, a multitude of soldiers forming 3 concentric circles. The reflections of their iron armor glimmered like schools of fish swimming in the morning mist. The front line of shield bearers slammed their iron shields into the ground, while the bowmen in the rear produced a chorus of creaking sounds as they readied their arrows. "Are we capturing a monster here?" A young soldier in the back poked his companion with his rifle, recalling that it took only 800 men to suppress the White Lotus sect last time. Before he could finish his thought, he was kicked by the squad leader. "Silence. Do you not see the commander's cloak drenched in sweat?" Among these individuals, a portion of the soldiers had witnessed the merciless rampage of Hanja firsthand. They were reluctant to confront the deity of death directly. "Where is he now?" Reporting. The scoundrel first approached the cauldron of gunpowder and then ascended to the rooftop. "Prepare the archers. As soon as that traitor shows his face, let loose the arrows." Yes. Just as the commander issued the order, the sound of galloping hooves suddenly shattered the taut atmosphere, as a 4-wheeled carriage thundered over the cobblestones to the rear of the encirclement. Zhao Ziming, the chief of the Ministry of Works, emerged from the carriage, clutching a yellow silk scroll, his official robe's peacock insignia drenched in sweat. Clearing his throat, his voice pierced the air, causing eardrums to tingle. "The traitor Hanja defies the imperial decree and plots rebellion. The Prince of Xian has commanded, immediately apprehend Hanja, regardless of life or death." The surrounding soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, ready to charge into the Wang Gong factory to capture the renegade. Suddenly, the dew from the eaves began to fall in a cascade. Everyone looked up to see a tall, slender youth crouching beside a ridge beast on the rooftop, his right hand casually resting on his knee, the dark muzzle of a firearm barely visible at his sleeve. A few round black spheres had already been thrown before Hanja's figure appeared before the archers behind him. Boom! As the sound of shattering cobblestones mingled with the cries of agony, Zhao Ziming frantically ducked beneath the carriage. He dared only to peek from under the vehicle, watching as Hanja leaped between the beams like a monkey, each discharge of his weapon resulting in the gruesome obliteration of a soldier's head. 100-man raised a rattan shield and charged forward, only to be toppled along with his shield, and amidst Hanja's laughter, his skull was reduced to a gruesome splatter of flesh and blood. As the encirclement descended into chaos, Hanja leisurely raised his firearm and overturned the cart, hoisting the prostrate Zhao Ziming. With a crooked smile, he inquired, "My dear Zhao, do you still recall the matter we previously discussed?" Zhao Ziming's complexion turned ashen, yet he struggled valiantly, attempting to escape Hanja's grip. "Master Han, even vines require a sturdy tree to flourish. A solitary branch faces only a dead end. You cannot overturn the heavens alone." In truth, Hanja relished witnessing the panic of others before him, for it indicated that he had once again surpassed their expectations. He would not be tethered by anyone's whims. Thus, as Zhao Ziming spoke, Hanja smiled benignly and patted his face, saying, "I am well aware that without the emperor, you ministers would be utterly useless. So why do you resist the imperial edict? His Majesty has promised you high office and abundant rewards. In the future, you need only focus on your duties to enjoy a life of wealth and splendor." Zhao Ziming was perplexed, given Hanja's formidable strength. Attaining a high position would be a mere trifle. Why then did he vehemently forsake the fruits of his prior labors? A life of opulence sounded truly enticing, especially since the remainder of my days may well outlast this dynasty. Hanja smiled faintly, brandishing Zhao Ziming to threaten the soldiers behind him, warning them against rash actions. "So, can you guess why I am driven to madness?" Cold sweat had already soaked Zhao Ziming's garments. He pondered whether this madman might suddenly choose to end his own life as well, yet he could only follow along the thread of the conversation. "Are you Aspiring to establish yourself as king? The words trembled like a human being. Do you wish to overthrow the Ming dynasty? To declare yourself an emperor? Yet these speculations only served to amuse Hanja further, as the man suddenly erupted into a fit of wild laughter, the veins in his neck bulging, and his throat convulsing with each guffaw. Zhao Ziming, paralyzed by fear, dared not move, uncertain whether he had spoken correctly or incorrectly, and he refrained from questioning Hanja, unwilling to court his own demise. Thus, I assert, Hanja cast aside the individual he had seized, evading the soldiers armed with spears and swords that encroached upon him. In this era, there are no innocents, yet all are victims. It was only upon returning to the inner sanctum of the Wang Gong factory that Hanja cast a compassionate glance at the surrounding crowd. You are the soil, the sunlight, and the water. Within that palace, great trees thrive. Withdrawing his finger that pointed towards the forbidden city, Hanja ultimately faced Zhao Ziming with a smile. You are the vine. As the massive gates closed with a resounding thud, arrows thwarted at the threshold. Hanja's final words lingered in the ears of the gathering. But I am the raging fire, the ceaseless war. I shall incinerate this era, this world, utterly and completely. Ignoring the clamorous shouts outside the Wang Gong factory, Hanja made his way to the chamber where gunpowder was stored. The taste of rust spread in his mouth as he realized he had bitten his lip. The flickering light within the room cast shadows, the flames within the lamps twitching as if in agony. He leaned against the wall, feeling a visceral warmth in his palm. Drip, unbeknownst to him. Droplets of water descended from the ceiling, leaving damp stains in their wake. Hanja heard a sound emanating from beneath, initially resembling the pendulum of an antiquated clock, gradually transforming into the resonant chorus of countless amphibians stirring in a mire. His molars began to ache, and soon he observed the white mist he exhaled condensing in the air, forming a rudimentary smile. That malevolent deity truly does not intend to spare me. He reached out to disperse the mist before him, and, with a sense of intrigue, circled around the room. To be frank, this experience was rather exhilarating, far more engaging than simply perishing. Suddenly, he noticed the walls beginning to breathe. The neatly stacked wooden crate sprouted a delicate pink membrane, while the twine binding the boxes morphed into violet-hued veins. The cobwebs hanging from the ceiling transformed into bundles of nerves, each silken thread transmitting tremors from the depths below. Hanja pressed his palm against his temple, feeling an unnatural protrusion beneath his skull, as if something were laying eggs within the convolutions of his mind. He sensed a colossal eye, existing within the cosmos, deeper than darkness itself, suspended amidst the galaxies, its iris adorned with a honeycomb of compound eyes. Those hexagonal crystals simultaneously pivoted toward him, akin to ice picks piercing through his optic nerve into his brain. In the next moment, thousands upon thousands of colorful orbs materialized in the void, entangled in a dance of collision and separation, each impact giving rise to new geometric forms. Hanja discerned familiar sludging sounds from below, accompanied by an unsettling whisper. Have I achieved the accomplishment of deicide? As he placed his palm upon the floor, a wave of pleasure washed over him, yet it seemed this god had already been vanquished, and he was merely tending to its remnants. Nevertheless, he cared little for these thoughts, for the final revelry was about to commence. Here lies a colossal gunpowder factory, which could easily be likened to a massive bomb. The moment the hand of war successfully unleashed its fury, Hanja stood up, filled with satisfaction, bidding farewell to the sorrowful era. Chapter 42. The Apocalypse Explosion. On the 6th day of the 5th month in the Apocalypse year of Bingyin, at the hour of the snake, the sky was radiant. Suddenly, a roar echoed, gradually approaching from the northeast to the southwestern corner of the capital. A cloud of gray surged forth and buildings trembled. In an instant, a great tremor resounded, the heavens collapsed and the earth crumbled, enveloping everything in darkness as if it were night, leaving countless homes in ruins. From the east Shunchengmen Street to the north Xingbu Street, spanning 3 to 4 miles, and surrounding an area of 13 miles, all was reduced to dust, with thousands of houses and tens of thousands of people affected. The vicinity of Wang Gong factory suffered even more devastation, with corpses piled high in foul air choking the sky, debris falling like rain, rendering street names and entrances unrecognizable. At the moment when the green liquid spread from beneath the ground, Hanja bowed in reverence and hurled several candles against the wall. Yet, it could scarcely be called a wall anymore. The entire Wang Gong factory had transformed into a massive black gunpowder bomb under his influence. Previously, he had only altered simple cold weapons and a pair of firearms that barely qualified as functional. It was only after converting the entire factory into a bomb that Hanja truly grasped the terrifying imprint of war. How much black gunpowder did Wang Gong factory originally possess? Based on Hanja's estimation, it must have been several thousand tons, having spent years using explosives in the wasteland. Whether from his homemade gunpowder or the smart bombs acquired through raids on federal authorities or capital groups, he was well versed in the subject. He had initially believed that the quantity of explosives would suffice to obliterate the remnants of the underground evil deity, while simultaneously taking with it the thousands of soldiers and some civilians who were besieging him. However, when the hand of war was unleashed, he realized that he had grossly underestimated this force. The imprint transformed the entire Wanggong factory's powder magazine into a bomb, amplifying its power exponentially. The devastation wrought by the explosion at Wanggong factory, under the influence of the war imprint, became extraordinarily horrific. Equivalent to the instantaneous detonation of 960 tons of TNT, or 1 million tons of black powder. Hanja, positioned at the epicenter of the explosion, laughed heartily as he opened his arms at the moment of detonation. Hooray! Happy doomsday! He was uncertain whether he had been directly torn apart by the explosive force. No one could withstand such a magnitude of devastation. Yet, Hanja relished this conclusion, perfectly aligning with the ending he had envisioned in his dreams. Being swept away in an explosion alongside the evil deity and tens of thousands of others was simply too exhilarating. As he found himself hovering in the void, gazing down from a third-person perspective at the aftermath of the explosion he had instigated, he suddenly found it amusing. Have I become a ghost? I am not descending into hell? He could feel his limbs and even hear the rhythm of his heartbeat. Hanja was astonished. He had always assumed that a soul state would be ethereal, yet now he felt vibrantly alive. He watched as the explosion from Wanggong factory annihilated the surrounding area. Countless individuals being shattered and propelled into the sky, bloodied remnants cascading onto distant streets and the ground. The remnants of the underground evil deity were also struck by the blast, turning to ash in the fiery glow, vanishing into dust. The residual force of the explosion rendered the scene even more bizarre. Two individuals stood side by side, one obliterated into fragments, while the other remained unscathed. A row of houses leaned against each other, with some reduced to ashes, yet others remained entirely unaffected. A multitude of garments belonging to the deceased inexplicably vanished to a distance of 10 miles. And individuals who were evidently outside the city of Beijing suddenly disappeared due to the explosion. Hanja observed that Zhu Yojia was having breakfast in the Qianqing Palace at that very moment, while Prince Xin led soldiers patrolling outside the city. As the explosion commenced, the palaces within the Forbidden City crumbled, and the Tianqi Emperor was shielded by his guards as he fled. Along the way, debris from the buildings claimed the lives of everyone surrounding Zhu Yojia, leaving him alone to escape to the Jiaotai Hall. Prince Xin galloped towards the inner city, his expression a perplexing mix of terror and exhilaration. Within the city of Beijing, chaos reigned as if demons were dancing wildly. Hanja, however, found great delight in the turmoil. He even felt a sense of gratitude towards the mysterious forces that had attempted to rob him at the exhibition center. To experience such a revelry in 1626 was an indulgence he would not mind reliving, even if it meant facing death multiple times. It was only when the familiar system sound resonated that Hanja realized he seemingly had not perished. The progress of the executor's mission was being calculated. Truth progress of the Hongwan case, 90. Was Wei Zhongxian eliminated? Yes. Was a 100-man team successfully formed for combat? Yes. Casualties resulting from the war, 16,738. Destruction progress of the legacy left by Graki, 100. A series of detection sounds echoed, but Hanja's attention was captured solely by the final note. Finally. It is not? Curiously, he opened the task panel and his finger pressed down on the 3 unfamiliar characters. Graki? Is this the true name of that green malevolent deity? No one answered him, as the system continued its cold, meticulous calculation of Hanja's task progress. All supplementary tasks related to the war imprint had been completed, with the imprint's integrity increasing to 9. The acquisition of wealth had been entirely successful, with the executor's current balance amounting to 24 million federal coins. The overall task completion rate had surpassed 90, and additional rewards were about to be distributed. These 4 words successfully diverted Hanja's fixation on the name of the malevolent deity. He felt quite satisfied with his current gains, though who wouldn't appreciate a pleasant surprise? Additional rewards? What might they entail? Hanja envisioned the possibilities: vast wealth, new skills, fresh equipment. He even speculated that the additional rewards could grant him the freedom to traverse historical nodes at will. As the boundless crimson streams of data unfolded before him, Hanja found himself once again in the conference room designated for executors' gatherings. However, this time he was alone. There were no others present. On the round table before him lay a blank, pale yellow sticky note. It was the most ordinary pale yellow sticky note, ubiquitous in 2139. so mundane that it felt somewhat out of place amidst all that Hanja had experienced. Yet, the cold female voice reminded him that this was indeed his additional reward. Executor, the additional reward has been distributed. Please check your receipt. Hanja maintained his smile for a full 2 minutes, gathering the courage to grasp the sticky note. No anomalies occurred, no skills were acquired. Nor did he experience any other sensations. After multiple confirmations, he concluded that it was merely an ordinary sticky note. So, was the extra reward merely a jester's box? Or had you simply not prepared anything at all? He crumpled the sticky note into a ball and then unfurled it. Yet still, nothing transpired. Ultimately, Hanja resigned himself to this outcome. After all, wealth had been acquired, and the integrity of the seal had been enhanced. The remaining elements could be dismissed as inconsequential embellishments. He chuckled to himself, considering that his completeness had reached 9 in the war seal, and casually activated a skill directed at the sticky note. Could paper be transformed into a weapon? Suddenly, a transformation occurred. The moment the sticky note came into contact with the power of the war seal, it began to voraciously absorb Hanja's strength. What? Hanja leaped up, intending to fling the sticky note away, but in the next instant, words appeared upon its surface. I have slain Grigaki and taken the revelation. Will not descend again. Has begun to act freely across various notes. Those who come after must exercise caution and avoid contact unless absolutely necessary. Yuxian. Once Hanja finished reading the entirety of the message, the sticky note instantly vanished, as if it had never graced the conference room. Chapter 43. Speculation. Hanja possessed an excellent memory, so even though the sticky note disappeared swiftly, he retained the contents firmly in his mind. In the conference room, devoid of any other presence, he settled back into his chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the tabletop in a disordered manner. According to the notes on the sticky paper, the individual named Yuxian was the exceptional master who had reduced Gragi to mere remnants. It was evident that he was also an executor, undoubtedly a figure of formidable strength. In the underground of Beijing in 1626, Hanja had personally experienced the terror of Gragi's remains. Even a minuscule fragment possessed the power to shatter the minds of ordinary individuals, not to mention the bizarre corrosive properties and the human transformation capabilities it harbored. One could only imagine how much more terrifying Gragi's influence had been during his existence. From his earlier exchanges with Number 4, Hanja had gleaned numerous clues. He did not believe that Number 4 or Number 8 were Yuxian, aside from the names not aligning. His long-standing perceptive abilities made it impossible for him to equate those two individuals with the one who had penned the notes. Curiously, this historical juncture seemed as if it had been meticulously cleansed, and then he had inadvertently stumbled into it considering Number 4's remarks and their demeanor. It appeared that the executor's salvation plan must have been established by a significant organization. Let me ponder this. Which organization in these cities could possibly orchestrate such an undertaking? Propping his elbows on the table, Hanja repeatedly rubbed his chin with his right hand. If one were to speak of the most formidable enterprise in electronic technology today, it would undoubtedly be the Lei Boss Group. Kant Technology primarily focused on developing medical pharmaceuticals, though they also dabbled in military research. After all, he had long ago pulled the strings of these colossal corporations countless times. Whenever the transportation of goods necessitated traversing the desolate radiation zones, Hanja, for amusement, would obliterate the transport vehicles, leaving them in ruins. The research conducted by Winnow Heavy Industries was rather pragmatic. They would even sell the aircraft they manufactured to the mercenaries of the wasteland. However, I cannot assure that they would refrain from participating in such endeavors. Hiss. If that is the case, the Datumo Foundation and the SMU's commercial consortium could also be implicated. Hanja meticulously enumerated the various organizations he had attacked and discovered a plethora of possibilities. At least 8 or 9 major corporations could potentially contribute to this scheme. Yet, these remained mere possibilities. Reflecting on his experiences in 1626, he soon identified certain aspects that warranted attention. The wealth I acquired during the late Ming dynasty has been converted into currency viable for the year 2139. Number 8 appeared akin to a corporate white-collar worker, while Number 4 resembled a veteran or someone of a similar profession. The substantial conversion of wealth, the diverse operators from various regions and professions, the grand ambition of saving the world. Suddenly, Hanja comprehended which organization was most likely to orchestrate such an undertaking. The only entity capable of uniting all capital and scientists was none other than the federal government. He found this realization exceedingly amusing and felt an overwhelming urge to laugh heartily at the round table. After all, it was his arch nemesis. More than half of the numerous bounties issued against Hanja were decreed by the federal government. The combined efforts of all other capital groups paled in comparison to even half of that sum. However, do not misunderstand. Hanja believed that he bore no animosity towards the federal government. His disdain was merely directed at their proposed initiatives for a harmonious alliance among humanity and the reconstruction of world peace. Peace, stability, kindness. He displayed a bemused expression as he pounded the surface of the round table, the words sounding utterly repugnant to him. He had always been sympathetic to the arduous efforts of the federal government, which is why he occasionally indulged in causing a stir and lending a hand. Since 7 years prior, he had disrupted over 40 peace development conferences and attacked federal cargo transports on more than 100 occasions. As for the federal officials he had eliminated, he ceased keeping count once the number surpassed 1,000. The only incident that still lingered in his memory was from a month and a half ago when he led a group of equally bored mercenaries to assault a medical team dispatched by the federal government to distribute suppressive medications in the radiation zone of the wasteland. The wasteland dwellers who came to collect the medicine scattered in terror, while the medical team's escort was entirely annihilated. He gleefully seized the head of the chief physician, dispatching all of his companions amidst the latter's desperate cries for mercy. Ultimately, before others could arrive, he impaled the physician upon the desolate earth, obliterating the scene before effortlessly commandeering a motorcycle and fleeing. The consequence of this act was yet another increase in the bounty placed on Hanja's head by the federal government. Upon learning of the augmented reward, Hanja felt as though he were engaged in a game where accumulating experience points led to advancement. Unfortunately, the experience in this case was tangible wealth. Merely awaiting the day when the bosses would band together to eliminate him, Hanja eagerly anticipates the arrival of that day. To him, a mercenary of the wasteland, human life is the least valued commodity. After all, a mere stroll through the desolate streets of the radiation zone could yield encounters with 3 or 4 lifeless bodies. How amusing it is. I wonder what expressions will adorn the faces of those in the federal government when they see me transformed into the savior of their grand design. Leaning over the round table, Hanja's fingers pressed down with such force that they nearly sank into the surface as he erupted into laughter. The thought of such an unforeseen and dramatic turn of events brought a semblance of joy to his existence. Ha, cough, cough. I can hardly contain my excitement to witness the reactions of those government officials. However, the system did not grant his wish to depart. Soon, a blue data stream interface unfurled before him. This time, it resembled a cargo panel. A brief glance revealed pure water, rations, basic medicine, and some rudimentary tools. Executor. You may utilize your accumulated wealth to procure items necessary for your next quantum leap. As the system's voice faded, Hanja took a deep breath to steady himself. Slumping into his chair to inquire, must I purchase these items? I could simply scavenge in the radiation zone and the city. Executor. Only items procured through the system may accompany you to the instance. External items cannot be transported during quantum leaps. TSK, how utterly disappointing. So, I am compelled to spend my money on the system's wares? This is nothing short of coercive salesmanship. The female voice ceased to resonate, and Hanja merely offered a casual remark. As one who had little time left to live, he harbored no desire to amass wealth. Thus, humming an off-key tune, Hanja swiftly navigated the display of goods before him, beginning to select items of personal utility. For him, the prospect of another traversal held little significance, for now. His priority was to procure everything that caught his fancy. Chapter 44, New Weapons. The system presented a plethora of items available for purchase, ranging from basic supplies to an array of weaponry. Hanja bypassed melee weapons and fundamental firearms entirely, possessing the mark of war. He had no need to acquire such items. The Type 97 and Type 95. Excellent for riot control and combat. Hanja excitedly scrolled through the panel. Yet he concluded that he could craft them himself, better to stock up on raw materials instead. Preparation of pure water and food was essential, and medical supplies were equally indispensable. Weapons such as swords and knives were entirely unnecessary. He preferred to explore the realm of firearms with which he had yet to engage. After perusing the goods panel numerous times, Hanja was astonished to find that he had utilized and disassembled every firearm displayed. Wait a moment, just a handful of options? This is far too scant. I could create them myself. Discontent, he closed the panel and shouted into the void. Is there anything of better quality? I know that Khan is researching high-tech biochemical weapons. Bring those weapons to me. In truth, Hanja did not expect a response to his outcry, so he was somewhat taken aback when the red data panel replaced the blue one before him. Thank you. I appreciate the system's offerings and give it my commendation. On this occasion, the panel reveals items that are starkly different from the foundational artifacts previously encountered. Bonaroding Swarm, Nanocore Shotgun Weapon Details. 1. Nanoswarm, each round contains 120 million military-grade nanobots. 2. Collective Intelligence Algorithm. The swarm possesses the capability for deep learning battlefield pattern recognition. 3. Quantum Communication Relay. Control range extends to a radius of 800 meters. Operational characteristics. Initial velocity of 280 ms. Upon contact with the target, the nanobots exhibit fractal dispersion. The weapon can switch between the bone-eroding mode, decomposing organic matter, and the iron-eating mode, devouring metals and other inorganic materials. Caution. Repeated use may result in reverse infection of the user by the nanobots. And each discharge necessitates the provision of 200 grams of biomass and metal as breeding materials for the swarm. Spiral Dawn. Gene Resonance Cannon Weapon Details. 1. Gene Mapping Database. Stores the weaknesses of over 120,000 biological genes. 2. Resonance Frequency Modulator. Emits directional gene-interfering microwaves. 3. Living Culture Medium. The cannon's barrel requires the implantation of cloned neural tissue as a biological processor. Operational characteristics. Capable of inducing rapid telomere collapse in targeted species, leading to death through aging. Specific frequency bands may cause the DNA helix structure to resonate and rupture, resulting in bodily liquefaction. Caution. Repeated use may lead the user to experience malignant hallucinations. And each discharge requires the sacrificial donation of 500 milliliters of the user's blood to initiate biological authentication. Crimson Cradle. Biological Pulse Cannon Weapon Details. 1. Directed Evolution Warhead. The projectile contains genetically edited sanguine spores. 2. Symbiotic Nervous System. The cannon will develop neural spikes that integrate with the user. 3. Pain Amplifier. The more agony the host endures, the faster the firing rate. Combat characteristics. Upon striking a target, spores proliferate rapidly, erupting within 5 seconds into carnivorous vines. When encountering substantial liquids, residual spores can trigger regional ecological catastrophes, with varying types of liquid resulting in diverse ecological disasters. Caution. Excessive use may lead to the host's skin becoming keratinized, ultimately merging with the weapon to form a new turret. Each firing necessitates the provision of 300 grams of biomass as initial sustenance for the spores. There are a total of 7 similar weapons, each igniting a fervent gaze from Hanja. Splendid. This is precisely what I desire. Purchase. I want them all. Hanja nearly wished to reach through the screen and seize those seemingly violent and terrifying weapons. Purchase failed. Executor, your current permissions are insufficient. And you lack the necessary funds, corresponding technology points, and primordial materials. Hanja yearned to transform everything at his disposal into weapons to unleash a fierce attack on the system. Regrettably, the system is an invisible and intangible entity. Hanja could only glare furiously at the void. Fine. Then tell me what level of permissions is required? How much money? Where should I acquire the technology points and primordial materials? Unlocking the qualification for special weapon purchases requires at least A-level permissions. Your current permission level is no permission level. The price of the most affordable special weapon stands at a staggering 53 million Federation coins. The technological points will be automatically unlocked upon acquiring the relevant scientific knowledge. The primary materials originate from historical nodes, necessitating that the executor personally ventures forth to collect them. Hanja, in a fit of exasperation, laughed while seated. Realizing that among all the conditions, the most straightforward for him was indeed the 53 million Federation coins. It is worth noting that he had recently purchased 2 tons of purified water, over 300 pounds of dry rations, and 200 pounds of canned meat for less than 15,000 Federation coins. A ton of water costs merely 600 Federation coins, while a pound of compressed rations is priced at 30, and a pound of canned meat at 22. Truly, high-tech weaponry is exorbitantly priced. Were Hanja not a wasteland mercenary, or perhaps not so reckless, his current wealth would suffice to ensure a comfortable life within the city circle. Alas, the total from previous robberies amounts to merely a few million. It appears he must continue in his original line of work. As he scrolled through the inventory panel to the medicinal category, Hanja meticulously selected the medications that might prove useful: hemostatic agents, antidiarrheals, cold remedies, and anti-heat stroke medications, along with deworming and snakebite treatments, emergency thermal blankets, and first aid bandages. Hanja muttered to himself as he gathered all the potentially necessary medications. Once he had prepared the medicines, he resignedly sank back into his chair, lamenting that even the purchase of these remedies had only cost a few thousand Federation coins. He truly wished to go to the city and display a banner in protest against technological monopoly. Yet, after merely 3 minutes of relaxation, he sprang back to his feet. Wait, is there a potion with special abilities? one that could bestow immense strength or grant the lightness of a feather. With this thought, Hanja immediately called upon the system. As he wished, a green data stream panel materialized before his eyes, but inexplicably it was devoid of any information. Is there a glitch? He pondered. Is no one attending to the system's bugs? A mechanical voice swiftly addressed his concerns. Executor, your access rights are insufficient. Please acquire the appropriate permissions to view relevant pharmaceutical data. Hanja found this system rather perplexing. Why was it that weaponry was readily available to him? Yet information on potions was so tightly guarded? Was there a fear that these concoctions could rival the destructive power of those dreadful weapons? No, upon reflection. According to the system, he was deemed a person without permissions, so why was he able to access the data on special weaponry? With a shift in thought, Hanja discerned the reason: the red data stream and lethal weaponry. Could it be that the imprint of war granted him direct access to this information? The silence seemed to affirm his reasoning. With no other matters at hand, Hanja resolved to prioritize acquiring special weaponry. As for other affairs, what could be more exhilarating than the thrill of destruction? Chapter 45. Return. Having completed his procurement, Hanja closed the cargo panel, revealing a tranquil smile. All done. Shouldn't it be time to send me back now? As the transition to the designated location commenced, the countdown began. 3, 2. The moment the final digit resonated, the conference room transformed instantaneously into an ocean composed of red data streams. Before Hanja could fully absorb his surroundings, a familiar scene manifested before him. Ah, is this not a train station? Its neat and pristine appearance is rather nauseating. Perhaps it would be more pleasant to gaze upon the desolate wasteland of the radiation zone in the distance. One wonders if the soldiers around him can appreciate the beauty of the wasteland. Hanja surmised they might not. Although he was aware that returning to the year 2139 would likely entail encountering blockades, the sheer multitude of riot control units before him left him somewhat astounded. The crimson dots on his person alone had surpassed 3 digits. Dark clouds drifted slowly across the gray-blue sky, and within the 300-meter encirclement, over 20 wheeled armored vehicles adjusted their smoothbore cannons to a horizontal angle directly in front of Hanja. Mr. Hanja. A synthesized electronic voice reverberated from the speakers surrounding him. The military commander stood at the rear of the formation, urging, "Please surrender and accompany us from this place." Hanja ground his teeth, a metallic sweetness rising in his mouth. He tilted his head back, his eyes reflecting the drones suspended 100 meters above, their hexagonal wings vibrating at high frequencies. He understood the implication. They were deploying a wide-ranging signal interference net. Remarkable. The last time such a display occurred was during your suppression of the rebel group. Who would have thought I would experience this alone? No one engaged in conversation with Hanja, as the snipers in the second encirclement methodically chambered their weapons. At the slightest movement from the target, tungsten alloy armor-piercing rounds would be promptly unleashed. Hanja observed the frost-tinted anti-material rifle atop a building 200 meters away. Was that a cryogenic condensation projectile? How astute of you to factor in the potential for my cellular regeneration. Truly commendable for a regular army of the federal government. Any ordinary individual would be paralyzed with fear at such a display, begging for mercy, which would signify a strong will. Yet, Hanja smiled, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips that was soon to erupt into laughter. How I long to eliminate all of you here and obliterate this repugnant city. Hanja also endeavored to restrain his murderous intent, for he was genuinely keen on acquiring those extraordinary weapons he had just glimpsed. After murmuring to himself, he surveyed the multitude of soldiers before him with a gentle demeanor. Very well, I shall accompany you. Where do you require me to go? A pathway opened in the encirclement, but the weapons aimed at Hanja showed no inclination to lower. Mr. Han, please proceed to your destination as per our instructions. Without any unusual behavior along the way, the cold, synthetic electronic voice resonated, and Hanja suddenly found the system's feminine intonation rather pleasant. Quietly following the guidance for half an hour, he arrived at a white building, distant from the city center. An office building in the suburbs? Are you not planning to take me directly to prison? Hanja spread his arms wide and turned to smile at the convoy of commanders that had been closely following him. Mr. Hanja, please enter this building now. The tone of the other party remained monotonous, akin to a non-playable character in a game that mechanically repeats fixed phrases. Well, I suppose such a grand structure is not intended to serve as my private prison. He was aware that many high-ranking officials, after being apprehended for crimes, would discreetly fund the construction of private prisons. Within these walls, under the guise of humane treatment for urban citizens, the facilities would be exceptionally comfortable. Naturally, these privately built prisons would also serve, quite justifiably, to detain the benefactors. As he entered the courtyard, Hanja noticed that no one followed him. Although remote weapons were still aimed at him, the soldiers remained outside the yard, refraining from joining him. Is this indeed a private prison prepared solely for my confinement? Approaching the door, he hesitated, wondering if the federal government intended to detain him before deciding on their next course of action. Amused, he pulled open the oak door, revealing an interior that resembled a cozy living room rather than an office building. Two individuals faced him. The younger one was washing white porcelain teacups with hot water, while the elderly man turned to him, extending an invitation. "Ah, you've arrived. Please, take a seat." However, Hanja remained motionless, standing at the threshold. Laughing at the absurdity of the situation, he recognized the elderly man who had beckoned him. He was one of the significant targets he had long plotted to eliminate, the chief spokesperson of the federal government. "Do you realize the magnitude of the blow it would deal to the entire federal government if I were to end your life here?" The city dwellers are unlikely to be unfamiliar with this elderly gentleman, as his visage graces the news almost weekly. Broadcasts, television channels, and promotional reports fervently disseminate his statements. Zhou Jingxing, however, exhibited no emotional upheaval regarding this matter. He merely rose to pull out the third chair at the table, gesturing for Hanja to take a seat. At this juncture, the young man had already prepared the tea, the light brown liquid flowing from the purple clay teapot into the white porcelain cups, swiftly enveloping the air in a delicate mist. Silently setting down the teapot, he positioned the 3 cups before the trio of seats. It was only then that Hanja began to scrutinize the young man he had initially overlooked. With black hair and dark eyes, he possessed a fair countenance, albeit somewhat dispirited, resembling a university student preoccupied with his thesis or internship, a common sight in the city. Zhou Jingxing lifted his hand, inching closer to the young man. "Allow me to introduce. This is Xiaoqi, Qi Jiangyu." The name was unfamiliar to Hanja, perhaps a figure within the federal government, though the individual appeared too youthful to have been seasoned by the rigors of political life. "Heh, do you require an introduction from me?" Hanja boldly approached the table, pulling out a chair and seating himself. His curiosity was piqued. He wondered why this renowned spokesperson would dare engage him in direct conversation. Years prior, Hanja had publicly declared his intent to find any means to eliminate Zhou Jingxing and display his head atop the tallest building in the radiation zone. If Zhou Jingxing were a man who valued his life or possessed sufficient cleverness, he ought to have refrained from meeting Hanja in such an unprotected manner. The elderly man, now the chief spokesperson, was certainly no fool. Thus, when Hanja retrieved a handgun from his storage space and deftly fired a shot at Zhou Jingxing's head, he was astonished to witness the bullet, upon its release, devoured by an invisible force. Hanja was convinced he had not been mistaken. At the moment the bullet exited the barrel, it appeared to be chewed into a twisted mass of metal before vanishing without a trace. As a seasoned mercenary of the wasteland, Hanja, though bewildered, reacted swiftly, seizing a silver tray from the table with the intention of transforming it into a dagger to plunge into Zhou Jingxing's heart. However, 5 seconds elapsed and nothing transpired. The mark of war offered no response, and the power to alter weapons had inexplicably faltered in the year 2139. Chapter 46. The transaction. Do not be hasty. I have merely come to propose a transaction. Zhou Jingxing maintained his composure, showing no sign of concern regarding Hanja's recent attempt on his life. With his hands returned to his side, Hanja bowed his head in silence, prompting Zhou Jingxing to continue. "I require you as an executor to traverse further historical nodes, eliminating the malevolent entities that have infested the annals of history. In return, the federal government shall ensure that you conclude your days with dignity upon the completion of your tasks." Before Hanja had even become an executor capable of quantum leaps, Zhou Jingxing had perused the young man's dossier. It bore the words, frantic, brutal, lawless, inscribed in the empty space at the end of the document. Never has there been a wasteland dweller capable of causing such disquiet among various capital conglomerates, mutual aid organizations, and even the federal government. Previous mercenaries of the wasteland had engaged in ambushes on transport convoys or infiltrated cities through a web of treachery for theft and plunder. However, those individuals were easily dealt with either through direct extermination or by bribing them with money and resources to serve as pawns under the banner of a conglomerate or the federal government. Even sizable mercenary organizations would merely dispatch troops to suppress the unrest. After all, under the relentless barrage of extreme firepower, the damned would inevitably perish, and those fortunate enough to escape would be consumed by an innate fear. Yet, Hanja is an entirely different story. According to the records, his first appearance in the sights of the federal government dates back to 2131. As a mere youth, Hanja joined one of the more notorious mercenary teams of the Wasteland to orchestrate an assault on a convoy transporting medical supplies from Kanda Technology to Uwalport. Such occurrences are commonplace in the Wasteland, where those struggling to survive in the radiation zones find it exceedingly difficult to procure resources from other sources. Each day, more than a dozen transport teams encounter ambushes on the outskirts of cities. If fortune favors the transporting team, they may only lose their supplies. However, should their luck falter, particularly in a violent confrontation with Wasteland mercenaries, casualties become a grim inevitability. The robbery in which Hanja participated was particularly chilling. On that fateful day, the transport convoy was nearing the entry point of Uwalport. As a convoy laden with ordinary medical supplies, they had not employed a lavish security detail. Thus, it is hardly outrageous that a truck's tire succumbed to the spikes laid by mercenaries on the desolate plains. The transport convoy hailed from an unremarkable logistics company under the aegis of the federal government, rather than a renowned corporate giant. Faced with the merciless denizens of the wasteland, they swiftly opted for surrender, tacitly permitting these marauders to seize all the supplies on board. After all, as long as they could return alive, the loss of goods was of little consequence. Moreover, as regular traversers of the wilderness, they were acutely aware of the unwritten rules of these brigands, who primarily pilfer rather than take lives. Even the mercenaries of the wasteland were loath to attract the attention of large corporations or the federal government's bounty hunters. It was not until the elder mercenaries departed the scene with medical supplies and confiscated firearms that the transport team realized a young boy had not followed the others away. "Young man, you must leave at once. We cannot take you into the city. The checkpoint will not allow wastelanders to pass." The leader of the convoy assumed that Hanja wished to accompany them into the city, a common aspiration among the youth of the wasteland. Such individuals were not uncommon, especially among the younger populace, perhaps due to the federal government's prior propaganda that promised a chance for minimally contaminated children from the wasteland to enter the city. Consequently, many sought ways to board transport vehicles traversing the wilds, hoping to establish themselves in urban life. However, that propaganda was merely a deceitful ploy to garner votes. Every child attempting to infiltrate the city would perish beneath the guns at the checkpoint. As a relatively conscientious citizen, the convoy leader harbored no desire for Hanja to fall victim to such a falsehood. The weathered middle-aged man rummaged in his pocket for an extended period before producing half a pack of cigarettes, a few pieces of candy, and a small amount of change, all of which he handed to the smiling youth in front of them. "Take this and be on your way. Do you see that cockpit? There are some provisions and medicine inside. You should take those as well." A voice from behind interrupted. "Team leader, those are our emergency supplies. How can you?" "Enough," he replied. "We are merely 8 or 9 kilometers from Yunji Port, and the radiation levels are quite low. If we hurry, we can return today." Perhaps aware that their team leader was a kind-hearted individual, the others fell silent, sighing as they began to gather the remaining supplies, preparing to trek to the port. After all, they had previously verified their identification. Even without transportation, they would be allowed entry into the city. As for the military personnel at the checkpoint, they had long been accustomed to either pity or derision directed at them as a logistics transport team. "Will you not be blamed for returning empty-handed, having had all your goods taken?" The youth did not leave immediately with the items, but instead inquired with a smile. "After all, the company you are liaising with is Kanda, and they are not known for their leniency, are they?" "Well, that is indeed the case. We may end up burdened with substantial debts upon our return." Although it was unclear why Hanja suddenly voiced such concerns, his words rang true. With all escorted supplies stolen, they would undoubtedly face accountability from Kanda Technology upon reaching their destination. Bearing the weight of debt sounds utterly tragic. Indeed, in a city, if one owes money to a large corporation, one may face the confiscation of assets and restrictions on consumption. Moreover, numerous job opportunities may be denied due to credit issues. Upon hearing this, many individuals display expressions of sorrow, yet they find themselves devoid of options. Remaining in the wasteland would only lead to a more dismal fate. Thus, when they witnessed Hanja severing the leader's head with a machete, the majority were momentarily paralyzed, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. The young man continued to smile, laughing as he proceeded to slaughter 2 more individuals. "Fear not, I assure you, you shall no longer have to worry about debts," he proclaimed. The blade pierced the chest of the 4th teammate, and Hanja's face and clothing became drenched in crimson. Amidst the screams, he personally executed 11 defenseless souls who had surrendered, dragging their lifeless bodies onto the main road. A convoy passing along this route stumbled upon the gruesome scene. Their first encounter with such horror, rendering them too fearful to disembark and inspect closely. Upon hastening to Uwale Port and reporting the incident to the military and city management, the investigative team that later arrived at the scene uncovered the truth through the dashcam footage. For years later, a relative of one of the deceased joined the military. And during an operation against the mercenaries attacking the city, she finally confronted her adversary. She demanded to know why Hanja had slain her kin and orchestrated the assault on the city, resulting in the demise of so many innocents. A peculiar inquiry. Why would you presume that I require a justification for murder? It is simply because I desire to do so. Hanja stood atop a distant armored vehicle, laughing heartily as he indiscriminately unleashed a barrage from the commandeered mortar. Ultimately, the federal government's forces failed to capture or eliminate Hanja, suffering catastrophic losses, while the mercenaries involved in the attack were nearly obliterated. This incident propelled Hanja's name and dossier onto the desks of high-ranking officials within the federal government and corporate circles. Chapter 47. The game. It was once remarked to Zhou Jingxing that Hanja was a shameless scoundrel, a mere coward who hid behind others, watching them perish. However, Zhou had viewed numerous recordings of Hanja wreaking havoc, and the young man consistently emerged as the foremost leader, charging to the front lines. Contrary to the assertions of others, he did not merely incite those around him to advance while secretly retreating to safety. Throughout every incident, Hanja remained at the center or forefront. Even in the face of machine gun fire and bomb explosions, he never faltered. Do not proclaim your ineptitude by claiming the opponent fled. Observe this footage. He is charged directly into the line of fire on 3 separate occasions. Yet you still failed to eliminate him. Countless individuals tasked with hunting down Hanja often resorted to the excuse that he hid behind others and did not advance. A rationale that only served to underscore their own incompetence. How could a madman, utterly unafraid of death, possibly conceal himself amidst chaos? Hanja's extraordinary strength and madness enabled him to sustain severe injuries yet repeatedly defy death's grasp. To eliminate this individual, we may need to deploy a military force sufficient to quash a full-scale insurrection. This was a conversation that took place 6 months ago, when a colleague from the federal government jokingly spoke to Zhou Jingxing. Upon learning that Hanja had become the 9th executor, Zhou immediately ordered the integration of the military in the sealing off of the area surrounding the train station, anticipating the return of the other party. He was aware that many would oppose Hanja's ascension to the role of executor, considering his brutal and unhinged nature, which made him utterly uncontrollable. However, Zhou Jingxing understood that if they could not accept even Hanja and fail to harness his power, humanity would stand no chance against those malevolent forces. What are your thoughts? If you agree, was it you who just devoured the bullet? Hanja disregarded Zhou Jingxing's inquiry and turned to Qi Jiangyu, who sat silently on the other side. He sensed a familiar power emanating from him, one that was equal to his own yet shrouded in greater secrecy. Yet, the young man with dark hair remained silent, merely casting a glance at Hanja before continuing to lower his gaze to the teacup in his hands. I know you have many questions. You may take your time to ponder them and ask when you are ready. Zhou Jingxing's tone was gentle, and to an unknowing observer, the scene might appear as if an elder were imparting wisdom to 2 younger counterparts. How intriguing. If I were to disagree, would I be met with immediate demise? Indeed. Should you refuse, we would swiftly erase your existence. Mr. Spokesman, you must be well aware that I have but a few years left to live, correct? To suggest that fulfilling a task could allow me a peaceful end seems rather absurd, does it not? Zhou Jingxing pushed the silver medicine box, intended to be placed behind the purple clay teapot, across the table. Hanja recognized the emblem on the lid, a burning DNA helix, symbolizing Conda technology. Whenever a transport vehicle bearing this insignia arrived in the wasteland, mercenaries would cheer and rush forward, akin to hyenas, tearing into the convoy. 2 vials of the antagonists each month were sufficient to reverse the merrily dancing DNA fragments within your cells. Zhou Jingxing's knuckles lightly tapped the medicine box. His tone so indifferent it was as if it contained nothing of value, merely worthless scraps of paper. Hanja chuckled, tracing the rim of his teacup with his fingertip. What a considerate end-of-life care package. Should I write a letter of gratitude? Perhaps address it to the Hell Office? The elderly man sitting across from him smiled, his expression a mirror of his most common demeanor. Hanja found this expression exceedingly distasteful, which was precisely why he maintained his smile. When such a smile appeared on others, he began to feel a greater sense of revulsion. Why not simply compel me? Perhaps brainwashing or mind control would suffice. I believe you are capable of such feats. Hanja took the medicine box, extracting 1 vial of the antagonist and slowly twisting off the safety cap. Isn't playing the carrot and stick game a tad juvenile? Certain technologies were reserved for more valuable hostages, and your current worth was just sufficient to serve as a task tool with an expiration date. The syringe injected the medicine slowly into his bloodstream, and Hanja felt an uncomfortable burning sensation. Zhou Jingxing continued to smile at him, while Qi Jiang had yet to utter a single word to him throughout the encounter. Many have labeled Hanja as a mad and chaotic fiend, suddenly haunted by the memories of those he has hunted down and subsequently silenced. A smile crept across his face as he tilted his head, blood coursing back into the vial through the syringe. It is advisable to remain still and maintain a tranquil demeanor whilst administering the medication. Zhou Jingxing neatly stowed away the empty pillbox and courteously replaced Hanja's white porcelain teacup with a fresh brew of hot tea. With each new drug developed by Kant technology, the number of people and corpses abandoned in the wasteland surpasses all those I have taken in my years. Hanja abruptly withdrew the emptied syringe, disregarding the blood that splattered forth, and began to smile at Zhou Jingxing. Otherwise, you ought to grant me a title within some organization so that all my malevolent deeds may be veiled under various respectable pretenses. Oftentimes, in pursuit of a brighter future, certain sacrifices are deemed necessary. Hanja had long believed that his inability to become a manager stemmed from his failure to employ eloquent rhetoric to encapsulate the brutal outcomes of his actions. Thus, he merely chuckled and took a hearty sip of the warm tea. You are correct. A sociopathic and misanthropic lunatic like myself cannot fathom the costs that the progression of civilization demands. It was not until the second antagonist was injected into his bloodstream that Hanja finally rose, preparing to vacate this disconcerting place. However, just as he stood, he was halted by Qi Jiangyu's voice. Wait, I have a question for you. I had thought you were mute. If you have something to ask, then speak swiftly. Hanja gazed at the young man, whose familiar aura was now tinged with despondency, reminiscent of someone who had quarreled with their family and fled home for several days. A hint of curiosity flickered across his expression. He was certain that Qi Jiangyu was also an executor, though he remained unaware of the individual S designation. Did you discover anything left behind by others in the previous instance? This inquiry prompted Hanja to settle back into his seat. Indeed, why do you ask? He observed Qi Jiangyu's face shift to a blend of relief and inner turmoil, leaving him somewhat perplexed by the current generation. After a brief pause of 3 minutes, the young man finally posed his next question. What was left behind? Oh, that. I prefer not to disclose. Hanja laughed heartily as he rose, the sound of the door slamming behind him resonating through the room. The two individuals inside did not pursue him. Qi Jiangyu merely parted his lips before turning to Zhou Jingxing. Mr. Zhou, the antidote you provided him is not entirely effective. The elder was not taken aback by this statement. It would indeed be strange if the young man failed to recognize the flaws in the medication. Indeed, those drugs merely prolonged his life, preventing a swift demise, but they could not guarantee a peaceful end. Why do you? Zhou Jingxing interjected, gesturing to halt the young man from pouring more tea for him, having already consumed in excess for the day. Hanja was ill-suited for existence within a prosperous civilization. He could serve as a formidable weapon against malevolent forces, yet he too ought to perish alongside them when the darkness dissipated. Qi Jiangyu remained silent, for he understood that the words of the elder were invariably profound. Outside the window, a gentle drizzle began to fall. Zhou Jingxing reached out to smooth Qi Jiangyu's hair and said, whether you deem me cunning or consider my actions improper, I would gladly bear the ignominy of countless generations if it means guiding more souls towards a luminous and promising future. Chapter 48, The Backstage Debate. Meanwhile, in the conference hall of the Ptolemy Research Institute, a heated discussion unfolded. I vehemently oppose the notion of appointing him as the 9th executor. Another voice chimed in. I too question whether such an individual is fit to be an executor. This matter is still open to debate. Do you not perceive that this individual could serve as an invaluable weapon against the outer gods? Within the circular conference chamber, over a dozen scientists clad in white coats were gathered around a holographic projection table. A few assistants lingered in the background, their gazes filled with a complex mixture of emotions as they observed the flickering indicator lights of the air purifier, rattled by the fervor of the discussion. An elderly balding man rose, instinctively rapping his aching knee. Ladies and gentlemen, we are forming a team of saviors, not a circus. The Ethical Review report explicitly lists 12 tendencies of antisocial personality in this individual. He was abruptly interrupted by a relatively youthful man, whose voice, paradoxically, carried a weight of age surpassing that of the elder. What a farce. Everyone present here possesses at least 3 negative personality traits. Who among us, engaged in the pursuit of science, is not a blend of paranoia and neurosis? Dr. Theodore, while your assertion is not without merit, I implore you to refrain from expressing it so candidly. The debate has persisted for over an hour, accompanied by the crisp clinking of glassware from the corner, where someone is pouring whiskey into a coffee cup. Number 4. Indulging in such libations during a meeting is hardly advisable. The chestnut-haired woman cautiously interjects, yet number 4, seated across from her, remains entirely oblivious. The blond man raises his coffee cup, toasts to the void, and consumes the entirety of its contents in one swift motion. Only upon his second reach for the bottle does he nonchalantly respond, "It is coffee, madam." What is it, if not a form of coffee? When it resides within a coffee cup, if Hanja were present, he would readily recognize that the two individuals in the corner of the conference room are indeed number 4 and number 8 from the executors. As members of the Salvation Plan, they too have been summoned to partake in this significant assembly. Number 8 appears eager to broach the subject of Hanja. Yet number 4 is intent on inebriating himself with alcohol. Before them, the argument rages on. Have you all reviewed the surveillance footage from New Babylon? That fellow drove an EMP device through the gates with a remote-controlled car, all the while humming a funeral march. The bald elder exhales a soft sigh. We have all perused that documentation, and 6 months ago, he absconded with 3 gene recombinant serums developed by Kanda Technologies, merely to engage in a game of Russian roulette with arms dealers from the Labus Group. This is precisely why the majority oppose Han's ascension to the role of executor. Even the most heinous of criminals, when offered the chance for dialogue, are often willing to extend a sliver of opportunity. However, with individuals who are utterly chaotic and deranged, there is no assurance that they will not succumb to sudden insanity. Hanja is the type of lunatic who may kill when in high spirits and commit even more heinous acts when displeased. Eighth had finally reached her limit. Biting her lip as she turned to Fourth, is such a person truly suited to become an executor? The mere thought of collaborating with him fills me with a sense of despair. Oh, my dear lady, you are simply too apprehensive. Fourth poured a generous glass of whiskey from a fresh cup and slid it across to Eighth, reassuring her that the likelihood of encountering him in reality is minimal, so she should not overthink it. Eighth awkwardly grasped the coffee cup and placed it at the farthest distance from herself, as someone who has communicated with him. What do you think? The man seated opposite her displayed no concern over her refusal of the drink. Instead, he leisurely sipped his whiskey, his gaze remarkably composed. My dear lady, do you know why the eye of the typhoon is the most tranquil? What? The sheer chaos can create an order of its own. His fingers lingered on the table for a few seconds before Eighth ultimately relinquished her attempt to argue. Very well. Perhaps your contemplations run deeper than mine, yet I still do not wish for that man to become an executor. The enemies we faced are already terrifying enough. She does not desire to install a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment beside her. With a smile and a nod, the fourth individual was acutely aware of the lady's character beside him. It would indeed be peculiar if she were to accept Hanja as a comrade. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for neither we, the executors, nor those scientists could ascertain the outcome of this matter. The whiskey bottle lay entirely empty, and he poured the last few drops into his coffee cup, surrendering everything to the supreme hand of fate itself. Hanja found himself seated in a foldable rotorcraft, a machine he had only heard of through the words of others. The overly comfortable seat starkly contrasted with the promotional material he remembered. How did that advertisement phrase it? The Model 5 foldable rotorcraft, equipped with 6 retractable high-pressure thrusters, its cockpit designed for ejection and featuring a nested parachute structure, truly the quintessential choice for a rugged individual? He pressed down forcefully on the cushion beneath him, yet the imprint vanished at the same pace as he released his hand. Even a collection of fabrics salvaged from the radioactive ruins could not fabricate such an exquisite seat. You have transformed instruments of war into mere transportation. A fitting reflection of the Federation's propaganda. The soldiers flanking him, armed and silent, had been ordered to refrain from conversing with Hanja. Their sole duty was to escort him to the designated location. Hanja himself was not particularly inclined towards social engagement. He merely smiled as he gazed down upon the incessant flow of vehicles and crowds, his mind beginning to formulate plans for swiftly obliterating the city below. The rotorcraft soared with remarkable swiftness, transporting Hanja from the outskirts to the heart of the city in less than half an hour. You possess quite the audacity to bring me to the city center, he remarked. Do you believe the residents here lead such blissful lives that you wish for me to introduce some intensity into their existence? Regrettably, silence enveloped him, save for the presence of 2 soldiers clad in elite combat attire, escorting an individual who bore the semblance of a scientist, approaching Hanja. What is this? A physical examination, or perhaps an abduction for some form of dissection? Hanja raised an eyebrow, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. However, the scientist merely retrieved a time-worn hourglass, ensnared by myriad metallic chains and locks of assorted materials from a carrying case. The hourglass, no larger than the span of a palm, emanated a faint glow, leaving Hanja perplexed as to whether its contents were liquid, or some ethereal form of light. An agreement was established. Should the subject entertain any thoughts detrimental to human civilization, their consciousness would be reverted to 30 seconds prior. In the next moment, he perceived the neon lights along the street beginning to vibrate, the friction creating a cacophony that assailed his eardrums. The countdown displayed by the red traffic light halted at 13 seconds, refusing to diminish, while the traffic signal began to warp and reverse. Yet, this peculiar sensation dissipated within mere seconds. Following the hourglass's use, the scientist aged dramatically, appearing as though he had suddenly accrued 40 years, transforming before Hanja into a frail old man with wispy white hair. A device that manipulates the rules of time to impose constraints? How fascinating. I must have an opportunity to experiment with it. Amidst the astonished gazes of others, Hanja boldly reached out and seized the hourglass from the elderly man's grasp. However, the peculiar substance within has completely vanished. Alas, what a pity, it can only be utilized once. With that, he cast the hourglass to the ground, shattering it into fragments, and Hanja chuckled as he seized the scientist by the neck. How can this be? Aren't you supposed to be restrained? Why would you think I need to ponder the destruction of the world? A multitude of firearms aimed at Hanja, yet he laughed heartily and released his grip. Nevertheless, it is not entirely futile. At the very least, many thoughts can be suppressed. You amuse me, so I shall permit you to live. Ignoring the scientist who sat dumbfounded on the floor, Hanja, in high spirits, continued to follow the soldiers forward. Being constrained by such tedious and ineffectual limitations mattered little to him. What was paramount was his realization that the federal government undoubtedly possessed many intriguing secrets. Chapter 49. Before the second migration, Hanja stood at the threshold of his apartment. Although the administrator claimed that this space was not particularly large, measuring only 45 square meters with a one-bedroom layout, the interior was remarkably well-maintained and comfortable, far superior to the ruins in the radiation zone. The open kitchen was adjacent to the living room, featuring black metal cabinets complemented by a marble countertop, with a brand-new induction stove and stainless steel range hood. In the living room, the flooring was made of deep gray cement tiles, with the walls similarly styled, revealing some exposed conduits. An industrial aesthetic, indeed, which aligns with my preferences. Does the federal government also indulge in the habit of invading others' privacy? Beneath the black track lighting, Hanja promptly settled into the deep gray fabric sofa, turning to poke at the nearby vintage floor lamp. After a brief observation of the living room, Hanja made his way to the bedroom, where he discovered a pristine double bed and an adjacent black glass wardrobe that stood eerily empty. It must be said, he held a certain fondness for this abode. If the federal government were to send emissaries urging him to relocate to a luxurious villa, Hanja was certain he would decline. What he ought to do now was embark on a shopping excursion, procuring daily necessities and garments to fill this dwelling. After all, aside from the inability to awaken his imprint and the inaccessibility of skills, all the wealth and resources acquired in 1626 were at his disposal. While he should have swiftly unraveled the mystery behind his inability to utilize the imprint in 2139, he felt no urgency. Hanja had long since grown accustomed to the capricious nature of fate. Rather than toil and sweat, he preferred to proceed at his own leisurely pace. It was only when the multifunctional communication bracelet on his wrist emitted a sound, signaling an incoming call from a federal government official, that he recalled there were still a few companions from the wasteland remaining in the newly established city of Yuanqi. With a smile, he ended the call and gently tapped the bracelet on his wrist. This device, equipped with an integrated ultra-long-distance signal transmission module, was capable of communicating with companions within a certain range amidst complex environments and could connect to satellite networks to obtain limited external information. The individual who had adorned him with the bracelet had extolled the remarkable prowess of this technological invention, yet Hanja was acutely aware of its true purpose. Having dismantled similar devices in the wasteland, he recognized that they housed high-precision positioning chips, capable of tracking the wearer's location in real time. Rather than a mere communication tool, it was more akin to a means of surveillance over him. Yet Hanja remained utterly unconcerned. What of real-time tracking? He had no qualms about undertaking significant endeavors right beneath the watchful eyes of the federal government. Nevertheless, for the moment, he decided to check on the few unfortunate souls still alive. After washing his hands and face in the restroom, Hanja hummed a disjointed piano tune as he ambled toward the city jail. 2 hours later, within the confines of the city jail. While Brother Han, are you really real? A youth, who had accompanied Hanja in robbing the exhibition center, sat in one of the cells, petrified upon seeing Hanja appear at the doorway. If I weren't real, could I still be a fake? Brother, you really can withstand a grenade? Upon hearing this question, Hanja broke into a radiant smile. Indeed, impressive, isn't it? Absolutely. That's incredible. Brother Han, please teach me. Hanja merely smiled and did not respond. As a guard approached from behind, unlocking the cell door and signaling for the youth to follow him. Am I really getting out? Brother Han, have you successfully bribed the warden? The youth was filled with exuberance at the unexpected prospect of being released so swiftly. Prisoner Li Fan refrained from shouting in the corridor. Yes, officer. Hanja observed the interaction between Li Fan and the guard, stifling a laugh without uttering a word. When the three of them reached a larger office, Li Fan discovered that the other comrades had already arrived. Everyone's here? So, are we devising a plan to escape from the prison back to the wasteland? Should we procure some weapons from the guards? Hanja patted Li Fan on the shoulder. There's no need for that. I've already made arrangements. You all can return directly to the wasteland. While others were still reeling from the astonishing revelation that Hanja was indeed alive, only Li Fan, the brash youth, exuberantly exclaimed, as expected of Brother Han, "He is truly magnificent." Noticing the palpable confusion among the crowd, Hanja succinctly explained that he was currently collaborating with the federal government, which had consequently permitted their release back into the wasteland. This matter posed little difficulty, as the urban prison system had little desire to detain those from the wasteland. Were it not for the need to avoid provoking the unpredictable Hanja, they would have readily chosen to eliminate these aberrations of the wasteland. A reluctant prison guard announced the federal decree in a begrudging tone. According to federal law, under certain guarantees, you may opt to reside in the city as fifth-class citizens after fulfilling a sufficient penal obligation. The citizens of the city had been classified into 5 tiers since the establishment of the first city. First-class citizens comprised the 9 core executives of the federal government, alongside the true power brokers behind various capital groups, as well as a select few renowned scientists who qualified for this esteemed status. Second-class citizens included the administrative officials of the federal government, military officers of the rank of general and above, scientists who had received federal commendations, and certain shareholders of capital groups. Third-class citizens were predominantly the majority of federal officials, ordinary scientists, and those affluent individuals who were not excessively wealthy. The common populace circulating within the city primarily belonged to the fourth class, devoid of privileges, leading ordinary lives. Fifth-class citizens, however, were the urban offenders, those who had not been contaminated by radiation and whose crimes did not warrant capital punishment or banishment to the wasteland. Nevertheless, they would be periodically dispatched to the radiation zones to undertake cleansing tasks. Once infected by radiation, there lies only a dead end before them. Who cares? Before I was ensnared by the Labos group and cast into the wasteland, I was merely a fourth-class citizen. A mercenary spat disdainfully and walked unhesitatingly towards the vehicle designated for transporting prisoners to the wasteland. Most of the other mercenaries followed suit, leaving only Li Fan lingering beside Hanja. Brother Han, may I accompany you? I aspire to become a formidable mercenary that even the federal government fears. Hanja turned to fixate on the youth, whose eyes still bore a semblance of innocence. The federal government does not fear lunatics. It fears an uncontrollable meat grinder. I can do that too. For instance, this? The dagger suddenly grazed the youth's earlobe before embedding itself into the wall behind him, prompting the guards to adopt a heightened state of alert, their weapons drawn and aimed squarely at Hanja. I once slaughtered all around the Aurora wasteland because a scoundrel spat on my boot, but in truth, it was the blood of the woman shot behind him that stained it. Li Fan's Adam's apple bobbed. This is all necessary deterrence. A rough handgun abruptly materialized in Hanja's hand, which he pressed against Li Fan's forehead. I have never cared for anyone's life or death, nor do I have a penchant for urging righteousness. However, you currently exude almost no scent of blood, and your radiation contamination is negligible. With that, Hanja suddenly released his grip, allowing the handgun to fall into Li Fan's palm. As Li Fan lingered in a daze, Hanja pressed his hand against the back of his head, compelling him to gaze out of the window, where countless intact skyscrapers stood tall. Go to those places and exchange your weapon for tools of labor. After spending half a year in prison, you will become a fourth-class citizen. They will not send you to the radiation zone. You will simply perform mandatory labor in the urban prison. Once Hanja finished his last few words, he turned and left the prison, ignoring Li Fan's desperate calls behind him. Chapter 50, Migration Detection at the Request of the Authorities. The prison warden escorted Hanja to the entrance of the urban prison, watching as the young man boarded the armored vehicle that had come to collect him. I thought you would kill him outright, perhaps with a countdown. 3, 2, 1. But shoot when you reach 2. The warden had been working in this place for 7 years. The iron gate creaked in the wind and sand, becoming the symphony he listened to daily. What a clever idea. Next time I decide to end your life, I shall do just that. Hanja smiled, feeling a sense of exhilaration from the sniper 300 meters away. Hanja awaited the soldier to aim his weapon at him, signaling him to take his seat. Sir, you must be well aware that allowing the mouse to escape will attract the snake, as long as a single savage successfully transforms into a city dweller. Do you think the others will not feel a sense of hope? By the time they expend every ounce of their strength to enter the city, I shall turn this cursed place into ruins. Haha, I bet they will feel right at home. Indeed, this man is nothing less than a pure madman. The warden struggled to suppress his thoughts, feeling that any further communication with the other party was somewhat superfluous. The dead do not disseminate hope. Yet the living saints possess the capacity to incite a collective suicide among half the shelter's inhabitants. Hanja suddenly leaned closer to the warden's ear, a gentle smile gracing both the corners of his eyes and lips. So, you grant him freedom, as if tying a bow on a ticking time bomb. With a swift kick, Hanja struck the prison's main door, the shrill sound of a siren piercing the air. He opened the car door, and when the fireworks erupted, one ought to witness the expressions of those poor souls as they discover their savior dancing beside the detonator. The machine gun atop the armored vehicle began to rotate, and the warden abruptly pressed down on the nearly closing window. Are you serious? Hanja did not remove that hand, still smiling. I was merely jesting. How I wish they could lead blissful lives. For hours later, Hanja had selected several outfits and procured most of the daily necessities. Meanwhile, the meaningless meeting at the Ptolemy Institute had finally concluded. Marvelous. This lunatic has ultimately become a member of the team. If the governor had already made a decision, why summon us to waste time in a meeting? No more complaints, a female scientist remarked as she removed her glasses to wipe them, the scent of disinfectant lingering on her fingertips. Just last week, the director's mailbox had received an anonymous complaint stating that the scientist's input in decision-making was severely lacking. Her high heels clicked rhythmically against the anti-static floor, while outside the white walls, the ethereal blue glow of the quantum computer group illuminated the darkness surrounding the institute. They all remembered Theodore's resounding declaration at the conclusion of the meeting. When the entire gambling table is destined to sink into the sea, we need the most audacious gamblers. The initially disgruntled scientist halted, their palms pressing against the biometric scanner. Just wait and see. Even if that mercenary wielded a chainsaw capable of cleaving through hell, who would dare grasp the handle? The researcher dispatched to retrieve him swallowed yet another mouthful of anxiety within a mere 10 minutes. He was acutely aware of his insignificance within the institute, burdened by a mortgage that necessitated a grueling 80-hour workweek. However, upon receiving orders to escort Hanja to the Quantum Leap Center in the original Chishin city, he sensed that he might soon bid farewell to this rather unremarkable world. After all, he was tasked with the apprehension of the federal government's most wanted fugitive, a criminal with a bounty exceeding 100 million, a notorious outlaw infamous across the wasteland. The first significant heinous crime he had ever read about in the newspaper was the massacre committed by Hanja and his cohorts at the military depot outside Einkotten, where over 300 soldiers were slain, culminating in the gruesome skinning of the quartermaster. Oh, forgive me, dear mother. I had promised to buy a house in original Chishin city and bring you over for a better life. The researcher activated his electronic notepad, meticulously drafting his last testament, hoping that his insurance would suffice to settle the mortgage, thereby granting his family a chance to reside comfortably. As he immersed himself in the revisions of his farewell note, a can of cold soda was placed atop his slightly balding head. Greetings. May I inquire if one must accompany you to embark on a quantum leap? Ah, indeed, sir. It is with me that you shall proceed. The researcher was taken aback. Having bowed in submission far too many times within the confines of the institute, he instinctively began to salute. When he finally raised his gaze, the young man before him left him in a state of bewilderment. Might you be Mr. Hanja? That would be me. What is it? The researcher felt as though his entire worldview had crumbled, as a figure that instilled fear in both the federal government and capitalist conglomerates. Hanja ought to embody a more fearsome persona, perhaps adorned with bullet casings on his visage, his neck marred by centipede-like scars, one eye replaced by a prosthetic, and hands transformed into mechanical appendages. Yet the individual before him appeared to be nothing more than a leisurely rich youth, clad in the latest fashionable photocatalytic fabric sweatshirt and utilitarian denim trousers. Perhaps due to the researcher's prolonged stupor, Hanja also seemed somewhat perplexed. Sir, are you quite well? Do you require a sugar boost? I have some soda here. No. That isn't necessary. I have already consumed ample water today. Please, follow me. The soldiers surrounding them, along with the distant snipers, silently urged the researcher to refrain from unnecessary chatter. He indeed dared not accept whatever Hanja proffered. What if it were a bomb disguised as soda? Very well, let us proceed. Hanja calmly cracked open a can, taking a generous swig of the overly sweet beverage. Upon the helicopter, the researcher discreetly began to peruse the daily observations recorded by others regarding Hanja's life in recent days. Eating, sleeping, watching the news, shopping, and visiting the library. The researcher suspected that the observers had likely misidentified their subject. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts or inquiries. For the preservation of his employment and his desire for a tranquil existence took precedence. As the helicopter commenced its descent, Hanja, who had remained silent throughout the journey, finally posed a question: where am I to be teleported this time? The orders received had included directives on how to respond should such a question arise. Thus, the researcher trembled as he opened the document in hand and replied with utmost politeness: Mr. Hanja, due to the irregularities in your previous quantum teleportation, this time you shall be sent to a simpler destination for quality assessment and adaptability testing. I see. And where might that be? A document was presented before Hanja, detailing a relatively peaceful and stable historical juncture around the year 965 AD during the Qinda era of the Northern Song Dynasty. Chapter 51. The Song Dynasty. As Hanja entered the Quantum Teleportation Center, the researcher experienced a peculiar mix of relief and exhilaration. The notion that such an individual could be a mad mercenary was indeed fascinating. Yet, for someone of his humble standing in the research community, such matters were of little consequence. His sole concern was to return to the Institute, report the successful completion of his duties, and enjoy a worry-free existence. Thus, neither he nor Hanja would be aware that 3 days prior, in a clandestine conference room of Akhaven, Zhou Jingxing's virtual projection engaged in a covert dialogue with several individuals. Shall we send that mercenary to the node to investigate for us? I refrain from voicing dissent, however. It is imperative that you comprehend what we previously discovered during our observations. The projections of my colleagues politely exchanged remarks in the dimly lit meeting space, and Zhou Jingxing suddenly recalled that it had been a considerable time since he participated in such a gathering. Zhou, why have you remained so taciturn? Inquired an elderly man, pale in countenance, his projection appearing hazy like a fleeting specter. Zhou Jingxing sighed softly. I find it challenging to decide whether to dispatch Hanja to the years 960 to 1279. Both he and the historical figure in question elude our understanding. A chilling voice, imbued with electromagnetic static, resonated in agreement. Indeed, that lunatic is of little consequence. Yet the emergence on the eastern expanse of the Asian continent, I surmise that even the highest officials would hesitate to issue directives against him. In the dim conference room, the holographic screen abruptly illuminated, followed by the appearance of dozens of split screens displaying linear data incomprehensible to the average person. A female projection extended her finger, as if tracing the curves in midair. As the flow of data continued to evolve, she ultimately let out a deep sigh. The crux of the matter lies in our uncertainty about whether he remains at that historical juncture or has ventured into another timeline. Thus, isn't it prudent to send 9 to investigate? Or do you believe that we ought to cherish the life of such a terrorist? As Hanja's recommender, Zhou Jingxing had a multitude of thoughts to express, yet he was acutely aware of his colleague's dispositions, leading him to opt for silence at this moment. Soon, a male projection who had been relatively quiet cleared his throat. He donned a flamboyant shirt, complemented by a large red bow tie. Ahem, you are overthinking it. No one cares about the fate of such individuals. I believe we all hope for the demise of the wasteland mercenaries in greater numbers. He tugged at his bow tie and continued, we are merely concerned that if 9 encounters him, it may yield consequences beyond our control. Silence enveloped the conference room, and in the pitch-black space, this stillness felt profoundly uncomfortable. Yet no one dared to speak again, lacking even the courage to revisit the memories of that fateful incident from years past. In 2129, the federal government was compelled to reacquire and obliterate an experimental city established in Chernobyl. The catalyst was a directive issued to several scientists, commanding them to relocate to the experimental city's Ground Zero. There, they were to employ the Foucault chart to reverse observe the history of the Eastern Asian continent from the years 960 to 1279. At that time, such orders were deemed entirely routine, as the plan for salvation was progressing with meticulous precision. In the pursuit of executors endowed with the adaptability for quantum leap, The observation of history is equally indispensable. Humanity places its trust in scientific technology, having successfully employed such methods to examine numerous facets of our past. Fear not, for no peculiar phenomena shall be witnessed. The quantum computer shall autonomously assess the degree of fluctuations to ascertain whether the current historical narrative harbors any parasitic entities. This was the assurance given by the leading scientist at the inception of the project. Subsequent data corroborated that their assertions were indeed accurate. Precise data could reliably compute the presence of foreign entities at various historical junctures. The scientists merely needed to peruse the reports and dispatch executors to the sites for resolution. The malevolent deities entwined within history posed no significant threat to them. After thorough observations of the designated historical sites, the monitoring personnel noted in their report, the timeline of this region has not been compromised by parasitism. It is safe, devoid of any anomalies. However, 7 days later, upon the report's arrival at New Eden and its delivery to the Ptolemy Institute, the dignitaries at headquarters posed a singular query. Do we have an experimental city established in Chernobyl? An exhaustive review of all records was conducted, and inquiries were made to all individuals potentially linked to that location. Yet, the sole answer received was unequivocal. No experimental city has ever been established in Chernobyl. The report they received must be a fraudulent ruse. At that moment, only one scientist found himself at odds with the others. This scientist, filled with trepidation, asserted that the experimental city in Chernobyl was, in fact, a satellite city of New Eden, serving as a site for the federal government's radiation weapon experiments. He produced a document bearing the official seal of the federal government, whose origins remained a mystery. It distinctly stated, Ground Zero, Principal City, New Eden. Established area, Chernobyl Exclusion Zone, primary function, conducting radiation biological weapon experiments. Everyone declared that the scientist must have been insane, for there was no trace of the city in the federal government's archives. No matter how desperately the scientist wailed about the existence of Ground Zero, claiming that his friends and family resided there, it was to no avail. Ultimately, the federal government incarcerated him under the pretext of insanity. However, the following day, he took his own life with a ballpoint pen, plunging it into his eye and into his brain. The only remnant he left behind was that unacknowledged document, stained with blood, bearing the haunting phrase, "He is teaching us how to observe." Initially, this appeared to be a trivial matter. Deranged scientists were not uncommon in this era. Yet, on the 3rd day after his death, the astonishing revelation emerged that Ground Zero indeed existed. The establishment of that city, the scientists dispatched to fulfill the mission, and the federal government's documents all vividly resurfaced in the collective memory of the populace. This revelation caused a significant delay in the entire salvation plan, prompting all members to conduct a self-examination. Meanwhile, the soldiers sent to Ground Zero discovered that in what should have been an observation station staffed by at least 70 personnel, only rust and 4 logs filled with identical sentences remained. Each page reiterated, the coordinate point is secreting, flee quickly. The handwriting above has deteriorated from elegant and neat to resembling some primitive cave painting. The federal government expended vast resources to reconstitute the Zero Zone, eliminating all witnesses, erasing all records, and even resorting to the destruction and reconstruction of the urban structure. However, 3 months later, a radio that could not be traced suddenly activated, broadcasting the voice of a scientist who had participated in the observation mission. He bestows vision. He is mercy. His name is. The recording was interspersed with countless distress signals from different points in time, alongside the incessant sound of nails scraping against a hard surface. The Supreme Leader, in a bid to quell the incident, amended federal law and resorted to nuclear weapons to permanently obliterate the Zero Zone. Chapter 52. Voting results enough. If we wish to secure a future for humanity, dispatching an executor to that historical juncture is imperative. The silence of the conference room was ultimately shattered by a participant utilizing a synthetic voice, who coldly questioned everyone present. Or do you believe it would be more fitting for number 4, 5, or 8 to go instead? 2 projections appeared to want to retort, yet they merely shifted their physical stances, ultimately refraining from voicing any thoughts. A barely audible voice emerged from the corner. If number 1 were still here. But that voice flickered away, akin to a fleeting phantom whisper. No further opinions were offered, and Zhou Jingxing sighed, taking the initiative to speak. Since there are no more questions, let us commence the final vote. Within the quantum leap center of the original Qixing city, Hanja reclined in an elliptical chamber that exuded a sense of spaciousness. He observed several figures clad in white lab coats bustling about, engaged in various data computations. The silvery walls of the chamber glimmered with a cool luminescence as Hanja silently counted the segmented panels on the ceiling above him. The gel cushion beneath his neck imparted an unsettling sensation, akin to resting upon the remains of some soft-bodied creature. Minutes passed, and Hanja tapped the observation window with his knuckles. The radiation-proof glass emitted a sound that elicited simultaneous glances from the three lab-coated individuals engrossed in their data verification. "Have you not yet concluded your afternoon tea?" Hanjo inquired with a gentle smile, the faint scent of disinfectant wafting through the air, reminiscent of the distant blue smoke that lingered after the detonation of a biochemical laboratory long ago. The female scientist at the control panel adjusted her glasses. He recalled her introduction as Dr. Aaron. "The synaptic monitoring device requires calibration." Her voice resonated through the chamber's speakers, laced with a metallic echo characteristic of laboratories. "I suggest you cease creating noise." Hanja shifted his gaze towards an unfamiliar machine above him, the rotating blue halos evoking a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of a roulette wheel from New Babylon's casino. "Dr. Aaron," he adjusted the muscles in his throat, striving to soften his tone. "Are you awaiting my electroencephalogram to blossom into a flower? If so, you may find yourselves waiting indefinitely." A holographic projection illuminated the chamber, and Dr. Aaron's virtual image hovered above the control panel. Hanja noticed a dark red stain on the cuff of her protective suit, which he instinctively believed resembled a bloodstain. However, for scientists in the city, it was more likely to be the remnants of stale coffee. Quantum leaps are no ordinary undertaking. Her fingertips danced swiftly across the holographic keyboard, casting fragmented light patterns upon her attire as she remarked, "We must ensure that your consciousness does not shatter into myriad pieces." Eileen was not oblivious to the fact that Hanja often fixated on the neck ring revealed by her suit's collar. Thus, she tugged at her neckline and inquired, "Are you concerned? Would you like to hear the truth? The object adorning your neck constantly reminds me of a certain arms dealer whose life I once extinguished." As Hanja anticipated, this remark abruptly terminated their conversation. How touching, he thought, curling his knee against the cabin wall as he seamlessly transitioned to another topic. Surprised to discover that bounty notices could be exchanged for high-tech services, Eileen deactivated the holographic projection. Her true visage appeared somewhat indistinct behind the 3 layers of radiation-proof glass. She picked up a notepad and approached the control terminal, stating, "The federal law will adjudicate your crimes, while it is my duty to ensure that the Salvation Project does not falter due to the experimental subject's cerebral demise." Suddenly, Hanja became aware of a sweet taste at the base of his tongue, certain that it was a side effect of the sedative entering his bloodstream. He had previously used this sedative in the radiation zone, yet its effects had never been this gentle. Eileen activated the biomagnetic stabilizer, and Hanjo abruptly lowered his head, inhaling the air. The scent of jasmine. Was this some form of anesthetic gas? "Indeed, the transition is about to commence. Please remain silent." Hanja, unusually obedient to the directive, remained silent as the restraints suddenly tightened. The sound of his ribs cracking faintly echoed in his ears. The final examination commenced. Aaron's voice resonated as if emerging from the depths of the ocean, and Hanja beheld her pressing her palm upon the gene lock identifier. A silvery liquid seeped from the walls of the transition chamber, solidifying into a membrane-like protective layer within mere seconds. Just before consciousness plunged into darkness, he called out to Aaron one last time, "I hope I do not return alive." The female scientist stood silently before the control panel. As the chilling mechanical voice reverberated throughout the hall, "Data recording complete. Quantum leap is about to commence. Countdown initiated. 10, 9, 8, 7, 2, 1, 0. Quantum leap now commencing." Under the anxious gaze of the scientists, the silvery protective membrane within the transition chamber reverted to a liquid state, swiftly flowing back into the machine. Within the chamber, no trace of any individual remained. That terrifying madman had successfully executed the quantum leap for the second time. Phew, it concluded smoothly. One could hardly speak so lightly of it. Whether allowing such a person to join is a boon or a bane remains uncertain. 2 scientists approached the doorway, casting a final glance back at the transition hall, where only Dr. Aaron stood motionless before the control panel. "Whatever. We need only to focus on our responsibilities. The higher-ups will make the necessary decisions." The door closed behind them, enveloping the quantum leap hall in silence. Hanja opened his eyes to find himself before an unfinished colorful building. Scattered throughout the colorful building were bamboo scaffolds, with patches of moss adorning many of the wooden beams. He stood on a bustling street, clutching a somewhat new coin inscribed with the words Zhou Yuan Tong Bao. Once Hanja fully acclimated, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his ears. "Esteemed executor, you have successfully arrived at the designated location for transition, and your identity configuration has been completed. Please endeavor to fulfill your mission to the best of your abilities." The small text that appeared before him transformed into a vivid red, a hue that Hanja surprisingly found quite appealing. Time: March 968. Location: the former Asian continent. Kaifeng Prefecture. Identity: Hanja, a native of Kaizhou in the northwest of the capital, born in the second year of the Kaiyun era, and having arrived in Kaifeng in the third year of the Qianda era, subsequently opening a tea house. Primary task requirements: live as a tea house owner for 3 months in 968. Other tasks available: none. The brevity of this mission allowed Hanja to comprehend it with just a glance before it concluded, and the system voice resonated once more as the red text faded. "Esteemed executor, the allotted time for this mission is 92 days. Please complete the task within the specified time frame." Rubbing his forehead, Hanja smiled wryly and remarked, "Is this the transition test? Shouldn't it just last a few days? 3 months seems a tad excessive." With no response forthcoming, Hanja resignedly rubbed his arm, awaiting the influx of memories associated with his new identity. Well, is this what they call a management simulation game? Am I really running a tea house in the Song Dynasty? Chapter 53. The tea house departing from the Baifan building. Hanja followed his memory to Ichio Fong, located in the southwest corner of Kaifeng Prefecture. Nestled in the vicinity of the rear alley of the illustrious Daxiangguo Temple, his tea house finds its home here. It is a 2-story wooden structure with a sloping roof, adorned with white walls and gray tiles, flanked by 3 weeping willows at the entrance. A lantern bears the inscription, "Pure water, clean utensils." Within the establishment, several tables are occupied by patrons, while 2 attendants diligently serve them. Upon the return of Hanja, they greet him with warmth. "Master, you are back so early today." Hanja responds with a cheerful nod, instructing the 2 to attend to the guests with care. After exchanging pleasantries with familiar faces, he leisurely strolls toward the backyard area. Although he does not bear the title of a court official this time, being merely the proprietor of a tea house, Hanja feels a sense of satisfaction, as this establishment is not insignificant in size. The main hall features an open seating arrangement, with inkwash paintings depicting the 8 views of Bianjing adorning the walls. The backyard is enclosed by bamboo fencing, creating 6 semi-private tea pavilions, each named after the traditional arts: Qin, Qi, Shu, Hua, Shi, and Yin. The roofs of these pavilions are embellished with hanging tea bamboo plaques. The tea house specializes in popular local brews, offering lei tea and pan-fried tea, alongside medium-grade selections such as Jianzhou wax-faced tea and Mengding Huangya from Sichuan. Notably, it also features a specialty, the 3 boils soup, which allows guests to brew their own tea using a charcoal stove and copper kettle, accompanied by 4 complementary flavoring ingredients: roasted rice, pickled plums, ginger slices, and orange peel. In Hanja's recollections, this tea house has only been in operation for a little over 2 years, having evolved from a mobile tea stall into a flourishing establishment. To cater to the refined tastes of scholars and literati in Kaifeng during this era, each table is equipped with rustic ceramic tea sets and mulberry paper for writing, while twine is strung between the beams for guests to hang their impromptu poetry. In the southeast corner of the front hall, a bookshelf is adorned with manuscripts such as Yute Xinyong and Baisher Cha Qing Ji, all available for leisurely borrowing. The establishment even offers second-hand inkstones and affordable pine, soot ink for sale. This early morning, Hanja departed the shop with the intent of learning the art of wealth generation at the Baifan building. Although the shop hosted various activities, including tea gatherings on the 5th of each month, where the tea doctor would demonstrate tea-splitting techniques at the hour of the snake, followed by tea games such as composing tea poems, guessing tea riddles, and blind tasting, with the victors enjoying a 50% discount on that day's tea expenses. The recent surge of tea houses and taverns in Kaifeng, compounded by severe currency issues, has caused him, as the proprietor, to worry over declining customer traffic. The ancients were woefully limited in their understanding. It falls upon me to rectify this. Hanja tossed a coin into the air, catching it deftly in his palm. For attracting patrons is the ultimate goal, is it not? This currency, however, has become obsolete within Kaifeng, as it originates from the recently vanquished Jing'an regime. Consequently, many citizens are unable to procure food due to the currency crisis, leaving Kaifeng in a state of turmoil. As someone with an understanding of Song dynasty history from the year 2139, Hanja recognizes that, from certain perspectives, the policy prohibiting the use of the Zhou Yuan Tong Bao is entirely justified. Yet, the common folk living in the early Song era are undeniably victims of this policy. Is it fair that everyone must bear the cost of this situation? As Han Zhe repeatedly tosses the Zhou Yuan Tong bao into the air and catches it, the smile on his face grows ever more radiant. Until the sound of footsteps approached from behind, he retracted his smile, adopting a serene expression to face the oncoming individual. Li Yu, are there no guests ahead? The newcomer was Li Yu, a servant hired by Han Zhe, known for his nimble hands and amiable demeanor, who had been working at the tea house for over a year. Fear not, master, I have attended to all the guests. Li Yu replied, rubbing his hands together. After addressing Han Zhe's inquiry, he hesitated slightly. Master Han, when will we be able to exchange our currency for Song Yuan Tong Bao? The previous coins are now rendered useless everywhere, and if this continues, I will struggle to provide for my family. His wife had just given birth, and they had exhausted their supply of coarse rice. Resorting to using the current currency to purchase grain in the western part of the city, where prices had surged by at least 40%. Their household had lacked sufficient food for half a month. This question was anticipated by Han Zhe. It was commendable that his worker had withheld such inquiries for this long, a testament to the satisfactory conditions he had provided. Han Zhe smiled, gesturing for Li Yu to remain in place as he turned to the storeroom. Upon his return, he bore a large sack of flour and a live chicken. Take this. Recently, we have been unable to exchange for copper coins, so you should take some provisions to sustain your family, Han Zhe said, handing over the flour and chicken without a moment's hesitation. Li Yu, holding the items, knelt before Han Zhe, bowing deeply several times. Master Han, you are truly a benefactor. My wages are not substantial, yet you bestow such valuable gifts. It is nothing, Han Zhe replied. You have worked here for over a year. I have witnessed your hard work. In these trying times, it is undeniable that everyone faces hardships. I cannot allow those under my care to suffer. Henceforth, I shall dedicate myself fervently to your service. Han Zhe gently lifted Li Yu, who was still intent on bowing, urging him to live well and not dwell excessively on troubles. Gather your belongings and attend to your duties. By the way, summon Chen Yinzu as well, for I wish to share provisions with him. Li Yu promptly complied, clutching a chicken and some flour as he dashed to the hall, calling the other servant to the backyard. Before long, the second servant arrived, also bearing flour and a live chicken, kneeling before Han Zhe to express his gratitude. Once the other hired hands had received their share of grain, Han Zhe smiled and proceeded to the front hall, where he began to tally accounts using an abacus. Upon learning of his generosity in distributing provisions, many regular patrons began to laud his benevolence. Master Han is truly compassionate. In these times, he even considers the livelihoods of his staff. Unlike several establishments on Hanxiao, which withhold wages and sell adulterated goods, one frequenting cloth merchant lamented, previously, Master Han returned 5 when to me after I had overpaid. Such integrity deserves prosperity. Han Zhe graciously accepted the accolades and instructed the servants to present each table with a platter of dried fruits. That evening, as Zhao Kuangyin had yet to announce the adjustment of the night market's opening hours to the third watch, Kaifeng was not particularly bustling. Han Zhe ventured alone to a secluded alley. Ahead of him, the servant Chen Yinzu joyfully carried provisions home. Han Zhe leaned against a wall cloaked in shadow, calmly caressing the sharp dagger in his hand. The following morning, Li Yu rose early to find the shopkeeper, Manager Han, tidying the shelves behind the counter. Ah, Manager Han, you are quite early today. Oh, you're here? There are steamed cakes on the table. Do indulge a bit. Previously, Manager Han would occasionally prepare breakfast, and without giving it much thought, Li Yu expressed his gratitude and took a piece of the steamed cake, savoring it. After washing it down with a sip of tea, he glanced outside. Why hasn't Chen Yinzu arrived yet? He usually comes earlier than I do. There are times when unexpected matters arise. It's no bother. Let us tidy up and welcome the guests. However, as the sun ascended to its zenith, Li Yu still had not seen Chen Yinzu. Could it be that this lad ran off with the provisions? Surely not. Observing Manager Han personally serving tea due to a shortage of hands, Li Yu pondered the sudden absence of Chen Yinzu in confusion. But soon, a shrill scream revealed the cause. A familiar patron, accompanied by several unfamiliar faces, approached the tea house, exclaiming, Manager Han, there has been an incident. Your assistant is dead. The body has just been discovered outside the city. Chapter 54. A plot for wealth and murder. The fourth toll of the bell at the hour of the snake echoed, while the soldiers of the inspection office had already struck the gong thrice to disperse the gathering of curious onlookers. gripping Li Yu's sleeve tightly. Hanja squeezed into the throng. From a distance, he could see a patch of dark crimson beneath the old locust tree by the road. Chun Yinzu lay face down in a puddle, a half-buried tea knife lodged in the back of his neck, the very kind commonly used in tea houses throughout Kaifeng. This unfortunate soul bore over a dozen wounds on his back, and the officers were examining which of them might have been the fatal blow. However, given the current circumstances, these scattered dozen or so knife wounds, even if shallow, are sufficient to cause the demise of an adult male. Master Bai, the manager and staff of the Han Tea House have arrived. As Han Zhe and Li Yu positioned themselves before the crowd, several soldiers separated them from the onlookers. The deceased, Chun Yinzu, was a worker at the Han Tea House. A constable, adorned in a black lacquered cap, approached, treading through the blood-soaked ground. With an iron badge inscribed with a white character at his waist. Pray tell, Master Han, at what hour did you close last night? Han Zhe sensed Li Yu anxiously clutching his sleeve. He feigned a semblance of nervousness and replied, last night, due to the need to tidy the storeroom. We closed the establishment at 1:15 the dog hour. Chun Yinzu departed the tea house around the initial stroke of the pig hour. The constable crouched down to examine the body, revealing 17 wounds on Chun Yinzu's back, the deepest cut veering half an inch to the left, as if inflicted by a left-handed assailant. He turned to face the two stunned witnesses, judging by the calluses on their hands. Neither appeared to be accustomed to using their left hand for tasks. Is there a tea knife in the Han Tea House? Before Han Zhe or Li Yu could respond, another soldier interjected, we have already searched the Han Tea House. No tea knife matching the murder weapon has been found. Li Yu, exasperated, struck his thigh and raised his voice. Hey, what is the meaning of this? Do you suspect that we conspired to harm for profit within our own tea house? The constable glanced at Li Yu, whose face was flushed, while the manager remained visibly dumbfounded. I beg your understanding. We must adhere to protocol. Every area that requires investigation cannot be overlooked. Seeing the inspectors behave so unreasonably, Li Yu was eager to continue the argument, but was restrained by Han Zhe, who grasped his arm. Enough, he said. Someone has died. Let them investigate. Master, are they not unjustly suspecting you? Just yesterday, you distributed grain to everyone. How can I stand by and watch you take the blame? Do not fret, do not fret. It is said that the innocent will clear themselves. They are merely seeking evidence, not condemning us. At worst, we can explain ourselves to our neighbors. With this interruption, Li Yu's determination to argue on behalf of his master diminished somewhat. He internally sighed, reflecting on Han Zhe's good nature, while casting a resentful glare at the inspectors. Observing Han Zhe's rational demeanor, the inspector Bai softened his tone considerably, inquiring with a gentle expression, Master Han, may I ask if you are aware of anyone who typically uses their left hand in close proximity to the deceased? After a moment of contemplation, Han Zhe furrowed his brow, appearing as though he was struggling to articulate his thoughts. Is there something difficult to express, Master Han? Well, I can indeed think of one individual who is accustomed to using their left hand in daily tasks. But what? Seeing Han Zhe hesitate to name the individual, Li Yu, now anxious, exclaimed, it is Li Sanlang, the proprietor of Yunlai Tea House. He brews tea with his left hand. Cough. Li Yu, tread carefully. Although Master Li is somewhat frugal, he would never commit such an act. Oh dear, Master. You are merely thinking too highly of that person. When he maliciously accused us of stealing the recipe for his famed sanfei soup, he hardly regarded the Han Tea House. Upon receiving two valuable leads, Inspector Bai had reached a certain resolution. He instructed his subordinates to secure the scene while he arranged for the deceased's body to be transported back to the inspection office. Setting off with several others towards Yunlai Tea House. Yunlai Tea House enjoys a modest reputation within the Kaifeng Prefecture. In contrast to Han's establishment, Yunlai is situated by the banks of the Jinshui River, near the bustling night market of the State Bridge, and in proximity to the prestigious Academy of Classical Studies. The tea house itself boasts an opulent three-story structure with a slanted roof, its facade beautifully reflecting upon the river's surface, particularly enchanting in the daylight. Notably, its courtyard features a corridor dedicated to the four arts, a 30-step intricately carved wooden gallery showcasing authentic works from contemporary masters, with the ground adorned by rainflower stones forming a segment of the Lantingyi Su. The second floor houses an airy tea pavilion, partitioned by bamboo curtains, adorned with elegant names such as Tingshui, Shiyuxi, and Jinliu. Beyond its splendid appearance, Yunlai Tea House is renowned for its unique method of serving tea. Known as the Seven Soups Tea Ceremony, featuring the imperial quality Longfeng Tuan tea from the Northern Garden. The former headmistress, Su Junyang, innovatively crafted seasonal tea banquets. In spring, she offered Qingxi ice-cracked porcelain bowls paired with cherry blossom jelly. In summer, she served mint-infused cold brews in glass lotus leaf vessels. In autumn, her June kiln moon-white hats accompanied crab-eye pine breeze. And in winter, she presented Ding kiln black-glazed rabbit hair teacups with plum blossom-scented charcoal. Regrettably, 2 years ago, Su Junyang inexplicably left a letter entrusting her subordinate, Li Sanlang, with the management of the tea house, departing Kaifeng alone, and she has yet to return. Although many speculate that Li Sanlang was motivated by greed to commit murder, the lack of decisive evidence, coupled with claims that Su Junyang was seen in other locations, relegated this tale to mere gossip shared over tea and meals. When the inspection officers burst through the doors of Yunlai Tea House, Hanja was engrossed in the lively commotion with Li Yu in another building. They observed the bloodstains in the backyard, winding like a serpent. As Li Sanlang was dragged out by the soldiers of the inspection office, a bloody feather adhering to the sole of his right foot. Hanja's Adam's apple bobbed. Indeed, he had inadvertently transferred a feather to Li Sanlang's shoe when he rendered him unconscious the previous night. However, he never intended to present such evidence to the inspection officers. It was merely a whimsical amusement for him. The weapon is in the stove, Officer Bai exclaimed, lifting a tea knife wrapped in oilcloth, with a dark red thread caught in the chipped blade. Squinting closely, he noted that the handle was entwined with the indigo coarse cloth commonly used at Yunlai Tea House. Meanwhile, several soldiers were seen carrying a chicken that had been confined in the kitchen, along with a large sack of flour, into the backyard. With both witnesses and physical evidence present, the perpetrator, Li Sanlang, what further claims do you wish to make? Li Sanlang's defense startled the sparrows perched beneath the eaves. Last night, someone struck me from behind. Before he could finish, a soldier's iron rod came crashing down on his knee, transforming his remaining words into a cry of agony. Hanja noticed the crowd recoiling and instinctively covered the lower half of his face to conceal his amusement. As Li Sanlang was taken into custody, Hanja, as the employer of Chun Yinzu, naturally insisted on accompanying the inspection officers to inform the workers' families. Upon arriving at the dilapidated dwelling, they found Madame Chun seated on the threshold, sorting wild vegetables. As the news of Chun Yinzu's tragic demise echoed, the elderly woman dropped the wild vegetables she held, scattering them across the ground. "My dear son," she lamented, collapsing onto the damp stone tiles, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Many neighbors piqued in curiosity, and upon hearing of the family's loss, several women turned away, while many men shook their heads in sorrow. Hanja swiftly approached, steadying the trembling shoulders of the old woman. "Do not fear, dear lady," he reassured her, draping his outer garment over her shoulders. Turning to the gathering crowd, he clasped his hands together respectfully, declaring, "Chun Yinzu was one of my own at the tea house. Such a tragedy pains me deeply. Therefore, I have resolved that on the 8th day of each month henceforth, Han's Tea House shall donate provisions to Madame Chun." The crowd murmured in response, and Bai Xuanji could not help but commend, "Manager Han is indeed benevolent." Several porters nodded in agreement, while Madame Chun trembled, attempting to kneel, only to be gently supported by Hanja. With a warm smile, he replied, "It's nothing. It is my duty." Chapter 55. Acts of Kindness. Hanja moved swiftly among the tables at the tea house, serving tea to various patrons. The wooden threshold at the entrance had worn thin from the steady stream of guests over the past few days. With only Li Yu remaining as his assistant, Hanja had no choice but to forego idling behind the counter with an abacus. Ever since the news of his generous donation of provisions spread, tea drinkers from both the southern and northern parts of the city flocked to his establishment. And even the monk from Xianghua Temple sent a young acolyte with vegetarian pastries to commend Manager Han for his great virtue. By midday, the elegant seating on the second floor was filled with affluent young gentlemen, fanning themselves with their folding fans. A salt merchant lady, visiting for the first time, pointed at Hanja's patched sleeve in astonishment, exclaiming, "Look at this patch. Could it be that Master Han has sacrificed his own provisions?" The jade bracelet on her wrist clinked against the teacup, drawing the attention of many who glanced downstairs in response to her words. Hanja remained on the ground floor, graciously bowing in gratitude to numerous patrons who praised him. Beside him, Liu had tilted his head back almost to the heavens. Following the recent events, no one in Kaifeng was unaware of Hanja's reputation for his righteousness and generosity, as well as his loyalty and filial piety. The clientele at Han's tea house had grown to rival that of the opulent tea houses near the White Alum Tower. It is said that the pre-rain Longjing tea served at Han's was particularly exquisite. Mr. Wong from the west of the city, stroking his goat beard and leisurely swaying a white porcelain teacup, remarked, "In my old age, I can confidently say that it is the benevolence of the proprietor that imbues the tea with such flavor." Several silk merchants accompanying him echoed their agreement, promptly reserving a private room for half a month with a payment of 20 taels of silver. Liu, wearing a broad smile, brought a platter of fruits to their table, fully aware that if things continued this way, their tea house would soon expand. With a proprietor as magnanimous and virtuous as Han Zhe, he was certain that his own wages would rise correspondingly. As the pivotal figure in this affair, Han Zhe was presently smiling as he received several invitations. Invitations to spring banquets, wine gatherings, tea parties, and even those from the White Alum Tower were all presented to him. After exchanging a few polite words with the attendants who delivered the invitations, he signaled to Liu to see them out, and then ventured alone into the courtyard. Thus, it became evident that merely learning to improve the tea house's layout was insufficient. To truly attract patrons and generate profit, one must address the fundamental issues at hand. However, this is rather tedious. While running the tea house, I must seek additional pursuits. As my gaze drifts to the invitation in my hand, a soft smile graces Han Zhe's lips. The White Alum Tower, the tallest edifice within the Kaifeng Prefecture. If one were to devise something from the rooftop, the storage space still harbors ample resources, sufficient for crafting an array of firearms and ammunition. In truth, Han Zhe harbors a fondness for the Song dynasty, albeit not for the initial flourishing state of this era. After perusing historical texts in the year 2139, he grew particularly intrigued by the narratives that unfolded during the later stages of this dynasty. Regrettably, his temporal anchor is set in the year 968. While numerous challenges abound in this period, they pale in comparison to the complexities of the later tales. This tranquility is untenable. The unimpeded progress is detrimental to the forthcoming era of national stability and prosperity. Han Zhe draws out a bamboo chair and casually takes a seat. Having studied a relatively comprehensive history of the Song dynasty, he understands the profound weakness and restraint that plagued this nation in its later years. Alas, being a person of virtue, and with the locals showering me with such praise, I must certainly contribute to their future development. 7 days later, in the front hall of the Han family tea house, Liu is basking in the glow of compliments regarding the newly hung chart of virtues, when suddenly, the entrance curtain is flung aside with a raucous commotion. Zhang Dajiao, a regular patron from the apothecary, bursts in, breathless, his eyes scanning the room. "Oh, isn't that Zhang Dajiao? Why the haste today? Rest assured, there will be no shortage of tea for you. Do come in and enjoy it at your leisure." However, Zhang Dajiao paid no heed to Liu's jests, instead fixating intently on Han Zhe, who had just ascended to the second floor. "Master Han, trouble has arisen." Zhang Dajiao clutched a half-eaten cold pancake, evidently having rushed over without finishing his meal. "That scoundrel Li Sanlang, that murderer, was released last night." The tea house erupted in a buzz, and Liu slammed his copper kettle onto the table, trembling with agitation. "What are you saying? He has taken a life. My cousin serves as the warden at the Criminal Justice Bureau." Zhang Dajiao gasped as he leaned against the counter, stating that the provincial government had issued a bail order, granting his release through the side door before dawn. Heavens! Are the principles of justice no longer upheld? Liu's face turned crimson as he pounded the counter in frustration. A familiar patron, well versed in the intricacies of such matters, remarked, "It must have been through bribery. I have long heard that Su Junyang is shielding that rascal. She has a brother in the Transport Bureau as a warehouse supervisor." Before he could finish, another patron spat disdainfully. "Poor old Mother Chun, who cries daily at the city god temple, has worn the stone steps into hollows. To me, what does it matter if he is released? Someone has already sullied the reputation of Yunlai Tea House. When I passed by yesterday, I noticed wild grass sprouting through the cracks in the door." This statement held merit, in contrast to the already dilapidated Yunlai Tea House. The newly adorned Han's Tea House had recently unveiled its grand sign. Now, those vermilion tassels illuminated the front hall with resplendence. Regardless of the likes of Zhang Sisi or Li San, we only recognize the benevolence of Master Han's tea. This statement elicited a chorus of agreement from the audience. Suddenly, the sound of a beaded curtain stirred from the second floor as Han Zhe descended, cradling a freshly prepared tea powder. Liu hurriedly approached with a tray, only to witness the shopkeeper stride directly toward Zhang Dajiao. Is this news certain? If Master Li has truly been wronged, I, Han, am willing to offer my support and engage a legal advocate. As soon as he uttered these words, the room erupted into a cacophony of voices. No, not Master Han. It is ill fortune to associate with such a heartless villain. A monk, with hands clasped in prayer, implored, kind benefactor, please exercise caution lest the wolf turns and bites. Hanja displayed a pained expression, lamenting, alas. While Master Li may be miserly and has erred, if he is not the one who committed the murder, would it not be a grievous injustice to tarnish his reputation? Master, the constables have gathered all the evidence. There can be no question of defamation. Li Yu was beside himself with anxiety, feeling that his employer's kindness rendered him too compassionate. Unwilling to cast harsh judgment even upon a murderer, many patrons began to echo Li Yu's sentiments. Unable to bear the thought of such a benevolent figure as Hanja being entangled by a killer's shadow. Ultimately, under the urging of numerous customers, Hanja reluctantly retracted his offer to assist Li Sanlang. He understood well that it was not a matter of reluctance to clear Li Sanlang's name. Rather, the public's fervor had already sealed Li Sanlang's fate in their eyes. The ensuing developments no longer required his further provocation. After all, at times, public opinion wields more power than weaponry. The rumors that circulate among the populace are often sufficient to condemn many innocents. Ha ha ha, truly a hollow phrase concealing turbulent waves, ensnaring the innocent amidst profound sorrow. Chapter 56. The one who holds the scales after residing in the tea-houses of northern Song for over 10 days. Hanja had thoroughly grasped the layout and design of the entire Kaifeng prefecture. He was prepared to systematically dismantle the series of banquets according to the invitations he had received. However, early this morning, an unexpected message arrived. You have a new communication request. Would you like to connect now? The system, indifferent to Hanja's current availability or preoccupations, mechanically dispatched notifications to its executors. Is it number 4 again? Or, never mind, I have some time before leaving the shop. Please connect me. The familiar crimson data stream manifested. And in an instant, Hanja found himself in the conference room. He resumed his original seat, yet the room was devoid of any presence. So, who wishes to converse with me? A ghost? Hanja calmly spread his arms on the chair, well aware that someone was indeed present, albeit concealed from view. A shadowy figure materialized 2 seats away, shrouded entirely by data streams, rendering their appearance indistinguishable. Greetings, number 9. I have several inquiries that require your elucidation. The voice of the figure was digitally altered, making it impossible to discern gender. Suddenly, Hanja erupted into laughter, slapping the round table and entirely disregarding the figure's words. I ask you, must you persist in this air of mystery before me? Is this the nature of today's youth, steeped in a sense of melodrama? I shall never forget the scent that envelopes you. Your strength is indeed intriguing. The shadow remained still as Hanja gently rubbed his fingers, directly revealing the identity of the other. Am I correct in my assumption, Mr. Qi Jiangyu? The young man dispelled the shroud concealing his form and cast a serious glance at Hanja. Your perception of power is remarkably keen. Is it due to your experiences in the wasteland? Oh, not at all, for I am the savior. After all, one must possess some unique talents, wouldn't you agree? Qi Jiangyu chose to disregard Hanja's nonsensical ramblings. Now that his identity had been unveiled, he saw no reason to conceal anything further and straightforwardly posed his inquiry. I wish to know what remnants the other executors left behind in the previous instance. Hanja retrieved a dagger, forcefully embedding it into the backrest of the bench. He observed the handle beginning to tremble, tilting his head with a chuckle. Youngster, have you perhaps made a mistake? Shouldn't the task of gathering clues about the other executors fall to the intelligence department? He felt a strong urge to mock Qi Jiangyu or perhaps the federal government, for your current approach resembles searching a morgue for Christmas gifts. The sole individual to obtain clues is you. Qi Jiangyu was acutely aware that the person he sought could not possibly be found through the federal government's resources. Had Hanja not appeared unexpectedly and transitioned to the Ming Dynasty instance, he might have been left waiting for countless years to glean any information about that individual. I am not a fool. I refuse to believe that the federal government lacks any records on the other executors. Hanja drew his dagger, leisurely caressing the sharp blade. Oh dear, my apologies, I almost forgot. According to the regulations of the federal government, peering at confidential documents could cost one their eyes. The fact that Qi Jiangyu ceased her inquiries in front of Zhou Jingxing, only to seek him out privately afterward, indicated that she preferred to keep this matter hidden from the federal government. Since they both wished to operate under the radar, they had much to discuss. Hanja decided not to toy with the young woman any longer, directing the dagger towards Qi Jiangyu as he spoke. In the wasteland, information is among the most valuable commodities. If you wish to uncover clues, you must offer something in return. A question for a question. Qi Jiangyu's pupils remained unflinching. Yet she asserted that the core secrets of the organization, as well as her bottom line, were off-limits. The term bottom line amused Hanja to no end. Had urban dwellers ever survived in the wasteland, they would understand how trivial that notion was amidst the radiated zones. Nevertheless, he was indeed curious about the unfolding narrative, so he refrained from contesting Qi Jiangyu's stipulations. His first inquiry came as he leaned against the round table, a smile gracing his lips as he fixed his gaze on Qi Jiangyu. What is your imprinting ability? The young man's Adam's apple bobbed. One of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, the blessing of the black horse, famine. Excellent. Now it's your turn. What would you like to ask? Hanja twirled the dagger, his back slamming heavily against the chair's backrest. What did you find related to the executors in the instance? It was a sticky note. A sticky note? Hanja chuckled, his shoulders shaking with mirth. Yes, indeed, just a sticky note. Now, it's my turn to pose the next question. Qi Jiangyu fell silent, awaiting Hanja's inquiry. How is it possible for you to wield the power of the imprint in the year 2139? If you wish to do so as well, two conditions must be met. First, the integrity of the imprint must exceed 20. Second, one must unlock the skill limitation commands within the law of Euclidean diagrams. Having answered, he promptly posed his own question. What does the sticky note contain? Indeed, it bears a message from someone named Yi Xian, who claims to have eliminated Jellican and seized the revelation. He mentioned that certain entities would no longer descend, while others have begun to stir within the notes. This response brought a sigh of relief from Qi Jiangyu, though a flicker of melancholy soon followed. Stealing a glance at Hanja, he noted that the latter remained silent, merely smiling in quietude. This left Qi Jiangyu feeling somewhat unsettled. Tentatively, he raised his hand and waved towards the eccentric mercenary. Do you have any further questions? Indeed, and they pertain to your inquiry. Hanja rose, casting a substantial shadow across the table. Despite the spaciousness of the conference room and the distance of at least 2 meters between them, Qi Jiangyu felt an unsettling illusion. As if he were being interrogated by Hanja. Some individuals possess an innate aura that distinguishes them from the ordinary, endowing them with broader perceptions and richer experiences. Aside from those who have long navigated the upper echelons of the federal government, Qi Jiangyu had sensed this distinctive quality in peers of a similar age. Qi Jiangyu understood how such individuals might evolve. They were often resilient, yet easily broken, vulnerable to being crushed by the overwhelming forces of their environment before they could truly flourish. However, if someone managed to endure, surviving until the end in this absurd world. He recalled his first encounter with the highest ruling official of the federal government, realizing then the stark disparities that existed among people. Feel free to ask. I shall respond to any inquiries I can. Hanja was uncertain why Qi Jiangyu suddenly appeared lost in thought. Although he sensed that this young man had always carried an air of despondency, perhaps a reflection of his character. So, the final question he posed. Resembling a beast poised to pounce on its prey, his hand resting lightly on the table. Pray tell, who is Yi Xian? Chapter 57. The first executor. This was not the first time Qi Jiangyu had encountered this question. Even when he first heard the name, he had been inquiring among those around him about the identity of Yi Xian. Was he one of the primary initiators of the Salvation Project? A candidate for the highest office? Or perhaps the legendary figure who, through sheer will, had propelled the entire quantum leap process for decades? In the year 2139, the majority of the populace, particularly those classified as third-class citizens and below, and even some second-class citizens, lacked the privilege to have heard this name. The existence of this individual, along with everything associated with him, had been systematically erased by the federal government. Qi Jiangyu understood the rationale behind the government's actions, for humanity has always harbored an innate fear of the unknown. That which cannot be controlled remains a mystery. Even if that individual could avert the impending catastrophe, granting humanity a glimmer of hope in the aftermath of the apocalypse, they would still not tolerate any semblance of uncontrollability. Much like how they intended to regard Hanja as a mere expendable tool, people are perpetually ensnared by fear. Regrettably, although Hanja is indeed unhinged, his capacity for destruction is deemed utterly inconsequential in the eyes of the federal government. The titles of a deranged wasteland mercenary, a ruthless butcher, and a lunatic from the radiation zones evoke terror among ordinary citizens, yet to the federal authorities, they resemble a child wielding a firecracker. The Labus Corporation's layoffs could drive hundreds of fourth-class citizens to suicide, while thousands more, deprived of their homes and sources of sustenance, are left with no choice but to resort to crime or flee into the irradiated wastelands. Moreover, technology has gone so far as to assign a monetary value to each citizen's life. For less than 20,000 federal coins, a fifth-class citizen can obtain pharmaceuticals that inflict permanent bodily harm. Conversely, a second-class citizen may spend millions, even tens of millions of federal coins, on technology's latest drugs to extend their lifespan or enhance their youthfulness. Workers at Winnow Heavy Industries toil for an average of 11 hours a day, with merely half a day off each month. Yet, due to the company's willingness to provide a death benefit of 100,000 federal coins to those who perish from exhaustion at their posts, applications from lower-class citizens continue to flood in year after year. Thus, Hanja amounts to nothing. No one fears a wild dog, especially when they are armed to the teeth themselves. However, Yixian is an entirely different matter. The information possessed by that individual, the resources at their disposal, and the power they wield could undoubtedly inflict a severe blow to the federal government. Thus, following the disappearance of the individual, the federal government did not wait for the security protocol to be enacted but immediately entered a state of heightened alert. Yixian is the foremost executor and one of the initiators of this plan. Qi Jiangyu felt a tremor of her teeth as she uttered this statement. He is also my predecessor. Without that person's assistance, I would have been utterly unable to endure the famine imprint. She lifted her gaze, striving to suppress her despondency. Yet Yixian has vanished. During the last quantum leap, the Fauci diagram lost all data records concerning the first executor. Hanja straightened his posture, sitting upright. His memory was remarkably sharp, allowing him to recall the content and handwriting on that sticky note with crystal clarity. The font was difficult to discern, yet the content seemed like something only a disciplined individual would jot down. If Yixian had betrayed the federal government, or rather, the Salvation Plan, why would he leave a sticky note indicating the executor who would subsequently enter that subroutine? Conversely, if Yixian had not betrayed them, how could he vanish from various historical junctures while leaving a notification? The clues before Hanja were wholly insufficient to support further conjecture, yet he suddenly burst into laughter. How remarkable that such a formidable individual has fled. It appears that the federal government is indeed losing the public's favor. Wouldn't you agree? That's not the case. The federal government is striving for the future of everyone. Qi Jiangyu completely disagreed with Hanja's words, asserting that Yixian must have his own reasons for his actions. The young man's rebuttal caused Hanja to slump back into his seat, resting his legs upon the round table, swinging them idly in the air while casting a half-smile, half-mocking gaze at Qi Jiangyu. Child, do you comprehend what you resemble at this moment? What do you wish to convey? You appear as a fool attempting to reconcile parents who have divorced. You lament before others about their past affection, yet remain oblivious to the fact that they are now brandishing knives against one another. Hanja believed he had exercised restraint in his words. Were it up to him, he would assert that the individual named Yixian was either utterly deranged or had meticulously plotted to dismantle the federal government and eradicate humanity. He was acutely aware of the formidable military capabilities of the federal government. The immense green abomination, Glaaki, which he had previously encountered, would, even in its living state, pose no greater challenge than the loss of an affiliated city to the federal government. If the history nodes were populated solely by entities of such caliber, the federal government would not engage in such elaborate schemes as a salvation plan. Those who had endured the apocalypse and managed to re-establish governance could hardly be intimidated by mere writhing masses of flesh. Thus, the malevolent beings emerging within these historical nodes must be far more terrifying, perhaps even transcending human comprehension. He recalled the words of number 4, stating that above was a realm of madness and desolation and eternal silence. Should Yixian fail to maintain his composure, the executor capable of directly vanquishing Glaaki would inevitably become the greatest threat to the federal government. If Yixian could maintain his sanity, such a person would understand that in an overwhelmingly perplexing situation, the collective demise of humanity might, paradoxically, be a manifestation of mercy. Qi Jiangyu fell silent, and Hanja no longer entertained thoughts of playfulness. He was intent on returning to unleash a wave of destruction. All right, young one. Ponder these matters at your leisure upon your return. Hanja remarked with a smile as he summoned the system to transport him back to the tea house. He held no illusions about his thoughts of Qi Jiangyu. Yet should the day arrive when he could witness the inaugural executor revert to a slaughtering mode, he would eagerly partake. If he could simultaneously eliminate his adversary or meet his own demise at their hands, that would be even more splendid. Wait, I have another question. Oh? Do ask swiftly. Why do you engage in those futile yet cruel acts? You must be aware that your transgressions do not pose a threat to the federal government. Qi Jiangyu inhaled deeply. Having perused Hanja's dossier, he believed the latter possessed the capability to infiltrate the city and lead a more favorable existence. Hence, he found it all the more incomprehensible why Hanja would choose a path that was fundamentally untenable. The dagger flew towards Qi Jiangyu's eyes the moment the question concluded, only to instantaneously transform into a stream of crimson data and dissipate. Perhaps you should inquire why humans require sustenance. Hanja's voice was exceedingly gentle. I am a madman. What reason does a madman need for his actions? I can't shake the feeling that you are concealing something. The system had already arranged for Hanja to depart the conference room, and his figure began to morph into a stream of crimson data. His final words lingered with a gentle softness, akin to honey laced with deadly poison. The truth is, knowing too much could lead to an undesirable fate. Chapter 58. The Spring Banquet. As was customary, Hanja attended to the tea house's affairs and acquiesced to Li Yu's suggestion of hiring an additional assistant. However, this was not his foremost concern, for the day of the spring banquet, as indicated on the invitation, was merely 2 days away. The spring feast would be held at the Qinfeng Garden in the eastern part of the city, hosted by the esteemed Lu Shilang, a renowned figure in Kaifeng. Hanja smiled as he stepped through the blue brick archway, noting that the courtyard was already bustling with guests. The sound of tea grinding resonated from the water pavilion, and as he approached, he beheld a crescent formation of 10 or so sandalwood tables, adorned with gilded spring trays. Tender fern shoots accompanied by cured goose feet were piled into small mounds, while decorative fruits surrounded them, with carved melons featuring toads cradling lotus seeds. The culinary craftsmanship on display was exquisite, prompting Hanja to ponder the waste of such talent if the chef were not to be dissecting corpses instead. The call of the attendant announcing the arrival of the esteemed manager echoed through the garden, as petals from the blossoming apricot trees cascaded gently upon the visitors. Lu Shilang personally lifted the pot, pouring fragrant plum blossom wine from a pale blue glazed vessel. Today's spring tray features the finest pre-rain Longjing tea from your esteemed tea house, and I invite Manager Han to evaluate this dish of red silk crystal sashimi. Hanja first took the wine cup, admiring the color of the liquid as the amber light danced within. It was indeed a fine wine, seemingly encapsulating the entire plum grove within the jar. He sipped delicately, allowing the liquid to unfold upon his palate. Surely, the cellars of Lord Lu must harbor the elixir of the Queen Mother of the West's Jade Pool. Deputy Minister Lu, having indulged in considerable libations, waved his hand with a flushed countenance, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, not at all, merely a humble brew." As the maidservant presented the red silk crystal fish dish, Hanja lightly touched the tea jelly with his silver chopsticks, remarking, "The skill in this slicing is truly remarkable." The tea jelly and fresh fish, sliced into delicate pieces, trembled slightly at the tip of the chopsticks, reflecting the flurry of apricot blossoms throughout the garden. The exquisite craftsmanship of the esteemed household's kitchen was indeed a marvel to behold. Laughter and light-hearted agreement resonated around the table as Deputy Minister Lu stroked his beard. Chuckling, "Master Han, you flatter me. The brilliance of this dish lies entirely in the spring buds of your tea, complementing the freshness of the base." Suddenly, a gasp of astonishment arose from the rear, as the tea scholar had set up a tea performance among the flowers, drawing numerous spectators. It was, after all, the exceptional flavor bestowed by the benevolent. A distinguished guest pointed to a wooden box on his table, declaring that even the fragrant medicinal box bore the blessings of Master Han. Upon opening the box, a dragon brain incense, the size of a thumb, lay nestled within. Resting on the bamboo wrapping paper used by Han's tea house, Hanja graciously accepted the accolades from the banquet attendees, silently calculating the opportune moment and the suitable implements for action. After hearing that Deputy Minister Lu cherished a manuscript of floral gatherings, he inquired if he might peruse it. When the moment seemed ripe, Hanja rose to present his request to the host of the banquet. It was a trivial matter, and Deputy Minister Lu, slightly inebriated, nodded in agreement and summoned a servant to escort Hanja to the study in the rear courtyard. Just as the sound of an explosion reverberated above Qinfeng Garden, The intoxicating aroma of wine in the courtyard had yet to fully dissipate. The first to explode was the blue brick floor beneath the main guest seating. Minister Liu, still reclining, raised his porcelain cup in greeting to the guests when suddenly, the poet among them was shattered and lifted into the air. Scarlet liquid dripped from above, splattering onto the skirts of the fleeing dancers. Inside the pavilion's dome, the painted caisson was reduced to fragments, gilded with shavings mingling with the crimson rain cascading down. Protect Lord Liu. The guards had just unsheathed their weapons when the second bomb detonated at the bottom of the lotus pond. Koi and severed limbs soared into the air, while the core of the explosion instantaneously vaporized the pond's water. Scorching white mist swept across the eastern stands, enveloping the singers clutching pipa, who barely had time to scream. The boiling steam had already melted away much of their faces. The third bomb erupted in the kitchen, shattering several jars of newly brewed lamb wine along with the chef. The cacophony of glass raining down upon the entire kitchen. Hanjo admired this spectacle, calculating the casualty figures in his mind. Numbers that seemed as perfectly aligned as the declining population curve of the Northern Song dynasty. By the time the fourth thunderclap resonated from the western stable, the surviving guests began to believe that this was indeed divine retribution. Noble women in their flowing robes collapsed against the rosewood screen, while a certain Hamlin scholar sought refuge in the charred woods, cradling his severed arm. Yet, it was at this moment that Hanja revealed his true coup. He detonated the remaining bombs simultaneously, instantly tearing apart the limbs of everyone within and outside the Qinfang garden. He too was caught in the blast, collapsing into a pool of blood. Yet he laughed, for after so long at this historical juncture, he finally felt a sense of exhilarating release. In a tranquil tea house, Hanja lay in his chamber, where the physician had just attended to his wounds. Liu, with tears streaming down his face, stood by his bedside. "Do not weep. I am not yet departed," he said with remarkable calmness, even as a dull ache emanated from his injury, paradoxically evoking a sense of joy within him. "Curse it, Liu. The vice minister is a scoundrel, not only invoking divine retribution, but also dragging our esteemed manager into such grievous harm." Liu's tears flowed incessantly. Within mere days of the tragedy, rumors began to circulate in the streets that Liu had engaged in corruption, clandestinely transporting grain to sell to the kingdom of Jiangnan. Consequently, the citizens of Kaifeng now whispered that his nefarious actions had summoned celestial punishment. Whenever the matter was broached, it was common for people to utter disparaging remarks about him before lamenting the lives lost in the calamity. Numerous familiar patrons visited Hanja, proclaiming that his benevolence had moved the heavens, thereby allowing him to survive this divine retribution. Bah, that Liu is certainly no good. I suspect he sent an invitation to manager Han, perhaps hoping to benefit from his fortune. Indeed, it was unusual for Liu to extend a cordial demeanor towards an ordinary tea house owner, as the patrons below engaged in animated discussions. Despite Han's current incapacitation, the influx of visitors had only increased. They even took it upon themselves to boil water and brew tea, assisting Liu in tidying up upon their departure. After all, Manager Han was a virtuous man who had managed to endure amidst such terrifying divine punishment, even if his tea house stood as a mere shell of its former self. Patrons willingly brought their own tea to savor for a while. Reputation, regardless of the era, holds paramount significance. Much like makeup, even the most mundane visage can radiate brilliance when adorned. Hanja reclined upon his bed, listening to the laughter and chatter of guests below. At that moment, he longed to burst forth and wreak havoc beyond the city limits, transforming into a nightmare of this age. However, as he lay there, the exceptionally clear blue sky momentarily distracted him. He recalled that he had yet to visit the highest by Fan Tower, and it seemed a pity not to revel there. Perhaps he should continue to run the tea house for a while longer. He lay in the slowly congealing pool of his own blood, gradually closing his eyes, praying for a future opportunity to catapult himself into the throes of the most fervent warfare. Chapter 59. Folklore uncertain whether it was the blessing of the seal. Hanja felt his recovery had been remarkably swift this time. Within merely half a month, he was able to rise and walk unaided. Of course, both Liu and the other patrons claimed that his rapid healing was a result of his benevolence touching the heavens, and thus he recovered so swiftly. He merely smiled, refraining from contradicting them. "Master, today, someone asked me to deliver a letter to you." As usual, Hanja opened the door to conduct business, and his assistant Liu arrived early at the tea house, this time with a letter in hand. "Who sent this? What is its purpose?" The fellow said it was entrusted by Su Jianyang to express gratitude for your willingness to speak favorably on behalf of Li Sanling. Li Yu gently placed the envelope on the counter, casting a hesitant glance at Hanja. I shall leave it here for you. Would you like to open it now? Hanja promptly opened the envelope, pondering why he should not take a glance. The pale ink on the fine paper formed an elegant script by Fan Lu. Tian Zigu, on the second day of the coming month at the hour of Shin, to express prior sentiments. The timing coincided perfectly with the invitation from Bai Fan Lu. The signature bore a vermilion seal, the design of which Hanja could not discern, though it resembled a rather uncommon flower. Li Yu leaned in, casting a furtive glance at the letter before quickly retracting her head. Master, is she requesting a meeting? You must absolutely refrain from attending. This Su Jianyang is known to devour hearts. Hanja regarded Li Yu with amusement. Do you truly believe such childish tales? It is true. Seeing her master dismiss her words, Li Yu became increasingly anxious. This ominous matter must not be trifled with. Many years ago, the old woman of Shijiao Gate received a red envelope from her family, and that very night, she fell into hysteria. Shortly thereafter, plunging into the dry well in her backyard. As someone born a millennium later, Hanja scoffed at such tales of demons and spirits. Moreover, he had recently engaged in a confrontation with the remnants of an evil deity. Even if Su Jianyang were indeed a spirit, he would merely skin her to fashion himself a new garment. However, the hour was still early, and no guest had yet arrived at the door. He did not mind indulging Li Yu in a few more tales of urban legends. Is that all? Are there any further stories about Su Jianyang that you wish to caution me about? Li Yu, now agitated, began to pace. Do you not recall 3 years ago, when she had not yet fled from Kaifeng? There was the incident at Yunlai Tea House, where a patron returned home after finishing their tea and perished suddenly. Some say that Su Jianyang can cast spells in tea, those who have tasted her brew. He suddenly lowered his voice, casting anxious glances around. Moreover, Zhou the Lame from the coffin shop mentioned that years ago he delivered a small coffin for Su Jianyang, containing items that could still move and breathe. Just yesterday, you remarked that Zhou the Lame had lost a gamble and returned to pilfer his wife's silver hairpin. Hanja carefully folded the note and discreetly tucked it into his storage space. Su Jianyang established her tea house here a decade ago, back when we were still playing in the mud before the state minister's temple. If she truly posed a threat, someone would have summoned Taoist priests or monks to expel her long ago. His fingers lightly brushed over the various resources in the storage space, the cold metallic firearms bringing him warmth and joy. Previously, near the eye of the Andes, he had heard numerous tales of haunted mountains from the local populace. It was only when he devised a means to penetrate the very core of Oculus that he discovered this global transportation hub nestled within the mountains housed a trans-dimensional communication experiment. It seemed this device was crafted to facilitate a plan for salvation. Yet, the commotion surrounding it was dismissed by the locals as the work of unseen and undetectable specters. Regrettably, he had not yet managed to destroy that contraption when the federal forces, armed with advanced technology, arrived in a menacing pursuit of intruders. Fortunately, Hanja had already memorized the locations of those devices. Perhaps in the near future, he will choose a day when both his spirits and the weather are favorable to return to the Andes, shattering the Oculus and that contraption into oblivion. However, for now, he must contend with the incessant chatter of the tea house staff. Ever since she unexpectedly announced her departure from the Cloud Tea House, there have been whispers suggesting she might be up to no good. Li Yu must be eager to deliver a message to Hanja, as he hasn't even had the chance to eat breakfast. While speaking, he retrieved an oil paper bag from his pocket, containing half a sesame cake. After nibbling on the cake for several bites, this perpetually hurried fellow continued. I once heard at the bakery that someone spotted Su Jianyang wandering the streets in the dead of night, singing incomprehensible tunes, far more eerie than a ghost's wail. Hanja thought to himself that if Li Yu continued with such tall tales, the tea house proprietress would soon be transformed from a sorceress into a specter. Thus, he gently tapped the tea table and shook his head at Li Yu. 5 days ago, you claimed a broken Celadon cup was the work of the Bianha River carp spirit. The day before yesterday, you insisted that losing 3 coins of Bei Yuan Xian Chun was due to a fox spirit borrowing tea. He then brushed off the tea dust clinging to the letter. Li Yu, you should consider a career as a storyteller in the tavern. This time, I'm not spinning tales. Li Yu interjected, but before he could finish, he suddenly shivered. Wait, do you smell something unusual, a strange scent? Outside the window, a familiar voice called out, and Hanja smiled at the entrance. Stop frightening yourself. Go and help me roast the newly collected snow buds. As Liu swallowed the last few bites of the sesame cake, he heard the innkeeper's new instruction. Oh, by the way, select some fine tea and place it in the Cloud Dragon pattern lacquer box gifted by a guest a few days ago. Oh, are you still to attend an engagement? Liu abruptly dropped the broom he had just picked up onto the brick floor. Not to mention Su Jinyang, but the White Alum Building's Tianzi Pavilion is hardly a commendable establishment. 2 years prior, an envoy from Jiangnan was assassinated there, and treasures have mysteriously vanished from that very place. Suddenly, he recalled something and fished out an oilcloth package from beneath the counter. What if you take this instead? The talisman I obtained for you at Daxiangguo Temple to ward off evil. I doubt its efficacy. Must it truly be brought along? What are you saying? This talisman is indeed potent. I insisted it was for you, and only then did the monk agree to part with a few. It was only after Han Zhou accepted the few sheets of yellow paper and tucked them away that Liu contentedly pushed open the grand door, beginning to beckon the patrons at the entrance to come in for tea. The front hall soon filled with guests, and Han Zhou exchanged warm greetings with familiar faces as they entered. As usual, he roasted the tea leaves, brewed, and served tea, presenting delicacies alongside. To the eyes of others, there was no discernible difference between the current Han innkeeper and the one before. After delivering freshly made pastries to a regular patron, Han Zhou began to contemplate future plans. The revelry would commence at the White Alum Building. However, it would be prudent to find a moment to dismantle my tea house before then. Yet, would this not complicate my attendance at the banquet? Indeed. It seems most convenient to act collectively at the appropriate time. He turned his head to survey the interior of the building, noticing someone by the window fanning the charcoal stove, from which a considerable amount of white vapor was billowing forth. Near the entrance, several individuals were engaged in casual conversation, heartily sipping brewed tea accompanied by pickled plums. The serene and delightful routine brought a smile to Han Zhou's face. Once the city transforms into ruins, he would brew himself a pot of hot tea. Chapter 60. A time of joyful revelry. Before he knew it, the second day of the following month had arrived. Han Zhou held the invitation to the Baiyin Tower and smoothly boarded the carriage that had come to collect him. As a person living a millennium later, he found himself exceedingly pleased with the banquet at Baiyin Tower. Initially, he had thought that the people of this era were incapable of hosting anything resembling a grand feast. But upon arriving at the water pool beside the tower, he realized how profoundly mistaken he was. Even in daylight, the entire colorful building radiated with light. 3-tiered eaves were adorned with glazed lanterns, and the intricately carved railings reflected shimmering, multicolored hues. All the floor-to-ceiling windows above were flung open, the lanterns above the pool mingling beautifully with the flickering candlelight within the building, creating a charming interplay through the gauzy drapes. At the edge of the pool, a pavilion was already set up with a table showcasing a variety of delicacies, such as crab-stuffed oranges, lotus duck skewers, and crystal sashimi. Nearby, several wine vessels were warming fine wine, the fragrant aroma intertwining with the clear sound of copper bells hanging from the eaves, carried gently by the breeze. Han Zhou observed a young nobleman reclining against a soft goose-feather cushion, inadvertently brushing aside the apricot blossoms from his temples, which elicited a light laugh from the lady beside him, who held a cup. As he glided across the pool in a small boat, several musicians had already begun to play melodies behind the screens in the hall. Maidservants navigated through the crowd with silver pots, their paths lined with luxurious Persian carpets. Han Zhou was enveloped by a complex fragrance. As he turned towards the source of the scent, the guide informed him that it was the newly prepared sandalwood incense wafting from the incense burner. "Ah, Master Han has arrived quite early," remarked a familiar patron descending from the second floor. Han Zhou recognized him as Mr. Wang, a fabric merchant. After exchanging pleasantries, Mr. Wang cheerfully announced, "Today, we are in for a treat. A distinguished guest has brought fresh fish and delicacies for all to sample." However, once the other patrons had dispersed, the fabric merchant lowered his voice conspiratorially. "I discreetly took a peek, and I saw the kitchen bringing in 3 baskets of live, wriggling fish with eyes as blue as the sea. I dare not partake just yet." Before he could finish, the hall erupted with the resounding beat of drums. 7 or 8 dancers adorned with ornate headpieces burst forth, and Han Zhou was particularly fond of the fearsome green-faced masks they wore. "Is that not the proprietor of Han's Tea House?" exclaimed a round-faced man who suddenly stood up at a window-side table on the second floor, waving enthusiastically towards Han Zhou. This fellow was also a familiar face, the owner of the spice shop in the eastern part of the city. "Come, do sample this lychee delicacy." just arrived fresh from Guangnan's ice shipments. Unable to resist the spice merchant's heartfelt invitation, Hanju ascended to the second floor alongside the fabric merchant. Once they were seated, the maidservants began to bring forth an array of exquisite dishes. The large round table was laden with culinary delights, including lychee meat wrapped in golden threads, as well as several other dishes that Hanju did not recognize. The spice merchant was the first to pour fine wine for Hanju, pointing to a dish with enthusiasm. "Master Han, do indulge in this lotus pod fish delight. This dish requires tender lotus pods to be hollowed out, filled with minced mandarin fish mixed with pine nuts and shredded water shield, then steamed in a large pot and finally drizzled with crab roe sauce." After Hanju took a bite, the merchant eagerly gestured towards another delicacy. "Now, do try the lamb tongue skewers. With the Yinyun territory still unreclaimed, good lamb is indeed a rarity." Following the merchant's direction, Hanju glanced at the silver platter, where thinly sliced lamb tongues, as delicate as cicada wings, were lightly charred to a golden crisp, seemingly glazed with a savory sauce, looking utterly delectable. Once Hanju had savored the entire spread of delicacies, he suddenly heard the sound of the pipa becoming increasingly urgent, like a sudden downpour. Looking down from the balcony, he discovered that a new song and dance performance had just commenced. 10 courtesans, adorned with jingling golden bells, leaped into the courtyard to perform a graceful dance. He took a sip of wine and casually mentioned that he was to attend the invitation of Su Junyang later that day. "You may not know, but my associate warned me that uttering her name in daylight could attract the red lanterns at night." Speaking of Su, a peculiar incident came to mind. The spice merchant, now slightly inebriated, recounted a tale from 5 years ago when someone was robbed while traveling by boat, losing all their possessions. In a state of desperation, that individual knelt before the entrance of Yunlai Tea House one night. The merchant belched slightly and said, "Guess what? Within a few days, the very robbers returned the stolen goods." Hearing such a story, so vastly different from the usual tales, Hanju chuckled lightly. "Do you two understand why I am here for the appointment?" He swirled his wine glass, leisurely placing dishes into his bowl. It was said that Su Junyang was a heart-devouring enchantress. I inquired further, and the rumors in the marketplace claimed she could make copper coins sprout moss and cause brides to bear ghostly offspring. Nonsense. A patron at the neighboring table turned to gaze intently at Hanju. Years ago, during the Yellow River's breach, it was she who beseeched the officials to send aid, constructing the dam overnight. This was an elderly man, his visage lined with age, clad in somewhat tattered robes. Noticing the crowd captivated by his voice, he continued, "That mid-autumn festival, I witnessed her. What was it that I saw? That lantern. Was it a blood lantern?" As the old man clutched his head and bent down, many approached to inquire about his well-being. Yet he merely waved them off, indicating he was not gravely affected. Hanju sipped his wine, his hand discreetly reaching for the weapon concealed in his storage space. Initially dismissing the rumors surrounding Su Junyang as mere gossip, he now found himself increasingly intrigued by the tangled web of stories. For a woman to be the subject of such tales in this era, either the populace was idly imaginative, or she truly possessed some remarkable abilities. Perhaps Su Junyang was simply an ordinary woman, or perhaps she indeed wielded some form of enchantment. The most dire possibility, however, was that she could be a servant of an evil deity, or even the deity herself. Hanju had resolved to confront her directly, planning to take aim at her head. Who knows, he might even lead the malevolent deity through the ancient city, culminating in a grand fireworks display to send everyone skyward. If the individual is merely an ordinary person, then it is simply another life extinguished. For Hanju, such matters have become as routine as breathing. Once his contemplation concluded, he refrained from lingering any longer, rising to bid farewell to the two merchants beside him before ascending to the celestial pavilion above. As he climbed the staircase, the vibrant music from the first floor abruptly ceased, and amidst the applause, the performers began to enact the tale of Mulan rescuing her mother. In a momentary pause on the staircase, Hanju glanced downward, observing the actor portraying the malevolent spirit adorned with an eccentric mask, its eye sockets inlaid with spinning glass beads, creating an eerie spectacle. Wasn't it agreed to cultivate and nurture? Why must I confront the malevolent deity head-on once more? Hanju sighed, gripping his pistol firmly, ever ready to unleash a bullet. Upon reaching the entrance of the celestial pavilion, he found the stage performance had progressed to the moment when Mulan opened the gates of the underworld, revealing a wooden effigy of the Ghost King. Politely knocking on the door, he greeted in a gentle tone, May I inquire if Lady Sue is present? I am the proprietor of the Han Tea House. Here at your invitation for a conversation. Without waiting for a response from within, he pushed the door open and raised his hand to fire a shot towards the center of the room. Chapter 61. Lady Sue Jiu. The bullet traversed the expansive chamber, soaring through the open floor-to-ceiling window into the distance. Hanja cast a brief glance around the interior. The teacups on the 8 Immortals table were meticulously arranged, and a partially unrolled scroll rested upon a cushion, indicating that someone had recently occupied the space. Why had the other party departed just as he arrived? Could it be that Lady Sue Jiu was not an ordinary individual? Was she a sorceress capable of foreseeing her target, or perhaps an omniscient deity? He reached out to the silver teapot, his fingertips grazing its cool surface, suggesting that she had not entertained any other guests. His gaze shifted to the window, where the shimmering waves of the Bienne River danced below, reflecting the newly sprouted willow buds along the corridor. Just as he contemplated turning to leave this place, Hanja heard a creaking sound emanating from the wooden staircase. Instantly, his body tensed, and as he turned, he raised his pistol towards the approaching figure, simultaneously activating his malevolent perception skill. Is it you up there, Master Han? Su Junyang ascended the stairs with a food tray in one hand, wisps of hair sticking to her forehead with a light sheen of sweat. I presumed the hour was nearing, so I personally prepared some pastries. The reading that appeared before Han Zhe was merely a 2. This woman harbored no ill intentions towards him. As she stepped onto the final stair, Hanja suddenly chuckled, the firearm already stowed away in his storage space. Su Junyang set the small dish onto the table, and the sweet aroma of honeyed puff pastry quickly filled the air. The dough prepared by those lads in the kitchen always seemed slightly undercooked. Hanja exerted effort to suppress an overly exuberant smile as he studied the woman standing before him. You are quite fortunate. Although puzzled by the seemingly trivial remark from the man before her, Su Junyang courteously replied, Thank you, Master Han, for your willingness to vouch for Li Sanlang earlier. Hanja remained silent, attempting to discern any peculiarities about her. Yet, Su Junyang exhibited no signs of oddity, merely presenting as an ordinary middle-aged woman. Her attire lacked the refinement of the young ladies within the Kaifeng prefecture, instead embodying a hint of the flavor of a wandering hero. Master Han. Su Junyang's personal culinary endeavor truly humbled Hanja. He picked up a piece of honey pastry and tossed it directly into his mouth. However, if it was merely to express gratitude, I have already received it. I have other matters to attend to, so we shall part ways here. This woman is fortunate enough to have evaded that bullet. Therefore, Hanja sees no necessity to deliver another shot at this moment. He has always relished the chaos of life, for it remains the only enjoyment left to him. When he descends from the top of the White Alum building, slashing his way down to the gates of Kaifeng, he will not concern himself with who may live or die in such trivial matters. Shopkeeper Han, please wait. Just as Hanja reached the door, Su Junyang suddenly knelt before him. I have a request, and seek your assistance. I implore you to listen to my words. Hanja paused at the threshold, slightly turning his head to regard the woman behind him. Outside, the wind swept through, carrying willow fluff that settled on the green silk cabinet like a delicate layer of snow. Junyang had initially come to express her gratitude, but, just then, a servant delivering hot water passed by in the corridor, prompting the kneeling woman to immediately fall silent. Once the footsteps rounded the staircase, Su Junyang continued, However, not only is Zhao Song's position illegitimate, but he also seeks to gather troops to attack the southern Tang. What good comes from war? Even now, merely in Kaifeng, 60,000 stone of grain has been requisitioned. Her expression grew increasingly sorrowful, and her tone softened. The grain shop on West Corner Street has now resorted to selling elm bark. Hanja remained silent, patiently awaiting Su Junyang to finish her statement. I have already gathered 300 stone of aged rice. The woman rose, dipping her fingers into the cool water from the teapot. I intend to transport it to the south and distribute it among the populace. I must travel overland through Qinlu, then navigate by water to Zhuxian town. Su Junyang traced 2 intersecting watermarks on the table with her fingers. My reputation has suffered greatly. Thus, I wish to request Manager Han to speak on my behalf to borrow a cargo boat from Fan Tower for my use. Yet, Hanja did not respond with agreement or dissent. Instead, he broached another topic. It is being whispered among the neighborhood that Su Junyang has the ability to commune with spirits. He leaned closer to the table, his fingertips gliding gently over the watermarks, a smirk playing on his lips. Is this information not of your own making? All to gather provisions? Su Junyang bit her lip, revealing an old, jagged scar on her wrist. It is also to protect more people. The title of sorceress can intimidate officials who disregard the plight of the impoverished, and it facilitates my journey through the Jianghu. These unflattering rumors had caused her much suffering and led to numerous misunderstandings. Nevertheless, she had saved wave after wave of common folk, and she had never regretted her choices. Kneeling once more before Hanja, Su Junyang spoke with utmost sincerity. Manager Han, I have heard that nearly all of Kaifeng is aware of your benevolence. Times are hard, and the people are suffering. I implore you to extend your hand and save those innocent souls. Despite her fervent plea, Hanja remained noncommittal, merely smiling as he stood at the doorway, gazing down at the kneeling figure. You wish to rescue those innocent people? Indeed. The common folk are blameless. They should not be left to starve. Reflecting on history, Hanja understood that Zhao Kuangyin's actions were not misguided. National unification is imperative. As long as the territories of Yin and Yun remain unreclaimed and the southern Tang regime remains unconquered, the Song dynasty will be distanced from unity. A nation unable to unify is, for its inhabitants, a veritable hell. Yet, the hardships endured by the common folk in the early Song dynasty were palpably real. Hanja expressed little interest in history or the plight of the people here. However, for reasons unknown, he posed a question to Su Junyang. What are you willing to sacrifice to save these people? The woman kneeling before him bowed deeply, declaring, I would forsake my own comfort, risk my life in peril, and accept death without hesitation. Within the Tianzi pavilion, silence enveloped the space, leaving only the sound of their breaths. The evening clouds, unbeknownst to them, had begun to rise from the banks of the Bian River, while willow catkins danced in the gentle evening breeze. The city of Kaifeng was filled with the rising smoke of cooking fires. Hanja's countenance had grown remarkably serene as he gently spoke to Su Junyang. I understand. Please rise. Have you agreed to assist? She inquired, hope glimmering in her eyes. I shall resolve these sufferings, once and for all. His tone was exceedingly calm, devoid of any ripple of emotion. Thus, Su Junyang discerned nothing amiss in his words and assumed Hanja was indeed willing to lend his aid. Thank you, Manager Han. Should this endeavor succeed, it will surely save countless lives from disaster. She bowed once more to Hanja before rising with a smile. I shall proceed to handle the necessary arrangements. If I manage to secure a boat, you may find me at the land temple in the west of the city. Perhaps feeling buoyed by the prospect of Hanja's assistance, Su Junyang departed with a smile adorning her face. Behind her back, Hanja raised his pistol at her retreating silhouette. Yet, he refrained from firing until that figure vanished beneath the fan tower. As dusk began to settle outside, he suddenly leaned against the door frame and erupted into laughter. He laughed so heartily that he doubled over, clutching his stomach, as if he had just heard the most humorous jest in the world. Chapter 62, Divine Retribution. How tall is the Baifan Tower? Hanja had never taken the time to measure it, but it certainly could not surpass the skyscrapers of the year 2139. However, as he stood atop the building gazing down, he was struck by a fleeting illusion of being on top of the world. The structures within the Kaifeng prefecture appeared rather diminutive. The minds of people in this era had yet to conceive of constructing towering edifices. Moreover, the materials predominantly used for construction were inadequate for such ambitions. He had changed out of the loose-fitting robe and donned modern attire purchased from the system's inventory prior to his migration. After all, an exhilarating and intense endeavor was about to commence, and it was wise to choose clothing that was both tailored and practical. His boots crunched against the green tiles as he shifted his body, relishing the long-forgotten sound of his bones creaking. Peering down from the rooftop, he observed individuals draped in silks and satins engaged in playful pursuits. The fourth floor housed the chambers of courtesans, typically off-limits to outsiders. When the intricately carved wooden door of the terrace suddenly exploded, the recoil of the shotgun jolted Hanja's shoulder, causing a twinge of pain, an echo of his still-healing wounds. Yet, he had never harbored an aversion to pain, much like his enduring fascination with death. The nearest maidservant bore the brunt of the assault, her head bursting forth like a watermelon, the remnants of her pearl-adorned headdress mingling with her brain matter, splattering across the copper mirror before her. Behind her, a dozen elegantly attired women simultaneously turned their heads. A few barely managed to scream before they, alongside the first maid, were transformed into headless corpses. Do not dawdle. Let us all dance together. Hanja laughed heartily, casually tossing 2 hand grenades ahead. The throng of people struggling to escape erupted into wails of despair. As half of the rooftop shattered into fragments, he unleashed another volley from his shotgun, sending forth a fan of fire. Soon, this floor was devoid of any intact souls. Severed limbs shattered the ornate wooden screens, and a crimson rain, propelled by the heat wave, drenched half the room in blood. Shell casings clinked on the floor as he kicked aside a twitching torso and swiftly dashed into the corridor. The sound of embroidered shoes echoed from below, as a large group of musicians cried out, desperate to flee. In their haste, the strings of their pipa became ensnared around several of their fingers. The grenade launcher spun in Hanja's palm, and the explosive shockwave sent the weeping musicians flying, while guests standing at a distance were violently smashed against the walls. Hanja leaped directly in front of the grandest private room on the third floor, jubilantly obliterating the exquisite chamber. Let the second act of revelry commence. Time for a lively performance. He hurled 2 incendiary bombs, and amidst the flames, he swiftly drew a new submachine gun. Bullets pierced the intricately carved partitions, turning the affluent patrons in the other rooms, along with their tables and chairs, into a beehive of chaos. At that moment, a few guards, braving the flames and explosions, rushed forward, drawing their weapons in an attempt to confront Hanja. He smiled as he awaited their approach, leaning back to evade their sword strikes, then fired, shattering the chests of the first 3 assailants. The incendiary device ignited the silk curtains, while Hanja kicked over the 8 immortals' table to shield himself from a lateral assault. He swiftly aimed his firearm at an individual attempting to rush him, and in an instant, a gaping hole the size of a basin appeared in that person's body. A cacophony of screams erupted as everyone scrambled down the stairs and outside, the corners of the staircase echoing with the sound of frantic footsteps. Hanja hurled 2 grenades toward the second-floor staircase, the resulting explosion sending a throng of people tumbling. Shattered limbs broke through windows, and in the dimming twilight, the Bienha River mirrored the inferno raging within the white alum building. Hanju observed a severed head fly past him. With a smile, he drew his pistol and sent that head soaring beyond the plaque of the white alum building. On the first-floor stage, only the sound of the pipa remained amidst the sea of corpses and blood as Hanja crushed the railing and leaped down. Naturally, he did not forget to continue firing his weapon. 6 high-explosive rounds obliterated the stage and everything upon it, the violent shockwave shattering all the palace lanterns. Perfect. Now, let us enjoy the grand finale. With a grin, Hanja tossed a gasoline barrel, requiring no additional igniting, for the sparks from the bullets had already set the entire hall ablaze. Amidst the acrid stench, screams resonated from within and without the building, as a figure engulfed in flames began to run wildly. Hanja once again brandished his shotgun, propelling that individual outside and igniting the floral drapery of the outer corridor. Once no living beings remained inside, Hanja leisurely leaned against the scorching white marble column to reload. The entire white alum building was ablaze, sparks mingling with ash resembling paper money, drifting toward the twilight of Kaifeng City. People kept their distance, yet could not resist peering at the once-renowned tavern of Kaifeng. There are whispers of malevolent spirits clawing their way up from the depths of hell, intent on dragging the entire edifice down with them. Others assert that there are no such demons. Rather, the opulent white alum tower has blinded its inhabitants to the anguished cries of the impoverished populace outside. A divine retribution from above. The military has encircled the entire white alum tower, yet they dare not approach too closely, for the violent explosions and flames instill a chilling fear in their hearts. Amidst the inferno, a tall, slender figure becomes visible, prompting a trembling soldier to cower behind and inquire whether the rumors of demons are indeed true. The commanding officer mutters a few curses, though uncertainty gnaws at him as well. Before he can issue the order for a collective advance, a bomb hurtles through the air, reducing the group to mere fragments in an instant. Typically, one would expect a concluding ceremony filled with song. Hanja rubbed his hands together, his body marred with blood and singed by flames. Should anyone else lay eyes upon him, the claims of malevolence would undoubtedly be vindicated. After several minutes of contemplation, he relinquished his struggle. Forgive me, but my singing is rather off-key. You do better to listen to the screams. They are surely more melodious than my voice. Not long after arriving at this historical juncture, Hanji yearned to witness the spectacle of this city ablaze. This does not stem from a disdain for the Kaifeng prefecture or the Song dynasty. He simply harbored a desire to witness such a scene. The pipa player on the Bian River leaped into the water, yet she could not escape the violent shockwaves that would obliterate her form. As Hanja pressed onward, he felt the tendrils of hell extending further into the heart of Kaifeng with each step he took. Soon, the waters of the Bian River transformed in hue, illuminated by the flames, resembling the molten lava surging forth from the depths of the inferno. Blood stained the crevices of the blue bricks repeatedly, barely having time to coagulate before being consumed by the fire into charred remnants. He beheld numerous faces, both familiar and unfamiliar, some wailing amidst the flames, while others had been utterly dismembered. The dignitaries and nobles may have fled the Kaifeng prefecture, or perhaps they did not escape at all. Hanja had grown weary of noting the colors of their garments, ranging from gray to red, and from red to purple. The flames were too bright. He could only perceive an overwhelming sea of crimson. In the midst of this extreme chaos, he calmly fired a shot into his own palm. This place is no longer suited for tea. Let us drink something else instead. His hand was shattered into fragments. Yet Hanja found himself laughing. But it tastes terrible. Perhaps I shall forego it. Ha 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 ha. Surrounding him was a hellish landscape. Yet he finally experienced a rare sense of tranquility. This divine retribution was aimed at all present at this historical juncture, including himself. Chapter 63. Returned to the city. Hanja traversed the now hellish inner city of Kaifeng. He could not recall how many times he had walked through such a scene. It had nearly become an integral part of his daily existence. The piercing cries and wails from the previous night had dwindled to mere occasional echoes, as if heralding the demise of this city. Suddenly, he heard laughter. Initially, it was the laughter of an unfamiliar man, soon joined by a woman, and then several children. Ultimately, it culminated in a cacophony of laughter from thousands, blending together. It seemed the audience was quite pleased with this performance. Hanja gazed around, met only by a desolate expanse of charred ruins. The sole remnants of life were the birds soaring above. Those echoes of laughter would only manifest when his mind wandered into a void. The moment he sought the source of those sounds, they vanished without a trace. If he were still in the year 2139, it was likely that a psychiatrist would come to assess him, inscribing on his medical record, cerebral mental disorder. This condition is accompanied by auditory and visual hallucinations, often coupled with headaches, dizziness, memory decline, cognitive impairments, and various neurological symptoms. After all, from any perspective, he undeniably appeared to be a genuine madman. Yet, Hanja was acutely aware that he was not mentally ill. He was, in fact, remarkably sane. Perhaps the laughter stemmed from his massacre of the Kaifeng government, causing this historical juncture to unravel. Or perhaps it was a result of his numerous wounds. Having lost so much blood that his mind began to cloud, Hanja was indifferent. All he desired was to escape this city of death and carve a path to the next. The capital of Jiang'an would be an excellent choice. He had vowed to alleviate the suffering of all within this historical context, and he was known for honoring his word. As long as he traversed the avenue of Zhuke Gate, Hanja could leave this place and proceed to his next destination. Thus, he strode purposefully towards the city gate, disregarding the surrounding ruins and corpses. At the moment he crossed the gate, a faint smile graced his lips. Could this be deemed as completing the checkpoint? Suddenly, Hanja felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, reminiscent of the after-effects of significant blood loss, prompting him to close his eyes and gently massage his forehead with his still-functioning hand. As the sensation of dizziness gradually dissipated, he opened his eyes to find himself standing on a bustling street, flanked by low, ancient-style buildings, with a vast expanse of ruins directly ahead. It appeared that a magnificent skyscraper once graced this place, now reduced to mere remnants and ashes, its destruction a tragic sight. How lamentable! The Baifan building was a splendid landmark of Kaifeng, now inexplicably ravaged. Passers-by were pointing and whispering about the extensive ruins. Hanja suddenly recalled that he had just leaped to this historical juncture to conduct a leap test. In the next moment, the system's voice chimed in, "Esteemed executor, you have successfully arrived at the designated leap location. Identity configuration is complete. Please strive to accomplish your mission." Crimson letters materialized before Hanja, a hue that was both daunting and irresistibly captivating. Time, March 968. Location, the former Asian continent, Kaifeng Prefecture. Identity, Hanja. A native of Kaizhou in the northwest of the capital, born in the second year of the Kaiyan era. Having arrived in Kaifeng in the third year of the Qiande era, subsequently establishing a tea house. Primary task requirement, to live as the owner of a tea house for 3 months in the year 968. Other tasks available, none. Hanja swiftly perused the mission details, pondering whether 3 months felt rather excessive for a leap test. Regrettably, the system remained oblivious to his unvoiced thoughts and continued in its mechanical tone. Esteemed executor, the allotted duration for this mission is 92 days. Please complete the task within the designated time frame. After reflecting on the surprising opportunity to return to the Song dynasty and run a tea house, Hanja tossed a coin in his hand, a nearly new Zhou Yuan Tong Bao. Due to the current copper coin policy, this currency can no longer circulate normally within the Kaifeng prefecture. The memories of the original self mostly surfaced in Hanja's mind, encompassing the tranquil nuances of everyday life, so serene that he couldn't be bothered to ponder them further. Based on these recollections, Hanja returned to the entrance of his tea house. He felt quite content with his current identity, for he held a deep affection for this establishment. Though he could not quite grasp why, this scene struck him as oddly familiar. Shopkeeper, you're back. Has the Bai Fan Lu been completely destroyed? Oh, the fire that night was truly terrifying. A short, slender man approached the doorway, chattering away while offering Hanja a plate of pastries. Hanja recognized this man from his memories. He was a worker at the tea house named Li Yu. He was nimble and diligent, albeit prone to excessive chatter, often engaging others in idle conversation. It is indeed destroyed. I just want to take a look. And all that remains is a heap of ruins. Hanja picked up a flaky pastry from the plate and placed it in his mouth. Even the supporting pillars have collapsed. Such sheer devastation. He suddenly realized that his memories lacked any record of how the Bai Fan Lu had been destroyed. Was it because the original self hadn't gone to witness it? Hanja dismissed the thought. It was not of great significance. Noticing the shopkeeper's silence as he munched away, his colleague seized the opportunity to continue. Indeed, everyone claims it's divine retribution. Surely someone in the building must have committed a wrongdoing. Ha ha ha, perhaps that is the case. By now, a few patrons had entered the tea house, prompting Hanja to quickly finish his snack and join Li Yu in their bustling activities. Due to the destruction of the Bai Fan building, a considerable number of guests are now compelled to gather in small eateries and tea houses. This shift has resulted in an increase in patrons at Hanja's modest tea establishment. As he served a platter of fruits to a table of regulars, he pondered the current situation, realizing that with only Li Yu as his sole assistant, it was becoming increasingly challenging to manage. Perhaps if he had one more assistant. Suddenly, Hanja found himself lost in thought. How many assistants did his tea house actually have? 1 or 2? He surveyed the front hall, where he could only see Li Yu bustling about. Some guests began to inquire about the timing of their ordered snacks, prompting Hanja to rub his forehead in exasperation and swiftly approach them to pour tea. This recent transition was ostensibly far more formal than the last, yet it left him feeling somewhat disoriented. The scientists of the federal government were truly unreliable. He vowed to advocate for a more convenient and efficient method of transition upon his return. Complaints aside, Hanja knew he must first address the matters at hand, managing the tea house, recruiting new staff, and perhaps exploring opportunities for significant endeavors within the Kaifeng prefecture. After all, he had no desire to engage in the mundane and uneventful routine of running a business. The contents of his storage space were ample enough to allow for a grand display of fireworks in the prefecture, though the tallest building had already been destroyed. How splendid it would have been to fire a cannon from such heights. Hanja's expression turned wistful, prompting inquiries from curious patrons about his apparent distress. Noticing their concern, he smiled gently and reassured them, "Worry not. There is nothing to be concerned about." Chapter 64. The Art of Management According to Prior Intelligence. The salvation plan appears to be an exceedingly profound endeavor. Hanja has long since prepared himself to confront the terrifying and enigmatic deities that may arise at any moment. However, for the past few days, he has been obliged to assume the role of an honest and diligent tea house proprietor. His daily routine consists of either procuring supplies and organizing the storeroom or opening the establishment to attract patrons. Today unfolded just as any other day, with guests indulging in tea and poetry throughout the morning, while he and Li Yu busied themselves with serving tea. As midday passed, the bamboo curtains filtered in a languid sunlight. Seated behind the counter, Hanja felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, his fingertips unknowingly stained with ink. "Boss, boss." He was roused by the call of an assistant who stood before him, a familiar, lean figure hesitantly rubbing his hands together. "What is it? Do you wish for me to exchange your wages for Song Yuan Tongbao because your household is struggling to make ends meet?" Hanjo inquired with a smile, only to be momentarily taken aback. Why had he uttered such words? Liu had yet to explain the reason for his sudden summons. Oh, if the proprietor is willing to accommodate such a request, I would be more than happy to oblige, Liu chuckled amiably, then turned to point towards the entrance of the tea house. A few young ladies stood there, claiming to be former performers from the now-ruined Bai Fan building, inquiring if the establishment required any talents for music and song. Recalling the Bai Fan building, now a mere ruin, Hanja understood that many individuals who once worked there were now compelled to seek employment elsewhere. Those with a reputable standing would likely find no shortage of opportunities, whether in the households of the affluent or at other taverns, ensuring they could still earn a living. However, those who lack renown must be like the few outside, going door to door seeking opportunities for work. I understand now. Let them in so I can have a look. Hanja nodded, his gaze drifting towards the entrance. 3 young women holding musical instruments stood at the threshold, the lead figure in green attire cradling a pipa, its lacquered surface marred by charring. Noticing the proprietor's attention shifting towards them, she awkwardly spoke. Kind sir, the Bai Fan building was recently destroyed, and my sisters and I have nowhere to go. We require but a modest sum of copper coins for a place to perform. Hanja's keen eyes caught sight of her discreetly hiding her tattered sleeve behind her back as she spoke. Once Liu ushered them inside, Hanja languidly remarked, My tea house is rather small. We have no need for musicians. However, if you truly find yourselves without a refuge, you may stay. Before the trio could express their gratitude, he gestured towards their instruments. But might I request that you play a tune first to gauge your proficiency? Hanja, lacking any misplaced benevolence, had already discerned that the youngest among them had her fingers wrapped in burlap. It was likely for this reason that they had been unable to secure a place in a grand tavern to perform. Tears glimmered in the eyes of the green-clad woman as she gently caressed her younger sister's head, saying, There is no need for concern, kind sir. May we trouble you for a bowl of clean water? At Hanja's nod, Liu placed a coarse earthen bowl on the ground. The young girl nodded to her sister, then took a chopstick to lightly tap the rim and side of the bowl. The sound was surprisingly clear, cutting through the clamor of the marketplace. In the next moment, 2 other women placed their fingers delicately upon the pipa. The melodic chime of the ceramic bowl intertwining harmoniously with the pipa's resonant tones, akin to the sound of jade beads cascading onto a platter. Was this not the renowned pieced jade fragments from the famed Fan Tower? An elderly tea connoisseur by the window savored a generous sip of tea, his hand gently keeping time with the rhythm. For many patrons, it was the first time hearing such pipa melodies in this tea house, and their gaze was captivated. Suddenly, as all the guests were enveloped in the music, Hanja abruptly halted the performance. The woman in green turned pale. She had already faced rejection from several tea houses, and without a place to perform. Liu, serve them a pot of tea. Let me see. We can add 3 bamboo stools behind that screen, which will be just perfect for their performance. Once Hanja concluded his words, the woman in green bowed deeply to him along with her sister. In truth, Hanja could not discern the quality of the music. He had never encountered anyone whose musical skills were poorer than his own. He merely felt that, having returned to the Song dynasty to engage in a management simulation, it would be rather delightful to incorporate some performing NPCs into his tea house. He did not anticipate that this establishment would yield significant profits. Rather, he viewed it as a mere collection of experiences. After negotiating a fair price with the musicians, Hanja received their heartfelt gratitude once more. He generously declared that they could keep all the tips they earned, provided they played when he requested a song. Observing the smiling musicians, he felt a tinge of regret. If only he could hear them perform melodies from the year 2139. It would surely be a remarkable spectacle of the Northern Song dynasty. Yet, his own musical aptitude was abysmal, and he had never even encountered a musical score. Once all matters were settled, Hanja casually inquired of the green-clad pipa player, Do you know how the Bai Fan building was ultimately destroyed? The lively chatter and fragrant aroma of tea abruptly dissipated, replaced by the putrid scent of charred remains. Hanja found himself amidst a desolate expanse, littered with blackened corpses and severed limbs. A sun, tinged with crimson and black, hung ominously overhead, illuminating a half-buried, charred plaque. The characters upon the plaque writhed, momentarily transforming from Bai Fan building to various other establishments of Kaifeng. Innkeeper, are we open for business today? Something writhed within the shadows, and soon Hanja recognized it as Liu, a tea house attendant. To declare him human would be a misnomer. He resembled a grotesque assemblage of flesh, stitched together with countless threads. Suddenly, the sound of the pipa pierced the air, and Hanja turned to see the green-clad woman still clutching the scorched instrument. albeit now headless, with a severed tongue dangling from the neck, blood dripping onto the strings. A dancer, perched upon her shoulder, giggled gleefully. She was merely an upper half, as if violently torn asunder by some unseen force. As the Bai-Fan building blazed that fateful night, did the innkeeper still recall his whereabouts? More corpses began to rise from the ground, greeting Hanja as if they were neighbors exchanging amiable pleasantries or relatives extending warm salutations. Yet, Hanja remained motionless, calmly rooted in place. So, in truth, I have already dispatched you all? He suddenly laughed, raising his hand to grasp the headless pipa player's tongue. What a curious turn of events. Regrettably, I cannot recall. Let us proceed this way. I shall once again unleash my wrath upon you, to fortify my feeble memory. As I severed the tongues, I seized the pipa from the woman's embrace and brought it crashing down upon another's skull without hesitation. When the resonant sound of the pipa collided with the shattering of bone, I, Hanja, realized that perhaps I possessed some semblance of a musical inclination. After all, that sound was rather melodious and rhythmically compelling. Come forth, my dear demons, specters, and phantoms. I raise the shattered pipa and extend an invitation to all. As we commenced this delightful dance of mutual destruction. Chapter 65. Intertwined a warmth enveloped my hands, and I marveled at how these creatures had transformed into such monstrosities, their blood still exuding warmth. In the next moment, I found myself standing before the counter of the tea house, my hands drenched in tea. Shopkeeper, what has transpired? Li Yu exclaimed, witnessing my hands soaked in hot water, and hurriedly offered a piece of cloth to dry them. I remained still, fortunate that I had merely splashed my hands with hot water and had not engaged in any overtly outrageous behavior. The patrons around us cast a few glances before returning to their own affairs. The ruins, the blood, and the monsters had faded like ink dropped into a lake. Those memories swiftly diluted to mere remnants. Regardless of how I pondered, I could only grasp at elusive fantasies. Li Yu, do you remember how the Bai-Fan Tower met its demise? As his companion wiped the water stains from his hands with a cloth, Hanja spoke with an unusual calmness. I find myself struggling to recall the events of that day. If you remember, could you share with me what transpired? Although Li Yu was perplexed by Hanja's sudden inquiry, he began to recount earnestly. Oh, how could you not remember? That night was truly terrifying. Just how terrifying was it? Well, first, the fourth floor exploded, and everyone, including the courtesan, was turned into headless figures. Then the third floor also detonated, destroying all those once lavish private rooms. That does sound quite frightening. Was there anything else? Indeed, on the second floor, some individuals were even blown out of the windows. Good heavens, it was a scene with hands, feet, and heads flying everywhere. Li Yu gestured animatedly, attempting to mimic the horror of that day, though his exaggerated movements struck Hanja as somewhat comical. Hearing you recount it, it seems a truly grave incident unfolded. Absolutely. Moreover, a fire ignited on the second floor, and by the time it reached the first floor, a massive blaze erupted, engulfing the entire Bai-Fan building. As Li Yu finished speaking, a guest began to summon the tea attendant. Noticing that Hanja appeared unscathed, Li Yu set down the cloth and turned to continue his duties. Hanja, however, remained motionless at the counter, acutely aware that although he was within the bright and leisurely atmosphere of the tea house, everything around him felt increasingly unreal. The cacophony of voices, the crackling of charcoal, the sound of tea being poured, and the clinking of cups became a disordered symphony, as if the very world he inhabited was in a perpetual state of disintegration and reconstruction. Hanja felt himself to be the architect of the destruction of the Bai-Fan building, yet he possessed not a single fragment of memory from that fateful night. He had meticulously examined his storage space, finding the resources intact. He dismissed the notion that it was an issue of transit detection, although lacking concrete evidence. He trusted his instincts. The tea house exhibited no anomalies, nor did the streets beyond. The entire city of Kaifeng appeared as ordinary as a deceptive painting rendered on silk, scrutinized by critics with magnifying glasses, yet revealing no flaws. Hanja gazed at the sun outside, still blindingly bright, hanging in the sky and casting a golden glow. Li Yu, I have matters to attend to shortly. Please ensure the doors are locked tonight. Understood, master. You carry on with your business. The waiter, still bustling about, did not look up until Hanja stepped through the door, at which point he shouted after him, Do remember to hire another helper. The clientele is ever increasing. The departing figure did not glance back, but raised a hand in acknowledgement, signifying he would remember the request. Outside the city of Kaifeng, Hanja settled at a humble bean rice stall. It was still before the hour of Shan, and few patrons occupied the small eatery. He ordered the cheapest bowl of bean rice and, while awaiting his meal, lifted his gaze to observe the scene across the way. The forge opposite billowed with blue smoke, with sparks occasionally leaping onto the stone steps, only to be hastily extinguished by the feet of passers-by. In the distance, the gray tiles of the Bianhao wharf appeared somewhat indistinct. Though there was no fog, the view remained obscured. Hanja gazed toward the inner city of Kaifeng, where the towering walls concealed most of the structures, leaving only a few slightly taller buildings to timidly reveal their rooftops. In his eyes, those pavilions amalgamated into the remnants of some colossal, deceased beast, akin to a living sacrifice nailed to the ruins. He felt as though he stood before a city long dead. Yet the throngs of passers-by were vibrantly alive, so vivid that if he were to raise his gun and indiscriminately shoot a few individuals, their blood could flow across the ground for quite a distance. Would quantum leap damage a person's mind? Hanja inquired of the system, but received no response. Perhaps his question bore little significance. Thus, he merely smiled, lifted the bowl of bean rice that the vendor had just served, and casually shoveled several large mouthfuls into his mouth. Once the bowl was empty, Hanja tossed a few copper coins aside and strode purposefully towards the labor recruitment center. He had promised Li Yu that he would find a new assistant, and he was a man of his word. In less than half an hour, he selected a diligent and honest worker. Generously, he offered a wage higher than that of his competitors, evoking expressions of envy among those not chosen. All right, you shall begin work early tomorrow. After discussing the arrangements with the newly hired assistant, Hanja cheerfully provided him with the address of the tea house. As the hour approached the third watch of the evening, people gradually commenced their second meal of the day. When he turned once more to gaze at the inner city of Kaifeng, everything had transformed again. Before him, the Kaifeng prefecture resembled a desolate city, its once mighty walls reduced to ruins, leaving behind a landscape of devastation. Scattered throughout were fragmented corpses, mingled with dark crimson blood and charred remnants. The small town beside him had also transformed. All that remained were the deceased and the debris. The vendor of rice and beans had been shattered into several pieces, one of which lay precisely upon the table where he had dined. Hanja, undeterred by the grim tableau, calmly retraced his steps along the path he had taken. It was still early spring, and even in the afternoon, a chill lingered in the air. Soon, he noticed something glinting among the grass by the city gate. Reaching out, he probed the underbrush and discerned the texture of the object, cold, hard, and smooth, unmistakably a man-made artifact. Hanja retrieved it from the thicket and cradled it in his palm. It was a bullet casing. Suddenly, a chuckle escaped his lips as he gripped the casing tightly and rose to his feet, resolutely moving towards the ruins within the city. As he approached the bustling Zhuke Gate Street, the scene before him shifted once more. The marketplace was alive with the clamor of dinner hour. Vendors shouting amidst the fragrant mingling of simmering spices and lamb dishes wafting from the stalls. There were no ruins, no corpses, no bloodied horrors. Those harrowing images seemed to dissolve into mere figments of Hanja's imagination. A familiar patron from the tea house spotted the tea shop owner in the midst of the street and jovially called him over to share a meal. Hanja lifted his gaze, nodding and smiling in acknowledgement, then opened his clenched fist. The bullet casing remained securely nestled in the palm of his hand. Chapter 66. The Eternal Chaos. Let us envision a scenario. Imagine a place where, at intervals, it transforms into a desolate wasteland strewn with corpses. Would you not question whether this is merely a figment of your imagination? Perhaps it is the result of some malady that has rendered you insane. Yet, what if you could retrieve something from the ruins, be it a decayed object, the flesh or bones of the deceased, and bring them into a serene and warm existence? Would you still perceive these shifting scenes as manifestations of some cerebral affliction? In the third month of the 6th year of the Qiande era, a massacre unfolded upon the Shengping Bridge within the city of Kaifeng. A tea house proprietor suddenly erupted into uncontrollable laughter, subsequently embarking on a spree of slaughter against all those who lived in proximity. Prior to this horrific event, the proprietor was unknown to all except a few regular patrons. And thereafter, no one could recall his visage, for the inhabitants of Kaifeng perished, leaving only a handful to escape, none of whom could remember the face of the butcher. Thus, this atrocity went unrecorded in any meaningful sense. Hanja understood from the outset that the so-called leap detection was nothing but a farce. How could the federal government treat a deranged murderer with kindness? Even if he were truly of use at present, he ought to be dispatched to the most dreadful of places for his tasks. Everything he was experiencing felt profoundly abnormal. Perhaps he was indeed losing his sanity. Or perhaps there was an issue with his leap. If those individuals intended to consign me directly to such a place, that might, in fact, be preferable. He laughed maniacally, drawing forth an array of weapons from his storage space, and unleashed a frenzy of slaughter upon the unsuspecting populace. If he must traverse between two worlds, why not transform both into a singular visage? If both are but mountains of corpses and oceans of blood, then what does it matter how they change? As for whether he has truly succumbed to madness, or if it is this world that has lost its sanity, does such a concern hold any significance for him? He merely needs to seize his weapon and slay any adversary that dares to appear before him. That alone suffices. To demolish structures, eliminate passers-by, and massacre soldiers. Hanja felt that even if he were to repeat this act hundreds of times, he would never grow weary of such exhilaration. Naturally, it would be even more gratifying if his opponents were a rival army of equal might. He relished in inflicting destruction upon life, and even more so, he cherished the prospect of others obliterating his own existence. By the time the last head burst before his eyes, the city of Kaifeng had transformed into a desolate hellscape. He no longer needed to worry about whether the scenery would suddenly shift to a wasteland of death. Regardless of how the transition occurred, the vista would yield no further variation. Hanja calmly reclined upon the ground, mingling with the corpses that surrounded him. The sky remained a striking blue, and the sun hung motionless above, akin to an eternal eye fixated upon him. Had the slaughter persisted for an entire night? He found it difficult to recall. Engrossed in the act of firing, Hanja had paid little heed to the passage of time. Yet, judging by the sun's position, either time had come to a complete standstill, or a full 12 hours had elapsed. The city of Kaifeng lay in profound silence, and Hanja reclined on the ground, savoring the rare tranquility that enveloped this forsaken place. My friend, soon there will be no more of those who incessantly scream at the top of their lungs. Isn't it touching? Hanja turned over, and less than 2 meters away from him lay a charred skeleton. The skeleton offered no response to his inquiry, prompting Hanja to stifle a laugh. However, he quickly ceased when he was suddenly enveloped by the sound of weeping. The cries were not particularly loud, yet they were continuous, and it was difficult to discern whether they belonged to a man or a woman. Oh dear, have I inadvertently overlooked someone? Hanja rose to his feet, gripping his submachine gun once more. Do not weep, do not weep. I shall come to you forthwith. As he meandered about, he found the current situation rather peculiar. What was strange was that he could not ascertain the source of the weeping. Initially, the sound emanated from the west, but as he approached, it shifted to the east. Upon reaching the east, it then transitioned to the south. Hanja persistently followed the sound of the cries, until he returned to the very spot where he had initially reclined. The skeleton beside him remained curled up, as if still scorched by the flames. This time, he discerned the origin of the weeping. It came from below and above. Furthermore, the noise intensified and became increasingly chaotic, transforming from an individual's lament into the relentless wails of countless souls. Soon, these sounds enveloped Hanja, leaving him with no sensation beyond the cacophony of cries. The entire world faded to gray, and he perceived a figure emerging from the distant sky. Hanja struggled to articulate what that entity was. It resembled nothing less than a swirling mass of impenetrable darkness. The sun has been supplanted. Now, suspended in the heavens, hangs a crimson eye, split into 3 segments, ablaze in a manner akin to the sun itself. He stands still, gazing at the mass of darkness, which has grown to a size that obscures the sky. If previously, in the presence of the remnants of Graki, Hanja could still sense madness, now he finds himself enveloped in an unparalleled tranquility. He feels nothing, neither madness nor anger nor fear. Everything that constitutes his being has been reduced to meaningless dust by the encroaching blackness. In a sense, this is what it means to be utterly shattered. What exactly is this mass of darkness? Hanja cannot discern. All he perceives is the most primal chaos. He understands that there exists a fundamental difference between them. This darkness wanders through all space and time in the universe, weeping, laughing, devouring, and howling incessantly. The will of every being, even that of the cosmos itself, pales in comparison to this entity. It embodies chaos itself. A voice, or perhaps something else, whispers in Hanja's ear, "Is this moment you are currently experiencing truly real, or merely a fabrication of your mind?" When you utter the phrase, "I am still alive," does this "I" refer to the present you, or to the you of 3 seconds ago? If time could indeed flow backward, would every instant conceal countless ways to perish? Can he truly grasp the meaning of these words? Or are they, in fact, devoid of significance? Hanj only feels that he is now but dust. No. At this moment, he is nothing at all. Before being overwhelmed by unparalleled despair, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Is this the true deity that parasitically dwells in history? Moments so brief that time itself struggled to quantify them passed, and Hanja found everything before him fading into oblivion. He discovered himself standing on a bustling street, with an unfinished colorful building not far ahead. Realization dawned upon him. He had come for a leap detection. Having just been transported to the Northern Song Dynasty in the year 968. Executor, you have successfully arrived at the designated leap location. Identity configuration is complete. Please strive to survive and please him. Survive, survive, survive. The system's voice resonated, gradually distorting to a point of incomprehensibility, as crimson letters appeared before Hanja's eyes. Time: Year 9, 3773-2929, Month 3738. Location: Original Asian continent. Survive, survive, please him. Identity: Hanja, from Kaizhou in the northwestern part of the capital. Born in the 2nd year of Kaiyun. Please him, survive, survive. Primary task requirement: survive, please him, survive, survive. Go forth and exalt his name. Chapter 67. Methodically, this bizarre distortion flickered momentarily, and soon everything returned to normal. Hanja gazed at the red letters before him. They bore no distinction from the usual. Time: Year 968, Month 3. Location: Original Asian continent, Kaifeng Prefecture. Identity: Hanja, from Kaizhou in the northwestern part of the capital, born in the 2nd year of Kaiyun. Residing in Kaifeng Prefecture since the 3rd year of Qianda, subsequently opening a tea house. Primary task requirement: live for 3 months as the proprietor of a tea house in 968. Other tasks that can be accomplished: none. The system's voice sounded normal, coldly announcing as the red text faded. Executor, the allotted time for this task is 92 days. Please complete the task within the designated period. Hanja stood still, perhaps immobilized by the peculiarity of the recent distortion, tightly grasping the Zhou Yuan coin in his hand, turning to walk towards the location of the tea house from his memories. He felt an absurd instinct urging him to do nothing, to quietly run the tea house, and to wait for the passage of 92 days before observing what would transpire. This was quite contrary to his nature. Confronted with such a lengthy and seemingly meaningless task, his initial impulse would typically be to seek some amusement. Yet, every cell in his body insisted, you should do nothing. Hanja had always trusted his instincts, which had spared him from numerous dangers. This time, the transition appeared utterly ordinary. A commonplace ancient city, ordinary townsfolk, a task so devoid of ripples. Merely a transition assessment. Was it? The tea house registered under his identity seemed rather pleasant. Had Hanja been a more compliant individual, he might have found solace in such tranquility. No honest person would dislike a tea house like this. It appeared sturdy, unpretentious, yet evoked a deep-seated fondness. Hanja did not step inside the tea house. Instead, he remained 7 or 8 meters away from the entrance, silently gazing at the structure. In his eyes, the tea house resembled a kind of black hole. Perhaps I should not step inside. I ought to turn and leave this place, journeying to the southern regions, to the land of Jiangnan. Hanja began to lose himself in reckless thoughts, for he only needed to enter the tea house and embark on a 3-month journey of business cultivation. He could even host a grand revelry in this city, igniting the entire Kaifeng prefecture. No one could thwart him. A man from the year 968 would merely be flesh in the face of future firearms. Those rather rudimentary armors would offer no defense against the relentless barrage of bullets, let alone the fact that he could concoct various explosives at will. The prospect of unleashing chaos was exceedingly simple, with a mere shift in thought. He could immediately pursue his desires. Yet, apart from his fervent thoughts, every other part of his being vehemently opposed such actions. It was best to run the tea house, for in 3 months, it would all come to an end. If his flesh could articulate, it would repeatedly echo this sentiment. Hanja did not enter the tea house. Instead, he wandered aimlessly along the nearby streets. With the aid of equipment, this transition granted him a far clearer memory than before. He now knew the streets surrounding the tea house like the back of his hand. Nevertheless, he felt as though he were merely treading in circles. For this place was no longer the familiar territory of him or his original self. It had transformed into a realm that would not permit anyone to depart, a veritable underworld. Each time he turned, the entrance of the tea house loomed silently about 10 meters away, watching him intently. This sensation was profoundly strange, filling Han Zhe with a tumult of irritation and confusion. Why was he compelled to act in a manner so uncharacteristic of himself? With a sigh, Han Zhe pondered whether those scientists had tampered with his mind. Rubbing his temples, he finally resolved to enter the tea house. Strolling aimlessly outside was not a solution. He needed to comprehend the origin of his peculiar intuition. As he stepped inside, the sun was merely a few steps away from the horizon, preparing to draw the night down like a curtain. The foyer of the tea house housed only 3 tables of patrons, attended by a lean and diminutive man. Han Zhe recognized him as Li Yu, one of the tea house's assistants, known for his efficiency. The establishment employed 2 assistants, with a third, surnamed Chun, currently on leave due to family matters. Upon the proprietor's return, Li Yu courteously nodded in acknowledgement before turning back to serve the guests. Having acquired the role of the tea house's proprietor, Han Zhe had come to understand the nature of this assistant, a taciturn individual who preferred labor to conversation. It must be said that Han Zhe appreciated such individuals, especially when undertaking certain tasks. They tended to be far more reliable than others. However, this trait bore its drawbacks. Inquiring about information relied solely on his own efforts. One could hardly expect a reticent person to engage in lively conversation. Returning to the counter, Han Zhe noted that, being situated on the western back streets of the city, the tea house attracted few customers. Even with just one assistant, they could manage quite well. Li Yu, he called, suddenly at a loss for words. Why had he called him over so abruptly? Han Zhe found it peculiar. He believed Li Yu ought to initiate the conversation instead. However, the attendant merely gazed up at him in silence, seemingly awaiting the forthcoming command from the proprietor. Do remember to retrieve the new tea I ordered in 2 days. There is an esteemed guest hosting a tea gathering. Ultimately, he expressed this singular thought, observing the attendant nod in silence. As the sun completely vanished from the sky, both the tea connoisseurs and the attendant departed from the tea house. He, alone, locked the shop's door and ventured into the empty space of the backyard. Standing beneath the starry sky, a fleeting thought suddenly flickered through Han Zhe's mind, akin to a spark illuminating the boundless darkness, the source of my perplexity and agitation. And my reluctance to enter the tea house, is it fear? Indeed, it is fear. Having long forgotten the essence of fear, I find myself unable to concretely grasp it, which compels me to evade it all. Yet, fear is an innate facet of human nature, etched deep within our genes. Even if one has never experienced panic from birth until old age, it does not simply vanish. What is he afraid of? A tedious transition assessment? Or is he troubled by the notion that this endeavor may not bring him joy? Such notions are absurd. How could these trivialities evoke the most primal fears of humanity? For reasons unknown, this thought dissipated as swiftly as it had come, along with all the preceding unpleasant emotions evaporating from Han Zhe's mind. Standing vacantly in the pitch-black backyard, he could not recall the notion that had just crossed his mind. He was merely set to undergo a mundane transition assessment, with no intentions to act, patiently awaiting 3 months to return to the year 2139 and then reconsider. Chapter 68. The completion of the test. The days spent running the tea house passed with remarkable swiftness, almost as if one were engaged in a simple computer game, merely requiring one to procure goods, craft items, and subsequently sell them. Before Han Zhe could fully comprehend the situation, he received a system notification indicating the completion of his task and that he could transition back to the year 2139. These 3 months had been exceedingly mundane, so much so that they scarcely left a trace of memory in his mind. He sat in the desolate conference room, awaiting the system to transport him back to 2139. The system was calculating the progress of the executor's task. Days spent, 92. This time, no rewards were granted to him, and Han Zhe felt indifferent. He had encountered nothing of interest, even less than during his previous engagements as a mere tool. Thus, he naturally insisted that the system expedite his return. As the transition to the designated location commenced, the countdown began. 3, 2. When the data stream dissipated, Han Zhe once again beheld a plethora of high-tech machinery and the expressionless scientist, Aaron. The transition check was complete, and the quantum engine continued to hum. Yet Aaron had not finished her sentence. However, Han Zhe had already seized Aaron by the collar, forcefully pressing her against a massive apparatus behind her. She had not even discerned when the man had risen to lunge at her. The fabric of her protective suit was gripped so tightly by Hanja that it emitted a tearing sound, and the laboratory surveillance system quickly detected the altercation, triggering a piercing alarm. "What gives you the audacity to confront me alone?" Hanja tilted his head towards the desolate laboratory, realizing that indeed, he was alone. Had your followers abandoned you? Are scientists merely paranoid misanthropes devoid of affection? The glasses slipped down to Erin's nose, revealing the dark circles beneath her eyes. This scientist appeared to be a frequent sufferer of insomnia. She bent her knees, attempting to strike Hanja in the abdomen, but before she could make contact, he seized her by the neck. "Cough. You will release me immediately." Hanja suddenly relinquished his grip on Erin. Stepping back with the agility of a creature of the wild, he observed as the scientist staggered into the control panel. Simultaneously, 3 red dots from laser sights illuminated his chest, and the laboratory's security system initiated its countdown. A distinct lack of humor enveloped the atmosphere. Hanja spread his arms and spun around, taking a moment to inhale the air. The scent of jasmine was rather pleasant. Erin tugged at her collar, fully aware that her neck would undoubtedly bear large crimson marks. Ignoring these blemishes, she proceeded directly to the biological scanning chamber. "Lie down." With a smile, Hanja reclined into the scanning pod, and the holographic screen displayed a translucent image of his organs, revealing no apparent issues. His bodily structure was entirely normal. The scientists silently examined the various readings when Hanja abruptly drew a dagger, inserting it into the crevice of the control panel, the blade dangerously close to Erin's retreating fingers. "I sincerely apologize. This journey has not afforded me the opportunity to bring you a souvenir. Perhaps you might consider slicing a piece of my flesh for your research? I am not particularly interested in studying radiation contamination." "Is that so? What a pity." The countdown of the security defense system halted at the final 2 seconds, and Hanja let out a low chuckle from his throat. "You should have allowed me to proceed just now." He tilted his head, assessing the torn collar of Erin's attire. "This new look suits you better than the dead fish expression." Erin placed the blood sample into the centrifuge, her voice devoid of any inflection. "Next time, I shall recommend the Council deploy mute test subjects." Her fingers glided swiftly across the touchscreen, ensuring that every aspect of the examination was meticulously attended to. "Once the physical examination is complete, you may leave this place." At last, Erin pressed the emergency discharge button, and a disinfectant sprayed from the crevice of the control panel, washing away all traces. As she approached the door, Hanja suddenly turned, seizing a test tube and hurling it to shatter the nearest surveillance camera, amidst the scattering shards of glass. He bowed like an actor taking a final bow. "Thank you for everything you've done for me. Do remind the next fellow that jasmine-scented anesthetic is preferred." Upon returning to his apartment with the soldiers, Hanja bid farewell to his taciturn companion with a smile. He held a certain admiration for the vigilance of the federal government, although it did little to deter his frequent whims of wanting to obliterate several seemingly expensive buildings. The only thing that could restrain his impulses were the superweapons he had yet to acquire. Dying before he could play with them would be a pity. He hoped the next leap would grant him access to the appropriate materials. Standing before the sink, Hanja vigorously splashed cold water on his face. He pondered whether proposing a journey to perilous locations would align with the federal government's desires. However, engaging in trivial games during such a mundane historical juncture was far from what he desired. Night had fallen, and outside the apartment, a torrent of neon lights surged against the glass facade, while billboards projected illusions of genetic beauty. Hanja observed the automatic doors of the convenience store below, opening and closing with the ebb and flow of passers-by, and an impulse to descend and procure a new bottle of whiskey struck him. It was at that moment that a sudden knock echoed through the air. Thud, 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 gentle and courteous, reminiscent of a novice salesman embarking on his first venture to peddle insurance. Alas, Hanja was well aware that no such salesman would come seeking him. It was far more likely that the federal government was concocting some new scheme. Must they hasten to summon me for another quantum leap? How absurd, he mused, all the while smiling as he opened the door. He was taken aback, standing immobile. At the threshold stood a tall man clad in a gray suit, possessing a gentle visage, yet with remarkably dark skin. "Good evening, Mr. Hanja," the man greeted with a smile, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. "It is a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Harry Patton, a carnival salesman." Hanja found himself questioning whether he had misheard or if the federal government had truly lost its senses. Had they truly dispatched a carnival salesman to seek him out? Was this his code name, or did the federal government employ individuals with a penchant for dry humor? Leaning against the doorframe, Hanja scrutinized the man before him. For reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling familiarity about this Harry, as if his features were somewhat indistinct. The visage of that dark countenance occasionally resembled that of an ancient pharaoh, at times exuding an enchanting allure, and for a fleeting moment, Hanja felt as though he bore an uncanny resemblance to Harry. He sincerely hoped that his mind had not been adversely affected by quantum leaps. No, you are mistaken, Harry remarked, placing his hand upon his chest and offering a slight bow to Hanja. I have no connection with the federal government. My visit is entirely voluntary. Are you suggesting that you managed to evade those stringent surveillance measures, alongside multiple layers of military-grade security, merely to knock on my door and peddle carnival supplies? Indeed, sir, that is precisely the case. Well then, provide me with an employee number. And should the federal government ever host a competition for the best cold joke employee, I shall certainly cast my vote for you. This remark elicited an even brighter smile from Harry. Your words bring me great joy, yet I assure you, I have no substantive ties to the federal government. Before Hanja could respond, Harry snapped his fingers. This setting is not conducive to our discourse. Allow me to escort you to a more splendid venue. Hanja held a firm confidence in both his vision and memory, yet he could not quite recall how he had arrived at this place. Now, we may engage in a conversation, my dear friend, Harry said, seating himself across the tea table from Hanja with a smile. Meanwhile, a tea shop attendant was pouring tea for them. Hanja recognized the attendant and was familiar with this tea establishment. He had returned to the Northern Song dynasty in the year 968. Chapter 69. The Carnival Salesman. For a fleeting moment, Hanja contemplated drawing his weapon and firing at the man before him, cloaked in darkness. Yet, he understood that such an act would likely bear no significance. The being in front of him was probably not human, or perhaps not any entity known to humanity. Have you transported me back to the year 968? Or have I never left this place at all? Hanja sat calmly at the tea table, observing as Harry pushed a plate of delicacies towards him. My friend, this is of little consequence. For you and me, there is no distinction between the two, is there? The dark man maintained a smile, one that mirrored the expression often worn by Hanja himself. He began to find this grin not only repugnant, but increasingly peculiar. This was the early Northern Song dynasty. Yet he and Harry were dressed incongruously, one in jeans and a white hoodie, the other in a gray suit. They were as out of place as a street thug playing video games within a traditional ink painting of ancient landscapes. Yet, those around them remained oblivious. Others engaged in conversation, recited poetry, and shared their life stories. Hanja raised his teacup and took a sip, the flavor identical to what he remembered. Very well. Since I have arrived here, should you not disclose your intentions? He continued to grasp a few pieces of pastry, recalling that these were confections he had offered when managing his tea house, though he had never particularly enjoyed their taste. Harry's smile remained unwavering. Indeed, my friend. As I mentioned before, I'm a carnival salesman. The dim sum was picked up and then returned to the plate by Hanja. While Harry remained oblivious to this action, I have come to see you for but one purpose, to promote my carnival merchandise. Were it not for the peculiar strength of the individual before him, Hanja might have genuinely believed that he was conversing with a dedicated salesman, one who would brave the chaos of gunfire to sell life insurance on the battlefield. In truth, the situation was quite similar. Regardless of what Harry represented, he was indeed fulfilling the role of a salesman with remarkable finesse. Ha, splendid. Hanja chuckled dryly a couple of times, facing Harry with open hands. So, what do you wish to recommend to me? Fireworks and streamers? Or perhaps some tedious clown boxes? If those props align with your interests, I shall certainly include them in my inventory. Very well. Do add a few balloons and carnival masks as well. Such a reasonable request would surely be accommodated. Although the entire exchange appeared utterly absurd, Hanja sat calmly in a tea house of the Northern Song dynasty, engaging in amiable conversation with a non-human salesman. After the attendant replenished their tea for the second time, Hanja finally steered the conversation back on track. What is it you wish to sell me? He also contemplated inquiring why someone who was no longer human would still be in need of money. But he quickly realized that the other party might not be seeking such a trivial pursuit from him. Regardless of whether he truly transported him back to the Northern Song dynasty or merely orchestrated a grand illusion, the abilities exhibited by Harry could undoubtedly procure vast wealth directly from the federal government. Whether in need of currency or resources, one should not trivialize this insignificant madman mercenary. His current financial means are utterly inadequate. I am delighted that you finally posed this question. Harry's smile broadened. stretching so wide that the corners of his mouth nearly grazed his ears. I am confident that you will find my offerings intriguing. Hanja's body tensed. Harry's grin appeared as if it might split his face in two. It was the first time he had witnessed a smile expand to such an extent. Am I to find it intriguing? Is it some form of weaponry? Regrettably, it is not. The salesman maintained his peculiar smile, asserting that you already possess the power to command all weaponry, and there is no need for me to add to your arsenal. The atmosphere once again descended into an unusual silence, one that felt distinctly abnormal, as the surrounding tea patrons continued their conversations and pedestrians outside the door came and went. Yet, Hanja sensed an inexplicable stillness between himself and Harry. It seems you know everything. What exactly do you intend to do? My dear friend, as I have stated, I am here to market my wares. Harry retrieved an item from the pocket of his suit and placed it upon the now empty pastry dish. When had the dish become empty? Hanja recalled not having touched the food, and Harry had remained motionless throughout. However, the plate now lay empty, save for remnants of food and the object placed upon it. It was an eyeball, still stained with blood. A sudden, excruciating pain shot through his left eye socket as Hanja reached up to his face, feeling his hand warm with blood. His left eye had been removed by Harry and displayed as a grotesque carnival prize on the plate. Apologies, I seem to have taken the wrong item. Please allow me to return it. Hanja covered his left eye, wincing in pain as he watched Harry slip the eyeball back into his suit pocket. His eye was restored, although blood still clung thickly to half his face. The pain subsided, and his vision returned to clarity. Another object was placed back onto the plate, nestled against the blood-stained food debris. This is the merchandise I intended to present to you. Do take a look. Hanja lifted his gaze, discerning the items upon the plate, the most striking of which was a letter largely soaked and darkened by blood. The handwriting had become indistinct, yet it bore the unmistakable style of the Song dynasty. Beside the letter lay a broken blade, its edge riddled with nicks, though merely a fragment. It clearly had endured countless trials and tribulations. Do you find any necessary connection between these two items and the carnival? Hanja paid no heed to the blood staining his face. He reached for the letter, attempting to decipher the characters inscribed upon it. Yet, the blood-soaked areas overwhelmed him, rendering the writing a chaotic blur. He chuckled softly, then took the damaged blade and shattered the letter into fragments. What significance do these items hold for you? Harry remained unperturbed by Hanja's actions, merely gazing at him with a smile. After the blade was cast aside by Hanja, the salesman finally spoke. Of course. There is significance. These two items are part of the merchandise. Part of it? Indeed, my dear friend. So, you intend to offer me a stack of letters and an entire set of knives? This query received no response from the salesman before him, and Hanja increasingly perceived the man sitting across from him as something insubstantial. It was challenging for him to articulate the sensations he experienced while seated face-to-face with Harry, especially in such an eerie setting. If confronting the madness of the groggy remnants distorted all that was visible, then the disquiet Hanja felt now eluded description in conventional terms. Everything around him appeared to function normally, yet it felt as if it were suspended in an eternal stillness. Hanja endeavored to discern a flaw in the surrounding scene, but each time he shifted his gaze, a peculiar texture seemed to creep into his mind through his retina. When he could no longer endure these sensations and wished to terminate the stifling conversation, the salesman opposite him suddenly erupted into an unbearable fit of laughter. Chapter 70. A Commodity Named Chaos. Hanja had once chanced upon an old film in a city a millennium hence, in an age where one is compelled to utilize specific projectors and film reels, meticulously displaying images frame by frame on a grand screen. This cinematic form has become a rarity, even in a post-apocalyptic world. Humanity has devised an array of entertainments, ranging from ethereal projections to virtual realities. Individuals may opt to don a headset to immerse themselves in a private cinematic experience or engage in a game that allows them to relish the thrill of combat or the excitement of unraveling enigmas. Film reels and projectors have become relics, relegated to the confines of museums. Should anyone express a desire to witness a film in the projector format, they would likely be regarded by others as nostalgic or whimsically eccentric. Hanja found himself at a loss as to why he had watched such a film, unable to recall its content. Yet, at this moment, he could not suppress his thoughts, which once again conjured images of scenes shifting frame by frame. The environment he now inhabited felt akin to being thrust into such an antiquated film. Countless images swept before his eyes, resembling the unfurling of a reel chronicling myriad events. He beheld a fierce battle along the banks of the Qinhuai River, where hundreds of thousands of soldiers clashed violently. He witnessed a man of high standing, dejectedly exiting a city, proclaiming his defeat and the downfall of his nation. He saw a woman shouting from behind the ranks as soldiers advanced southward. Subsequently, they halted before a city where a messenger approached and a gathering of people convened to sign a pact. He observed the emergence of a new currency circulating. While precious copper and iron resources were conserved, transformed into tools and weapons. In the scene, a spirited man reappears, proclaiming a certain reform with the emperor's endorsement. He once again witnesses a war, this time more populous and brutal. This battle culminates in victory, forcing the opposing side to seek peace. These images swiftly flash before Hanja's eyes, offering no option to pause or rewind. Ultimately, the scene freezes once more at the Kaifeng prefecture. However, compared to the year 968, this depiction of Kaifeng appears more prosperous yet simultaneously decayed. Do not misconstrue, the city harbors no eerie or sanguinary elements. Merely an exquisitely crafted ancient metropolis. Yet, Hanja perceives this city as precarious, as if a mere push from his hand could effortlessly reduce it to ruins. He senses a stifling and tense atmosphere pervading the entirety of Kaifeng Prefecture, though the people strive to maintain a facade of pretentious nobility. Much like those who, devoid of merit and reliant solely on lineage, occupy lofty positions, they believe that by preserving an outward semblance of dignity, they can remain untainted forever. Hanja need not personally sever their heads. A distant shot into the sky would suffice to shatter their composure, rendering them more distraught than any commoner. Soon, he comprehends the source of his sentiments towards Kaifeng. He observes the army, split into two factions, galloping forth from afar, poised to tear the entirety of Kaifeng Prefecture asunder with just a few more strides. Hanja has awakened to the impending events that are about to unfold. In the library of the year 2139, as well as in the records of the Faoqi Atlas, this renowned historical event is vividly documented. It is known as the humiliation of Jinkong. Even from a cursory glance at the written accounts, Hanja could grasp the profound despair associated with this disgrace. He dedicated a considerable amount of time to studying this period of history, expressing the utmost disdain for the two emperors of that era. Hanja relished chaos and destruction, yet he found the cowardice of those deemed worthless utterly repugnant. He could not comprehend how someone could already be an emperor and still submit to such a humiliating surrender that stripped away national dignity. Similarly, he was perplexed as to why he was suddenly witnessing these scenes and how events would unfold thereafter. However, it was evident that some presence had no intention of merely allowing him to view a historical documentary. A voice resonated in Hanja's ear, laced with an unbearable mirth. "My dear friend, this is the first item I wish to present to you. You may call it the shame of chaos. I see it. And then what? Do you wish for me to observe this history play out before my eyes?" Hanja decided to abandon any attempts to decipher Harry's thoughts. Realizing such efforts would likely be futile, those who could comprehend their mindset could no longer be regarded as human. "No, I wish for you to understand. Although I find this chaos satisfying, it is not the reason I intend to recommend it to you as a commodity. So why show this to me? Because I find it truly delightful to encounter you." Harry's voice resonated with a buoyant cheerfulness. Perhaps he genuinely believed that Hanja aligned with his preferences, or perhaps he was merely pursuing a more profound chaos. Yet, who could truly ascertain? Humanity remained oblivious to the slightest possibility of understanding him. Hanja chose silence, deeming his response insignificant, for he had long since acclimated to the immutable nature of his reality. "Thus, I entrust this tumultuous tale to you, allowing you to weave a new narrative from it." Presently, he preferred to consider himself deaf, unaware of whether Harry could articulate thoughts directly within his mind, though the answer was undoubtedly affirmative. "So, is all this commotion merely an attempt to compel me to rectify this humiliating chapter of history?" Had Hanja the ability to move, or rather, to move with greater freedom, he would not hesitate to gesture a middle finger to the void, questioning whether Harry truly perceived himself as a benevolent deity, incapable of witnessing human suffering. A perplexing inquiry arises. "Why would you presume I harbor malice towards humanity?" Harry continued to chuckle, and although Hanja could not see his face, he was nearly certain that this twisted and peculiar being was indeed laughing. Thus, he offered a smile in return. "Very well. I shall regard you as the fairy godmother of XX, come to rescue me from my plight. Mr. Hanja, if you find this perspective more palatable, I shall raise no objections." Abandoning such lines of thought is indeed the correct approach. Hanja truly felt at a loss for words. He could not discern whether Harry genuinely wished to rescue the historical calamity or simply desired to vex him. The mad mercenary. Well then, shall you cast me into that historical juncture? He inquired, his fingers twitching slightly. For someone from a future abundant in resources and weaponry, resolving the historical tragedy around 1125 would be a trivial endeavor. However, Harry evidently harbored ulterior motives. No, my dear friend. You are not to venture to this singular historical point. The merchant's tone shifted to one of mockery towards Hanja. You are to traverse two historical nodes simultaneously. Do not forget, there is more than one item at stake. Chapter 71. Blood and tears. After Harry uttered this declaration, the scene of Kaifeng began to unfold. Hanja remained silent, observing as time progressed, a myriad of tales unfurling before him like a canvas. He beheld an emperor abandoning Kaifeng in flight, all arrangements in the two rivers forsaken. Upon reaching Hangzhou, the emperor executed loyal ministers and exiled virtuous scholars. The populace and soldiers wailed in a hellish existence. While the emperor indulged in revelry within his opulent chambers, summoning beautiful women for his pleasure, he witnessed an elder meticulously studying military texts, leading troops into battle. A young general stood steadfastly alongside the elder, defending their stronghold, repeatedly facing life and death struggles. Though only a fleeting glimpse, Hanja comprehended that the elder and soldiers had persevered for an extended period. Yet, the elder ultimately could not endure to the end. He poured his heart and soul into the endeavor until he was utterly spent, fervently calling out in his final moments that they must cross the river. His gaze followed the unfolding scenes as the younger general led the remaining troops southward. Hanja understood that they could not return. The soldiers heading south faced relentless setbacks, their fate offering them no semblance of mercy. Yet, the general persistently encouraged those around him. Despite their tribulations, they did not lose their fighting spirit. He observed a soldier choosing to follow another individual, only to witness that person disregard the suffering of the common people, seeking only personal indulgence. Regretting his earlier choice, the soldier resolutely severed ties and joined the general's ranks without a backward glance. The scene shifted to another battle, where soldiers shouted fervently on the battlefield. Yet they remained outmatched by the vast enemy forces. Subsequently, the fall of Shan Prefecture occurred, where one general was horrifically executed by the enemy, while another, having lost an arm, managed to break through but could not bear the thought of merely surviving, choosing instead to plunge into the Yellow River to end his life. He witnessed two generals of the same surname fighting valiantly in the Luoyang region, while the emperor at their rear refused to send any reinforcements, leaving them to confront formidable foes with but a handful of soldiers. Ultimately, one was poisoned by a treacherous fiend, while the other perished on the battlefield. The homelands of these individuals gradually transformed into ruins, corpses accumulating along the roads, and those who survived had no recourse but to flee. The general and his soldiers could only press on through hardship. They sought refuge, they advanced, and they searched for ways to reclaim their lost territories amidst repeated failures. Hanja witnessed a multitude of people, farmers, defeated soldiers, the impoverished, bandits, and refugees, endlessly reliving their failures, at times gathering together, only to be scattered again by the enemy. War. Countless wars, a relentless torrent of bloodshed, the scene so drenched in crimson that the marks of conflict upon him began to stir restlessly. Hanja clenched his fists tightly, his expression as neutral as that of the most impartial film critic. It was not yet time, this was merely the beginning. He reminded himself of this internally, striving to suppress the power of the mark. He could feel it roaring within, yearning for him to join the fray, to partake in even graver struggles. Perhaps it was this very thought that triggered the swift transition of the scene from the battlefield to a lavish palace. A man of high standing addressed his subordinates, his words piercing through the canvas to resonate in Hanja's ears. We cannot do without gold. Without gold, the Song dynasty has no use for someone of my caliber. Shortly thereafter, an emperor, in a state of elation, conversed with the chancellor, sipping fine wine and proclaiming to others, I find this place quite splendid. Why should we long for the former capital? Hanja stood at the very center of the two canvases. To his left, the populace wept, displaced and desolate. Waves upon waves of people surged northward, laying down their flesh and blood to pave the way back to their distant homeland. Generals and soldiers clashed upon the blood-soaked earth, the splattered blood seemingly tearing through the canvas. Alas, on the right side of the canvas, the nobility reveled in merriment, their voices raised in discussions of peace, offering land. Craftsmen, resources, and women as tools for negotiation with the enemy. The repugnant flies revel in laughter, their mirth growing ever brighter as the soldiers on the battlefield succumb in greater numbers. Hanja observes this chapter of history with a serene demeanor, remaining silent throughout. The scene shifts to the general who has achieved victory, leading an army of 15,000 to decisively defeat an enemy force exceeding 100,000. They finally conquer Yin City, and upon entering, a long blade is hung upon a great tree. Before all, the general proclaims, "The Yu family army shall not take what is not theirs. Plundering the common folk is forbidden. Those who dare to transgress shall meet this blade." Henceforth, under the general's command, the enemy forces are relentlessly vanquished. One soldier, leading over 300 men, valiantly confronts an enemy of 120,000, slaying over 2,000 and shattering their morale. He observes the vast enemy ranks before the city, even with only slightly more than 10,000 troops. The general remains steadfast amidst the throngs. As war looms, amidst the chaotic bloodshed, a soldier leads hundreds of cavalry into the fray, striving for the head of the enemy general, sustaining countless arrows in the process. Another soldier commands heavy cavalry to charge from both flanks, overcoming the odds and dismantling the enemy's formation. In a bid to stabilize their ranks, the enemy commander dispatches his own famed iron cavalry. Hanja watches this battle unfold, witnessing the general plunge into the fray, his tattered cloak billowing like a soaring eagle. The tip of the Li Quan's spear shatters the shields obstructing their path, while the golden helmets of the enemy commanders soon splinter and the iron pagodas collapse thunderously, crushing the tattered banners beneath them. He sees the enemy general in disarray, fleeing in terror, not daring to cast a glance back at the slaughtered iron pagodas. He heard the anguished cries of despair, lamenting the futility of victory, as the fortunes of the Jin kingdom waned. The scene shifted rapidly, and countless citizens rejoiced upon receiving the news of triumph. Heroes from all corners of the nation raised their weapons in solidarity, answering the call of their general, determined to march north to reclaim their homeland. An abundance of letters flew to the general, inscribed with the words, "We all bear the banner of you," yearning for your swift crossing of the river. The high-ranking enemy officials quaked in fear, their hearts torn asunder, too terrified even to utter the name of that general. The imagery transformed into vibrant hues, as if the world were on the brink of unification, heralding the impending victory of the Song dynasty. Yet, in the blink of an eye, all the colors faded into darkness. Something emerged before Hanja, amidst the dim canvas, where only it retained its resplendent yet decaying colors. It was 12 golden medals. "Mr. Hanja, does the second shipment meet your satisfaction?" The scene froze, and Harry's voice resonated like an incantation. Bearing a splendid name, the chaotic betrayal, it was evident that he relished chaos, the fairy godmother of humanity. As a deranged mercenary, Hanja felt compelled to comment on this chapter of history. However, he chose silence, for he had nothing to say. "Since you have no further inquiries, please relish the moments to come." An unbearable laughter erupted, as if seeking to torment all who heard it. "Go on. Remember, only chaos is eternal." Chapter 72, the task in progress before succumbing entirely to the abyss of darkness. Hanja mustered the strength to extend his hand and make an obscene gesture toward the void. "If you possess the capability, let me directly traverse into the Emperor's realm and see if I can annihilate everyone." This was his final thought before he could open his eyes once more. Unfortunately, regardless of what Harry was, he never entertained the notion of granting Hanja's wishes. Upon reappearing in Kaifeng Prefecture, he discovered himself still clad in the white sweatshirt and jeans of the year 2139. Remarkable. Would a future individual truly overpower ancient soldiers? He flexed his fingers, feeling no discomfort. The peculiar sense of oppression that had previously enveloped him had vanished entirely. If he could record this and bring it back for exhibition, one wonders if it would achieve great success in 2139. Those around him appeared to be shrouded by some unseen force. Even though Hanja felt utterly out of place in this world, their gazes remained remarkably tranquil. An inexplicable thought emerged in his mind. These individuals had morphed into puppets under Harry's control, reliving the same history day after day, performing absurd farces for the deities. Now I too am one among them. We are all equally wretched. Fortunately, he had completely acclimated to the chaos wrought by nonsensical occurrences in his life. This scene hardly seemed intolerable to him. That is, until Harry's nauseating voice echoed in his ears. "Dear friend, I am delighted that you have adjusted to your current circumstances. Perhaps I should issue a series of tasks in accordance with the system you are familiar with?" How can there be such a verbose and nonsensical deity as you? Your words are truly disheartening. I am at a loss as to whether I should first refute your assertion that I am a deity or counter your claim that I am prone to meaningless chatter. Which of your statements is not drivel? If you wish for me to focus on my work, kindly cease your incessant babble. According to the 2139 Human Psychological Analysis Report, having a communicative entity in an unfamiliar environment can enhance an individual's mental state by approximately 30%. If given the choice, Hanja would undoubtedly prefer to torment that wretched salesman to death. Alas, he did not. Thus he must endure the relentless prattle of the other. I am not a normal person, I am a madman. Do not attempt to analyze me with such reports. At this moment, I require your silence. I must concede. You have a point. Therefore, I shall take on the role of an observer and begin to appreciate your splendid performance from 1126. Harry's tone was tinged with regret, as Hanja could easily envision that scoundrel offering him a salute. Of course, if you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. Make yourself scarce. I have no desire to encounter you again in this lifetime. Do not reappear before me. He retrieved a gun from his storage space, regrettably lacking a target to aim at. Hanja had never contemplated that he would find himself in agreement with the federal government's perspective, fervently wishing to eliminate these bizarre entities that cling to history. Fortunately, he had experienced enough to understand that no amount of anger would resolve the current predicament. However, he would still engage in a quarrel with the damned evil deity. At least he could hurl a few unpleasant words at the opponent. Alas, how to prevent the ignominy of Jinkong from befalling the Northern Song, and then proceed to rescue Yu Fei in the Southern Song? He harbored no interest in saving lives. The tragedies of history only brought him joy. Yet, if he could eliminate a few feeble emperors, that would constitute a form of entertainment in life. Curiously, if I resolve the issues of the Northern Song, would those events still transpire in the Southern Song? Unable to fathom this, he decided to first dispatch those emperors, retrieving his firearms into his storage space. He swiftly advanced towards the imperial palace in Kaifeng. Hanja was acutely aware that, aside from the incursions of the Jin state, the most significant problem of the Jinkong disgrace lay in the fact that the rulers were predominantly inept. The rampant corruption, the emphasis on civil over military affairs, all stemmed from the weakness, greed, and ignorance of the nobility. Setting aside the fact that single-handedly confronting tens of thousands of soldiers was no trivial feat. Even if he were to conjure an atomic bomb with his bare hands and obliterate the Jin forces, what of it? Those detestable noble elites would still remain, as repugnant as the evil deities meddling throughout history. Very well, the target is established. Hanja activated his skill, Hand of War. Utilizing the resources from his storage space to conjure a new mortar, let him first rain down a barrage of shells. The might of modern weaponry was extraordinarily terrifying, especially with the enhancement of war engravings. Hanja's assault was simply beyond what the Northern Song's imperial city could withstand. The Xuanda Gate collapsed with a thunderous roar, and Hanja kicked aside the bloodied remnants beside the mortar, recalling that this was merely the fourth round of bombardment. Now, let us commence the fifth round. He smiled as he loaded the cannonball, then released it. The projectile traced a graceful arc through the air, its impact resonating with the shattering sound of glazed tiles in the distance. Soon, the troops arrived, encircling the terrifying adversary. Yet, despite the Imperial Guards clad in iron armor, everyone fell like straw under the thunderous roar of the shotgun. Before the Xuanda Pavilion, the shield wall of the Jinwu Guard had only just formed when a mortar shell detonated, shaking the very ground beneath them. Hanja leaped onto the shattered remnants of armor, laughing as he gunned down the panicked officials with his shotgun. At last, he beheld the Windy Hall in reality, and the figure, curled on the dragon throne, trembling and retching in a resplendent yellow robe. What do you desire? I can grant you anything. Wealth? Land? Women? Or perhaps a title? I can provide it all. Despite Hanja's disdainful gaze, this feeble man was undeniably the emperor of the Song dynasty, Song Qinzong Zhaohuan. The emperor, seeing the monstrous intruder smile, felt a momentary relief, believing that a cordial exchange was possible. However, in the blink of an eye, the man leaped towards the dragon throne with an agility beyond the ordinary, seizing Zhao Huan by the throat and dragging him from the opulent seat. Greetings, impotent emperor. I wish to share a little tidbit with you. The barrel of the shotgun pressed against Zhao Huan's chin, the searing metal scorching his skin. Wanyan Zhongwang's cavalry is about to cross the Yellow River, and they intend to use your entrails as bowstrings. Hanja's smile radiated brilliantly, for the emperor in his grasp was on the verge of dissolving into a quivering puddle of despair. Yet I am a benevolent soul. unable to bear the sight of the suffering populace. Thus, I have resolved to confront the despicable armies of the Jin dynasty. He speaks not a falsehood, after all. Harry sent him here precisely for this purpose. The manner in which to prevent the disgrace of Jinkong is entirely at Hanja's discretion. Ha ha ha. Though I wish to demand the Imperial Talisman to lead the troops, it seems rather precarious. Hanja pressed the barrel of his weapon firmly against the Emperor's skin. Yet his tone was gentle, akin to that of a caregiver tending to a child. He released the Emperor, who was nearly suffocating from his grip, seized a handful of the Emperor's hair, and forcibly dragged Zhao Huan from the palace. Thus, I intend to utilize you as my talisman, keeping you close at hand, confident that the soldiers will heed my command, will they not? Chapter 73. Military Preparations. Hanja dragged Zhao Huan through the Xuanda Gate. With ministers and soldiers stumbling in his wake, none daring to step forward to rescue their sovereign. Are not your scholarly subordinates eloquent in their speech? Why does no one come to your aid? He chuckled merrily at Zhao Huan, whose face was marred with blood, breathing raggedly. Yet he continued to heedlessly tug at the Emperor's hair, lifting him from the ground. A few meters away, numerous officials were agitatedly pacing. How Hanja wished these individuals would display a modicum of courage, at least perform the dramatic act of desperately attempting to save their ruler. Alas, cowardice and arrogance were inscribed deep within their very bones. The privileged feared for their lives and could not relinquish their pride even in the face of impending doom. The Emperor of Waste, open your eyes and behold the consequences of your neglect of martial prowess. Can you fathom who would dare approach me now to rescue you? Zhao Huan was dragged by his hair, much like a sack, from the windy hall to the exterior of the Xuanda Gate. It is rare for an emperor to endure such humiliation during his reign. However, contemplating the historical events that would unfold in the subsequent years, Hanja believed he had been excessively merciful. He released his grip on Zhao Huan's hair, which had already been largely torn out, leaving the emperor's scalp bloodied and raw. Apologies, I did not realize you were so fragile. Fear not, I am quite skilled in the art of bandaging wounds. A bottle of medical alcohol was poured directly onto the emperor's head, eliciting a wretched cry from him. Blood, mingled with alcohol, dripped from Zhao Huan's scalp as Hanja swiftly applied a hemostatic powder haphazardly over the wound. Once the gauze was wrapped around most of the emperor's head, he revealed a satisfied smile at his handiwork. See, I told you I excel in dressing wounds. Perhaps Song Qinzong never imagined that he would be shackled and crawling like a dog along the streets of Zhke. Hurry up. The barrel of a shotgun jabbed into the emperor's lower back as Hanja smiled and playfully kicked the person crawling before him. Countless citizens of Kaifeng gathered about 10 paces away to witness the spectacle. Gasps of astonishment, the cries of children, and a cacophony of shouts blended together, infusing the otherwise moribund Kaifeng with a semblance of life. Behold your saint, and remember for all your days the sight of him crawling upon the ground. With a beaming smile, Hanja raised his gun and shattered a stone sculpture by the roadside. Many common folk recoiled in fear. Yet a greater number of those nestled on the second floor of shops opened their windows to sneak a glance outside. I bear good news. The Jin army is nearing the Kaifeng prefecture. He articulated this with a humorous tone, stating the facts, the emperor struggles in his iron chains, his lamentations echoing through the streets. Meanwhile, your army has crumbled to dust and decay. The Jin state is poised to seize the entirety of Shaanxi, even the western capital of Luoyang. The western forces are obstructed at Tongguan and are unable to hasten to our aid, while the troops in Jinghu and surrounding areas have long since fled for their lives. Apart from the tens of thousands of soldiers under the command of King Kong, the remaining forces in Hebei lack the strength to confront the Jin army. Hanja believed his voice must have sounded quite delightful. Otherwise, why would so many commoners display expressions of fear and confusion? And why would the prostrate emperor emit such mournful cries? As for Jiangnan, ha 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 ha. Do you truly believe they could muster 2,000 imperial troops? Discounting the elderly, the infirm, and the frail, one might question whether they could even gather 1,000. He was uncertain how much the common people could comprehend, but at the very least, the emperor lying on the ground could hear everything, as could the ministers and soldiers trailing behind him. Thus, Hanja beheld the visages of the powerful transform, while those once menacing troops began to waver. Now, issue the orders for the imperial troops. Once more, he lifted the emperor from the ground, declaring his intent to turn those assailants into mere pulp. After Hanja circled around Zhao Huan, firing into the ground to create a ring of bullet-shaped craters, someone finally approached him, bearing a Zeton box. With a smile, he lifted the lid, revealing a half-formed copper tiger nestled within. This is the imperial token commanding the Kyoto Forbidden Army. a significant resource that this group of inept individuals naively believes will secure their safety. Hanja recalled the battlefields depicted in those images, particularly the protracted defense of Kaifeng that lasted nearly a month. Yet, what was the outcome? The result was that the emperor, in his most destitute state, personally ventured outside the city to seek peace. What followed was the infamous shame of Jinkong, condemned by posterity even a millennium later. Grasping the imperial token, Hanja felt an urge to laugh, yet a profound sorrow enveloped him. Such emotions were rare for him. The concept of sorrow had long been cast aside. Perhaps it was in solidarity with the soldiers still fighting valiantly, or perhaps it was due to the dynasty's decline. But could it also be, "My dear friend, do you weep for yourself?" Harry stood at the window of a small shop on the second floor, smiling and bowing in greeting to Hanja. In response to this salesperson, a barrage of bullets erupted, transforming the room into a sieve, the walls riddled with bullet holes. The room was utterly deserted. At dawn, outside Swanzhou Gate, Hanja was counting his troops, the torches on the wall illuminating the officials beside him, who trembled in fear. 400 vacancies in the 3rd Battalion of the Sun Army? He snatched the roster and slammed it against the face of the chief commander, then unfurled the list of empty positions, forcefully pressing it against the face of the emperor he had bound to one side. After tallying the current number of soldiers available for consolidation, he realized that, regardless of how he arranged them, reaching even 70,000 seemed a daunting task. Had he not served as a tea house manager in 968, he might have deemed this situation reasonable, for history often delights in exaggerating numbers. He coldly laughed as he dragged the emperor to the armory's entrance, unhesitatingly kicking over a pile of weapons that had accumulated dust, already infested with woodworms. How many imperial troops were there in the capital a century ago? 200,000? 300,000? Zhao Huan, curled up amidst the wreckage of arms, retched. While Hanja crushed the tiger talisman between his fingers with fervor, incredulous that Zhao Kuangyin had not been resurrected by you worthless fools. Were it not for his profound disdain for the late Northern Song Emperor, Hanja believed he would have relished the sound of those anguished cries. Yet, his only desire now was to swiftly resolve the impending disgrace that Kaifeng would face in a year, ideally eliminating a multitude of the Zhaosong royal family in the process. Can you fathom whether the tens of thousands of Jin soldiers about to descend upon you will care about your ancestors' wealth? With that remark, Hanja turned his back and strode towards the training grounds. Before dawn, the sky began to drizzle, and over 60,000 elite troops lined up, stepping over the blood of their comrades. Hanja raised his submachine gun, unleashing bullets at the feet of the crowd. From this moment forth, I shall lead you to annihilate those scoundrels. Prepare yourselves. Everyone must face the reality of war. Beneath the slanted pikes of the general's platform, the 60,000 troops resembled drenched quails. While they might have harbored thoughts of a fierce battle against the Jin state, they were unfortunately burdened by such a monarch. I detest the sight of deserters. Should I discover anyone daring to retreat, I shall have them dismembered and fed to the dogs. The specter of war loomed, and this land was finally on the brink of conflict. Chapter 74. A plea for peace. Hanja sat calmly in the military camp, smiling at the elderly figure in purple before him. He had anticipated this moment long ago. No matter how one puts it, Zhao Huan remains in his grasp. If these ministers could truly disregard his fate, perhaps there might still be hope for the Song dynasty. Kneeling was out of the question. Hanja did not lift his gaze, barely registering the elder's name, but he presumed the man must be some high-ranking chancellor. He aimed the shotgun at the elder's head, poised to pull the trigger at any moment. Are you here to rescue your master? Rest assured, he will not perish anytime soon. The elder trembled slightly, taking a few tentative steps forward. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and bowed deeply to Hanja. If you, my lord, would cease hostilities and negotiate peace with the Jin state, our sovereign is willing to grant land and titles. Well, Hanja had to concede that perhaps the officials of the Song dynasty possessed a modicum of dramatic flair. Would a rational individual beseech a man who had stormed the imperial palace to seize the emperor for the sake of peace? He now harbored grave doubts about the mental faculties of the high-ranking officials in the later period of the Song dynasty, wondering if their collective intellect had indeed faltered. Yet, the absurdity of the elder's proposal intrigued him, compelling Hanja to listen to the foolish rationale behind their desperate plea for peace. Settling comfortably into his chair, he gestured for the elder to continue. The Song, as the celestial empire, boasts formidable national strength and commands the respect of all nations. Sensing Hanja's willingness to hear him out, the elder launched into an eloquent discourse. In contrast, the Jin state is but a petty barbarian enclave. Their actions akin to a mere rash, utterly inconsequential and unworthy of fear. Hanja struggled to comprehend how, despite the song's dire predicament at the hands of these so-called barbarians, the elder could maintain such arrogance. Nevertheless, he refrained from interrupting, eager to hear what further absurdities might emerge from this man's lips. Do you know of the policy of increasing currency during the Qingli era? Are you referring to the scheme devised by Emperor Ren of the Song dynasty? I have a general understanding. Indeed, during Ren's reign, the annual increase of silver and silk amounted to 100,000, which secured 30 years of tranquility along the borders. Now, Hanja can affirm that the ruling authorities at the end of the Northern Song were truly nothing but jesters. They spoke incessantly of peace. Yet how was this peace to be attained? Through the exchange of wealth, the barter of land, the sacrifice of lives. They neglected to bolster the nation's military, failed to reform the court's policies, and remained oblivious to the ambitions of foreign tribes. When someone finally rose to advocate for war and resistance against invasion, they erupted into grandiloquent discourses on the path to peace. The elder continued to persuade, and Hanja found himself unable to discern whether the elder's ramblings were mere attempts to convince him or genuine beliefs. Have you ever read The Art of War? Prolonged warfare depletes a nation's resources. The Hanwu Emperor's campaigns against the Xiongnu exhausted the wealth amassed during the Wen and Jing eras. A cautionary tale indeed. Hanja felt compelled to either mock the elder or pity him, or perhaps it would be best to confront him with a harsh reality check. He could not comprehend why some perpetually believed that peace was easily obtainable. In their eyes, peace was a commodity of little value, a reward bestowed upon those who behaved kindly and engaged in pleasant discourse. They lived within a dream of prosperous tranquility, convinced that the world was inherently just and would remain so indefinitely. They believed that war and suffering would never encroach upon their lives, and even if they did, they would not befall them. Even if the enemy arrives at the gates of the capital with iron cavalry, they still indulge in the illusion that as long as they are willing to cede territory and compensate with various resources, the adversary will allow them to continue living in their dreamlike Tokyo. They erroneously believe that peace can be attained without war, unaware that the very foundation of peace lies in possessing the capability to wage an unstoppable war. While your reasoning holds merit, one cannot overlook the legacy of Huitubing, whose valor is celebrated through the ages. Hanja raised his shotgun and began to smile, while you and your master, along with all who utter your names, are met with nothing but revulsion. Most people harbor an aversion to war, as no one relishes suffering, death, and displacement. Although Hanja is an exception, thriving in madness and chaos, he does not deem the ordinary yearning for peace as misguided. Rather, he finds it tragically ironic that many cling to unrealistic fantasies about their enemies. Why do some harbor such whimsical notions? Presuming their nation is so vast that surrender would lead to a stable negotiation with their foes? Do they not comprehend that great powers do not possess the option of capitulation? The fate of a weakened great power is to be fragmented into countless smaller nations, only to be ravaged by foreign invaders, followed by incessant internal strife. Even if the struggle eventually subsides, these diminutive nations are left with no choice but to serve as vassals to other great powers, akin to slaves appeasing a new overlord, merely to scrape by in this dismal world. The rise and fall of nations offer no retreat. There is only the path of progress. Have you grown complacent, basking in the comfort of years without foreign oppression? Hanja's laughter was eerily unsettling, rendering the elderly man utterly paralyzed with fear. No one could predict whether this madman might suddenly erupt into violence. Although the old man had mentally prepared himself for death, the reality of the situation still instilled trepidation. It was quite bizarre. One would assume that, given your lack of advanced civilization and the numerous conflicts you had previously engaged in, you would not have forgotten your roots after a few years of relative peace. With the barrel of the shotgun lowered, Hanja aimed at the old man's legs, stating, "Allow me to let you experience what the so-called peace negotiations will bring to this nation." The gunshot rang out, followed by distant cries of anguish. The soldiers watched as Hanja dragged their chancellor away from the encampment, his legs shattered beyond recognition. "Hang him at the city gate, but do not let him perish," he instructed the approaching soldiers. "Now, a few of you come with me. We shall pay a visit to the chancellor's residence and escort his family out of the city." "Lord Han, what is your intention?" "Do not be alarmed. My conversation with the chancellor was quite amicable. However, we failed to persuade each other. So I have decided to honor his wishes and allow his entire family to plead for peace. The surrounding soldiers fell silent, casting sympathetic yet perhaps sardonic or schadenfreudian glances at the man on the ground, who wouldn't relish the sight of those once exalted being brought low. Hanja doused the chancellor with cold water, forcing him to witness his entire family being herded out of the city by the troops. Amidst the frantic screams of the chancellor, Hanja crouched before him with a smile, saying, "In truth, I understand why you seek peace. It is because you believe that the ones who will pay the price are the common people and the soldiers who fight. You regard them as expendable resources, and coincidentally, I perceive no distinction among you. To me, it is all inconsequential." A few soldiers approached, armed with ropes, as Hanja took a step back to observe them binding the elder. "I respect your perspective. I trust your family must support you as well." His smile was exceedingly gentle, yet his words caused the elder's heart to shatter. "Now, bear witness to the fate of those who beseech peace from their adversaries." Chapter 75. Outside Kaifeng City, Hanja trod upon the head of a Jin soldier, nonchalantly loading ammunition into the mortar. Over 60,000 Song troops valiantly clashed with the Jin forces before him, while Zhao Huan cowered behind the defensive line, trembling. Shifting his gaze to the distance, he noted approximately 100,000 enemies remaining. However, to him, they appeared merely as corpses clad in iron armor. Yesterday morning, the Jin army officially arrived outside Kaifeng, ruthlessly slaughtering all male members of the chancellor's household and dragging the women into their encampment. "Old man, should not your family be eloquent as well?" Several shells were inserted into the cannon, as Hanju engaged in conversation with the chancellor, who hung limply nearby. Why could they not persuade those Jin soldiers? Was it that you failed to educate them properly? Alas, the chancellor had succumbed to despair upon witnessing his family's tragic fate, leaving Hanja to converse with merely a lifeless body, suspended in midair. How pitiable it is, for it seems that our adversaries have no desire to engage in discussions of peace. The troops stand poised at the city gates, ready for battle. Although the soldiers remain somewhat bewildered by the unfolding events, they are invigorated by their enhanced skills, feeling an overwhelming surge of combat prowess and desire. This peculiar man, who has taken the emperor hostage and claims he can lead them to victory against the Jin dynasty, may indeed possess the capability to command a triumphant campaign. As the second hour of conflict commences, Hanja stows away his nearly jammed shotgun and loads a few incendiary rounds into the barrel. His armor is adorned with several broken arrows. Although the Jin forces were caught off guard by the firearms, they have recognized him as the current commander of the Song army. The iron floating tower reconfigures its formation 800 meters away, and Hanja can hear the labored breaths of heavily armored steeds. For those of ancient times, this display is quite impressive. Mortars launch their projectiles, and fireballs explode amidst the cavalry ranks. Yet here I am, employing a tactic that transcends dimensions. Once the enemy formation is disrupted, Hanja seizes the unconscious emperor and hurls him towards a secure area behind. He swiftly pivots, positioning the machine gun atop a makeshift barricade of fallen bodies. Let us test this. Ample ammunition to satisfy, as bullets shatter the ranks of the frontline cavalry. He senses a gaze upon him, one starkly different from that of the malevolent deity, yet still possessing a brutal intensity. War once again scrutinizes him, or perhaps it has perpetually observed all the carnage across the world, awaiting the arrival of the end. Shell casings clatter to the ground in rapid succession, their sharp sounds mingling with the cracking of ribs, a symphony as exquisite as the most opulent orchestral performance in a grand theater. What exhilaration! To slaughter tens of thousands in an instant, how magnificent! Hanja hurled 2 grenades, the shockwave toppling the warhorses behind him. Without hesitation, he raised his submachine gun, unleashing a barrage upon the enemies attempting to rise. Once this wave of foes had been vanquished, he lifted a mortar loaded with incendiary shells, focusing his gaze on the side of the battlefield. Earlier, he had ordered his men to bury dozens of barrels of oil there. As the shells ignited the earth, the merciless flames engulfed the 5,000 Jin cavalrymen attempting to encircle from the flank. The technological superiority of the millennium had overwhelmed the northern Song. Wanyan Wangzong no longer dared to send troops into battle lightly. Observing the enemy's hesitance, Hanja turned to Zhao Huan at the rear. If the Kaifeng government truly intended to fight seriously, wouldn't it be rather difficult for you to be overthrown? Unfortunately, you and your ministers, instead of establishing a unified command to resist Jin, are bickering among yourselves while the enemy is almost at the city gates, resorting to the age-old trick of divide and conquer. Ha ha, I understand. The laws of your ancestors are immutable, right? However, the opponent remained utterly silent, cowering in the corner like a quail, trembling in fear. How inept must you, your father, and those literati be to turn a favorable situation into such a debacle? Hanja showed no mercy, having always scorned timid cowards, indifferent to whether they be commoners or emperors. Never mind, once I finish off the Jin army, it will be your Zhao clan's turn next. Hanja smiled as he raised the mortar. It mattered not whether the Jin forces advanced to attack. He would obliterate them all the same. Everything was progressing flawlessly according to the script. He would decisively defeat the Jin army here, preventing the occurrence of the Jinkong incident. Yet Hanja suddenly perceived a peculiar sound, akin to the cacophony of thousands of individuals pounding upon walls or the ground, their rhythmic strikes interwoven with laughter, or perhaps even weeping. This was accompanied by an odd resonance reminiscent of some wind instrument. Yet it was so monotonous and faint that any attempt to discern its essence would reveal only a sense of desecration. Before him, the scene transformed into an expanse devoid of both light and darkness, a void that seemed to exist beyond the cosmos itself. Hanja beheld, perhaps even sensed, certain entities writhing, their clumsy and absurd postures coalescing into a dance. No one knew their true nature, yet everyone was acutely aware of what they were. A familiar silhouette emerged from the abyss, its skin dark and its form both tall and slender, moving with an exuberant gait. Harry approached Hanja, bowing slightly with impeccable grace. Hanja noticed Harry's lips parting as if to utter a phrase, but the words eluded his comprehension. He had lost all capacity for perceiving the external world. He found himself ensnared in a dark void. Awaken! Quickly awaken! Hanja heard a man calling out to him, vigorously shaking his shoulder. When he finally summoned the strength to open his eyes, he realized he lay at the edge of a forest, confronted by 7 or 8 men garbed as bandits, with some bundles and horses nearby. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, save for a few twinkling stars above and the dim glow of a campfire before him. At last awakening, he realized he had been in a deep slumber. The man who had roused him stood up and gestured for Hanja to follow. Soon, they would embark on a journey to Yin City, but first, they needed to fetch some water. A sudden pang of nostalgia washed over Hanja for the system. At least the quantum leap had bestowed upon him a clear identity. However, Harry had unceremoniously cast him into a remote mountain wilderness without even disclosing his identity. Glancing down at his unchanged white sweatshirt and jeans, he began to suspect that Harry had failed to assign him a suitable identity. Was his successful repulsion of the gene state the reason for his transmission to this second historical juncture? As he followed the cursing man ahead, he pondered his current predicament. His engravings and skills were intact, and the resources within his storage space were entirely accessible. Yin City. Does this imply I have arrived in the Southern Song dynasty to rescue Yu Fei? But had he not already inflicted a crushing defeat on the Jin in 1126? Why, then, did Yu Fei still require his assistance? To gather more clues, Hanja boldly inquired of the man leading the way, "Brother, what is our purpose in Yin City?" The man halted, turned back, and regarded Hanja with an expression of incredulity. "Have you lost your senses? We've heard that an army is heading to Yin City for battle. Naturally, we intend to take advantage of the chaos." Chapter 76. Yin City. A group of men traversed the desolate wilderness. Surrounding them were corpses. In this world, the dead far outnumbered the living on the roads. "Is this what you mean by going to Yin City to reap some benefits?" Hanja received a tattered bag tossed to him by a shifty-eyed companion, observing as the latter rummaged through the corpse strewn upon the ground. He had anticipated that these men, clad in the garb of bandits, would either launch an assault on the military or engage in petty thievery in the city. Instead, they meandered along the road, furtively approaching any relatively fresh cadaver they encountered to probe its remains. "Good heavens, you rascal!" The leader's voice rose, only to be hastily subdued after startling the crows that circled above the corpse. "What do you know? These people are dead. Whatever they possessed is of no use to them now. Taking it will not bring us any consequence." Hanja remained non-committal. "You make a valid point, but I had assumed you would fear some form of retribution." "Retribution? Simply surviving in this world is our greatest punishment." Even Hanja could not deny the truth in his words. The very act of existing alongside them constituted the most profound form of retribution. Once the men had secured their newly discovered supplies, Hanja leisurely followed their lead as they set off in the direction of Yin City. He remained utterly perplexed by the historical context surrounding him. If he had successfully repelled the Jin army in 1126, Why was there still conflict between the Southern Song and the Battle of Yen City? Yet, if he had failed, what had compelled him to depart from the preceding historical juncture and arrive here? What, indeed, was the significance of Harry's urging him to alter history? It was evident that pondering over the nature of the inexplicable would only serve as a futile expenditure of time. Hanja relinquished his attempts to fathom Harry's thoughts and instead faced the stark reality. Since Wuzhu of the Jin army had already invaded Yinqing, why should they not assist the Yu family army in battle? His companions gazed at him as if he were a ghost. Are you mad? That's the Jin army. Wouldn't we be marching to our doom? Absolutely not. I refuse to go. I do not wish to die. What business do we have with warfare? I will not partake. The instinct for self-preservation is inherent to human nature. Observing their trepidation, Hanja chose not to waste further words persuading them to engage in the conflict. After ascertaining the route to Yinqing, he drew his pistol and, before his companions could react, he fired, striking down the man closest to him. You will suffer if you continue to live, so I shall liberate you from this world. His hand remained steady, even as the remaining men shrieked and fled in terror. 3 minutes later, Hanja dragged the bodies of his companions to the roadside, adding them to a heap of existing debris. He retrieved an igniter from his storage space and set ablaze the corpses that lay upon the land. If left unaddressed, this could incite a plague. One must always heed personal hygiene. Flames danced upon the charred remains, and Hanja gazed impassively at the inferno, wishing he would not encounter them in the afterlife. Yet, who could say for certain? A cacophony of maniacal laughter echoed once more, emanating from all directions, above, below, and from the depths of his own mind. Hanja turned his gaze toward the distant, blurred city. That was his destination, Yinqing, where the great battle was about to commence. The vivid imagery remains etched in his mind. The struggles and bloodshed perpetually captivate him. He begins to ponder the possibility of crafting intriguing narratives at this historical juncture. Hanja is undoubtedly determined to rescue the general. After all, he would prefer to engage in a vigorous duel rather than witness the unjust demise of his counterpart languishing in prison. As for the eventual outcome, who lives and who dies, he has never harbored any concern. The flames before him dwindle, and Hanja reveals a broad smile. Excellent. Let us embark now. Destination, Yinqing. In the year 2139, within the federal government's conference hall of the newly established Qixing city, Zhou Jingxing stands at the heart of a circular assembly. Surrounding him are 4 virtual screens, each displaying information about a singular individual. Mr. Zhou, I believe everyone present requires your elucidation, states a lady, her authoritative demeanor palpable despite her mere projection. The elder at the center of the hall remains silent as she continues to relay information. The directors who invested in the Salvation Project, I refer to all members of the board, have received the same notification simultaneously. The information on the virtual screens begins to shift. The focus remains on that individual, yet the details undergo a dramatic transformation. On one screen, a tall, slender youth smiles, with all indicators revealing him to be a senior official of the federal government. The second screen features the same individual, yet the information has altered. He is now identified as an ordinary 4th-class citizen. The third screen proclaims this person as an esteemed employee of the Conda Group, showcasing an array of the group's honorary medals. The content on the 4th panel starkly contrasts with the preceding information, revealing that this young man is deceased, having perished in an unfortunate accident in the year 2137. Zhou Jingxing scanned the 4 screens, yet remained silent. Recently, we received word that the Savior program had successfully welcomed its 9th executor. The projection of the woman fixed her gaze upon Zhou Jingxing, seemingly attempting to bore a hole through him. The board was indifferent to the identity of the 9th executor, whether he was a prisoner, an ordinary individual, or a wealthy magnate. The virtual screens began to shift, refreshing the displayed information, yet the protagonist remained unchanged. This individual appeared to possess thousands of distinct identities, yet continued to present the same visage. However, why was it that after the news of the successful second transition of the 9th executor, everyone realized that their memories of him were entirely different? The identities on the screen whirled rapidly, but the young man's face remained constant. At last, the female projection posed the pressing question, Mr. Zhou, please enlighten us. Who is the 9th executor? Hanja? Zhou Jingxing finally lifted his head, for the first time during this meeting, meeting the woman's projection with his gaze. They were several meters apart, and she believed her stance conveyed a sense of superiority over the elder. Yet, his gaze was as sharp as a blade, sending a chill down her spine. Zhou Jingxing finally spoke, but his words were not what the others yearned to hear. Madam Agent, I regret to inform you that this person does not exist in my memory. How could that be? In the column for the recommender of number 9. It is evidently your own signature. I cannot refute this point. Even if I were to verify it in person, I would still be unable to discern any signs of forgery. However, your recent statement indicates that you are entirely unaware of number 9's existence. Indeed, this is the crux of the matter, Madam Agent. Zhou Jingxing remained motionless, yet the woman felt that this elder resembled a dormant beast of prey. The board requires an explanation. Perhaps the issue does not lie with number 9. What did you say? Then please inform the board that the one who has been concealed in the eastern continent of Asia from 960 to 1279 has finally commenced action. Chapter 77. A flank attack. Hanja was not directionally challenged, yet he found himself compelled to lament that the wretched carnival vendor had led him too far astray. It took him considerable time to traverse the distance to a small hillside, merely a few hundred meters from the battlefield, and by now, it was noon on the third day. The sun blazed down upon the plains outside Yen City, and he beheld the advance of 5,000 iron cavalry ahead. Their movements stirring up clouds of yellow dust, creating a spectacle so grand that it obscured half the sky. I recall the records mentioned that Wanyan Wuzhu commanded around 5,000 iron cavalry, over 10,000 mounted troops, and the remaining more than 100,000 were all conscripted soldiers. Hanja crouched on the hillside, rubbing his chin, now that the war has commenced. It would be perfect to eliminate everyone. In the distance of his gaze, the troops of the Beihai army were arrayed upon the earthworks, their cold iron spear tips aligned in a row, glistening under the sun's rays. Indeed, there were significantly fewer men over there, and the Tabi Bai army had yet to reach 20,000. Hanja retrieved a telescope from his storage space, for the hand of war could only transform into weapons. This tool had been individually acquired from the system's inventory. However, the soldiers of the Jin state had not fully assembled either. This battle would be a clash of the elite forces from both sides. He awaited the commencement of war with satisfaction, his left hand gripping the telescope before him. What a splendid sight indeed. I relish witnessing this. The two armies had converged before the city. The scene reminiscent of 1126 yet distinctly different. With a smile, Hanja activated his skill, positioning the machine gun before himself. This time he opted for the Browning machine gun, relishing its tactile feel. On the battlefield, the cavalry of the Jin army was the first to charge forward. 3, 2, 1. He squeezed the trigger, and suddenly, blood erupted within the ranks of the charging soldiers. The 12.7mm armor-piercing round tore through armor as easily as ripping a sheet of rice paper. Hanja witnessed several cavalrymen's chests burst open in an instant, shattered bones and flesh splattering onto the visors of their comrades. How exhilarating! Such weaponry is indeed effective. Enemy attack. The Song people wield sorcery. The cries in Jurchen echoed all around. Hanja switched to the Barrett, his crosshairs locking onto the Centurion waving the command flag. With the crack of a shot, that individual was instantly reduced to scattered flesh and blood, while the startled warhorse beneath him bolted, dragging the remnants of the Centurion's body into the fray. The opposing general seized the opportunity amidst the chaos of the Jin army. The black flag was suddenly thrust forward, and hundreds of Beihai cavalry surged forth like arrows released from a bow, swiftly penetrating the disarrayed right flank of the Jin forces. Loose arrows. With a commanding bellow from a subordinate, the ballista atop the city walls unleashed its bolts. Alas, while the projectiles could pierce flesh and blood, they could not halt the advance of the Iron Pagoda. Hanja approached the battlefield, a cluster of grenades in hand, targeting the light cavalry executing flanking maneuvers. According to Wanyan Wuzhu's original strategy, they were meant to reap the spoils once the heavy cavalry had torn open a breach. Unfortunately, they found themselves confronted by bombs raining down from afar, the leading light cavalry obliterated in an instant. Directly to the center, a roar echoed across the battlefield as the Beihai heavy cavalry suddenly surged in, their saddles adorned with strapped machetes, severing the legs of the Iron Pagoda's steeds upon breaching the enemy lines. Hanja, with a gleaming smile, readied his rocket launcher. Though the tide of battle seemed already decided, he had yet to fully indulge in the carnage. Flames erupted, explosions resounded. The cries of the crowd mingled with the splattering of blood. He felt the profound satisfaction etched by war, a reverence for the brutality unfolding before him. It was not until the elite Iron Hawks commenced their charge that Hanja retrieved his sniper rifle once more. After a few gunshots, the charging formation collapsed, fallen steeds tripping the soldiers behind them, broken spear shafts piercing through their bodies. Hanja stepped over the scattered arrows, reloading his empty sniper rifle. The hawk screeched mournfully above the heads of the Jurchens, while the routed troops began to scramble for their horses. It was only when another general appeared at the rear of the fleeing army that the surviving Iron Pagoda finally cast aside its banner. As the sun set in the west, Hanja rode alongside the Yu family army back to Yincheng. Along the way, the common folk held out freshly picked lotus pods, stuffing them into the arms of the returning soldiers. Hanja received his fair share, and those who had arrived in the city earlier praised him as a celestial master. The celebratory banquet commenced shortly thereafter. The soldiers were not particular, merely gathering with wine and some food to commence the feast. The banquet was held in the training grounds before the city god temple, a far cry from the lavish feasts of Kaifeng. Yet Hanja found himself more fond of this humble setting. "A true heavenly soldier has descended," exclaimed a commander who approached with a black clay wine bowl, whose surname Hanja recalled was Zhang. He smiled and drank with several soldiers, soon realizing that the most significant figure was absent from the throng. Upon entering the city god temple, Hanja discovered General Yu Fei, who was examining fragments of a hand grenade. His bandaged fingers gently caressing the casing as he murmured to himself, "What an extraordinary object! What material could it possibly be forged from?" Though still clad in armor, Yu Fei acknowledged Hanja with a courteous salute, inquiring, "Might I ask, Celestial Master, could this contraption breach the walls of the Yellow Dragon Fortress?" Hanja nodded in response, taking another swig of the murky wine, which ignited a fiery sensation in his throat. Their exchange brought a hush over the surroundings, the soldiers' gazes fixated upon them, their eyes reflecting not only the flickering campfire, but also a fervent intensity that stirred the heart. 3 days. Suddenly, someone slammed their palm on the table. Hanja recognized him as Yu Yun, a young commander who raised his wine bowl high. "With the Celestial Master assisting us, we shall drink and ride at Helan Mountain in just 3 days." At that moment, the sound of swords clashing against their sheaths echoed throughout, as the entire assembly yearned for the swift reclamation of their homeland. Yet Hanja merely smiled as he sipped his wine, contemplating how to thwart the accursed imperial edict and the subsequent 12 gold medals. Why couldn't the damned salesman simply transport him directly to the southern capital of Song? He would not mind pulling the trigger on Zhao Go and turning Qin Hui into mere pulp. Suddenly, a messenger rushed in, breathless, presenting a hastily delivered report, urgent, from Bianliang. "Duchang's forces have captured Zhuxian town." Yu Fei sprang to his feet, his fingers trembling in the firelight. "Relay to the troops, prepare meals at the hour of the tiger, and on the 14th day, we march to Mingchong." The words left unspoken were swallowed by Hanja, who lifted his gaze to the plaque hanging from the beams above. "Restore my rivers and mountains." He suddenly recalled that perhaps in the year 2139, people might still encounter the original script in a museum or a collection room. Meanwhile, the soldiers remained oblivious to Hanja's anxiety, as Yu Fei ordered the retrieval of a topographic map, which was then unfurled before him. "General, please take a look." The general pointed towards the meandering Yellow River, declaring that should they capture Yingchong, the gates to Bianliang would swing wide open. By the time of the full moon in autumn, Hanja knew what the other intended to say, yet his mind only echoed with the reverberations of those 12 gold medals throughout the annals of history. Perhaps, he mused, the right choice was to eliminate all opponents here and now. Hanja listened with a smile to Yu Fei's account, his thoughts racing. At the very least, this way, they would not. As other generals began to engage in discussion with Yu Fei, Hanja turned his gaze towards the flickering campfire. He suddenly beheld a youthful face, reminiscent of a young soldier he had seen in the historical scenes presented by Harry. This lad was fated to perish in the Battle of Yin City. He retracted his smile and silently gazed at the boundless starry sky. Chapter 78. 2 histories after the banquet concluded, Hanja ascended the city wall alone. He meticulously examined the layout of Yin City, contemplating how much time it would take to march to Linen from this point. The massacre of Yin City was not particularly challenging, especially given that the soldiers were entirely unguarded against him. However, Hanja was reluctant to pursue this course of action, although acknowledging this sentiment filled him with absurdity. Alas, he had not anticipated such a predicament. Had he known, he would have purchased an all-terrain vehicle from the system's goods panel. Currently, his engraving skills were insufficient to conjure a complex mechanical vehicle, prompting him to consider the possibility of constructing a bicycle to ride back to Linen. After deliberating for some time, he ultimately abandoned the idea, as the speed of returning on horseback would yield similar results. If only that wretched salesman could transport him directly to Linen, it would be most fortuitous. Yet, despite his attempts to summon the individual, he received no response whatsoever. It seemed futile. Such individuals were utterly unreliable, leaving him with no choice but to undertake the journey alone. Turning his gaze back towards the city, he observed that the majority of the fires within the buildings had been extinguished, with only a few flickering lights remaining in the military camp. He was not the sole insomniac. The valiant soldiers who had fought tirelessly until now also found themselves awake through the night. Yet, while the others were filled with excitement, Hanja's restlessness stemmed from a sense of helplessness. He has never perceived slaughter or massacre as inherently wrong, much like he considers death to be an act of mercy. The notion of exterminating a worthless emperor is merely more intriguing. If one is weak and incompetent, then they should not occupy the throne while indulging in their base instincts. Through his studies of the materials in the library and the Fauci charts, Hanja has acquired a substantial understanding of the emperors of ancient nations. He must concede that a significant number of founding emperors were indeed remarkable, their ascension to power well-deserved. However, it is astonishing that their descendants could descend to such a dismal level, with many still eager to venerate them as emperors. Hanja finds this incomprehensible, yet he is profoundly shaken. After all, he resides in the wasteland radiation zone of 2139, where lineage and gender hold no merit. Only strength is esteemed. Regardless of one's origins or the nebulous principles that might govern them, as long as one can eliminate those who stand in their way, others will yield. To elect a feeble individual as a leader and remain unwaveringly loyal to them is an absurdity even the federal government would not entertain. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, humanity has become astutely discerning. Any individual in a position of power who dares to display even a hint of weakness or ignorance will be ruthlessly torn apart by their watchful compatriots. This is true not only in the wasteland, but also within the cities. Yet, the wasteland is more primal and brutish. While urban environments prefer to cloak such realities in a facade of decorum, Hanja calmly descended the city walls, greeted enthusiastically by patrolling soldiers, who were met with his warm smile in return. The sun once again peeked over the horizon as the sky began to brighten. A few soldiers emerged from the barracks, only to find Hanja leading a horse to bid them farewell. The news swiftly spread throughout the city, as Yufei personally arrived to bid farewell to Hanja. In the morning mist, the soldiers' faces appeared indistinct, and Hanja felt as if he glimpsed the fleeting ripples of history. Outside the city gate, Yufei unfastened the jade belt buckle at his waist. The immortal master insists on departing. This item. Hanja pressed down on the calloused palm of the upright general, who, though in the prime of life, already sported strands of white hair at his temples. Keep this as a reward for your subordinates. Take this, it is called Thunderclap. He handed 2 boxes of grenades to Yu Yun's bodyguard, instructing them to wrap the grips with grass rope to prevent slipping, and after pulling the iron ring, to count silently to 3 before throwing. He watched as the young soldier hurled the grenade, creating a crater that startled a flock of birds into flight. After a moment's consideration, Hanja produced a pair of binoculars. Take this as well. It will allow you to observe the enemy's every movement from afar. Behind Yufei, the soldiers who had come to toast Hanja the previous night suddenly bowed, along with over 30 soldiers who clasped their fists in respect. This gesture stirred feelings of helplessness and discomfort within Hanja, prompting him to swiftly mount his horse and gallop away from the city gates of Yin City. Although he wished to leave behind some firearms, he understood that after the last battle at Yin City, the Jin army's momentum had significantly waned. In the forthcoming battle at Yingchong, Yufei was destined to triumph. Those more refined weapons were better preserved for the time when the world would unite, to be utilized once more by the Yu family army in their future campaigns. He envisioned that scene in his mind. Perhaps they could even reach Siberia then? Immortal Master. To the west of Linen, there exists a shop selling sweet jelly, the taste of which is quite acceptable. Yufei, upon seeing Hanja's retreating figure, shouted loudly, startling the warhorse to rear up. When we reclaim Bianliang, you and I shall revel together at the night market of the State Bridge with 300 cups. Hanja did not turn back. He merely waved his hand behind him. This tender and beautiful scene filled him with discomfort, compelling him to hasten to Linen, where the annihilation of those within the palace would provide him some relief. He harbored no concerns about potential enmity with Yufei over this matter. The prospect of engaging the Yu family army in a fierce and honorable battle, a struggle to the death, was a narrative that thrilled him immensely. With this thought, he spurred his horse faster, eager to reach Linen and resolve this troubling affair as swiftly as possible. After changing to 3 swift steeds along the way, Hanja finally beheld the distant city on an evening days later. A sudden sense of disquiet washed over him. Historical records described Linen as a small town adorned with willow trees and picturesque bridges, a place of ethereal beauty where the shimmering waters danced and painted boats swayed. Yet, the city that lay before him appeared as a grand metropolis upon the plains. Hanja possessed a keen sense of direction and held a map gifted by the Yu family army. He had been advancing towards Linen, following the sun's path from east to west, ensuring he could not have strayed elsewhere. By calculating distance and time, he should have been nearing the outskirts of Linen. However, the city before him was unmistakably not Linen. It was far too vast and bore a sense of familiarity. It was not until the sounds of screams and maniacal laughter reached his ears that Hanja suddenly recalled why this city seemed so recognizable. Here lies the Kaifeng Prefecture. He advances towards Linen City, yet after heading south, he arrives at the northern Kaifeng Prefecture. Hanja once again hears the maddening wails that would drive an ordinary soul to madness, accompanied by a monotonous and absurd flute tune. Harry rides upon another steed, having appeared by his side at some unknown moment. Had he only just arrived beside him, or had he never truly departed? The enigma eludes him, as it does for anyone seeking the answers. "My dear friend, it is a pleasure to have you back here," Harry proclaims, placing his hand upon his chest. Greeting Hanja with a buoyant tone, "You have returned just in time. Look, the revelry has only just commenced." Following the direction indicated by Harry, Hanja discerns the happenings at the city gate. Countless resources and individuals, artisans, women, children, most notably women, are being tugged and pushed by a throng of soldiers, weeping as they exit Kaifeng Prefecture. At this moment, the Jinkong incident unfolds. Chapter 79. The bystander Harry and Hanja stand together upon a stone at the roadside, 100 meters from the Zhuke gate. To be precise, Harry stands, while Hanja selects a reasonably flat stone to brazenly sit upon and rest. A nefarious vendor queries him, "Mr. Hanja, a tragedy unfolds before your very eyes, and you intend to merely watch it transpire? What else should I do?" He retorts, "Do you suggest I run to the Jin army and declare my desire to join their cause? Would they welcome me? Do you not wish to extend a hand and rescue this wretched city and its people?" "I harbor no desire, not the slightest. Can the Jin army eradicate all within? If they cannot, I shall advance and eliminate both factions myself." Hanja even produced a heap of canned goods, preparing for a rather modest feast. The humiliation of Jinkong is indeed tragic, yet he finds delight in it. Were the Jin to be more barbaric, decimating Kaifeng outright, he would deem it the perfect entertainment for his meal. Procrastination ensued. The troops had reached the capital, yet they still entertained the adversary's terms of surrender. Dipping bread into the vegetable puree from the can, Hanja voraciously devoured his food. "If I were to topple my opponent and witness him beg for mercy, I would undoubtedly tear his spine from his body as a trophy." Initially, I expected Harry to vanish once more. However, this time the salesman chose to stand beside Hanja, partaking in the canned fare. As he opened a can of fish, he gazed at Hanja with a sense of regret. "You must understand, not everyone lives in a world where weakness equates to death. For ordinary individuals, survival can sometimes be a greater torment. It is truly unfortunate. I fail to comprehend why one would allow their enemies to live." Hanja's tone had become as buoyant as Harry's. Should one not be wary of a potential counterattack? The murderous intent that follows humiliation and endurance can be terrifying. This is indeed a valid point. Yet humanity has a penchant for wagering on the weaknesses and compromises of others. This is precisely why countless tales of vengeance circulate throughout the world. When will they comprehend that total annihilation signifies the utmost reverence, and that delivering a timely coup de grâce is a commendable practice? Ha ha ha. Perhaps some may grasp this, while others will eternally remain oblivious. Yet, this is the very essence of humanity's intrigue. Should anyone overhear this exchange, they would likely assume that the two are good friends, or at the very least, companions in conversation. Alas, Hanju and Harry Patton are consuming canned food produced in the year 2139 outside the capital city of Kaifeng in 1127. A rational observer would never encounter such an extraordinary scene. Once the industrial food before them was completely consumed, Hanja finally rose to gather the remnants of their meal scattered upon the stones. "My dear friend, what are you doing? Clearing the plates. Do you not realize that discarding trash carelessly is improper?" But this is the capital of the Northern Song dynasty in 1127. All the more reason to prevent industrial metals and plastics from polluting the environment. Harry smiled, standing in the center of the dirt road, with the ravaged Kaifeng behind him, while Hanja continued to leisurely tidy up plastic bags and conch shells before him. This scene was both absurd and chaotic, yet he retained his smile. Well, having satisfied my hunger, I am now inclined to unleash a massacre. Once I ensure that no remnants of refuse linger around the stones, I shall stretch and prepare myself. What about you? Do you intend to join me, or will you wait until I am halfway through before sending me away? No response. The dutiful salesman vanished once more from sight. Well, I might as well have not asked. Hanja was utterly perplexed by Harry's intentions. Clearly, in the year 1126, he had already repelled a significant portion of the Jin army, yet that insidious dark deity abruptly whisked him away. Consequently, upon arriving in 1140, where he aided Yufei in achieving victory at the Battle of Yin City, he contemplated returning to Linen to eliminate Zhao Guo and Qin Hui, only to be sent back to the Kaifeng prefecture of 1127 by Harry. Shouldn't this wretched salesman be akin to a fairy godmother for humanity? Thus far, Hanja had seen no evidence of concern for the people of the Song dynasty from him. Was this fiend intent on tormenting me in such a manner? Is his mind deranged? With the rocket launcher and submachine gun reloaded, Hanja pondered, touching his head. Wait a moment. Such a malevolent deity should lack any semblance of a brain, right? If Harry truly believed that by forcing him to witness the abject suffering of ancient citizens, frequently subjected to slaughter and humiliation, he could assail Hanja's conscience, it would only indicate one thing. This dark god is an irredeemable fool. To expect a crazed mercenary struggling for survival in a post-apocalyptic world to empathize with the ancient populace under the feudal monarchy of the 12th century? To think that by exposing him, a ruthless butcher, to slaughter and abuse, he might grasp the essence of pain and despair? Or perhaps, to cast a war-marked individual into the chaos of battle, allowing him to experience the tumult of warfare? What difference does it make from pouring a bottle of red ink into the ocean? To cackle with glee, proclaiming how vibrant the ink is as it taints the waters? No, this dark god must be an utter fool. Hanja pondered for several minutes, his mind fixated on a singular thought. Is there truly such a fortunate circumstance? Contemplating the notions of non-human entities had always seemed dubious. He gazed into the distance, observing a string of royal women being dragged away from the city, the ground stained with blood. The women of ancient times were indeed far too fragile. The feudal system was truly detrimental. Hanja sighed, reflecting on the desolate plains a millennium hence, where any woman would be an indomitable force to reckon with. Even if, just the night before, they had willingly shared their innermost feelings with passionate abandon, come the dawn, finding themselves stripped of all dignity and cast into the wilderness would render the girl benevolent at heart. Hanja raised his rocket launcher, unleashing a grand display of fireworks upon the vehicles transporting hostages and treasure. The military and captives were momentarily stunned by the sudden chaos, as the overwhelming force claimed hundreds of lives. There is convenience in gathering together. I wonder if this time I might surpass my previous kill record. The rocket launcher, mortars, an array of grenades, and firearms bombarded the throng assembled outside Kaifeng Prefecture. Hanja was disinterested in distinguishing between soldiers and civilians. Ultimately, they would all meet their demise at his hands. Whether he distinguished between them now or not, the outcome remained unchanged. He surged from the outskirts into the city, only to follow the convoy back outside, where he heard the harrowing cries emanating from the iron pagoda of Kaibao Temple. There, 300 women had collectively taken their own lives to preserve their honor. A deranged woman staggered back and forth on the street, scribbling and sketching on the ground with a branch, her husband and son trailing behind, both having suffered shattered legs at the hands of the Jin army. How pitiable. Yet it matters not. Soon, you shall no longer endure suffering. Hanja smiled gently, raising a rocket launcher towards the weeping Kaifeng Prefecture. May you finally find peace. Chapter 80. The unpredictable though it was the 12th century, Kaifeng Prefecture remained a splendid city. Hanja found himself enamored with this place, whether in 968 or 1127. Kaifeng exuded a peculiar sense of suffering, akin to laying down gilded mats on a mire, inviting literary giants to drink and compose poetry upon them. Until the mire completely engulfed their heads, the praises and sentiments would never fade. Outside the city, the Jin army was caught unawares, as they were felled by nearly 10,000. Wanyan Wangzong ordered a retreat. Perhaps next time they would come better prepared to assault Kaifeng. But by then, they would find only a dead city. Hanja sat atop the highest point of the Suzuka Gate wall, a now overheated rocket launcher discarded beside him. Before him lay a wasteland, with the occasional cries carried aloft by the wind, yet those sounds grew increasingly rare. What saddened Hanja was that some had fled Kaifeng early on, most of whom were royal nobles. Truly tragic, for the principal fault lay with those in power. Hanja began to organize the remaining resources at his disposal. After all, he intended to determine, through a lottery, whether he would first venture north to eliminate the Jurchens or pursue the fleeing remnants of the Zhaosong royal family to the south. Having just concluded a massacre, his spirits were notably high. Despite the air being thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood, he sat atop the city walls basking in the sunlight. Yet, there was no alternative, for history unfolded as it did, leaving everyone without a choice. After securing his weapons, Hanja finally descended from the rooftop, intending to find a suitable item to serve as a prop for selecting the next unfortunate soul he would slay. A strange and unsettling sensation stirred deep within his mind. He inhaled deeply and gestured menacingly toward the sky. Let me put an end to the humiliation of Jinkong. I struck against the Jin army in 1126. By the time I reach 1140, before Zhao Go and Qin Hui meet their demise, I am transported back to 1127. What is the issue with striking while they ravage and pillage, eliminating all in my path? Are you truly so foolish? Do you take issue with my slaughter of Kaifeng? Just ask yourself, does the shame of Jinkong still linger? In response, there was only silence. Even the sounds of weeping had vanished from Kaifeng. Yet, Hanja was acutely aware that an indescribable entity was watching, always observing. Whether it be the figures of history or this interloper from another time, they were merely puppets in its grand performance. It was more chaotic than the tumultuous history itself, more frenzied than the disordered timelines. A hand rested upon Hanja's shoulder. And 2 seconds later, a bullet from a handgun pierced the chest of the individual behind him. Dear friend, you seem to be rather irritable. Harry bears a substantial bullet hole in his chest, yet within lies a profound darkness, devoid of the flesh and blood of an ordinary human. I harbor no malice towards these beings, this history, or even you. How amusing. Do you truly believe I would trust you? It is truly disheartening. Do you presume you know me well enough? That is impossible, for I hardly comprehend what you truly are. Permit me to introduce myself once more. I am Harry Patton, a carnival salesman. Hanja fervently reminded himself that the malevolent entity lacks a brain and that he should not stoop to their level. Should this thought bring you solace, I have no objections. Do not invade my thoughts without permission. Harry shrugged and retrieved an unusual object from his suit pocket. As sunlight illuminated it, Hanja discerned its nature. It was a polyhedron with numerous irregular surfaces and bizarre crimson stripes, predominantly black in hue. To ensure your peace of mind, and to preserve the grandeur of our friendship, this peculiar object was presented to Hanja. You may accept this. I want he collapse into a mass of flesh upon touching it. Will I? Certainly not. And I shan't descend into madness immediately? That, I cannot guarantee, for some of your memories are encased within it. This revelation made Hanja grit his teeth. You have taken my memories? Although I frequently engage in such matters, rest assured that your amnesia stems from the activation of a cerebral protective mechanism, as well as the advancements in technology by the year 2139. Harry's expression appeared earnest. Yet Hanja harbored a desire to eliminate this insufferable salesman. What on earth is this? It bears a splendid name, the luminous remedy octahedron. Hanja scrutinized the small polyhedron several times, utterly failing to discern any connection between it and the term luminous. He refrained from reaching out, opting instead to inquire further. What purpose does it serve? Does it possess the ability to contain my memories? Regrettably, it cannot fulfill that function. Your memories are merely a separate, modest gift. The luminous remedy octahedron hovered in Harry's hand, and the salesman beamed with delight. Yet it can summon me, or rather, another manifestation of my existence. That sounds utterly repulsive. I refuse. Hanja retorted with a tone of mockery, expecting Harry to react with indignation. However, Harry merely smiled and returned the black polyhedron to his pocket. Well then, I wish you a pleasant journey. After uttering this farewell, Harry vanished from Hanja's sight, leaving no trace behind. Standing still for a full 5 minutes to ensure the surroundings remained unchanged, Hanja finally grasped his weapon, intent on swiftly making his way southward. He had no desire to be led around by the malevolent deity any longer. Upon crossing the dilapidated Vermilion Bird Gate, he instinctively reached into his jeans pocket. Something was retrieved from his pocket, now quietly resting in the palm of his hand. It was a gift from Harry, that resplendent polyhedron. I had not yet uttered a curse when the memories of the year 968 surged into Hanja's mind. The obliterated city, the tragic demise of innocent bystanders, the oppressive darkness, and the fiery, crimson eyes that split into 3 fragments all resurfaced within his consciousness. Were an ordinary person to endure such a psychological trauma, they would likely succumb to madness by now. Yet, Hanja's experiences forbade such a simplistic conclusion. Furthermore, having confronted these entities on numerous occasions, his mental fortitude had long since been fortified. Collapsing to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, he nonetheless persevered through this mental assault. What could this entity be? Its appearance and form could not encapsulate its entirety. It embodied the ceaseless chaos and insanity of the cosmos. As Hanja struggled to rise once more, he erupted into laughter. Splendid. These malevolent creatures ought to appear in unison. This absurd world was meant to unfold in precisely this manner.